Chapter 001 Rebirth and Countdown. Character template build in progress. Build over. Monster template build in progress. Build over. Player template build in progress. Build over. Occupational system under construction. Task system under construction. Game law injection. World datafication begins. Current progress 1%, 2%, 3%, 5%, 21%, 34%, 57%, 82%. Misty. Sumu seemed to hear a voice from the underworld ringing in his mind. Immediately afterward, he woke up. Seems to be a newborn, there seems to be just waking up from sleep, still in a state of confusion. Sumu looked at his surroundings with a blank face. It's a wilderness. The sky was cloudy and dim, covered by a gray mist. The earth was desolate and dilapidated, with not a bit of life to be seen. Looking around, the only thing he was able to see was the large swaths of ruins and the countless skeletons scattered across this desolate earth. Even he himself. Subconsciously lowering his head, Sumu only saw a piece of white bones. I became a skeleton? Feeling everything in front of him, Sumu's mind was at a loss, a little confused about the current situation. At this time, the voice that came from the underworld once again sounded in his mind. End of world data mining. Ethereal. Mechanical. Without the slightest bit of emotion. When he heard this voice again, Sumu was creeped out. The bewilderment, doubt, and many other emotions in his heart were also gone, and the only thing left was shock. Is this the system tone? I've traveled into the middle of the second world? The voice that came from the underworld was not unfamiliar to Sumu. Or rather, every player of Second World was extremely familiar with this voice. The Second World is a game. From the moment you enter this game, this ethereal, mechanical, and unemotional voice will accompany every player for the rest of their lives. Because that's the system beep for Second World. The Second World. Perhaps. With a movement in his heart, as if he had thought of something, Sumu murmured in his mind, attribute panel? Next moment. A translucent attribute panel then appeared in his field of vision. Name Sumu. Race, Undead Skeleton. Level, 10100. Status, Life 8, Magic 15. Attributes, Strength 0.7, Agility 1.2, Physique 0.8, Spirit 1.5. Talent, Erosion only talent. Skills, none. Aside from the fact that one was a player template and the other was a monster template, this attribute panel that surfaced in front of Sumu's eyes was not much different from the attribute panel he once had. Coupled with the system beep that had already accompanied him for a long time, Sumu finally accepted the fact that he had traveled into the game world. No. Maybe it's more than just crossing. It's rebirth. Eyes down. Sweeping through the various attributes he currently possessed in a single line, Sumu's line of sight finally rested at the very bottom of the attribute panel. That's a string of numbers. Countdown to the public beta, 90 days, 13 hours, 24 minutes. That is to say, I've been reborn from 10 years later to the present where the second world has yet to open, and have gone from being a player in the real world to a skeleton in the game world? When coming to this conclusion, Sumu didn't know whether he should cry or laugh. Organizing the information in his mind, Sumu came to several conclusions. 1. He changed from a player to a monster, so naturally he lost the player's ability to resurrect indefinitely. The second world is a real world, and once he dies, he's really dead. 2. With the monster template, he is inherently in a hostile camp with the player. And with the fourth natural disaster title of the players. Even if the face is God. As long as they dare to light up the blood stripes, they dare to kill you. 3. There are still 3 months left in the countdown to the public beta, which means that the player has 3 months to grow before he officially descends. 4. Himself from 10 years back to the present, the second world has not yet officially opened, which means that the gods have not yet awakened, the game has not yet invaded, the real world has not yet been destroyed. Yes. Destruction. Before Sumu came back from Rebirth, the real world had already been destroyed. Players changed the game and the game is eroding reality. 10 years later. When the game's encroachment on reality reached a certain point, the sleeping gods awoke. The world penetrated and the transcendent descended. Even with a decade-long growth spurt, players are still no match for the gods. When the gods who are above all beings descend and appear in the real world, it is the many legendary players who have joined hands. And have not blocked even one god. Subsequently, the world was torn apart and reduced to rubble. The living beings of the real world, those who believe in the gods, are taken to the territory of the gods. Those who are strong and powerful flee into other realms more. Are ashes and smoke in the moment before the world is destroyed, turning into undead spirits wandering and roaming in this world that has been broken. And Sumu. Even though he had long been a level 76, legendary sword saint, when that moment came, the only thing he could do was to flee into the game world. While taking revenge on the deity camp, he also endured the endless pursuit of the deity camp. Countdown to the public beta? Oh. Looking at the string of numbers at the bottom of his attribute panel, Sumu couldn't help but sneer. Instead of a countdown to the public beta, it's a countdown to the destruction of the world. With the experience of his previous life, Sumu knew the fearsome nature of deities better than anyone else. Let alone now, even if the peak of the player's power in his previous life was enhanced 10 times and 100 times more, it would still be impossible to be a match for the gods. The destruction of the real world cannot be avoided. It's safe to say. When the countdown begins to the public beta of the extraordinary game's second world, the real world, too, has begun its countdown to destruction. Chapter 002 Evolution from Skeleton. World Destruction. Rebirth. It was only after a long time that Sumu snapped out of the tragic emotions of the moment of the world's destruction in his previous life. If you're here, you're here. He has become a skeleton in the game world and is going to live well as such. Whether or not the real world would really be destroyed after 10 years in this life as he had speculated, Sumu didn't know. He only knew that the biggest crisis he was facing right now was the arrival of the players 3 months later. The fourth natural disaster is not a waste of time. By the time the players descend, all monsters will be objects for the players to sweep up. Not to mention him, a small skeleton located at the lowest level of the undead race. Even if it was a high-level undead like the Skeleton King, Death Knight, Witch Demon, or Spectre Queen, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to stop the siege of thousands of players. Upgrade. Advancement. Only if he becomes strong enough in these 3 months does he have a future, and only if he is strong enough to rival the gods. Does he have the qualifications to consider the catastrophe 10 years from now? From a small skeleton located at the lowest level of the undead race, growing up to the extent of fearlessly descending on players, even with 10 years of gaming experience in his previous life, it was a challenge that was nearly impossible to accomplish for Sumu. Good on. The sky is the limit. As early as the first time he looked at his attribute panel, Sumu found the breakthrough he needed to grow up. Talent. Talents in the second world generally refer to racial talents. For example, the elves have a grass and wood affinity of the racial gift, so that they can easily communicate with the grass and trees, and hidden in the depths of the jungle dwarves have a forging of the racial gift, can be more easily forged out of higher quality equipment. Orcs have a berserk talent, able to reach a certain level after the berserking, butchering the unparalleled. And so on. These types of gifts that are common to one race are not uncommon. It could even be said that, with the exception of humans, and the undead that had sunk from other races, the vast majority of races within the second world had racial talents of their own. Individual talent is not the same. With the exception of certain extremely pitiful talents, the vast majority of talents represented that the individual with such a talent had great potential. Whether or not this individual can turn his potential into strength and truly grow depends, in turn, to a large extent on whether or not he can utilize his talents. The only gift. Erosion. Sumu didn't know where he got this talent from. Maybe it is because he has changed from a player to a monster and his soul has mutated, or maybe it is because he has returned to the present from the future 10 years later, and the world has gifted him. All he knows is that this only talent is where his hope of becoming powerful lies. Unfortunately, the attribute panel does not give a description of this talent. The effects of the erosion talent can only be explored slowly by oneself. Sighing silently in his heart, Sumu raised his head and looked toward the distance. This is where the bones are buried. As the gathering place of the skeleton clan, the land of buried bones naturally couldn't be just him, a skeleton. The place where he was reborn was the edge of the land of buried bones, that is, the place where the countless skeletons that were as weak as him were active. In the depths of the land of buried bones, there was an even thicker aura of death, and even more powerful skeletons were bred. Even in the core area of the land of buried bones, there was no shortage of middle-ranked and even high-ranked undead such as skeleton warriors, terror mages, skeleton knights, and death knights. Here, it's just a starting point. Click. Click. A slight sound came, and Sumu moved. From a player in the real world, becoming a skeleton in the game world, he did not feel any discomfort except for feeling light when walking. Even the field of vision wasn't much different from when he was a player. After taking a few steps and adapting to his current body, Sumu picked up a thigh bone from the large ground full of skeletons and walked towards a skeleton not far from him. He's hunting. If you wanted to evolve from a skeleton to a mid-rank or even high-rank undead, hunting was essential. And in this land of buried bones, there was nothing more suitable as a hunting target than skeletons that were too numerous to count. Sumu slowly approached. The skeleton that he had taken as a hunting target was still standing blankly. As the lowest level skeleton, it had no memory, much less sanity. Apart from instinctively attacking when it sensed the aura of the living, the only time it would fight back was when it was attacked. And this, more than anything else, facilitated Sumu's hunting. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. When it was only half a meter away from that skeleton, Sumu raised the thigh bone in his hand and with all his strength, he smashed it down towards that skeleton's head. Click. A crunch. The thigh bone in Sumu's hand snapped in two, and the skull's head shattered in response. Having lost its head, the skeleton's grayish-white skeleton shook slightly and scattered all over the place. You killed the weak skeleton. You gained 10 experience points. As the skeleton fell to the ground, 2 messages refreshed from Sumu's attribute panel. Thanks to the existence of the monster template, after killing a skeleton, he didn't have to personally go out and devour the soul flame that was the source of the skeleton. The soul flame of the slain skeleton would be turned into experience value and automatically integrated into his body. Killing a skeleton of the lowest level earns you 10 experience points. That means that just killing 9 more skeletons will raise my level from 1 to 2. Not bad. But, after glancing at the information refreshed on the attribute panel, Sumu's mood was slightly strange. Because, after killing that skeleton, he clearly felt that the body left behind by that skeleton, that is, the pile of scattered skeletons, was attracting him. It couldn't be that. Reborn as a skeleton has gotten himself infected with some strange hobby, could it? The mind is a little torn. Eventually he couldn't hold back the longing in his heart and crouched down gently. Chapter 003, The Only Talent, Erosion. Nothing strange happened. Sumu just squatted down and covered his right hand, which only had miserable white bones left, on top of the pile of skeletons. At this time, he clearly felt a hot current coming from the pile of skeletons and surging into his body. The heat flow is tiny, but continuous. It lasted a full half-minute. When the duration of this heat flow ended, accompanied by a slight shattering sound, the pile of skeletons unexpectedly turned into a puff of grayish-white ash, passing away with the wind. It just seems that all the valuable essence in the skeleton was generally devoured and absorbed by something. At the same time, Sumu's skeleton body also underwent a slight change. His bones seemed thicker. The color of the skeleton's body also deepened a few points, with a tendency to shift from a miserable white to an off-white color. Sure, that's not the biggest change. The biggest change is in Sumu's attribute panel. Name Sumu. Race, Undead Skeleton. Level, 110-100. Status, Life 10, Magic 15. Attributes, Strength 0.8, Agility 1.2, Physique 1.0, Spirit 1.5. Talent, Erosion only talent. Skills, none. I don't know when. His 4-dimensional attributes had quietly changed. Agility hadn't changed, Spirit hadn't changed. Instead, his strength had changed from the original 0.7 to the current 0.8, and his physique had changed from the original 0.8 to the current 1.0. Eyes down. Sumu saw the 3 newly brushed messages on his attribute panel. You've absorbed the essence from the skeleton, and your body is stronger. Your power has increased by 0.1. Your constitution has increased by 0.2. The increased value in the information prompt happened to be the extra value of his 4-dimensional attributes. The original. That's what the only talent, erosion, is for. The jawbone clicked, and if it wasn't for the fact that he was only a skeleton right now and couldn't make a sound, I'm afraid that Sumu would have already laughed out loud maniacally because of this sudden surprise. The only gift. Erosion. If his guess was correct, the function of this talent of his own was that when he killed an enemy, he would be able to absorb the essence of the enemy's corpse and transform it into his own attribute value. The second world is a real world. Also a game. Because the entire world is data mined by the laws of the game. What is most important in such a surreal game? Camp? Career? Equipment? A legacy? No. The most important thing is the attributes. The growth of life magic power required attribute values, equipping better equipment required attribute values, the advancement of career templates required attribute values, even the lost inheritance that could make people soar to the heavens often had extremely high attribute requirements. It could be said that regardless of whether it was an NPC, a player, or a monster, the attribute value was the prerequisite for everything. Besides, in such a real game world, the 4-dimensional attributes were the most direct response to the body. Even a stupid pig. When its 4-dimensional attributes are piled up to the limit, it is a god of stupid pigs that is powerful enough to resist the gods. Other than upgrading and advancing, there were very few opportunities to increase attribute values in the second world. The erosion talent, on the other hand, brought Sumu additional 4-dimensional attributes in addition to upgrades and advancements. Such a gift. Such a divine skill. And how could he not be ecstatic? However, Sumu was not inflated. Even with his unrivaled talent, he still hadn't forgotten that he was now just a small skeleton located at the lowest level of the Undead clan, and also at the lowest level of the entire game world. Before transforming potential into strength and becoming truly powerful, obscene development was the way to go. Once again picking up a leg bone from the large ground full of skeletons, Sumu dashed towards another skeleton a few meters away with light steps. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Click. No surprises. When the thigh bone in his hand broke into 2 again, the skeleton in front of Sumu's eyes had its head shattered just like the first skeleton, and its grayish-white skeleton scattered on the ground with a gentle shake. You killed the weak skeleton. You gained 10 experience points. Ignoring the system's kill prompt, Sumu crouched down once again and covered the pile of bones left behind by the skeleton with his Mori bone palm. A familiar heat flow surged into Sumu's body. When this second pile of skeletons was also sucked of all its essence and turned into a puff of flying ash, a new system prompt had also been refreshed from his attribute panel. You've absorbed the essence from the skeleton, and your body is stronger. Your power has increased by 0.1. Your agility has increased by 0.1. Chapter 004, Deep into the Land of Buried Bones. Click. Click. A dim, gloomy, never-ending place to bury your bones. A skeleton was walking on the ground full of broken skeletons. The skeleton is grayish-white. The whole body obviously does not have a trace of flesh and blood, only a slender skeleton, but let a person look at a kind of thick feeling, and this land with the other skeletons out of place. This is Sumu. In the course of several hours, Sumu had hunted and killed hundreds of skeletons in this neighborhood. These hundreds of skeletons not only brought him thousands of experience points, but also greatly enhanced his four-dimensional attributes. At this point, Sumu's attribute panel had become: Name Sumu. Race, Undead Skeleton. Level, 432-400. Status, Life 38, Magic 15. Attributes, Strength 3.5, Agility 4.0, Physique 3.7, Spirit 1.5. Talent, Erosion only talent. Skills, none. In a few hours' time, the level was raised from the original level 1 to the current level 4. The four-dimensional attributes, except for the spiritual attribute, the remaining 3 attributes had all increased by 2 to 3 times, which had to be considered a huge gain. But Sumu was still somewhat unsatisfied. This was because in the beginning, he was able to absorb an average of 0.2 attribute values from each skeleton, and later on, the attribute values absorbed from each skeleton were reduced to 0.1. Until now, he needed to absorb the skeletons of several skeletons to gain 0.1 attribute value. The erosion talent has diminishing returns. Actually, it's quite understandable. This was the outskirts of the land of buried bones, and the skeletons that operated here, even among the skeleton clan, the most trashy monster race in the second world, were located at the bottom of the hierarchy. Weak skeletons from level 1 to level 3. Normal skeletons from level 4 to level 6. Strong skeletons from level 7 to level 9. Even a strong skeleton still has miserable four-dimensional attributes. For example, Sumu. He had increased his level from 1 to 4, gaining a total of 3 increases in attribute values. From level 1 to level 2, he increased his constitution by 0.5. From level 2 to level 3, he increased his strength by 0.5, and from level 3 to level 4, he increased his constitution by 0.5. That is to say, for every level up of the skeleton, it would only gain 0.5 attribute increase. And that 0.5 attribute increase is still randomized. With this kind of growth, even if a skeleton was raised from level 1 to level 9, the sum of its four-dimensional attributes would only be an increase of 4 points from when it was at level 1. Averaged over the 3 attributes of strength, agility, and physique, that's a boost of about 1.3 per attribute. In other words, putting aside the spiritual attribute, a level 9 strong skeleton with the 3 attributes of strength, agility and physique was basically in the vicinity of this attribute of 2.0. It was far lower than Sumu's four-dimensional attributes at this time. Sumu's erosion talent was essentially absorbing the essence from those skeletal skeletons he killed to enhance his skeletal body. When Sumu was weak, every skeleton here was equal to him in strength, or even superior. Their skeletons were also stronger and sturdier than Sumu's bones. The essence absorbed from such skeletons naturally allowed Sumu's skeleton body to rapidly strengthen. Expressed in the attribute panel, this is an increase in the attribute value. When Sumu's level increased and his attributes were enhanced, his bones also became stronger and sturdier than the skeleton's skeletons, and the essence that was absorbed from their skeletons naturally wouldn't be enough for Sumu's bones to enhance quickly. Expressed in the attribute panel, this is a reduction in attribute value gain. So, it wasn't that the erosion talent wasn't powerful enough, but the skeleton essence provided by the skeletons couldn't keep up with the needs of the gradually stronger Sumu. According to Sumu's projections, when a skeleton's four-dimensional attributes reached or exceeded half of his own, the essence absorbed from the skeleton would be able to rapidly enhance the strength of his skeleton. No doubt about it. Only level 8 and 9 skeletons have this attribute. And in the outskirts of this buried bone land, even level 7 skeletons were extremely rare, not to mention level 8 and 9 skeletons. Without high-level skeletons of sufficient grade, he could only hunt ordinary skeletons and weak skeletons. As a result, the rate of growth of his attributes would be greatly reduced. You need to hunt several normal skeletons or a dozen or so weak skeletons to gain a 0.1 increase in attribute value. It's time to travel to the depths of the land of buried bones. Taking another look at his attribute panel, Sumu carried a leg bone taken from a strong level 7 skeleton and walked with a light step towards the deeper part of the buried bone land. The burial ground is huge. With Sumu's speed, it had taken most of the day to walk from the edge of the buried bone land to a position close to the inner layer. Along the way, he killed quite a few skeletons in passing. These skeletons didn't bring him many attribute points, but they raised his level from level 4 to level 5, and along with that, his physique attribute was also raised from the original 3.7 to the current 4.2, leaping to become one of Sumu's highest attributes. Starting from the edge of the land of buried bones, the deeper one went, the thicker the aura of death became. The same. The thicker the aura of death was, the more powerful undead could be bred. At the edge of the buried bone land, level 1 to level 3 skeletons were the norm, level 4 to level 6 skeletons were already relatively rare, and level 7 to level 9 skeletons were straight up phoenix-like. But in the inner levels of the buried lands, level 7 to level 9 skeletons were the norm. With a 4-dimensional attribute that was more than double that of a level 9 skeleton, Sumu didn't hesitate, and after arriving at the demarcation point between the outer layer and the inner layer, he walked straight towards the inner layer of the buried bone land. Just after entering the inner layer of the buried bone land, Sumu stopped in his tracks. Because a particular skeleton appeared in his field of vision. LV9. Skeleton Soldiers. Chapter 005 Skeleton Soldier, Occupation Template. The death aura of the inner layer of the buried bone land was even thicker than the outer layer, and spawning a level 9 skeleton didn't surprise Sumu. To his surprise, it was a skeleton soldier with a profession template, not an ordinary skeleton. Just as players are able to change professions by completing quests after reaching level 10 to obtain professions such as Mage Apprentice, Warrior Apprentice, Assassin Apprentice, etc., humanoid monsters such as skeletons are also able to obtain profession templates. Beast monsters also have corresponding attribute templates. Having a career template and not having one are two very different concepts. Normal skeletons only have 0.5 growth. Moreover, when leveling up, this 0.5 attribute was still randomly added to one of the 4 major attributes, full of uncertainty. Skeleton Soldier's growth is at least 2 points. Still a fixed attribute bonus. In other words, a skeleton soldier with a profession template could gain more strength growth by increasing its level by 1 level than a skeleton could gain by increasing its level from 1 to 9. Placed at that time when the player had just descended, this level 9 skeleton soldier would at least be considered an elite monster. Level 9 Skeleton Soldiers. The inner levels of the burial ground. Looking at the skeleton soldier not far away that was far stronger than an ordinary skeleton and was holding a bone sword and a bone shield, the green aura in Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. He didn't know when the skeleton soldier had acquired the profession template. If it was in the last few levels, with his 4-dimensional attributes that far exceeded those of ordinary skeletons, he would still be able to kill them and turn their skeletons into nutrients for his own further growth. If it's a career template you get at the beginning. From level 1 to level 9, this skeleton soldier had gained at least 16 points of attribute growth. Coupled with the way the skeleton soldier's fixed attributes grew, this skeleton soldier's strength was probably going to far exceed his own. Can't be careless. Silently reciting a sentence, Sumu's heart had a retreat. With the erosion talent in place, as long as he killed a few more strong skeletons in the inner levels of this buried bone land, his 4-dimensional attributes would grow by leaps and bounds once again. When that time comes, it's not too late to harvest this skeleton soldier. He was just about to leave when that skeleton soldier not far away turned around violently. Its eyes that were flickering with green soulfire looked in the direction where Sumu was. The skeleton soldier had found him. Next moment. Before Sumu could make any moves, the skeleton soldier was holding a sword and shield and rushed towards Sumu's side at an extremely fast speed. Retreat, it's impossible to retreat. The speed of this skeleton soldier's charge was a few points faster than Sumu's own speed. Turn and flee, and sooner or later you'll be caught up too. Then, battle it out. With a burst of ruthlessness in his heart, Sumu carried the thigh bone in his right hand, grabbed a broken skull from the ground with his left hand, and rushed forward in the direction where the skeleton soldiers were attacking. 10 meters. 5 meters. 3 meters. When the distance between the two was only 3 meters, the broken skull in Sumu's left hand smashed over towards the skull soldier's head, while the thigh bone in his right hand swung towards the skull soldier's vertebrae. Clank. A soft thud. Broken cranium has nothing to offer. Instead of hitting the skull of the skeleton soldier, it was easily split by the bone sword and turned into fragments in the sky. Even the thigh bone that Sumu swung towards the vertebrae of the skeleton soldier's waist was blocked by the bone shield in the skeleton soldier's hand. But, at this point, the biggest difference between Sumu and the skeleton soldiers wasn't attributes or career templates, but intelligence. He used to be human. Even after being reborn as a skeleton, he retained the memories and intelligence from when he was a human. His opponents, even with attributes and templates that exceeded Sumu's, were only fighting with their body's instincts. When the attacks of the shattered skull and thigh bone were both blocked, Sumu's body opened sideways and cleanly kicked the skeleton soldier's leg bone. Click. With a crunch. The skeletal soldier's leg bone was directly kicked down by Sumu. Having lost a leg bone, the unbalanced skeleton soldier fell to the ground and struggled to get up. At this time, Sumu lifted the thigh bone in his hand and smashed it towards the skull soldier's head with all his strength. Bang! 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 Dull pounding sounds resounded across the moors. When all the thigh bones in his hand snapped with it, Sumu lifted the remaining half of the leg bone, stabbed the sharp stubble into the skeleton soldier's eye socket, and stirred it with force. Soulfire shattered. The skeleton soldier's skeleton, which was still struggling, also fell apart at the same time and fell to the ground. You killed the skeleton soldier. You gain 100 experience points. Only when the system prompts refreshed from the attribute panel did Sumu breathe a sigh of relief, dropping the long broken thigh bone in his hand. The battle seemed short, but it was actually incredibly dangerous. With just a short contact, Sumu could determine that the three attributes of strength, speed, and agility of this skeleton soldier all exceeded his own. Coupled with the bone sword that was able to easily decapitate the skull. As long as he was hit once, I'm afraid that the one lying here at this moment would not be this skeleton soldier, but himself. Good on. He won. Next comes the time of harvest. Lightly bending down, Sumu covered his bony palm over the pile of skeletons that were far stronger than himself. Erosion, talent activated. Next moment. A thick stream of heat gushed out from the pile of skeletons and began to strengthen Sumu's skeletal body. In the meantime, a series of system prompts also refreshed from his attribute panel. After a full 2 minutes, the heat flow disappeared. When the skeleton belonging to the skeleton soldier turned into a puff of flying ash, Sumu also duly opened his attribute panel to check his harvest from this battle. You've absorbed the essence from the skeleton, and your body is stronger. Your strength has increased by 0.5. Your agility has increased by 0.3. Your constitution has increased by 0.4. Your spirit has increased by 0.1. You have obtained the transfer information for Basic Profession Template Skeleton Soldier. Chapter 006 First Transformation, Skeleton Stranger Blade. A skeleton soldier's skeleton was enough for Sumu to gain 1.3 points of growth in attribute value. It also includes 0.1 points of mental attributes. The mental attribute, probably the most important attribute of the skeleton clan. At least in the early stages. Skeletons are a race of either other races that have sunk to the ground. These are usually medium to high-ranked skeletons, or dead skeletons born under the nourishment and nurturing of the breath of death. Day in and day out low-ranked skeletons. Putting aside the middle and high-ranked skeletons, those low-ranked skeletons in general with Sumu, the vast majority of their spiritual attributes were only a pitiful 0.1. The 0.1 spiritual attribute meant that they had no memories, no sanity, and even less awareness of actively hunting other skeletons to raise their level. Their leveling up originated more from the nourishment and nurturing of the ubiquitous death aura within the land of buried bones. Such a skeleton was naturally unable to provide Sumu with spiritual attributes. If Sumu was an anomaly among the skeleton clan, the skeleton soldier that he killed was a genius among the skeleton clan. Perhaps it was because the initial value of the spiritual attribute was higher, or perhaps it was because that 0.5 was randomized to the spiritual attribute when leveling up, that gave that skeleton soldier the concept of self and upgrading, and it gradually grew up. And because of that, when the other skeletons only had instincts, that skeleton soldier would actively hunt and was the first to attack towards Sumu when he discovered him. Sure. That's not the point. The point is that, in the body of the skeleton soldier, Sumu obtained the career template transfer information. Template, skeleton soldier. Rank, basic occupation template. Bonus, life plus 50, strength 1, agility 1, physique 1. Ability, skeleton armor. Skeleton armament. As the basic combat unit of the skeleton clan, every skeleton soldier has the ability to transform skeletons into weapons. Just as Sumu guessed. In Skeleton 1, the presence or absence of a career template are two very different concepts. The 50 points of life bonus directly doubled Sumu's life. This was still because his physique attribute far exceeded that of other ordinary skeletons. If he had put it on other skeletons, this 50 points of life bonus would have meant that their life had doubled by as much as several times. The same is true for attribute bonuses. For every level up, the three major attributes of strength, agility and constitution were all +1, totaling 3 points of attribute growth, which was 6 times as much as the skeleton's pitiful 0.5 points of attribute growth. Not to mention the ability that comes with the skeleton armor career template. This alone was enough to skyrocket the strength of the skeleton soldiers. It could be said that if it wasn't for the final blow that stirred up Soulfire, the absolute weakness of the skeleton clan, at this time, Sumu was never a match for a skeleton soldier. Skeletons. Skeleton soldiers. Along with the appearance of the occupation template, information related to this transfer also appeared in Sumu's mind. As the basic profession of the skeleton clan, the transfer conditions for a skeleton soldier were simple. 1. Level 10 2. 2 of the 3 attributes, strength, speed and physique, reached 2 points. As long as these 2 conditions are met, you will be automatically transferred to a skeleton soldier. Systematic transfer. If only one of the conditions is met, you need to obtain the skeleton soldier's transfer information to be able to transfer to a skeleton soldier. And the easiest way to obtain skeleton soldier transfer information is to kill a skeleton soldier. Self-transfer. 2 ways to transfer. The first is fine. Trying to transfer early via the second is not normally difficult. Either, like Sumu, he had strength that far exceeded that of a skeleton, or he was lucky enough to encounter a crippled or even frequently dead skeleton soldier. Either way, as soon as the transfer was completed, a leap in rank was realized. From the most trashy monster in the game world, the skeleton, to a less trashy monster, the skeleton soldier. You have obtained the transfer information for basic profession template skeleton soldier. Transfer conditions are met. Do you transfer to skeleton soldier? When Sumu finished checking out the information related to the skeleton soldier profession template, the system's beep sounded in his head at the right time. Forcing back the excitement in his heart, Sumu chose to transfer. Next moment, a stream of heat was born out of thin air and infused into his torso. Immediately after, his skeletal body began to change drastically. Maybe it was a second, or maybe it was a long time. When Sumu came to his senses, his transfer had already ended. Compared to before the transfer, Sumu's skeleton body had undergone a huge change. His height skyrocketed from a little over 1.7 m to 1.8 m, and the bones that made up his body were even thicker. Obviously, it was still a slender skeleton without a trace of flesh and blood, but it gave off a feeling of sturdiness. At this point, his attribute panel had turned. Name Sumu. Race, Undead Skeleton. Template, Basic Occupation Template Skeleton Soldier. Level, 5,117,500. Status, Life 96, Magic 16. Attributes, Strength 3.7, Agility 4.3, Physique 4.6, Spirit 1.6. Talent, Erosion only talent. Skills, none. Aside from still having no skills, at this point, Sumu's attribute panel was complete. As for skills, skeleton armor is an ability, not a skill. Just as humans were born able to breathe, fish were born able to live in water. Skeleton armament is likewise an instinct of the skeleton soldier, leaning more towards a talent than a skill, so it won't show up on the attribute panel. As for its role, mindfulness. Sumu instantly felt a strand of skeleton essence flowing through his body. In just a few breaths of time, a large sword appeared in his hand. The big knife is nearly 2 meters. Except for Sumu's hand, which had a half-meter long hilt, the rest was all blade. The 1 meter long blade, which was pale white in color, was completely condensed from the hardest bone on Sumu's body. Obviously composed of bone, the blade and tip portion of this large knife showed a hint of sharpness. The skeleton armor condenses into a weapon that is not a fixed style, but is based on the habits and will of the skeleton soldier. From the moment of its birth, the weapon that, skeleton armament, condensed into would become the exclusive weapon of the skeleton soldier. And this strange-shaped sword in Sumu's hand. If any players were here, they would definitely be able to recognize it. This oddly shaped sword that was out of place with the background painting style of the Second World was clearly the stranger's sword, a great killing weapon that had once appeared in the history of the ancient Chinese nation in reality. Skeletal Stranger's Blade. Chapter 007, the second role of the Erosion, Talent. Stranger. It can be slashed or stabbed, picked or teased. It is said that when a sword cuts out, men and horses will be split apart. With enough power applied, it's properly a weapon of mass destruction. As for the painting, Sumu didn't care. Not to mention the fact that he was only facing monsters now. Even if players descended later, when the profession of forger appeared, countless rare and strange weapons and equipment would appear in the game world. Besides, even if a player saw the skeleton stranger sword in Sumu's hand, I'm afraid that they would think that it was an egg in the game and wouldn't associate it in any other direction. As Sumu's exclusive weapon, the skeleton stranger blade was condensed from the hardest skeleton on his body. That is to say, the sturdiness and sharpness of the skeleton stranger blade was directly linked to Sumu's physique attribute. When his physique attribute is only a few points, the skeleton stranger may just be comparable to the white plate equipment cast in steel when his physique reaches a few hundred, a few thousand, or even a few tens of thousands of points. I am afraid that the skeleton stranger is enough to be comparable to the epic equipment, the legendary equipment, or even the legendary artifacts. This is a growable and exclusive weapon. With the skeleton stranger blade, Sumu didn't have to worry about his weapon anymore, much less have to miserably pick up skeletons on the ground to use as a weapon. The transfer is complete. After adapting to his current body, Sumu took a step towards the deeper part of the buried bone land. Just entering the inner layer of the land of buried bones, he had such a harvest. At this moment, the buried bone land had also turned into a huge treasure in Sumu's eyes, waiting for him to go forward to dig and harvest. When he officially entered the inner layer of the buried bone land, Sumu once again started hunting. The four-dimensional attributes that far exceeded those of ordinary skeletons, coupled with the skeleton stranger sword, a great killing weapon, made Sumu invincible when facing the countless strong skeletons in the inner levels of the buried bone land. The skeletal stranger's blade chopped out. The massive force contained within it alone was enough to tear a level 10 skeleton apart and turn it into a pile of skeletons. Only the skeleton soldiers, who also possessed the occupation template, were able to withstand it a little. After hunting down dozens of strong skeletons and raising his level and attributes even further, Sumu changed the object of his hunt to a skeleton soldier with more experience value and attribute gains. Click. Click. In the sound of light footsteps, Sumu crossed a small hill that was completely made of broken skeletons. A skeleton soldier appeared in his field of vision. LV13. Skeleton soldier. Deeper into the inner levels of the buried lands, skeleton soldiers are no longer rare. Being able to transform into skeleton soldiers, the spiritual attributes of these undead couldn't be said to be that high, but at least they already had a concept of self and a sense of hunting and upgrading. When Sumu saw that skeleton soldier likewise saw Sumu. There's no extra communication. At the same time that they discovered each other, Sumu and the skeleton soldier simultaneously charged towards each other. On the way to charging, the skeleton armors of both sides were already in place, ready to deal a fatal blow to the other side. Sumu's weapon was the skeleton stranger sword. This level 13 skeleton soldier's weapon was a two-handed greatsword. When the distance between the two became closer and closer, the two-handed greatsword in the hands of this skeleton soldier had already been raised, and with the might of the chargeover, it ruthlessly chopped down towards Sumu. Clank! The dull sound of exchanging blows rang out. Sumu blocked this strike from the skeleton soldier with the skeleton stranger sword. The same skeleton armament, the same weapon coalesced from one's own bones. When the skeleton stranger blade and the two-handed greatsword clashed, the skeleton stranger blade's clash was just a trace of extra white marks, but the two-handed greatsword's clash was an extra small gap. This indicated that in the attribute of physique, Sumu had already surpassed this level 13 skeleton soldier. What's next? The mandible moved slightly, as if smiling. When this skeleton soldier raised his two-handed greatsword and prepared to chop down again, Sumu had already chopped out the skeleton stranger blade first. Clank! 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 The sound of 3 consecutive exchanges rang out. In just a few breaths of time, Sumu poured his entire body's strength into the skeleton stranger blade and chopped out 3 powerful slashes towards this skeleton soldier. The skeleton soldier was forced to meet the skeleton stranger blade with a two-handed greatsword. With each chop, an additional notch would appear on the two-handed greatsword. After 3 consecutive chopping strikes, this skeleton soldier's two-handed greatsword already had 4 more notches, like a saw. Fourth. When the skeleton soldier habitually raised his two-handed greatsword, wanting to block the next chop, the skeleton stranger blade in Sumu's hand was slightly deflected, avoiding the two-handed greatsword, and instead chopped on the skeleton soldier's right arm that was holding the two-handed greatsword. Click! A crunch. Even a two-handed greatsword couldn't stop the sharpness of a skeleton stranger's blade, let alone a mere arm. As the skeleton stranger's blade slashed through, it was the right arm of the skeleton soldier that broke with a sound and fell to the ground. Next moment, the skeleton stranger blade cut out for the 5th time. The skeleton soldier with only one arm left was unable to raise his two-handed greatsword, so naturally, he was unable to resist the incoming blade. After the blade flashed, the skull soldier's head suddenly flew up and fell to the ground. The skeleton soldier is still alive. Even though it was divided into 3 parts, namely the head, body and arms, by Sumu, the parts of this skeleton soldier still struggled to move around, trying to converge back together. Putting away the skeleton stranger sword, Sumu walked to the skull soldier's head. Having lost its body, the skull soldier's head couldn't move. However, through the black eye sockets, Sumu was still able to clearly see the skeleton soldier's exuberant soulfire within the skull. At this point, as long as Sumu added a slash, cracking the skull of the skeleton soldier or stirring up its soulfire, the skeleton soldier would be completely dead. Instead, he put these 3 parts of the skeleton soldier together, and the skeleton soldier would recover quickly. But, bending down and grasping the skull in his hands, Sumu pondered. Skeletons and skeleton soldiers that were killed by him would be transformed into skeleton essence that enhanced his 4-dimensional attributes after being eroded by his talent. What if it was a skeleton soldier that hadn't been killed by him? Can his erosion talent work on unkilled skeleton soldiers? What effect would have if it could? Silently pondering in his heart, Sumu activated his talent. There was no heat flow gushing out from the skull soldier's head and entering his own body. On the contrary, when Sumu grabbed the skull of the skeletal soldier and activated the erosion talent, he clearly felt something gushing out of his body and entering the skull of the skeletal soldier. Before the erosion talent activated, the skull soldier's head was still struggling. Even without the ability to move, the jawbone of this Mori skull still clicked as if it wanted to bite Sumu. When the erosion talent was activated, the struggles of the skeleton soldier's head slowed down. Until, that is, there was no movement. The process didn't last long. After about a minute's time, there was no longer anything gushing out of Sumu's body, and this head had not produced any heat flow into Sumu's body. At this time, a crisp system beep sounded in Sumu's mind. Chapter 008 Enslavement. Skeleton Soldier Number 1. You have gained control of the skeleton soldiers. You enslaved that skeleton soldier. You may rename that skeleton soldier. The system prompts that rang out 3 times in a row set off shocking waves in Sumu's heart. Control? Enslavement? Looking at the skeleton soldier in his hand that had completely calmed down, even his torso was obediently lying on the ground, no longer struggling, Sumu's heart was already more than just a surprise. Enslaving skeletons? This is the second effect of the erosion talent. As if to confirm the thoughts in his heart, Sumu pressed the skull in his hand onto the skeleton soldier's torso, and even the broken arm. He picked it up and placed it on the skeleton soldier's side. Soon, the skeletal soldier's body and head fused back together, and the severed arm was picked up and reinstalled on the arm bone that was only halfway down. In just a few short minutes, this skeleton soldier that had been split into 3 parts by Sumu returned to its original state. Then, after fully recovering, the skeleton soldier just stood straight in place, as if waiting for Sumu's order. Skeleton soldiers? How many steps forward? Click. Click. When this thought surfaced in Sumu's mind, the skeleton soldier took a few steps forward at almost the same time. Only after completing this order from Sumu did it stop and wait for a follow-up order. It's really a slave skeleton. It seems that the soul talent of erosion has many more roles waiting to be tapped into. After testing it a few times in succession, Sumu also figured out how much control he had over this skeleton soldier. When he concentrated, he could completely take over the control of the skeleton soldier, controlling the skeleton soldier's body the way he wanted. In this mode, he was even able to gain the skeleton soldier's vision. When exiting this control mode, he could also control the skeleton soldier by giving commands. For example, letting the skeleton soldiers follow them around, for example, letting the skeleton soldiers hunt on their own. In this mode, Sumu's commands couldn't be too complicated, and the skeletal soldiers wouldn't terminate the execution of the previous command until after giving a new command or cancelling the command on their own initiative. In a nutshell, Sumu gained a little brother who was completely under his control. In a good mood, Sumu led the skeleton soldier he named Number 1 towards the distance. When he saw a level 9 skeleton, Sumu's mind moved, and Number 1 carried his 2-handed greatsword and dashed towards the skeleton. A sword! That skeleton's head was then chopped off by Number 1. Afterwards, it returned to Sumu's side with the head of the level 9 skeleton. Receiving the skeleton handed over by Number 1, Sumu activated the erosion talent once again. When the 30 seconds of erosion time passed, this level 9 skeleton was also enslaved by him and became his second minion. But this time Sumu did not name the skeleton, nor did he put the head back on its body, but threw it on the ground and crushed it with 1 foot. After glancing at his attribute panel and realizing that there was no change, Sumu had Number 1 collect the skeleton again and covered his already much thicker bone palm over the skeleton. Erosion talent activated. No reaction. After doing these 2 inexplicable actions, Sumu once again ordered for Number 1 to strike. Still targeting skeletons. This time, when appearing in front of a skeleton, Number 1 didn't hold back and directly waved his 2-handed greatsword to chop the skeleton in front of him into pieces, turning it into a pile of skeletons. In the meantime, 2 system prompts also refreshed on Sumu's attribute panel. Your slave Number 1 has killed strong skeleton, but you gain 22 experience points. Only after repeating the above actions once more did Sumu order Number 1 to return to his side while he himself pondered. Making these few inexplicable actions and commands, Sumu was not doing it for no reason. He was testing the second function of the erosion talent and the effects it brought to himself. First, the decapitation of the skeletons enslaved by me will not bring me the slightest negative impact. Secondly, skeletons that have already been enslaved will not bring me experience value when they are decapitated again, nor can they be absorbed by the erosion talent to give me attribute value gains. Thirdly, when the skeletons enslaved by me kill enemies, I will also gain a portion of the experience value. It's just that the corpses of these enemies are likewise unable to be absorbed by the erosion talent to give me experience value. So says. The green aura in his eyes flickered slightly, and Sumu secretly said in his heart, it seems that I don't have to follow the original plan of carefully raising my strength and seeking out the next rank occupation template. According to his original plan, after entering the inner levels of the buried bone land, he would first hunt strong skeletons from level 7 to level 9 to raise his level and attributes. After these skeletons were completely useless to him, he would then start hunting skeleton soldiers and continue to raise his strength. Step by step, you will be able to upgrade your career from basic to advanced and elite careers. This type of promotion will undoubtedly be slow. The biggest benefit is safety. This was a real world after all, and Sumu only had 1 life. Before he was truly strong, Go was the true king. But after developing the second function of the erosion talent and gaining the ability to enslave skeletons, it seemed like he could raise his strength in a much faster way. Enslaving skeletons. Legion of skeletons. Undead plague. After all, in the player's perceptions, what impressed them most about the skeleton clan, aside from the weak combat power of a single skeleton, was the undead plague that was ubiquitous and drowned out all enemies with its immense and incomparable numbers. The undead plague of heaven was just a fantasy to the current Sumu. But at least, he could cobble together an army of skeletons. Chapter 009 The Skeleton Legion in its infancy. Click. Click. Light, neat footsteps resounded through the inner levels of the buried bones. A group of skeletons were moving forward in this large land filled with desolation and death. The group of skeletons numbered a dozen or so. The foremost skeleton thick bones, height of 1 meter 8, in the hands of a nearly 2 meter long odd-shaped sword pointing diagonally to the ground behind him, the more than a dozen slightly slender skeletons either holding two-handed sword, or holding a sword and shield, or carrying a hand axe. No exceptions. All of the weapons were made of bone, glowing a ghastly white color. This is Sumu. From the time he collected the first skeleton soldier, he had already spent 3 days in the inner layer of this buried bone land. During these 3 days, Sumu hunted and killed a large number of skeletons to further increase his level and attributes. Whenever he encountered a skeleton soldier, he and his minions swarmed over them and crippled them. Then, enslave, take in. With the first skeleton soldier, it was much easier to take in the second. With the second skeleton soldier, it was even easier to take in the third. It's a virtuous cycle. As time passed, there were more and more skeletal soldiers under Sumu's command. Later on, whenever he found a skeleton soldier, he didn't even need to make a move. The skeleton soldiers under his command would charge forward, crippling them in the first place, and handing them over to Sumu for enslavement and subjugation. After 3 days of accumulation, the number of skeleton soldiers under his command had reached as many as a dozen. A dozen or so skeleton soldiers spread out in great numbers. All of the skeleton clan within their hunting range, no matter if they were ordinary skeletons or skeleton soldiers with basic profession templates, all of them became the targets of their hunt. Countless skeletons were torn apart and turned into experience values that poured into the experience bars of these skeleton soldiers and Sumu. Numerous skeleton soldiers were crippled, or enslaved, and became part of Sumu's command, or were beheaded and turned into Sumu's experience value and attribute points. By now, 3 days later, not only did the number of skeletal soldiers under Sumu's command reach as many as a dozen, but even his own strength had skyrocketed several times. Name: Sumu. Race: Undead Skeleton. Template: Basic Occupation Template Skeleton Soldier. Level: 11234100. Status: Life 230, Magic 25. Attributes: Strength 13, Agility 15, Physique 17, Spirit 2.5. Talent: Erosion only talent. Skills: None. Sumu's 4-dimensional attributes at this time were fully double those of the skeleton soldiers under his command, who had reached an average level of 15. A dozen or so skeleton soldiers, coupled with his own strength that far exceeded that of the skeleton soldiers, could have swept through the entire inner levels of the buried bone land a long time ago. After subjugating 2 more skeleton soldiers and raising the number of his minions to 16, Sumu led this fledgling skeleton army under his command towards the center area of the land of buried bones. The center area of the land of buried bones was the largest area in the entire land of buried bones, and also the place with the thickest aura of death. The outer and inner parts of the buried land combined are probably less than the tip of the center area. This, likewise, is the most treacherous place in the land of buried bones. The skeletons on the outer perimeter were muddled and bewildered. The skeleton soldiers on the inner layer took the initiative to hunt and improve their strength, and when they reached a certain level of strength, they entered the center area. Center region. All skeletons, or rather, all undead, kill each other. They seek experience value to raise their level. They also seek information on transferring, intending to raise their professions from basic professions to advanced professions, elite professions, or even warrior professions. Even on the top floor of the buried bone land, those high-ranking undead with lord professions were still killing each other, striving to go further. Periphery. Inner layer. Center. The 3 areas form a perfect closed loop. In the player's perception, this place was just a huge leveling spot. That massive amount of skeletons and various layers of undead were enough to support them through the early part of their gaming career. In Sumu's world, this was a huge killing field. As one of the cruelest races in the second world, Sumu, who was a skeleton, never had the power of free choice. Either that, or just like those muddled skeletons in the periphery and inner levels, passively accepting the nourishment of the death breath and becoming a herded leak. When the level reached a certain level, they were harvested by other skeletons or skeleton soldiers. Either that, or it was just like what those high-ranking undead in the depths of the land of buried bones had done countless years ago, constantly upgrading and advancing, rising against the odds until they became monster lords that ruled over a party. It's also known as a boss to players. Beyond that, there is no other way. Sumu didn't want to die. Don't want to be a leak to the slaughter. The only thing he can do is to improve his strength as soon as possible and grow his power. Until it pierces through the entire land of buried bones. 17 skeleton soldiers swarmed and crossed into the center area of the land of buried bones. The rich scent of death filled the air, making Sumu feel like he was getting stronger every moment. Sure. Passively receiving the nourishment of the death breath, the speed of being powerful naturally couldn't be compared to actively upgrading. Sumu estimated that with his current level, he would have to survive here for at least a few months before his level could be raised by 1 level. The rich aura of death naturally spawned even more powerful skeletal soldiers. In the center area of the land of buried bones, skeletons below level 15 were extremely rare. Even if there were such skeletons that broke into the area, they would be killed in a very short period of time and become nutrients for the growth of other skeletons. A skeleton soldier of at least level 15 is qualified to survive in this area. The center area is huge. Skeleton soldiers are also relatively sparsely distributed. It was only after half an hour of entering the center area that Sumu encountered the first skeleton soldier in this area. LV-17. Skeleton Soldiers. Chapter 010. A flash of a strong figure. A level 17 skeleton soldier was more powerful than any of the minions under Sumu's command. The only way to cut him down unharmed was for him to do it himself. But why pursue unharmed? When he saw that skeleton soldier, Sumu's mind moved, and a full 16 skeleton soldiers beside him swarmed out and rushed towards that level 17 skeleton soldier. After paying the price of one skeleton soldier's broken arm and one skeleton soldier's broken bones, this level 17 skeleton soldier was decapitated, and its intact head was sent to Sumu by number 1. Erosion, talent activated. Enslaving skeletons. In just a short minute's time, this level 17 skeleton soldier was enslaved and became one of the many skeleton soldier minions under Sumu's command. Subsequently, the Legion of Skeletons, which had reached 18, kicked off again, heading deeper into the center. Half an hour later, the second skeleton soldier appeared in front of Sumu. 17 skeleton soldier minions swarmed out, crippling that skeleton soldier in the shortest possible time and handing it over to Sumu for enslavement. Number of minions +1. An hour later, the third skeleton soldier appeared in front of Sumu. Number of minions +1. 2 hours later, the fifth skeleton soldier appeared in front of Sumu. Number of minions +1. 3 hours later, the erosion talent is like a cheat. Not only did it give Sumu a 4-dimensional attribute that far exceeded his rank and level, it also allowed his power to snowball and grow rapidly. In less than a day of entering the center area, the number of skeletal soldiers under Sumu's command had reached as many as 30. When the number of minions reached 30, Sumu no longer blindly pursued the rise in numbers, and instead began to raise his own level as well as that of these many minions under his command. 30 skeleton soldiers, divided into 10 squads, began to hunt in this area. 3 skeleton soldiers in a group ensured that even if they encountered higher-level skeleton soldiers, they would be able to cut them down without any problems, turning the skeleton soldiers they encountered into sustenance for their upgrades. Together with Sumu's total of 11 teams spread out, it was again able to expand the scope of the hunt, hunting the skeleton soldiers in this area with extremely high efficiency. In this hunting mode, almost every few minutes of time, a new system tip would be refreshed on Sumu's attribute panel, which was more than 10 times more efficient than when he was hunting alone. 1 hour. 2 hours. 5 hours. 10 hours. When the day passed, Sumu's level had soared from the original level 11 to the current level 16. The 3 attributes, strength, agility and physique, all gained 5 points of attribute growth. Together with the attribute values that Sumu had personally beheaded the skeleton soldiers and plundered from their skeletons during this period of time. At this point, all of his 4-dimensional attributes, except for his spiritual attribute, had broken through to the 20-point mark. Strength, 23 points. Agility, 21 points. Physique, 25 points. Spirit, 4.5 points. Such attributes were comparable to a level 30 skeleton soldier. It was reasonable to say that the lower the monster's level, the higher the career template it possessed, the greater its future potential would be. After all, after a profession advanced, there was no attribute compensation for the previous level. Suppress the rank to gain greater potential. But this did not apply to Sumu. With the erosion talent, he first piled up his rank high and utilized the attribute growth gained from leveling up to strengthen himself. When his level was high enough and his 4-dimensional attributes were strong enough, he would then hunt down existences of a higher rank than his own with a crushing stance and obtain a higher rank occupation template. The attributes lost in this could be completely made up for through the erosion talent. Even stacked higher. If he could, he would have hated to immediately raise his level to a full 100, and then slowly seek a higher ranked profession to make up for his lost attributes. A level 100 skeleton soldier might not be a match for a level 70 legendary sword saint. But it's still easy to punch through a burial site. Pity. It's just fantasy. Even with the presence of the skeleton soldier minions, which increased his upgrade speed tenfold, he still had to hunt step by step to increase his level and strength. Time passes. Just as Sumu decapitated a level 18 skeleton soldier and was about to absorb its skeletal essence, a piece of information suddenly surfaced from his mind. Your slave 25 is dead. Just as Sumu was slightly stunned, a second message surfaced immediately afterward. Your slave 27 is dead. It's normal for skeleton soldiers to die in battle. This was the center area of the land of buried bones, not to mention a single skeleton soldier in the area. Even if a higher ranked skeleton died in battle, it was extremely unusual. But when he let these juniors go forward to hunt, Sumu had ordered them individually to not let them continue to go deeper into the land of buried bones. The fear was that the deeper areas had higher level skeletons present. In more than a day's time, number 25 and number 27 had long since raised their levels to 17. The three skeleton soldiers acted together, but number 25 and number 27 were killed in less than 2 seconds apart. Could it be that a high-level skeleton has appeared in this area? It's too late to think about it. Sumu took over the control of the number 26 skeleton soldier at the first time. Perspective shift. When Sumu's own field of vision was replaced by the field of vision of the number 26 skeleton soldier, he could only see more than a dozen skeleton soldiers clustered around an exceptionally strong and tall skeleton. And that skeleton, which is even taller and stronger than Sumu nowadays, is holding its two-handed greatsword high and chopping down towards the number 26 skeleton soldier. The ghastly white front flashed. When Sumu's vision turned back into his own, a third message emerged from his mind. Your slave 26 is dead. Chapter 011 Advanced Profession, Skeleton Warrior. Skeletons with advanced professions? Losing 3 skeleton soldier minions was nothing. Sumu could make up for it in minutes. What he saw through the vision of the number 26 skeleton soldier made Sumu's heart a little cloudy. Advancement Skull. Being surrounded by a group of skeleton soldiers, and being able to kill the 26th skeleton soldier, who had already reached level 17, in a single blow, was something only a skeleton who had obtained the advancement profession template was able to do. I wonder what advanced profession this advanced skeleton possesses, and what its level and 4-dimensional attributes are. After a slight thought, Sumu ordered in his mind, making the other 27 skeleton soldiers that were still continuing to hunt return to his side, and then with these 27 minions, he rushed towards the direction where the 26th had been killed. An advanced skeleton, and the advanced profession information it represented, was still very attractive to Sumu. Regardless of why it appeared in this area, as long as this advanced skeleton wasn't strong enough to crush Sumu, as well as the 27 skeleton soldiers under his command, Sumu wanted to give it a try. It was obviously easier to hunt such a single fallen advanced skeleton than to break into an area where a large number of advanced skeletons were active. Besides, even if he wasn't a match for this advanced skeleton, he could still retreat in one piece. The big deal is to start all over again. Enslaving a skeleton soldier minion with his current strength was already an easy task. The place where number 26 was killed was not very far from Sumu. After more than an hour, Sumu arrived at his destination with the skeleton soldier minions under his command. On his way here, he even enslaved 3 other skeleton soldiers, restocking the number of his minions to 30. Then, 3 piles of skeletons appeared in front of Sumu. Walking up to these 3 piles of skeletons, Sumu bent down and carefully observed them. Other than the marks from that sword split, there were no other injuries on these 3 piles of skeletons. In other words, all 3 of these skeleton soldiers were killed by that advanced skeleton in one hit. One move to kill a level 17 skeleton soldier, Sumu could also do it. I just don't know what the upper limit of that advanced skeleton strength is. After a slight thought, Sumu no longer hesitated, and took his skeleton soldier minions and chased after them in one direction. To the skeleton soldiers who had almost no intelligence to speak of, that advanced skeleton was gone, and it was hard to find to Sumu. This was not a problem. The traces and footprints left on the earth by an advanced skeleton that was a few times taller and more robust than Sumu, as well as more than a dozen skeleton soldiers, allowed him to easily locate the direction in which they had left. Sprinting all the way. In just half an hour's time, Sumu caught up with the advanced skeleton. What that advanced skeleton was doing, however, made Sumu's heart cold. Advancement skeleton, on the hunt. Just as when he had killed his skeleton soldier little brother with a single sword, when Sumu arrived, he happened to see the scene where this advanced skeleton had killed another skeleton soldier with a single sword. Original. It's not just the outer and inner skeletons that are leaks. Even these skeletons that were already in the teens, transformed into skeleton soldiers and entered the center area of the buried boneland, were likewise leaks let loose by skeletons of a higher rank. The dead skeletons are imbued with the breath of death and become the skeleton clan. The lowest level skeletons are nourished by the breath of death and leveled up. Gradually stronger skeletons are hunted by other skeletons and turned into experience value. Skeletons that are transformed into skeleton soldiers are then hunted by skeletons of higher ranks and turned into their sustenance. The sequential progression is, again, a closed loop. As long as one day one did not stand at the apex of the land of buried bones, one day one could not get rid of the fate of being harvested. Upon realizing this, Sumu snorted in his heart. Yeah. He's a skeleton. They're undead. In such a race of monsters that only killed coldly, yet he still retained the way of thinking he had when he was a human, which in itself was a huge mistake. It's also fortunate that he woke up early. If he continued to keep the way of thinking to treat these skeletons, to treat the entire undead clan, I am afraid that what was waiting for him was not just a cold heart. The movement of more than 30 skeleton soldiers acting together was not small. As Sumu found that advanced skeleton also discovered Sumu. Almost immediately after decapitating that skeleton soldier, this advanced skeleton carried a two-handed greatsword and rushed towards the direction where Sumu was. It's hunting. It's natural not to turn down more prey. especially Sumu. Although there were no words exchanged, Sumu could feel that the advanced skeleton's target was himself. Perhaps. In that advanced skeleton's view, himself, who was far stronger than an ordinary skeleton soldier, was an extraordinarily thriving and more nutritious leak, right? The advanced skeleton's target was himself, and how could Sumu's target not be this advanced skeleton? When that advanced skeleton rushed towards the side, Sumu's heart moved, and the 30-odd skeleton soldier minions under his command brazenly rushed towards the advanced skeleton. Sumu, himself, mixed in with the skeleton army and charged together. Skeletons are fast. In a few breaths of effort, the advanced skeleton crossed a distance of hundreds of meters and appeared in front of Sumu and the others. Then, the heavy two-handed greatsword was raised high and swept out. Boom! Wow! Just one blow. The skeleton soldier at the front of the charge was torn apart as a whole, turning into a sky full of broken skeletons that spilled down. The two skeleton soldiers that followed closely behind were also affected and cut off. Not dead, but out of the fight. With a single strike, it had wasted 3 of Sumu's skeleton soldier minions whose ranks weren't too low, and this was the crushing effect that advanced skeletons brought about after they fully surpassed the skeleton soldiers in terms of rank and order. The advanced skeletons were charging, intending to cut down all of these skeleton soldiers that were in the way and go straight for Sumu. Sumu wasn't idle either. Letting the other 2 skeleton soldiers block in front of him, he himself took a step out and appeared on the side of the advanced skeleton. The skeleton stranger blade in his hand carried the strength of his entire body, cutting out a flash of cold light and chopping towards one of the leg bones of the advanced skeleton. Chapter 012. To behead or to subdue, that is the question. Do. A dull sound as if chopping would ring through the air. Taking advantage of the gap between the advanced skeleton's sword chopping out and not being able to return to defense, the skeleton stranger blade in Sumu's hand ruthlessly chopped on one of the advanced skeleton's leg bones. Bone meal scattered in all directions. A large gaping hole appeared in the leg bone, sufficiently chopping off more than a third of the stout leg bone. Advanced skeleton rage. Ignoring the 2 skeleton soldiers that had already rushed in front of him, he waved the large sword in his hand and chopped straight towards Sumu. Clank! The ear-piercing sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. Sumu blocked this strike from the advanced skeleton with the skeleton stranger sword. His body swayed slightly, and both of his paws sank deep into the dirt. The stranger's sword in his hand blocked the two-handed greatsword, and a tiny gap appeared where he was chopped by the two-handed greatsword. Then, Sumu laughed. With just this short contact, he had already roughly estimated the strength gap between himself and this advanced skeleton. Strength attribute, there was at least a 5-point difference between himself and this advanced skeleton. Speed attribute, one has a slight advantage. Physical attributes, judging from the brokenness of the skeleton armament, this advanced skeleton was stronger than himself, but the strength was extremely limited. Synthesis. Even if he was fighting alone, Sumu would be able to maneuver around this advanced skeleton for a long time, let alone the fact that he had nearly 30 skeleton soldiers. The career template for this advanced skeleton. He'll take it. With a thought, he had the remaining 27 skeleton soldiers split out 5 of them and go forward to pester the dozen or so skeleton soldiers that this advanced skeleton had brought with it, and Sumu had the remaining 22 skeleton soldiers encircle the advanced skeleton in a group. Attack? No. With a difference of nearly double the physique, the weapons of these skeleton soldiers were extremely limited even if they were able to bring damage to the advanced skeletons. They served to hinder the attacks of the advanced skeletons. At Sumu's command, the 22 skeleton soldiers all dropped the weapons in their hands, leapt up in the air, and pounced towards the advanced skeletons. Boom! Wow! The two-handed greatsword chopped out horizontally, and the 2 skeleton soldiers located in front of the advanced skeleton were directly torn apart, and the skeleton soldiers located on its side and behind. It were the ones who managed to hang on to the advanced skeleton. Their slender, ghastly white finger bones clasped in the gaps of the skeleton of the advanced skeleton. Their bodies, which appeared to be petite and delicate compared to the advanced skeleton, also covered the tall and robust body of the advanced skeleton. The two-handed greatsword is powerful. Even Sumu didn't dare to take a light advantage of it. But it is only a weapon when it is wielded. When it stands still, it is worth less than even a broken skeleton on the earth. A skeleton soldier, an advanced skeleton, can easily break free. What about when the number of skeleton soldiers reaches 5, 10, 15? At this moment, the advanced skeleton was like a Hercules bound by countless ropes. Even though it had 1,000 strengths, it could hardly utilize them. Restricted by the heavy skeleton soldiers, it couldn't even swing the two-handed greatsword in its hands. At this point, Sumu had quietly appeared behind the advanced skeleton. Looking at the head that was deliberately left out by the skeleton soldier, struggling uncontrollably, he slowly raised the skeleton stranger's blade in his hand, and with all the strength of his body, he ruthlessly chopped it down. Do! 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 With each chop, the advanced skeleton's body would tremble violently. After the skeleton stranger blade chopped down with all its might 3 times in a row, the advanced skeleton's thick neck was finally chopped off, and the head, which was the absolute core of the advanced skeleton, flew out horizontally. By this time, the battle was over. Having lost its head, the skeletal body of an advanced skeleton would only struggle to find its own head. Having lost its body, the head of an advanced skeleton could only lie on the ground and struggle helplessly. At least until the head and torso reintegrated, the advanced skeleton had lost the ability to resist. Kill them. With a command for the 5 skeleton soldiers to continue trapping the advanced skeleton's body, and the remaining skeleton soldiers to assist the 5 skeleton soldiers from the beginning in eliminating the minions that the advanced skeleton had brought with them, Sumu stepped in front of the skeleton head. An advanced skeleton. Looking at the skeleton on the ground, whose mandible was still moving and emitting creaking sounds, Sumu was a bit stunned. He was thinking whether to decapitate this advanced skeleton, or to take it in. By killing this advanced skeleton, he was able to gain a considerable amount of experience value. By absorbing the skeleton left behind by the advanced skeleton with the erosion talent, he was able to obtain the skeleton's profession template and a notable attribute value again. From the attributes shown by this advanced skeleton, I'm afraid that after obtaining its career template, Sumu would immediately be able to change jobs from a skeleton soldier to a higher ranking being. The benefits are numerous. And take in. The biggest benefit was that he would immediately be able to obtain a powerful battle force. With the first advancement skeleton minion, when he faced the second advancement skeleton, he wouldn't need to struggle as much as he did this time. Once he had subdued the second advancement skeleton, it would be even easier to subdue the third advancement skeleton. So on and so forth. Perhaps in a few days, Sumu would be able to replace his little brother from a first rank base rank skeleton soldier to a second rank advanced skeleton. Decapitation. Or take in. Silent musings. Sumu picked up the skull. The erosion talent activated, and a power originating from within him began to quietly gush out, eroding the skull of this advanced skeleton. Eventually, Sumu still chose to enslave this advanced skeleton. The higher Sumu's level and rank, the shorter the time needed to enslave the skeleton. The higher the level and rank of the enslaved skeleton, the longer the time needed to be enslaved. Putting it all together, the time he consumed in enslaving this advanced skeleton was not much longer than the first time he enslaved a skeleton soldier. 1 minute's time is up. When this advanced skeleton stopped struggling, Sumu's mind also duly sounded the system's beep. You have gained control of the skeleton warrior. You enslaved that skeleton warrior. You may rename that skeleton warrior. You have obtained the transfer information for Advanced Profession Template Skeleton Warrior. Chapter 013 The Skull Clan's Path of Advancement. So it turns out that not only is it possible to obtain information about a skeleton's occupation template by beheading it, but enslaving a skeleton is also possible to obtain information about its occupation template. When he saw the last piece of information refreshed on the attribute panel, Sumu's heart burst with joy. Either or choices don't exist anymore. He had obtained both the profession template that this advanced skeleton possessed, and at the same time, he had gained an additional powerful minion. Skeleton Warrior, this was the advanced profession possessed by his newly accepted minions. Granted, with over a decade of gaming experience in his previous life. But that experience is all based on the player's perspective. The novice village where Sumu was born in his previous life wasn't here, and the monsters he crusaded against in the early stages of the game weren't skeletons and undead. His understanding of the skeleton and undead clan was limited to their types and various bosses. More in depth, very little is known. For example, the relationship between the skeleton clan and other undead races, for example, the progression relationship between the various ranks of the skeleton clan, and so on. After his identity changed from a player in the real world to a skeleton in the game world, the vast majority of the more than 10 years of gaming experience from his previous life was no longer applicable. The most valuable of these is instead his understanding of the entire game world and its rules. This kind of detail of the skeleton clan's progression system is something that no one will care about except for necromancers, I am afraid. Sumu, who had focused on the sword saint route in his previous life, knew even less about it. From this, he's the one who has to recollect. Skeleton Soldier is the basic progression profession of the skeleton clan. It is also the only profession that all skeletons are able to transfer to after meeting the appropriate conditions. But the uniqueness of this occupation begins to change from the beginning of the progression occupation. Template, Skeleton Warrior. Rank, Advancement Career Template. Bonus, Life plus 200, Strength 4, Agility 1.5, Physique 3, Spirit 0.1. Skill, Shock and Awe. Shock, Passive Skill. As a member of the Skeleton Legion, a skeleton warrior is born with the ability to dominate skeleton soldiers and command them in battle. The number of skeleton warriors who command skeleton soldiers depends on their spiritual attribute 10. This is the career template that Skeleton Warrior has. Looking at the template attributes, the Skeleton Warrior focuses on the growth of strength and constitution, and the growth of the agility attribute is not much higher than that of the skeleton soldier. Rather, spiritual attributes. Going from 0 to 0.1 is a qualitative breakthrough. After all, spiritual attributes determine the self-awareness and sense of autonomy of the skeleton clan. The level of the other 3 attributes could only determine whether a skeleton was powerful or not. The level of the spiritual attribute could only determine whether a skeleton could be awakened and ultimately grow into a high-level undead that possessed intelligence no less than that of a human. 0.1 Mental attribute growth, coupled with the shock and awe passive skill. This is the origin of the group of skeleton soldiers around the skeleton warrior's minions. Combined with his knowledge of the various skeletons of the skeleton clan in his previous life, the complete advancement chain of the skeleton warrior was then rationalized by Sumu. Base rank, skeleton soldier. Advancement rank, skeleton warrior. Elite rank, skeleton warlord. Warrior rank, skeleton commander. Lord rank, skeleton king. This was the orthodox path of advancement for the skeleton clan. Sure, orthodoxy does not mean uniqueness. From the beginning of the advancement ranks, the skeleton clan had branched out into numerous advancement paths. Skeleton swordsmen with balanced development of strength, agility, and constitution, skeleton assassins with more prominent strength and agility, skeleton guards, focusing on the growth of constitution, and so on. Who knows how many paths of advancement the skeleton clan has? Looking at this advancement profession template that he had already obtained, Sumu's heart was a bit torn. Compared to other advanced professions, the attribute growth of the skeleton warrior profession was not outstanding, and it emphasized more on legionary combat. A skeleton warrior's individual strength might not be comparable to a skeleton swordsman. But when this skeleton warrior was full of minions, and the two met, the skeleton swordsman had a greater chance of being decapitated instead. If it was just an ordinary skeleton, Sumu would naturally choose this advancement route. But with the existence of the erosion talent, a skeleton warrior was no longer Sumu's best choice. Deterrence and erosion highly overlap. The minions carried by the shock and awe skill are also limited by spiritual attributes and rank. The minions enslaved by the erosion talent didn't have this limitation. As long as Sumu had enough patience and strength, he was even able to enslave countless skeletons, skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, and even skeleton war generals as a skeleton soldier. If he switched to skeleton warrior, he would be tantamount to wasting a chance to gain skills. Unlike the players. As a monster race, Sumu's chances of acquiring skills were extremely rare. At least for now, it seemed that the only way he could obtain a corresponding ability or skill from the career template was when he changed careers. And each ability or skill would undoubtedly greatly enhance his combat power or survivability. This is the kind of opportunity he can't afford to waste. So, even though he had already reached the skeleton warrior's transfer condition, Sumu still put it aside and didn't transfer it hastily. Wait a little longer. With the addition of the skeleton warrior, it probably won't be long before I'll be able to obtain a second or third advanced profession template. Mind made up. Sumu no longer paid attention to this advanced profession template he had just obtained, and instead focused on the skeleton warrior minion he had just obtained. At this point, the skeleton warrior had completed the fusion of his head and body. In the first moment after completing the fusion of the bodies, this skeleton warrior that had already been taken and crowded out the numerous skeleton soldiers, holding a two-handed greatsword, and stood majestically at Sumu's side. As if, in declaring its general status beside Sumu. Chapter 014 Skeleton Swordsman and Cracking Chop. Race, Undead Skeleton. Template, Advanced Profession Template Skeleton Warrior. Level, 25. Status, Life 470, Magic 16. Attributes, Strength 29, Agility 20, Physique 27, Spirit 1.6. Skill, Shock and Awe. The enslaved skeleton, Sumu not only had complete control over it, he could also view its attribute template at any time. These are the attributes of the skeleton warrior. The attribute gap brought about by 9 whole levels and 1 rank was basically erased by the erosion talent. Even so, there was no denying the power of the skeleton warrior. Without Sumu's command in joining in, the outcome of that battle just now would have been completely opposite. This one skeleton warrior alone was enough to decimate all of those 30 skeleton soldiers under his command, turning them into experience value for its growth. What's more, the skeleton warrior itself had a dozen or so skeleton soldier minions with it. The addition of the skeleton warriors multiplied Sumu's power. After simply recovering and letting the skeletons under his command repair their bodies, Sumu once again set off, taking these 20 or so minions under his command and heading deeper into the land of buried bones. He and the skeleton warrior, roughly equal to the power of 2 advanced skeletons, plus a bunch of skeleton soldier minions. Such power was already enough to go even deeper into the land of buried bones and hunt for advanced skeletons. With the experience of the first time, this time Sumu's path to expansion was much simpler. In the beginning, upon encountering the skeleton warriors, Sumu and his skeleton warriors teamed up to cripple them before enslaving them and transforming them into a part of their forces. When the skeleton warrior minions under his command reached the plural, there was no longer a need for Sumu to strike out on his own. As advanced skeletons, the skeleton warriors already had the concept of self even though they hadn't been born with intelligence. Its path of action also had a certain pattern. According to Sumu's summary, Most of the advanced skeletons were entrenched in an area deeper than the skeleton soldiers, fighting each other. The only time they leave their area is when they are seriously injured or the skeleton soldiers under their command are crippled, and they travel to where the skeleton soldiers are entrenched to harvest and replenish their strength. After grasping these laws, Sumu's power once again grew like a snowball. Day 1. Sumu found 5 skeleton warriors. At the cost of killing 7 skeleton soldiers in battle, he enslaved all 5 of these skeleton warriors and turned them into skeleton warrior minions under his command. Day 2. Sumu found 3 skeleton warriors and a skeleton archer. At the cost of killing 4 skeleton soldiers in battle, the skeleton warrior and skeleton archer were enslaved, while Sumu gained the second advanced profession template skeleton archer. Day 3. Sumu found 8 skeleton warriors. At the cost of killing 10 skeleton soldiers in battle, he enslaved all 8 of these skeleton warriors, once again boosting the number of skeleton warrior minions under his command. Day 4. Sumu found 9 skeleton warriors and 1 skeleton assassin. Day 5. Day 6. A full 7 days. When Sumu came to his senses from this constant killing process, all of the skeleton soldier minions under his command had already been killed in battle, while the number of advanced skeletons under his command had reached more than 40. There were 39 skeleton warriors, 4 skeleton archers, 1 skeleton assassin, and 2 skeleton guards. And now, the head of a skeletal swordsman was lying at his feet. Skeleton swordsman, this was the advanced profession Sumu had chosen for himself. None other. It was because the skull swordsman's profession template came with the skills that had the strongest frontal combat ability, and it was also the most suitable for him only. Bend down. Grayish bone palms covered the skull. Sumu activated the erosion talent. When the 1-minute period ended, several messages in succession refreshed from his attribute panel. You have gained control of the skeleton swordsman. You enslaved that skeleton swordsman. You may rename that skeleton swordsman. You have obtained the transfer information for advanced profession template skeleton swordsman. Finally. Got it. Jaws opening and closing, with a silent sigh in his heart, Sumu began to check out this occupation template he had just obtained. Template, skeleton swordsman. Rank, advancement career template. Bonus, life plus 300, strength 5, agility 3, physique 5, spirit 0.1. Skill split chop. Rift/active skill. Consume 1/3 of your stamina to unleash an airblade with a coverage of 120 in the front, dealing physical damage of strength attribute 2 plus agility attribute 1 to enemies within the coverage area. This was the advanced profession that Sumu wanted to transfer to. Exceeding the skeleton warrior's life value and attribute bonus of a full 1/3 aside, Sumu most valued is the skill that comes with this professional template, Crack Chop. No doubt about it. That's a big move. Combined with his exclusive weapon, the skeleton stranger sword, and his combat experience as a legendary sword saint in his previous life, this skill gave him a combat power that far exceeded the little bit of damage presented on the attribute panel. Also, noteworthy. Just as legal professions needed to consume magic value to release skills, physical professions needed to consume stamina value to release skills. But this stamina value is not stamina in the unusual sense of the word, but is more inclined to the concept of fighting spirit. Just like the Rift Slash, after releasing it 3 times in a row, he wouldn't die of exhaustion, but rather enter a state of skill cooldown, a state that didn't affect his normal attacks. During this process, the stamina value will be slowly recovered according to the physical attributes, and only after it has been recovered to a certain level can you continue to release skills. For law professions, the way they attacked was by releasing skills. For physical professions, normal attacks are their main attacks, and any skill can be used as a big move. You have obtained the transfer information for advanced profession template skeleton swordsman. Transfer conditions are met. Does it transfer to skeleton swordsman? Little by little, the skull swordsman's career template was viewed. As Sumu digested the information in his mind, the system's beep sounded in his head at the right time. With his mandibles slightly open, as if he was smiling, Sumu did not hesitate and chose to transfer. Chapter 015 War between elite skeletons. Name Sumu. Race, Undead skeleton. Template, Advanced Profession Template Skeleton Swordsman. Level, 23,167 10,000. Status, Life 650, Magic 60. Attributes, Strength 32, Agility 28, Physique 35, Spirit 6. Talent, Erosion only talent. Skill Split Chop. Above. It was Sumu's attributes today. Although he couldn't compare it to high-ranking skeletons like the warrior rank or lord rank, he already had the power to fight against a skeleton that had reached the elite rank. Sure. It's also just a battle. To win the battle, he still needed the assistance of the advanced skeleton minions under his command whose total number had reached 46. Finished the transfer and took a short break. Sumu then continued to go deeper with his skeleton minions. Since he already had the strength to hunt elite skeletons, he wasn't going to waste time in this neighborhood. Take the skeleton minions to kill deeper into the buried bone land and enslave an elite skeleton. Then replicate the previous strategy of slowly replacing the skeleton minions around you with elite skeleton minions. Once you have enough elite skeleton minions, continue deeper and hunt warrior ranked skeletons. Snowballing all the way. A cross-pollination. Until the shortest possible time to enslave a large number of warrior-level skeletons, decapitate the skeleton king so that he can sit in the position of the lord of this buried land. Is not it beautiful? This was ultimately just Sumu's fantasy. After going even deeper into the buried bone land and encountering the first elite skeleton, Sumu realized that the killing between elite skeletons was even more brutal than the killing between advanced skeletons. If the killing between the skeleton soldiers was just a duel between individuals, the killing between the advanced skeletons was already a battle between groups. The killing between the elite skeletons was a war. At this point, a war appeared before his eyes. It was a short, hilly area. When Sumu arrived here with his skeleton warrior minions, countless miserable white skeletons appeared at the end of his vision. It's a sea of skeletons. At a glance, this sea of skeletons numbered at least hundreds. The vast majority of the skeletons in the sea of skeletons were skeleton soldiers, and only a very few were skeleton warriors. And in the center of this sea of skeletons, a tall skeleton in armor was standing there majestically, staring ahead. Seeing this scene, Sumu soured. That's the legion of skeletons. Compared with this sea of skeletons that is up to several hundred, the 46 skeleton minions behind him are as shabby as a bathtub next to a pond. We're looking for quality. Even though we are small in number, we are high in quality. Muttering a few words in his mind as if he was self-compassionate, Sumu continued to look toward the distance. No doubt about it. The towering skeleton standing at the center of the sea of skeletons was the elite advancement of the skeleton warriors, the skeleton war general. Only a skeleton war general could command a sea of hundreds of skeletons at the elite rank. In addition to the skeleton war admiral, there were also 7 or 8 advanced skeletons in the sea of skeletons. The rest, all skeleton soldiers. Although the quality of this sea of skeletons was not very high, its variety was quite complete. At a glance, Sumu saw dozens of skeletal soldiers holding bows and arrows. Beside that skeleton war general, he even saw 2 skeleton mages and a skeleton guard. Showing up here with hundreds of skeletons, the skeleton war general was naturally not letting off steam. Actually, it's a war. Instead of another sea of skeletons, the skeleton warlord's enemy was a skeleton. It was hard to imagine that a skeleton warlord with a sea of hundreds of skeletons initiating a war against just one skeleton. Moreover, at the start of this hundreds-on-one war, the first one to launch an attack was also that single skeleton. Under Sumu's gaze, the skeleton began to charge. 100 meters. 50 meters. 30 meters. Facing the direction where the sea of skeletons was coming from, this skeleton charged faster and faster. When the distance between the two is only more than 10 meters, this skeleton leaps on the ground and leaves a deep footprint. The skeleton rises up in the air, crossing the dozens of skeleton soldiers holding swords and shields at the forefront of the sea of skeletons, and enters the interior of the sea of skeletons. Not yet on the ground. A brilliant blade of light then burst out from this skeleton's two-handed greatsword, striking towards the many skeleton soldiers in front of it. Rift chop. Upon seeing this scene, the soul fire in Sumu's eyes shook slightly. No doubt about it. This skeleton is an elite skeleton. And the skill, splitting slash, was more than enough to show that the career template possessed by this solo skeleton was clearly the elite career of a skeleton swordsman. Seems like good luck. Having just entered the area where the elite skeletons were entrenched and encountering such an elite skeleton, Sumu's luck was naturally good. But he didn't rush into the war. Instead, he patiently continued to conceal his movements and quietly watched the battle in the distance. The individual strength growth of a skeleton swordsman was higher than that of a skeleton warrior. As an elite profession of skeleton swordsman, this skeleton's individual strength growth was further than that of a skeleton warrior. Even the skeleton war general was no match for this elite skeleton, let alone the advanced skeletons and skeleton soldiers under the skeleton war general's command. When the light blade formed by the rift slash burst out, a small area in front of this skeleton was instantly cleared. Broken skeletons splattered in all directions. Just this move. The skeleton warlord then lost over 30 skeleton soldier minions. After one strike, the skeleton no longer released its skills, but instead waved the two-handed greatsword in its hand, continuously decapitating the skeleton soldiers in front of it, and bursting forward in the direction of the skeleton war admiral. In the meantime, that skeleton warlord wasn't idle either. Accompanied by an extremely obscure soul fluctuation, those dozens of skeleton soldiers located at the back of the sea of skeletons raised the white bone bows in their hands, and a rain of arrows formed by a ghastly white bone arrows struck towards the elite skeletons. Beside the skeleton war general, those 2 skeleton mages even cast spells at the same time, and 2 human head-sized ghostly blue fireballs then appeared, blasting towards the elite skeleton at an extremely fast speed. Chapter 016 Pursuit, Canyon of the Dead. The physical attributes of an elite skeleton swordsman far exceeded those of a skeleton soldier and an advanced skeleton, and were even better than a skeleton warlord. Although it had no armor on its body, the gradually thickening bones were vaguely closed, providing it with equally strong defense. Facing the attacks of countless skeleton soldiers, the elite skeleton swordsman did not dodge or avoid. The different kinds of skeletal weapons that struck the elite skeletal swordsman only left a light scratch on the strong skeletal body. But that's just for the regular skeleton soldiers. When those dozens of arrows rained down, a tiny gap began to appear on this strong skeleton body. When those bone arrows came towards the eye sockets, even the elite skeleton swordsman had to swing his sword to block. And the plutonium fireball. Strong bones provide the elite skeleton swordsman with strong physical defenses, but do not provide it with magical defenses. As the two ethereal blue fireballs exploded on his body, a scorched trail appeared on the skeletal body of the elite skeleton swordsman. There were faint hints of cracks centered on the scorch marks and spreading in other directions. Expressed in Sumu's field of vision, a single volley of these two underworld fireballs blasted away a full tenth of this elite skeleton swordsman's life value. It was no wonder that when the elite skeleton swordsman broke into the sea of skeletons, that skeleton warlord didn't move. If the skeleton minions under his command were only skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors, I'm afraid that this war would have ended with the elite skeleton swordsman beheading the skeleton war general. But when the soldiers under the skeleton war general are complete enough, elite skeleton swordsman will be difficult to be its opponent. Beyond the battlefield, the soulfire in Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. Skeleton warriors, he had, and there were a whopping 39 of them. Skeleton archers, he had them too, but only 4 of them. That leaves the skeleton assassin and the skeleton guard. Skeleton mage. More than 10 days had passed since he was reborn. He hadn't even seen the shadow of a skeleton mage once, let alone enslaving a skeleton mage or obtaining its profession template. Have to say, a single skeleton mage was almost no threat to Sumu. But when the skeleton mage appeared in the sea of skeletons and could output without any burden, its value would increase tenfold. Even Sumu might not be much better than this elite skeleton swordsman. Skeleton soldiers, skeleton warriors, skeleton warlords, skeleton lords, skeleton king. There was a reason why this path of advancement had become the orthodox path of advancement for the skeleton clan. Even an elite-rank skeleton war general had a spellcaster like a skeleton mage appearing beside it, so one could imagine how many other professions of skeletons would converge around the skeleton commander and skeleton king. The path of advancement for the skeleton one is never simple. While Sumu was lost in contemplation, the battle on the battlefield was also in a white-hot state. After enduring 3 waves of arrow rain and 2 waves of underworld fireball bombardment in a raw manner, that elite skeleton swordsman finally rushed to the vicinity of the skeleton war general. It leapt across a distance of several meters. When he was about to reach the top of the skeleton warrior general, he unleashed the cracking chop for the second time. But right at this time, the skeleton guard that had been standing beside the skeleton war general rushed out. Holding a thick tower shield condensed from skeleton essence, this skeleton guard, who only had an advanced profession, blocked the powerful light blade alive. Tower shield shattered. The broken skeletons of the skeleton guards splattered in all directions, with only the still intact skulls falling to the ground. The skeleton warlord, however, was unharmed. Taking advantage of the gap after the elite skeleton swordsman finished releasing his skills, the dozens of skeleton soldiers once again sent a wave of arrows raining towards the side, and the hands of the 2 skeleton mages once again burned with ghostly blue fireballs. Even the skeleton war general himself swung his 2-handed warhammer and attacked towards the elite skeleton swordsman. Boom! Rain of arrows. Hades fireball. 2-handed warhammer. As the triple attack landed on his body, that elite skeleton swordsman's blood level instantly fell to only 1/5. Failure to hunt. Sensing the crisis, the elite skeleton swordsman unleashed his last cracking chop, clearing out the many skeleton soldiers around him before fleeing towards the outside of the battlefield. After paying the price of his blood level falling to 1/10, the elite skeleton swordsman managed to escape from the battlefield. The rain of arrows did not stop. The skeleton soldiers had been in pursuit as well. However, with an impressive agility growth, even the elite-ranked skeleton warrior would have trouble catching up with the elite skeleton swordsman, let alone those skeleton soldiers that only have a basic rank. In just a few short breaths of time, the elite skeleton warriors that broke away from the battlefield disappeared into the vast wilderness in the distance. A short pause. Only after the elite skeleton swordsman's figure had completely disappeared did that skeleton war general once again give the order to straighten out the skeleton minions under his command, and disappeared into the dim sky from the other direction. Always since the beginning, neither side had discovered Sumu, who was hidden outside the battlefield. Click! Click! Coming out of his hiding place, Sumu glanced at the direction where the sea of skeletons had disappeared, and turned to chase after the elite skeleton swordsman with his own skeleton minions in the direction where it had fled. The skeleton warlord's sea of skeletons suffered some damage, but not much. especially since the 2 skeleton mages that were the casters of the spells still retained their full combat power. It was undoubtedly unwise to go after the skeleton warlord at this time. On the contrary, that elite skeleton swordsman only had 1/10 of its blood remaining, and it would need a not-so-short period of time to fully recover. As long as he was able to catch up, it meant that he could pay a very small price to decapitate or enslave this elite skeleton. Comparing the two, naturally the latter was more attractive to Sumu. Besides, the profession template that the elite skeleton swordsman possessed was one of the necessities that Sumu needed to change professions again. Along the way, no other elite skeletons were encountered. Following the traces left behind by the elite skeleton swordsman, he kept pursuing until more than an hour later, Sumu led his skeleton minions out of this hilly area and turned into a canyon. You found the Canyon of the Dead. You have entered the Canyon of the Dead. Chapter 017 New Undead, Zombie Race. From the hilly terrain into the canyon. Sumu clearly felt that the surrounding aura had changed slightly. It's as if the aura of death that permeated this canyon was purer and softer in general. Moreover, there seemed to be an invisible boundary present, separating this canyon from the outside world. The scent refreshed on the attribute panel also indicated that this canyon had indeed been split off from the buried bone land alone. Canyon of the Dead? Entering the canyon, Sumu looked toward the front. This canyon is not very big. It was about 2 or 3 kilometers long and only 200 or 300 meters wide. Standing at the entrance of the canyon, he was able to see countless figures wandering within this canyon. At the end of his vision, there was even a blurry building surrounded by heavy figures. Is this the territory of that elite skeleton swordsman or? After quietly pondering for a while, Sumu tried his best to soften his footsteps, bringing his skeleton minions to conceal his figure and walking towards the interior of the canyon. The traces left behind by the elite skeleton swordsman extended all the way towards the depths of the canyon. Where he was the only exit from this canyon. Regardless of what this canyon was hiding, as long as he purged this canyon, he would naturally be able to find the hidden elite skeleton swordsman. Accelerating forward motion. By the time Sumu was tens of meters deeper into this canyon, he finally saw clearly what those figures wandering within the canyon were. Not a skeleton. Instead, it was another undead race. To be exact, it was the undead race that Sumu had only heard of in his previous life, but had never seen with his own eyes. Zombies. Compared to skeletons, zombies have a flesh and blood presence. Nature. This kind of flesh and blood was not the kind of flesh and blood of living beings that was full of vigor and vitality, but was dry and stiff, as if it were stone. The good thing is that with such flesh and blood, the physical defense of the zombie clan is far more than that of the skeleton clan, and the length of its physical growth is far above that of the skeletons. The bad thing is, it's slow. Even elite-ranked zombies might not be able to catch up with the speed of basic-ranked skeleton soldiers. In terms of attributes, the zombie clan approximates an undead race where all people are meat shields. A meat shield race. Sumu's heart was in the right place. It didn't matter how many zombies existed in this undead canyon, and it didn't matter if there were any high-level existences among these zombies. The disadvantage in speed alone dictated that it was difficult for these zombies to pose a threat to him. If you can't beat them, you can run. Grinding little by little, sooner or later, he would one day clear this canyon of as many zombies as he could. Mindfulness. The other skeleton minions under Sumu's command didn't move, and only one skeleton archer drew his bow and strung an arrow, and a ghastly white bone arrow penetrated through dozens of meters of space, nailing a zombie's shoulder. Roar! Accompanied by a low and hoarse hiss, the zombie raised its head and looked around blankly. Then with a slow speed, it instinctively walked towards the direction where the bone arrow had attacked. The other zombies around it were only slightly agitated, and soon returned to that kind of aimless wandering. The zombies are getting closer. When this zombie that was lured out was only about 10 meters away from Sumu, but more than 50 meters away from that small group of zombies, Sumu once again gave the order. 2 skeleton warriors crossed the crowd, approaching at a speed several times faster than this zombie. Then, the bone knife and bone sword quickly slashed through, and this zombie was chopped off its limbs without any resistance and fell to the ground. It was only at this time that Sumu stepped forward and covered his bony palm on the forehead of this zombie that did nothing more than hissing in a low voice. Erosion, talent activated. The best way to understand the zombie clan was, naturally, to enslave them. As long as he was able to enslave it, Sumu could view all information about this zombie at any time, including the attribute panel, but also its occupation and growth. However, bang! Just when Sumu felt that he was about to enslave this zombie, the zombie's head burst open without warning. Black slurry splattered in all directions. It gives off a strong fishy odor. The zombie, which had been hissing in a low voice a few seconds ago, froze with only half of its torso left. Unable to enslave? Still, at this point, Sumu's attribute panel also refreshed with several pieces of information in due time. Enslavement failed. You killed the walker. You gain 3 experience points. You have obtained the transfer information for basic profession template walker. The base profession of the zombie clan is called the living corpse? With this thought in his mind, Sumu opened the information related to this basic occupation template. Template, vivisection. Rank, basic occupation template. Bonus, life plus 80, strength 1.5, agility 0.3, physique 3. Ability, stiffen flesh and blood. Stiffen flesh. As living corpses, each zombie can absorb the breath of death to stiffen its own flesh and blood, preventing it from rotting and boosting its defenses. The attribute bonuses are similar to those of the skeleton soldier, only more heavily weighted towards physique. As the basic career template of the zombie clan, the zombie career is naturally only transferable by the zombie clan, and even after obtaining this career template, Sumu can't transfer it. Zombies. Walkers. After checking out the zombie clan's basic career template, Sumu also had a basic understanding of this race. But he still didn't know if the failure to enslave was due to the limitations of the erosion talent or if there was some other reason. If the erosion talent could only enslave the skeleton clan, its usefulness would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. After a little thought, Sumu no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, the 4 skeleton archers simultaneously drew their bows and arrows, attacking towards the group of living corpses still roaming in the distance, and the rest of the skeleton minions also acted at the same time, rushing towards the front with a variety of skeletal weapons. Chapter 018 Elite Zombie, Dark Altar. Facing Sumu, an existence comparable to an elite skeleton, as well as the 46 skeleton minions under his command that had advanced professions, the zombies within the Canyon of the Dead were slightly weak. But for half an hour. Sumu then led his skeleton minions all the way from the entrance of the Undead Canyon to the depths of the Undead Canyon. Period. They killed hundreds of zombies, most of which were zombies, and only a dozen or so zombies were zombies with advanced career templates. But in the next dozens of trials, Sumu still failed to enslave even a single zombie. Good on. The first function of the erosion talent didn't fail, and he was still able to absorb the essence from the bodies of these zombies, enhancing his 4-dimensional attributes. Along with that, he also gained the Zombie 1's advanced profession template. Template Walkers. Rank, Advancement Career Template. Bonus, Life plus 500, Strength 5, Agility 1, Physique 8, Spirit 0.1. Skill, Sharp Claws. Sharp Claws, passive skill. Bathing in the scent of death for a long time makes these living corpses stronger and stronger. Their fingernails transform into razor-sharp claws that assist them in tearing apart their enemies. Like the walkers, the attributes of the walkers still favor physical fitness. Its transfer remains limited to the zombie clan. Advancing the battle line to the depths of the Undead Canyon, the number of zombies in this canyon had already been decimated by Sumu by a large margin. At the same time, the building he saw at the entrance of the canyon, its true face was also presented to Sumu. It's an altar. The altar was more than 10 meters high, quadrilateral in shape, and the whole body was made of black rock accumulation, occupying a whole half of the bottom of the entire canyon. Such an altar was tall and majestic enough. But what attracted Sumu's gaze was not this altar itself, but the countless zombies standing on the steps of this altar. There are 9 steps to the altar. From the first floor, the level and rank of zombies continue to rise. On the following floors, there are only a large number of zombies standing on the steps. From the 6th level onwards, there are walking corpses. And the higher the number of steps, the higher the rank of the walker. Sumu took the skeleton minions under his command and emptied half of the Undead Canyon, and the number of zombies decapitated was only a few hundred. The number of zombies standing on this one altar exceeded the number of 500. It would be just as well if, standing on the altar, these zombies were receiving some kind of favor. But in Sumu's perception, this altar was clearly extracting the death breath from these zombies' bodies and converging towards the top of the altar. Every zombie that stepped onto the altar was having its death breath extracted to the undead. This could be equated to their life breath. When the death breath in a zombie's body was extracted to a certain extent, it would fall off the altar. Then, the zombies that were entrenched and roaming around the altar began to snatch the position. This location where the breath of death was extracted. It seems as if there is some kind of existence controlling these zombies, so that they have been continuing this action according to the will of that existence. The aura of death within the Canyon of the Dead was gentler and purer. Sumu has verified this. By staying in this canyon for a long time, both he and the skeleton minions under his command would be able to evolve at a faster rate. It's the same for the zombies in the Canyon of the Dead. The breath of death within the Canyon of the Dead was warming up these zombies, and when the level of these zombies and the breath of death within their bodies reached a certain level, they would appear around the altar. When one of the zombies on the altar fell down, these zombies that were coiled around the altar would again seize its position and grab the chance to have the breath of death extracted from their bodies. So on and so forth. Like some kind of evil ritual. In this way, the entire breath of death within the Canyon of the Dead would be harvested by this ritual-like act, converging on a certain being. This kind of handwriting. It could never be built by undead like skeletons or zombies that barely had a godly existence. Countless thoughts flashed through his mind. Only after bringing his skeleton minions to remove all the zombies around the altar did Sumu take over the control of one of the skeleton guards, and stepped onto the altar with the skeleton guard's body and with the skeleton guard's vision. Skeleton guards have the strongest defenses and hold out the longest against any danger. And before exploring the purpose of this altar, Sumu would not step on this altar rashly. Click. Under Sumu's control, the skeleton guards squeezed out a few zombies and stepped onto the first step of the altar. Other than the few zombies that were squeezed off the altar struggling to get back to their original position, the other zombies on the altar didn't move a bit. It just seems that all the zombies completely lost their minds and selves when they stepped onto the altar, falling into a slumber as it were. The heart is clear. While controlling the skeleton guard to continue climbing the altar, Sumu once again ordered the other skeleton minions to ascend the altar, layer by layer hunting these zombies that had already lost even their instinct to resist. First floor. 2 layers. 3 layers. 5 layers. With the passage of time, the zombies on the several levels below the altar had already been killed by the skeleton minions as much as possible, and this skeleton guard that Sumu personally controlled was about to step onto the top level of the altar. Same as in the beginning. This huge altar did not extract the death breath from the skeleton guards' bodies. 1 step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Soon, when the skeleton guard took its last step, it finally appeared at the top of this altar. And the entire scene above the dark altar also appeared in front of Sumu's eyes as much as possible through the vision of the skeleton guards. It's a small square. The ground, which was more than 100 square meters, was engraved with all sorts of bizarre symbols, and these countless symbols in turn converged to form a phalanx that covered the entire square. That's not the point. The point is that the whole square is divided into 4 areas. At this time, 4 zombies that are more robust than the walking corpses are bound in the center of these 4 areas, and in the center of the entire square, a tall zombie that exudes an extremely horrifying and ferocious atmosphere is accepting the nourishment and nurture of that nearly endless death breath. Chapter 019 Elite Profession Template arrives. Boom! With a roar. Gorgeous blades of light spread out, the skeleton guards were cut down, and Sumu lost his vision above the altar. He had seen pretty much all of the scene at the altar. Basically, there is no danger. Instead, the skeleton guard was decapitated. Because of a skeleton. Yes. It was the elite skeleton swordsman who had been badly wounded and entered the canyon of the dead. From the time Sumu controlled the skeleton guard to step onto the top of the altar to the time he could see the scene above the altar, it was only an instant. It was also in this instant that the elite skeleton swordsman who had fled to this place rushed to the edge of the dark altar and killed the skeleton guard with a single sword strike. If he didn't feel out the details of the dark altar, Sumu naturally didn't dare to go forward easily. But what about? Since the skeleton guards were able to ascend the altar unharmed, and that elite skeleton swordsman even escaped to the altar to heal after being heavily injured, it was enough to show that stepping onto the altar was not dangerous to Sumu. The elite skeleton swordsman was originally the target of Sumu's hunt. The zombie clan in this canyon and this dark altar were the windfalls. In that case, with a thought, Sumu ordered those many skeleton minions under his command that had already killed their way to the 7th or 8th floor of the altar and were about to cross over to the top of the altar to abandon those many walking corpses and charge directly to the top of the altar. Sumu himself leapt forward and rushed towards the top of the altar as fast as he could. Boom! Bang! Wow! Various voices were heard. When Sumu rushed up to the altar, the skeleton minions under his command had already been fighting that elite skeleton swordsman. It was just as he had guessed. The altar had an extremely thick and pure aura of death. Even though the vast majority of this death aura was bound by the runes on the altar and flowed back and forth between those 5 zombies, just a portion of it spread out, making the death aura on the altar even more dense and pure than the rest. It was no wonder that the elite skeleton swordsman had appeared here. Just the time he had spent chasing after him, under the nourishment of this rich, pure, and gentle death aura, the elite skeleton swordsman's life value had already recovered to 1/3 of its level. This speed is several times that of the outside world. If Sumu came a few hours later, I'm afraid that what he would need to face would be an elite skeleton swordsman that had returned to its full strength. Good on. He didn't lose much time on the road. Lifesteal is the most direct response to the extent of a skeleton carapace. 1/3 of the life value meant that this elite skeleton swordsman had recovered quite a bit, but was still in a weak state. With a glance, Sumu could still see the large cracked marks on this elite skeleton swordsman's body. If it was just his own skeleton minions making a move, it would naturally be difficult to take down this elite skeleton swordsman. Adding Sue Shepherd is a different story. Upon charging up the dark altar, Sumu took over control of the skeleton minions. The 2 highest-ranked skeleton warriors and the only remaining skeleton guard stepped forward and acted as meat shields in front of the elite skeleton swordsman. The 4 skeleton archers stepped back and drew their bows and arrows at the edge of the altar. The only skeleton assassin hid his figure and silently groped his way towards the back of the elite skeleton swordsman, and the rest of the skeleton warriors were free to attack and attract the elite skeleton swordsman's hatred. So, Just a simple change in formation caused the battle power of the skeleton minions to multiply, and the slaughtering efficiency of the elite skeleton swordsman to drop drastically. As for Sumu himself, he also carried the skeleton stranger sword at this time and charged towards the elite skeleton swordsman. Detour? No need. If with the assistance of so many skeleton minions, Sumu still couldn't defeat this elite skeleton swordsman, who was already in a weakened state, what right did he have to hunt other elite skeletons? Big strides. In a few breaths of time, he rushed to the front of the elite skeleton swordsman, and the skeleton stranger blade in Sumu's hand was infused with the power of his entire body, and brought out a snowy sharp edge in midair, and chopped towards the elite skeleton swordsman who was already close at hand. Boom! Violent sounds of gold and iron clashing spread out. The skeleton stranger blade was blocked by the elite skeleton swordsman. It blocked the most powerful skeleton stranger blade, but it couldn't block the attacks of those many other skeletons. Skeleton archers continuously drew their bows and arrows, nailing a miserable white bone arrow to the elite skeleton swordsman's body. The weapons in the hands of the skeleton warriors continuously chiseled, causing the cracks on the elite skeleton swordsman's body to grow bigger and bigger. The skeleton assassin's slender figure even emerged from behind the elite skeleton swordsman's back, and his two short swords fiercely pierced into the elite skeleton swordsman's cervical vertebrae. Shasta. This elite skeleton swordsman had managed to recover a third of its blood level before plummeting to only about a quarter. Elite skeleton swordsman rage. The two-handed greatsword in his hand was raised high, as if he wanted to remove the many ants surrounding him. But this time, the skeleton stranger's second attack had arrived. Compared to the tiny but continuous attacks of the skeleton minions, it was obvious that the skeleton stranger sword in Sumu's hand was a greater threat to this elite skeleton swordsman. It had to give up on clearing those skeleton minions and once again held its sword, blocking Sumu's attack. Once, twice, 3 times. Accompanied by the roar of skeletal arms meeting, the blood level of the elite skeleton swordsman was getting lower and lower. When Sumu chopped down the skeleton stranger blade in his hand for the 5th time, the elite skeleton swordsman, whose blood had already bottomed out, could no longer block Sumu's all-out strike. Wow! Under the bombardment of enormous power, the already scarred body of the elite skeleton swordsman could no longer withstand it and collapsed at this moment. The tall skeleton body fell to the ground, and the skeleton greatsword in its hand also fell to the ground at this moment. It's over. Under the combined attacks of Sumu and the many skeleton minions, this elite skeleton swordsman only lasted for more than a minute before collapsing to the ground. No hesitation. Sumu stepped forward and grabbed the elite skeleton swordsman's huge skeleton head in his hands, and the erosion talent was activated at the first opportunity to start enslaving this elite skeleton. You have gained control of the elite skeleton swordsman. You enslaved the elite skeleton swordsman. You may rename the elite skeleton swordsman. You have obtained the transfer information for Elite Profession Template Elite Skeleton Swordsman. Chapter 020 Zombie about to cross into the warrior rank. Elite Skeleton Swordsman. This was the profession template that Sumu had just obtained, and it was also one of the transfer directions for the Advanced Profession Skeleton Swordsman that he had at the Elite rank. Elite Skeleton Swordsman has always been Sumu's name for this elite skeleton that has just been enslaved by him, and he didn't expect that the occupation template of this elite skeleton would really be called Elite Skeleton Swordsman. There are still several directions of advancement for the skeleton swordsman, from the advancement rank to the elite rank. For example, the elite skeleton swordsman is an enhancement of the skeleton swordsman. Aside from higher life bonuses and 4-dimensional attribute lengths, the elite skeleton swordsman's direction of development remains the same as that of the skeleton swordsman. On top of that, there are a number of different directions of progression, such as leaning more towards speed, leaning more towards damage, leaning more towards defense, and so on. Overall, the elite skeleton swordsman profession wins on balance. Can't say it's much better, but it's not bad either, and it's considered a proper progression direction for the profession of skeleton swordsman. But the career template was in hand, and the 4-dimensional attributes had long since met the requirements for transferring, but Sumu didn't rush to start transferring. He looked to the altar. Since the beginning, there had been no movement on the altar. Regardless of whether they stepped onto this altar or had a short but intense battle on this altar, the 5 tall zombies on the altar didn't move much and remained asleep. Only at this moment did Sumu have time to scrutinize these 5 zombies on the altar. Obviously, those 4 tall zombies located in the center of the 4 areas of the altar were the elite professions of the zombie clan. At this point, there were still dozens of walkers that hadn't been decapitated yet on the steps of the altar, and this dark altar continued to extract the death breath from the walkers' bodies and pour it into these 4 elite zombies. The infusion of death aura did not make these 4 elite zombies much stronger. Quite the opposite. In Sumu's perception, these 4 elite zombies not only didn't become stronger, but instead were incomparably weak. The deathly aura emanating from them was at best a few points stronger than a walking corpse. Far from what an elite zombie should be. As to why, The death aura within those hundreds of living corpses and walking corpses were all being extracted by the darkness altar and poured into the bodies of these 4 elite zombies. At the same time, the death breath within these 4 elite zombies was likewise being extracted by the darkness altar. It's as if walkers and zombies are the providers of death breath, and these 4 elite zombies are the filters and purifiers of death breath. The purest death breath that was filtered and purified all surged into the center of the dark altar. Inside that extremely terrifying and ferocious tall zombie. Suffice it to say, the zombies within the entire Canyon of the Dead were all harvested leaks, with the only beneficiary being the fierce zombie at the very center of the dark altar. Fierce zombies are still elite rank. However, the terrifying aura emanating from its body far exceeded any elite rank monster Sumu had ever seen. Take the breath of death and thousands of zombies in the entire Canyon of the Dead to harbor an elite zombie. This is ready for it to break through the elite rank and advance to the warrior rank? A piece of information flashed through his mind, and Sumu's heart had an answer. He was no match for this zombie. Even if this zombie has not yet entered the warrior rank, I'm afraid it's not far off. If this zombie wakes up, I am afraid that one strike will be enough to kill Sumu in seconds. He didn't want to just back away either. For weak elite zombies, plus a fierce zombie that is about to break through to the warrior rank, this is both a huge amount of experience value and an equally large number of attribute points. Enough for him to work on it for a long time. But there is also an instantly recognizable menace. From the beginning until now, neither the elite skeleton swordsman nor Sumu had ever touched those 5 elite zombies on the altar. Even though Sumu had his skeleton minion slaughter almost all of the walkers and zombies on the steps of the altar, there were still dozens of walkers left to maintain the altar after all. If you touch these zombies or interrupt the altar, I'm afraid these 5 elite zombies will wake up at the same time. At that time, he was about to face the most dangerous situation since his rebirth. Want to take a chance? The soul fire in his eyes flickered slightly, and Sumu once again looked at the 5 elite zombies. The dark altar was still running, extracting the death breath from the walkers' bodies. Having lost hundreds of other zombies, these only a few dozen walking corpses left couldn't withstand the constant extraction from the darkness altar and were already shaking. The decrease in the number of death breaths likewise startled the 5 elite zombies. Sumu even saw that the ferocious zombie body in the center of the altar moved slightly, as if it would wake up from its slumber at any moment. There's no time. After a slight thought, Sumu ordered his skeleton minions to separate and surround each of those 4 weak elite zombies, while he himself rushed to the front of the ferocious zombies with a few skeleton warriors. As for the elite skeleton swordsman, successive injuries were inflicted, and when it was enslaved by Sumu, this elite skeleton swordsman's skeletal body was shattered. It couldn't do much until it repaired its body or replaced it with a new one. It was worthy of being an existence that was about to break through to the warrior rank. Just by standing in front of that ferocious zombie, Sumu felt a great sense of crisis. This ferocious zombie was as if it was a terrifying beast that would wake up at any time. A black crystal ball hovered above the ferocious zombie. If the walkers and zombies were the first layer of filtration for the death aura, and the 4 weak elite zombies were the second layer of filtration for the death aura, this crystal ball was the last layer of filtration for the death aura. All of the death aura converged into this crystal ball, through which it was then poured into the body of the ferocious zombie to nourish it. Obviously, this black crystal ball was the center of the entire altar. Didn't dare touch the crystal ball. After arriving at the side of the ferocious zombie, Sumu gently stretched out his bone palm without a trace of flesh and blood and covered the forehead of the ferocious zombie. Erosion, Talent. Launch. Chapter 021, Awakening. Corrosive Venom. Physique, or defense, was originally the specialty of the zombie clan. An elite-ranked zombie, even if it stood there and didn't move, Sumu would have to spend a lot of time to chop it down, let alone this fierce zombie that was about to cross into the warrior rank. He can be sure. His own slash with all his strength might not be able to injure this ferocious zombie, but he was definitely able to awaken it from its slumber. Trying to cut it down and not wanting to wake it up, Sumu thought of a method. Erosion, the enslavement function of the talent. The zombie clan could not be enslaved by him. All of the zombies that were corrupted by his talent all ended up with their heads exploding, equivalent to being killed by him. A head-to-head confrontation, he'd be killed in seconds. It's also difficult to kill when you're waiting for a sneak attack. The only method he could think of was to utilize the enslavement function of the erosion talent to explode the head of this ferocious zombie. Successful, he reaped the rewards. If it fails, he would just have to let the skeleton minion stop the enemy and escape himself while he had the chance. The grayish-white bone palm covered the forehead of the ferocious zombie, and Sumu activated his erosion talent. Slavery begins. As that unknown energy poured out of his body towards the ferocious zombie, Sumu stared at the zombie with a deadly stare, observing its every move, ready to retreat at any time. Good on. It seemed that because the black crystal ball was still instilling the aura of death towards the body of the ferocious zombie, the zombie only moved slightly and continued to remain asleep. Slavery continues. Perhaps because this enslavement was exceptionally long, Sumu felt the complete process of enslavement for the first time. Unknown energy outflow. He was even able to control the direction of this energy erosion. Nature. Sumu chose the limbs, allowing this energy to prioritize the erosion of the ferocious zombie's limbs, preventing it from waking up in the middle of the day and then killing itself with a single strike. Time passes. Slowly, after all of the ferocious zombie's limbs were eroded, the unknown energy began to erode its torso. It's the head that comes last. When the unknown energy eroded the limbs, the ferocious zombie did not notice. When the unknown energy eroded the torso, the ferocious zombie only moved slightly. When the torso was completely eroded as well and that unknown energy began to spread towards the head. Snapped. The fierce zombie opened his eyes. Roar. Along with the terrifying aura that erupted away, a hiss full of oppression erupted from the mouth of this ferocious zombie. It's struggling. Struggling as if to drive out the unknown energy that was eating away at its body. The unknown energy had completely eroded the limbs and body of the ferocious zombie, who was undoubtedly the underdog in this war of enslavement and fighting against enslavement. Roar. Realizing his impending downfall, the ferocious zombie roared furiously once again. But, for once, it was not venting the anger in its heart. Along with this roar, the 4 elite zombies that were already extremely weak but were still providing it with death breath woke up. They are free from bondage. Struggling to come this way. The 4 elite zombies woke up, and the advanced skeletons that had long surrounded them also began to attack these 4 elite zombies under Sumu's orders. It didn't seek to kill them, but only to trap them and prevent them from interfering with Sumu's enslavement. If it was a normal state, these 4 elite zombies were naturally not something that the remaining advanced rank skeletons could stop. However, being continuously extracted by the Dark Altar, these 4 elite zombies were about to fall to the advanced rank. This resulted in them not being much stronger than the advanced skeletons except for their proud defense. Time and time again, it was difficult to break out of the encirclement of the skeletons. The elite zombies were in a hurry. Roar! Accompanied by a low hiss, an elite zombie gave up charging and ignored the many advanced skeletons that were attacking it, and a mouthful of dark green venom spewed out of its mouth, spraying in the direction where Sumu was. Corrosive venom. The second skill possessed by elite zombies. Without needing Sumu's command, when this mouthful of venom attacked, a skeleton warrior rushed out from Sumu's side to meet this dark green mass of venom. The skeleton longsword chopped out, splitting the mass of venom in two. The venom that split into 2 clusters went unabated, directly gluing itself onto the skeletal warrior's body. Accompanied by a large area of rising white smoke, in a very short period of time, the skeleton warrior's bones were corroded by the venom and snapped apart. A mouthful of corrosive venom wasted one of Sumu's skeleton warrior minions. The spewing of the first elite zombie is just the beginning. Immediately following this zombie, the remaining 3 elite zombies also began to spew venom in an attempt to free the fierce zombie in this manner. It wasn't just the elite zombies, Sumu was also in a hurry. At this rate, even if he managed to explode the head of the ferocious zombie, all these skeleton minions he had worked so hard to collect would have been lost to the corrosive venom of the elite zombies. Heartfelt. Letting the skeleton minions continue to guard themselves, Sumu himself concentrated all of his spirit, controlling the unknown energy, and eroding it towards the fierce zombie's head with a single blow. 10 seconds. 20 seconds. 50 seconds. 1 minute. After a full minute and a half, he finally controlled the unknown energy to rush into the fierce zombie's head and began to spread towards its brain. Also at this time. Bang! As if it had touched some taboo, the head of the ferocious zombie burst open. Enslavement failed. You killed the zombie. You have gained 5,000 experience points. You have obtained the transfer information for Elite Profession Template Zombie. Not bothering to check the information refreshed on the attribute panel. The next moment the fierce zombie's head exploded, Sumu carried the manifested skeletal stranger sword and charged towards the remaining 4 elite zombies. Chapter 022 Crazy Harvest. The skyrocketing attribute values. Thumbs up. Accompanied by the sharp sound brought about by the sharp edge tearing through the air, the skeleton stranger blade in Sumu's hand chopped down heavily, decapitating the last elite zombie and killing it. After all, they were extremely weak. These 4 elite zombies could block the constant attacks of the advanced skeletons, but they couldn't block the sharpness of the skeleton stranger's blade. The fight is over. The results were extremely dismal. During the more than 2 minutes of enslavement time head alone, the 4 elite zombies spewed venom several times in a row, causing the skeleton minions under Sumu's command to suffer heavy losses. Only 8 are still intact. The remaining skeleton minions were either broken in the previous battle, or in the midst of this venomous spewing, they were corroded and melted off alive, turning into charred and blackened withered bones. Good on. He won. The battle is over. Next comes the moment of harvest. Picking up the head of the elite skeleton swordsman and casually planting it on the body of a skeleton warrior whose head had been ablated by the corrosive venom, Sumu walked over to the first elite zombie's body. Bend down. Initiate the gift. After the familiar heat flow surged into his body from the remains of this elite zombie, Sumu's attribute panel duly refreshed with several pieces of information. You've absorbed the essence from the corpses, and you're stronger. Your strength has increased by 3 points. Your constitution has increased by 8 points. Your spirit has increased by 1 point. The remains of an elite zombie allowed Sumu to absorb 12 points of attributes, roughly equal to the number of attributes he gained from leveling up. Considering that this so-called elite zombie was about to be hollowed out by the Dark Altar and weakened to the point where it was about to fall down to the elite rank, instead of being quite a lot of attribute points, these attribute points exceeded Sumu's expectations. As it is, eroding and absorbing the other 3 elite zombies as well, Sumu's 4-dimensional attributes once again grew by more than 30 points. Only after doing this did Sumu walk towards the ferocious zombie that was about to break through the warrior rank. Even after having his head blown off due to the failure of enslavement, this zombie still exuded an extremely ferocious aura, as if it would wake up again at any time and choose to devour people. Looking at this huge corpse that was over 2 meters, Sumu's heart was a little excited. Those 3 hollowed-out elite zombies can only be regarded as additions, and this fierce zombie that almost broke through to the warrior rank is the real harvest of his battle. Holding back the excitement in his heart, Sumu covered his bone palm over the fierce zombie's corpse that seemed as hard as steel. Erosion talent activated. At once, a huge stream of heat gushed out from the corpse and entered Sumu's skeletal body. If the heat flow born from the corpse of the elite zombie was just a small stream, the heat flow generated from the corpse of this ferocious zombie was a Yangtze River. The heat is pouring in. He clearly felt that every minute and every second, his skeletal body was growing by leaps and bounds. It took a full 10 minutes for the heat to stop pouring out of the corpse. When the corpse of the ferocious zombie collapsed and turned into a pile of black ashes, Sumu opened his attribute panel. You've absorbed the essence from the corpses, and you're stronger. Your strength has increased by 17 points. Your agility has increased by 3 points. Your constitution has increased by 26 points. Your spirit has increased by 5 points. A total of 51 points of attribute value gain. From this attribute value gain alone, it was enough to see how strong this zombie that was about to break through was. I'm afraid its 4-dimensional attributes had long been no less than those of monsters that had truly crossed over to the warrior rank. Phew! Exhaling a long breath in his heart, Sumu looked around the entire altar. Along with the passing of the elite zombies, not a single zombie existed on the entire Dark Altar anymore. The black crystal ball suspended above the ferocious zombie, however, still floated in the sky above the ashes, tirelessly operating and absorbing the deathly aura within the Dark Altar and even the entire Undead Canyon. Take a few steps up. Sumu reached out and plucked the crystal ball. When the crystal ball was in his hand, a series of information once again refreshed from his attribute panel. You have gained 1,000 experience points. You have gained 1,000 experience points. You have gained 1,000 experience points. You've gained access to. Your strength attribute has increased by 5 points. Your agility attribute has increased by 5 points. Your physique attribute has increased by 5 points. Your spiritual attributes have increased by 5 points. A series of them, densely packed. A total of 12 pieces of information were tallied down, and when he got this black crystal ball, he had gained a total of 28,000 experience points, and his 4-dimensional attributes had all increased by 5 points. It also included the spiritual attribute, which was the most difficult for Undead to raise. Death Breath. When Sumu got hold of this crystal ball, the remaining death aura within the crystal ball all poured into his body. To the undead, the breath of death was their origin, just as the breath of life was to living beings. It was also because the purest and most refined death breath stored within the crystal ball had all entered Sumu's body that he had gained such a huge boost in such a short period of time. According to Sumu's estimation, originally, these purest breaths of death were supposed to help that ferocious zombie complete its final leap from the elite rank to the warrior rank, but now, they were all cheap for him. It was also the breath of death that was enough for the ferocious zombie to complete the final leap that allowed Sumu to gain such a great harvest. Only after absorbing the death aura within the crystal ball did Sumu begin to seriously examine this crystal ball. The crystal ball was crystal clear and the size of an adult's fist. The entire sphere was incredibly smooth and integrated, like a complete crystal carefully polished. Losing its deathly aura, the ever-floating wisp of mist also disappeared from within the crystal ball. At this point, appearing in Sumu's hand, the specific attributes of this crystal ball emerged. Name: Rogerus's crystal ball. Quality: dark gold. Category: props. Function: absorbs, stores, and automatically purifies the energy deposited into the crystal ball. Current number of energy that can be stored: 10,000 points. Props description: in the Lost Legacy, Rogales obtained this crystal ball and attempted to use it in conjunction with the undead transformation technique to create an undead race uniquely his own, the zombies. Just a glance. Sumu's heart shook wildly. Without any hesitation, he grabbed the crystal ball and rushed towards the Dark Altar beyond. Chapter 023, The Legendary Natural Disaster Mage. As he left the altar, Sumu didn't forget about his skeleton minions. With a thought of his mind, the remaining skeleton minions followed him and together they left the dark altar and rushed towards the undead canyon beyond. The zombies were decimated as much as possible. The crystal ball that was the core of the altar was also taken away by Sumu, and this tall dark altar was considered abandoned. Sprinting all the way. When it was time to leave the undead canyon, Sumu ran in a direction alone, while his skeleton minions, led by the elite skeleton swordsman who had fused the body of a skeleton warrior, headed in the direction they came from. While rushing by himself, he remotely controlled the skeleton minions. After those skeleton minions arrived at the original battlefield, they once again dispersed under Sumu's control, constantly circling around this huge area around them, meandering forward. This process went on for most of the day. It wasn't until the traces left behind by Sumu and the skeleton minions were completely covered up, and it was no longer possible to find them through the traces in this area, that Sumu ordered the skeleton minions to rendezvous with himself. Land of the Bones. In a wasteland far away from the Deadman's Canyon, Sumu rejoined his skeleton minions. He took out the crystal ball again. Looking at the system description on the crystal ball, Sumu's mood was extraordinarily complicated. The reason why he wasted most of the day and took great pains to cover up the traces of himself and the skeleton minions. The reason for this is this crystal ball. Precisely. It's because of a name that appears in the description of the crystal ball system. Rogales. At this point in time, the game has not yet begun, so naturally no one knows what this name means, but Sumu, who has 10 years of game experience in his previous life, knows that this name represents a legendary natural disaster mage. In his previous life, Sumu's birthpoint wasn't near the land of buried bones. Nor has there been any contact with the land of buried bones. He wondered if Rogales had appeared in the buried lands early in the game and made contact with the players. All he knew was that by the time he reached the middle of the game, the name, Rogales, was known to the vast majority of players. Because the Rogales of that time appeared as an epic necromancer and entered the player's field of vision. As soon as he appeared, this powerful necromancer led an army of undead into the territory of the human kingdom, destroying dozens of cities. At one point, it approached the human kingdom's royal city. And the first epic main quest that players in this world received was precisely to fight against Rogales and the undead army under his command. That war, in the end, ended with the humans winning. But Rogales, however, disappeared on the eve of the end of the war. By the time he reappeared, he had already managed to advance from the epic rank to legendary. And then later, there were shadows of this necromancer in the several natural disaster level disasters that followed in the game world. And Rogales' ranking on the list of natural disasters also rushed into the top 10 at one point. Above. It was Sumu's perception of the name Rogales. It was no wonder that Sumu would leave the Undead Canyon in a hurry after seeing that name. The Black Crystal Ball, the Dark Altar, the zombie clan within the Canyon of the Dead, plus the system description on the crystal ball. These add up to one thing, that is, the zombie clan was originally created by Rogales the Necromancer. The existence of the Black Crystal Ball and the Dark Altar were also the means by which Rogales wanted to raise a zombie that had crossed over to the warrior rank. No wonder, all the zombies couldn't be enslaved by Sumu. As an undead race created by Rogales, the zombie clan originally had a slave contract of the highest authority with Rogales, the Necromancer. When the two types of slavery clashed, the only thing that would happen to those zombies would naturally be to explode their heads and die. Sumu didn't know what strength the current Rogales was. From the experience of his previous life, and the fact that he had created the zombie clan, the current Rogales was at least at the mentor rank, warrior rank, or hero rank, lord rank, even if he hadn't reached the epic rank. 1-1 was not something that Sumu at this time could fight against. So, it was only when he saw the name and realized the whole thing that he took the skeleton minions under his command out of the Canyon of the Dead at the first opportunity and covered his tracks as best he could. The only breakdown. Maybe it was the crystal ball that Sumu brought out. Yes. When he left the Canyon of the Dead, Sumu took the crystal ball of Rogales with him. This is a dark gold equipment. There is great value. This value is not just for NPCs and future players like Rogales, but for monsters like Sumu. Its value is even greater. 1. The crystal ball was capable of absorbing, storing, and purifying death breath. Even if you leave it there and don't care about it, if you wait until there is enough death breath stored in the crystal ball and then absorb it, it will be a huge amount of experience and attribute points. This was something that could be used by both Sumu himself and his skeleton minions. 2. The crystal ball is not only able to store death breath, but also magic power. When you are idle, inject your magic power into the crystal ball to store it, and wait until a battle occurs before extracting the magic power stored in it. It can be said that this is the same as allowing Sumu to have a constant supply of magic power value. Just a thought. Sumu then thought of two uses he couldn't refuse. Not to mention the fact that the crystal ball had other hidden uses waiting to be unearthed by Sumu. It's safe to say, in Sumu's hands, this prop with only a dark gold rating was even more valuable than epic and legendary equipment. Sure. If it was only because of its value, Sumu didn't dare to take the risk. After all, taking away this crystal ball would likely mean being targeted by Rogales. Who could not say if Rogales would have left any marks on this crystal ball, allowing him to track its whereabouts at any time? The reason why Sumu dared to take away this crystal ball was because he had absolute certainty that Rogales would not be able to track himself through the crystal ball. Because erosion, talent. Chapter 020 for the roll of free points. The erosion talent is powerful. The mere fact that it allowed him to be at the advancement stage, spanning nearly 2 major steps, and enslave a ferocious zombie that was about to break through to the warrior stage, was enough to show the power of this talent. Also, while enslaving that ferocious zombie, he also discovered another use for the erosion talent. Erosion. When he uses his gift to erode the skeletons of his enemies, he will absorb the essence from their skeletons to strengthen himself. When he uses his gift to erode an enemy who is unable to fight back, he will fundamentally enslave them to become his minions. When he used his own talent to erode pure dead things like crystal balls. Erosion talent naturally could not make pure dead things come to life and become his little brother, nor could he absorb dead things to enhance himself. However, it can get rid of all the marks on dead things and instead put its own mark on them. In the words of the novel, it is to forcibly erase the mark on a certain piece of equipment so that those who have already recognized their masters turn to recognize themselves as masters and become their own property. So, it was only then that Sumu dared to be sure that Rogales couldn't track himself through the crystal ball. It was only then that he dared to leave the Canyon of the Dead with this dark gold equipment at ease. A chase. Sumu's original idea was just to enslave that elite skeleton swordsman that had entered a weakened state and obtain its profession template. The end result is that not only had he harvested an elite skeleton swordsman minion and obtained the skeleton swordsman's elite profession template, he had also seized a large amount of experience value and attribute value in the Canyon of the Dead. He also obtained the Crystal Ball of Rogales, which is considered to be an artifact. This battle. It's not a wasted trip. Subsequently, after letting his skeleton minions spread out on guard, Sumu opened his attribute panel. Name Sumu. Race, Undead Skeleton. Template, Advanced Profession Template Skeleton Swordsman. Level, 26 44 15 60,000. Status, Life 1480, Magic 180. Attributes, Strength 94, Agility 55, Physique 118, Spirit 18. Talent, Erosion only talent. Skill Split Chop. Free points, 5 points. Leveling up from level 20 to level 26, Sumu's 4-dimensional attributes had grown greatly. From the original Strength 32, Agility 28, Physique 35, and Spirit 6 to Strength 62, Agility 46, Physique 65, and Spirit 6.6. However, the harvest from that battle in the Canyon of the Dead alone was enough for him to gain hundreds of points of attribute value. The two were added together to give him the 4-dimensional attributes he had today. Compared to the previous days, Sumu's Strength attribute had increased by nearly 3 times. The Agility attribute had been boosted by nearly 2 times. The Physique attribute had increased by more than 3 times, directly breaking 100. Even the Spiritual attribute, which was the most difficult to raise, had skyrocketed to a whopping 18 points. Looking at his current attribute panel, Sumu was somewhat satisfied. Although his rank was still at the advanced profession, in terms of attributes and strength, he had far exceeded the elite skeleton. Even if he faced the kind of fierce zombie that was about to break through again, he also had the power to fight. Next, it's time to transfer to the elite profession and hunt elite skeletons. The soul fire in his eyes flickered slightly. Just as Sumu was about to close the attribute panel and start the transfer of the skeleton swordsman to the elite skeleton swordsman, his movements suddenly came to a halt. This was because he realized that at some point, there was an extra line of data at the bottom of his attribute panel. Free points, 5 points. Free points. There was some confusion in his mind. When Sumu focused his attention on the free points that had appeared at some point on his attribute panel, a small plus sign appeared behind the 4-dimensional attributes and the Rift Chop skill. It seems that he was able to add those 5 free points he had to his 4-dimensional attributes or skills whenever he wanted. This is a combination of free attribute points and skill points? An epiphany rose in Sumu's heart. He's a skeleton. Possession is also a monster template. To monsters, they have no concepts like free attribute points or skill points. The player's 4-dimensional attribute enhancement relies on the free attribute points gained from leveling up, so the player is free to choose his own way of adding points. The monster's 4-dimensional attribute, however, relies entirely on the occupation template. A player's skill leveling consumes skill points, which can come either from leveling up or from certain hidden quests. Monsters' skill level up. Except when crossing a certain rank, the system grants an upgrade. It is only through the release of skills over and over again to obtain skill proficiency to improve the skill level. Players can also be so. Obviously, if the information floating around in his head is correct, these 5 free points he had gained could be used as free attribute points to improve his 4-dimensional attributes. They could also be used as skill points to improve his skill level. Just Where did those 5 free points come from? After figuring out the role of free points, Sumu once again fell into deep thought. Little by little, he seemed to have some slight guesses as he thought back over everything he had done in the meantime. 5 freedom points. 5 elite zombies. Could it be that these 5 free points were brought about by beheading those 5 elite zombies? Whether or not the free points were brought about by beheading elite monsters was just a guess on Sumu's part. Verifying this guess was also very simple, he only needed to go and behead another elite skeleton. There's no rush. What he had to think about now was how to utilize those 5 precious free points. 4-dimensional attributes, not required. With the existence of the erosion talent, he had countless opportunities to raise his 4-dimensional attributes. Skills, it seems, aren't that pressing for a while. He only had one skill, Cracking Chop, and even if the level of this skill was increased, it would only allow him to release Cracking Chop a few more times. He didn't want to use those 5 precious free points on skills that could be upgraded on their own until he figured out where the free points came from. If an idea came to mind, Sumu tentatively called up the 2 elite profession templates he had already obtained and tried to add points. In a split second, the light of the 2 distinctly different elite profession templates flourished. There was a hidden trend of fusion. Chapter 025 Career Fusion. Heavily Armored Skeleton Swordsman. Template, Elite Skeleton Swordsman. Rank, Elite Career Template. Bonus, Life plus 1000, Strength 15, Agility 12, Physique 20, Spirit 0.5. Skill, Multiply Speed. Speed increase, active skill. Consume 1/10 of your stamina value to gain agility 1.5 movement speed in a short period of time. Skill duration, 5 seconds. Template, Zombie. Rank, Elite Career Template. Bonus, Life plus 3000, Strength 16, Agility 3, Physique 35, Spirit 1. Skill, Corrosive Venom. Corrosive Venom, active skill. Bathing in the scent of death for a long time has caused a large amount of corrosive venom to converge in the zombie's body. When encountering an enemy, the zombie can spray it remotely, inflicting Spirit 1 plus Body 0.5 corrosive damage to the enemy. Above. It was the information related to the 2 elite profession templates that Sumu had obtained. He tentatively put free points into the career templates, and the 2 elite career templates all glowed brightly, proving that his thinking was correct and that free points could indeed be used to strengthen the career templates. With 1 free point invested, the 2 career templates just glowed brightly. With 2 free points invested, the 2 career templates have a vague tendency to shatter. With 3 free points invested, the 2 career templates completely shattered. The 2 clusters of light representing the career templates also began to merge at this moment. Only, the fusion was extremely slow. Not enough? Taking a look at his remaining free points, Sumu gritted his teeth and invested all of his last 2 free points into the fusion of the 2 occupation templates. The light faded. The 2 elite career templates, Elite Skeleton Swordsman and Zombie, have both disappeared. Instead of, it was a brand new career template that appeared in Sumu's mind. Template, Heavy Skull Swordsman. Rank, Elite Career Template. Bonus, Life plus 2500, Strength 20, Agility 15, Physique 30, Spirit 3. Skills, Tentative. From the data. This elite profession template that Sumu had newly acquired, the Heavy Armored Skeleton Swordsman, was considered an enhanced and upgraded version of the Elite Skeleton Swordsman and Zombie. This career template combines the best of the Elite Skeleton Swordsman and Zombie and enhances them. With both life and attribute growth that exceeded that of an Elite Skeleton Swordsman, as well as getting rid of slow speed, the biggest weakness of the zombie clan, it could be considered all around. As for skills, ding! You have gained the exclusive Elite Profession template Heavy Armored Skeleton Swordsman. You may choose one of the following skills as a self-contained skill for this career template. Along with the system beep that sounded in his head, several options appeared in his field of vision. 1. Growth rate. 2. Corrosive venom. 3. Blast chop. 4. White bone armor. Needless to say, the first 2 skills are derived from the Elite Skeleton Swordsman and Zombie career templates. The former is the Elite Skeleton Swordsman's skill to escape from the sea of skeletons, and the latter is the Elite Zombie's skill to corrupt the many minions under Sumu's command. The last 2. It was only the system, or the laws of the game, that had tailored the skills based on this Elite Profession template that Sumu had fused out. Blast chop focuses on attacks. White bone armor focuses on defense. From the direction of the skill, it is obvious that the skill White Bone Armor is more in line with the direction of the transfer of the heavy-duty skeleton swordsman. What kind of heavy armor is it without armor? But among Sumu's 4-dimensional attributes, the physique attribute was the highest. This new Elite Profession template he had acquired also had the highest bonuses to the life and physique attributes. The combination of the two makes Sumu in the elite rank, has no less than the life value and defense ability of the warrior rank, only the meat shield among the warrior rank can exceed him in this regard. In this way, Sumu's requirements in terms of physique and defense were greatly reduced. Plus, the profession template of heavy armored skeleton swordsman was one that he had fused through free points, and once he switched, it meant that he would not be able to switch in the future through the regular way, and could only continue to advance by hunting warrior rank monsters to obtain their profession templates, and then fusing them through the free point fusion method. This requires him to have enough survivability with enough offense as well. Synthesis. Gale Chop is the best choice for Sumu. I choose Blast Streak. With Sumu's choice, the other 3 skills disappeared. The Gale/skill was also incorporated into the profession template, becoming a skill that came with the elite profession of heavy armored skeleton swordsman. You have obtained the transfer information for elite profession template heavy armored skeleton swordsman. Transfer conditions are met. Do you transfer to heavy skeleton swordsman? When the crisp system beep sounded again, Sumu didn't hesitate and chose to transfer. Next moment. Rolling hot currents gushed out from the void and poured into Sumu's body. His skeletal body also began to change drastically at this moment. His bones were thicker and darker in color. His ribs continued to extend, narrowing the gaps between his bones, as if they were going to join together to form a bony layer of plate armor. It took a full 10 minutes for Sumu to complete this transfer. By the time the transfer was completed, Sumu's height had once again skyrocketed, reaching a height of 2 meters from the original 1 meter 8. His figure also became robust and sturdy, no longer slender. Looking from afar, at this moment, Sumu was like a warrior wearing heavy armor. Even if he didn't choose the white bone armor, the physique attribute with the highest bonus still allowed a layer of hard bone armor to be born outside of Sumu's bones. Beyond that hidden emanation of might and death aura also gave Sumu the initial might of a high-level undead. Elite careers. The next goal is to hunt warrior skeletons to prepare material for the warrior rank transfer. The tall body stood in the middle of the wilderness. Sumu clenched his hand in the void, and the skeleton stranger sword, which had also grown a few points larger, appeared in his hand. Gently swinging the skeleton stranger sword, listening to the snorting sound of the blade cutting through the air, Sumu muttered in his heart. Chapter 026 Facing the Skeleton Legion. Blast Chop, active skill. Consume half of your stamina to explode 3 blades of light in an instant, dealing 80%, 100%, and 120% damage to the enemy from normal attacks respectively. If it was said that from skeletons to skeleton soldiers was the first leap realized by the skeleton clan, then from advanced skeletons to elite skeletons was the second leap realized by the skeleton clan. The first leap opened up the skeleton sanity, allowing them to possess the concept of self from a state of bewilderment and ignorance. It was on this premise that they began to hunt their kind and upgrade to become stronger. The second leap that opens up is the wisdom of the skeleton. Yes. Elite skeletons already have intelligence. Even if this intelligence is still primitive and elementary, it already possesses intelligence. Skeleton warriors lining up, elite skeleton swordsmen charging and fleeing, fierce zombies ordering and asking for help, elite zombies spewing venom after being trapped. And more. It's all a sign of having wisdom. Sure. This is only the most elementary wisdom. According to Sumu's speculation, if the intelligence possessed by an elite skeleton was defined as primary intelligence, then the intelligence possessed by a warrior-ranked skeleton would be intermediate intelligence. Skeletons of the Lord's rank. They possess what is likely to be an advanced intelligence already no less than that of humans. Facing such a high-level undead, Sumu can't treat it with the same mentality as when facing elite skeletons and skeletons below the elite. Because once he stepped into the trap of the high-level undead, what was waiting for him was probably doomed. After adapting to the power after turning elite, Sumu once again set out on the road of hunting. His minions need to be replenished. Leveling up required more experience fusing the strengths of the 2 major career templates of elite skeleton swordsman and zombie. The heavy armored skeleton swordsman certainly gave Sumu a higher growth rate, but it also made the amount of experience value he needed for each leveling up 0.5 times higher than before. Beyond that, Rogales' existence was like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head, making Sumu desperately want to become stronger. Because no one knew if Rogales was right there in the land of buried bones, and even if he wasn't, no one dared to be sure if he would suddenly return at some point to look for the lost crystal ball. Compared to Rogales, the player, who will only descend 2.5 months later, is instead not Sumu's biggest threat. As he left this area, Sumu planted the crystal ball in his sternum. Upon being placed in it, the crystal ball automatically levitated and released a line of tiny black mist that linked into Sumu's bones, like a chain, firmly embedding it into the center of his sternum. As if this crystal ball became Sumu's heart in general. In this state, the crystal ball would automatically absorb the death breath that permeated the air, and after being purified, it would pour into Sumu's skeletal body through that one tiny chain of mist. Expressed in the data, it was constantly providing Sumu with experience values and attribute values. Although the amount provided daily was not much, it was better than long-lasting. After years and years of accumulation, the experience value and attribute value that the crystal ball provided for Sumu was not a small number. Also, With such a placement, Sumu could also use the crystal ball's magic power storage function to deposit his magic power into the crystal ball at any time and extract it for use at critical times. One day later, Sumu entered the true core of the buried bone land with his only 9 remaining skeleton minions. But even though he already had the strength to crush elite skeletons, when entering this area, Sumu still needed to be careful instead of recklessly harvesting elite skeletons and enslaving them. None other. Below the elite rank, no matter if it was a basic skeleton or an advanced skeleton, they were all scattered soldiers. Even if it was a skeleton warrior, there were only about 10 minions that could command them, which was not enough to worry about. However, from the elite rank onwards, legion combat is the norm. Battles like the one Sumu encountered between the elite skeleton swordsman and the skeleton war general when he had just entered the center area of the buried bone land were just his luck. In the core area of this buried bone land, elite skeletons that fought alone were ultimately a minority. The vast majority of the skeletons that crossed into the elite rank were collected. Yes, the collection of the organization. Skeleton warriors had the ability to command skeleton soldiers, and skeleton warlords also had the ability to command skeleton warriors. Nearly 70% of the skeleton warriors, and skeleton soldiers in the entire land of buried bones were under the command of the warrior-rank skeleton commander. And the warrior-rank skeleton commander is directly under the skeleton king. Briefly, before this, the skeletons that Sumu hunted, regardless of their rank, were all free-range leaks. Placed in the human world, these skeletons were equivalent to bandits and thieves, an existence to be harvested on a regular basis. After this, the skeletons that Sumu had to hunt belonged to the regular army under the command of the Skeleton King. Unless Sumu was willing to spend a lot of time to avoid the Skeleton Legion's patrol and harvesting, little by little in the vast wilderness to find that fall into the 30% elite skeletons and warrior skeletons. Otherwise he was bound to go up against these legions of skeletons affiliated with the Skeleton King. But whether it was the threat posed by Rogales or the sense of urgency brought about by the arrival of the players in more than 2 months, it was decided that Sumu didn't have that much time to waste. Hunting these legions of skeletons affiliated with the Skeleton King was his best option. Good on. Elite skeletons have only primary intelligence. Warrior-ranked skeletons were also far from being as intelligent as humans. The Skeleton Kingdom under the command of this Skeleton King still had tons of loopholes for Sumu to drill. It was under these circumstances that Sumu appeared near a sea of skeletons with his only 9 skeleton minions. Chapter 027 Skeleton Commander Attack. It's a full army of skeletons. An elite-ranked skeleton warlord plus 10 advanced-ranked skeleton warriors brought the entire skeleton legion to as many as 500. Among them, there was no lack of skeleton mages, skeleton guards, skeleton archers, and so on that Sumu had seen before. Such a skeleton army was even more powerful than the one Sumu had once seen. Sure, mighty is just for normal elite skeletons. Sumu is not included in this list. Upon appearing in front of this skeleton army, without Sumu ordering an attack, that skeleton war general on the opposite side brought a sea of skeletons under his command and attacked towards Sumu's side instead. Reaping and devouring skeletons that didn't belong to one side was originally the law of survival in the land of buried bones. To this skeleton war general, as long as the skeletons weren't affiliated with the Skeleton King, they were all within the scope of its harvesting and hunting. A sea of hundreds of skeletons attacked with great vigor. The skeleton soldiers blocked the front, commanded by the skeleton warriors. The skeleton archers and skeleton mages were in the back row, commanded by the skeleton war general himself. Such a formation was naturally unfavorable when facing other elite skeletons. But facing Sumu, it seems to be a bit overpowered. The vast sea of skeletons attacked, and when the distance between the two was only 100 meters or so, Sumu gave an order, and those 9 skeleton minions under his command rushed towards the sea of skeletons under the leadership of the elite skeleton swordsman. He himself was even ahead of the others, charging into the sea of skeletons at a speed faster than the skeleton minions. Ring chopper. Boom. A cold light appeared. No skills were released. But with Sumu's strength attribute of up to 94 nowadays, together with the 2-meter-long skeleton stranger sword, ordinary attacks alone were not something that these skeleton soldiers and skeleton warriors who were only at the basic rank or advanced rank could withstand. When the skeleton stranger blade chopped out in a circular pattern, any skeletons within the attack range of the skeleton stranger blade, whether they were skeleton soldiers or skeleton warriors, were blown apart, reduced to dry bones flying in the sky. After doing all of this and blasting a gap in the sea of skeletons, Sumu left. His strong skeleton body exploded, directly spanning a distance of more than 10 meters, and attacked towards the skeleton war general in the center of the sea of skeletons. The rain of arrows came and was ignored by Sumu. The ball of underworld fire came at him and was easily dodged by him. When those 9 skeleton minions under his command had just made contact with the sea of skeletons, Sumu had already crossed the sea of skeletons and appeared in front of the skeleton war general. The skeleton stranger blade chopped out again. Under the suppression of the powerful 4-dimensional attribute, this skeletal war general that had already crossed into the elite rank didn't even have time to resist before its skull was blown to pieces by the skeleton stranger's blade. You killed this skeleton warlord. You have gained 1000 experience points. You have obtained the transfer information for elite profession template skeleton warlord. Having killed the skeleton war general with a thunderous force, Sumu glanced at the information refreshed on the attribute panel, and his heart sank slightly. No free points. Could it be that his assumptions were wrong? Those 5 free points he gained didn't come from killing elite-ranked monsters? Not having the heart to continue dwelling on it, in the first moment after decapitating the skeleton war general, the skeleton stranger blade in his hand chopped out once again, decapitating the 2 skeleton mages and skeleton guards that were located beside the skeleton war general in the same manner. Only abolish, not kill. After the skeleton mages and skeleton guards had lost their combat power, he similarly decapitated the only dozen or so skeleton archers within the skeleton legion, leaving them defenseless. Only after doing this did he begin to enslave these precious advanced skeletons. With the death of the skeleton warrior general, the skeleton army that had originally been united as a whole became scattered. Part of the skeleton soldiers were still under the command of the skeleton warriors, while the other part of the skeleton soldiers had become scattered. When Sumu's skeleton warrior minions killed the sea of skeletons, they instinctively seized control of these skeleton soldiers that had lost their superiors, instantly causing the number of skeleton minions on Sumu's side to skyrocket to nearly 100. Ignoring the war between the skeleton minions and the skeleton legions, after completing the aforementioned actions, Sumu began to enslave those advanced skeletons. Maybe it's the gap that comes with strength. The time it took Sumu to enslave an advanced skeleton was drastically shortened, and in just a few minutes, he had enslaved all of the advanced skeletons in this skeleton army, turning the entire skeleton army into his own, and becoming a junior under his command. The total time from the beginning of the war to its complete end was only 10 minutes. Aside from the 100 or so skeletons that died in the war, the remaining 300 or so skeletons were enslaved by Sumu or the skeleton warriors under his command, becoming part of Sumu's strength. After doing this, he didn't linger for a second. At the first opportunity, he took the skeleton minions under his command, which had expanded to more than 300, and rushed in another direction. There, with another legion of skeletons. Elite skeletons already have rudimentary intelligence. Having wisdom means having a memory. Even if this memory was extremely simple, containing only the directions and routes of the elite skeletons' patrols, as well as orders from higher-level skeletons and so on. After devouring the first skeleton legion, Sumu obtained the patrol routes of the other several skeleton legions from that skeleton war general's memories, and rushed to hunt them at the first opportunity. No surprises. With Sumu's strength nowadays, not to say that it was comparable to the warrior rank, but it was easy to crush the elite rank skeletons. 2 days. Relying on the information obtained from the memories of the skeleton war generals over and over again, Sumu had killed a full 8 elite rank skeleton war generals. Simply devouring the skeleton army commanded by these 8 skeleton war generals had caused the number of skeleton minions under Sumu's command to skyrocket, directly breaking into the thousands. It's still the result of his decluttering. If he had enslaved without restriction, the number of skeleton minions under his command would have doubled at this point. By this time, Sumu stopped running long distances without stopping for a moment. Because his real enemy has arrived. Chapter 028 Skeleton Legion vs. Skeleton Legion. One good news, one bad news. The good news was that Sumu had finally identified the source of the free points. Free points, indeed, come from killing elite-level monsters. However, when Sumu was located at the advanced rank, he could obtain 1 free point by casually decapitating an elite monster. By the time he advanced to the elite rank, he would have to decapitate at least 2 elite monsters in order to provide him with 1 free point. As his strength increased, the number of free points provided by elite monsters would gradually decrease. By the time he crosses into the warrior rank, perhaps the only monsters that can provide him with free attributes are warrior rank monsters. Sure, this didn't mean that as long as he didn't advance, elite monsters would always provide him with free points. His leveling up, attribute enhancement, and even skill enhancement, all of these affected the free points gain. The emergence of free points. It seemed to be encouraging Sumu to keep challenging higher ranked existences. 8 skeleton warlords, which provided him with 4 free points, was good news. The bad news is that the skeleton commander has shown up. The skeleton warlords and skeleton legions that Sumu hunted all belonged to the skeleton king. When he hunted the second legion of skeletons, the skeleton king did not react, but when the number of skeletons he hunted reached 7 or 8. Perhaps it originated from the orders of the skeleton king, or perhaps it originated from the orders of the skeleton commander. Within a radius of several hundred kilometers, there was no more fallen skeleton legion to be found. All the legions of skeletons under the skeleton king's command were gathered under the skeleton commander's command. And under the command of the skeleton commander. Looking for Sumu's traces. With the loss of those skeleton warlords that could be easily defeated, Sumu naturally lost his source of free points, which was certainly bad news. But Sumu's original plan was to hunt warrior rank skeletons to prepare materials for his next transformation. Now the skeleton commander takes the initiative. Should, and is, that good news? In the middle of the wilderness, Sumu stopped and waited for the skeleton commander's incoming attack. While waiting, he opened his attribute panel. Having hunted and killed 8 skeleton legions in a row, even though most of the advanced skeletons in them were enslaved, the experience value that Sumu gained in these 8 consecutive battles allowed him to raise his level by 2 levels again. At this point, his 4-dimensional attributes had reached Strength 134, Agility 85, Physique 178, and Spirit 24. Such attributes might not be comparable to a warrior-ranked skeleton, but they weren't far off. When facing elite skeletons, he was even able to kill them in one hit. Sumu wasn't worried about the elite skeletons under the command of the skeleton commander. Even without the assistance of the skeleton minions, with his current strength, he could still come and go as he pleased. The only thing he needed to consider was how to decapitate the skeleton commander in the vast sea of skeletons. The mind brooded slightly. Sumu focused on the only 4 free points he had. His 4-dimensional attributes were already high, and with 4 free points invested in them, I'm afraid he wouldn't even be able to float up a splash. The career template was already at the elite rank, and he wouldn't be able to use the free points until he obtained a sufficient number of warrior career templates. Skills. At this point in time, the only way to raise his skill level was to raise his strength again with the same stats. The 2 skills he possessed were all active skills. Rift Chop is a ranged attack skill, suitable for cleaning up small monsters. Blizzard Chop is considered a single attack skill, released in an instant 3 times the chopping attack, able to hit 3 times the damage of the normal attack. Considering the next battle, Blasting Wind Slash was naturally Sumu's first choice. The Light of Sight moved to the Blast Chop skill, Sumu's heart moved, 1 free point was consumed, and the level of the Blast Chop skill was raised from the default level 1 to level 2. Blast Chop, active skill, level 2. Consume 1/3 of your stamina to explode 4 blades of light in an instant, dealing 70%, 90%, 110%, and 130% damage to the enemy from normal attacks respectively. Stamina consumption is reduced by 1 point. The damage, however, has increased from 3 times the original damage to 4 times the damage today. Not bad. After adding points for the first time and achieving a good result, Sumu then put the remaining 3 free points into the Wind Slash skill. By the time all 4 free points had been consumed, the level of Blistering Streak had also reached level 5. Blizzard Chop, active skill, level 5. Consume 1/6 of your stamina value to erupt 7 blades of light in an instant, dealing 40%, 60%, 80%, 100%, 120%, 140%, and 160% damage to the enemy with normal attacks respectively. Stamina consumption is drastically reduced. After reaching level 5, the total damage of the 7 light blades that erupted from the skill Blistering Wind Chop was as much as 7 times the normal damage. A proper masterstroke. If before this, Sumu had doubts about whether he was the opponent of the skeleton commander, with the level 5 Blast Wind Slash, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to cut that warrior rank skeleton down to the bone. Everything. Just wait for the skeleton commander to arrive. Time is gradually passing. With the clues Sumu had deliberately left behind as a guide, it was only after a few hours had passed that the enemy Sumu was waiting for arrived. The first thing that came into view was a ghastly white color. 8 skeleton legions were crippled and devoured in succession, and the skeleton commander, who already possessed a certain level of intelligence, naturally wouldn't be careless. When it appeared in front of Sumu, it was carrying a full army of skeletons around it. A full skeleton army commanded by a warrior-ranked skeleton commander. What kind of concept is that? From the moment the skeleton commander showed up, a dense sea of skeletons spread towards the side from afar, filling up the entire wilderness within sight. Looking around, at least 4,000 to 5,000 skeletons of various styles appeared in this wilderness. At the forefront, still the skeleton soldiers. However, compared to the skeleton legion under the command of the skeleton war general, there were clearly several times more skeleton warriors interspersed among these skeleton soldiers. Almost every 20 skeleton soldiers would have a skeleton warrior acting as a captain, and as a fulcrum for the skeleton commander to command the entire skeleton legion. After the skeleton soldiers came the archers. There were both skeleton soldiers armed with white bone bows acting as archers, and skeleton archers who had crossed over into the advanced ranks and actually switched to the profession of archer. The number of skeleton archers is in the hundreds. Located in the center of the entire sea of skeletons were still dozens of skeleton mages. Skeleton soldiers. Skeleton archers. Skeleton mage. The 3 soldiers formed a ring, protecting a tall skeleton whose entire body was wrapped in rusty battle armor. This skeleton is precisely the skeleton commander. Sure. In addition to the skeleton commander and the 3 troop types, there were quite a few other skeletons that had reached the elite rank in this skeleton army. For example, the elite troop type of skeleton archer for example, the elite troop type of skeleton mage, terror mage for example, the elite troop type of skeleton guard, and so on. Not to mention the largest number of elite skeletons, the skeleton warlords. Lin total, this up to more than 4,000 skeleton army, just the number of elite skeletons reaches more than a dozen. Instead, Sumu's side. Sumu himself was an elite ranked heavy armored skeleton swordsman. Thanks to the bug that was the erosion talent, even though he was at the elite rank, he had enough strength to fight with the warrior rank. Beyond that, elite skeleton, only 1. Advanced skeletons, less than 100. The rest are all skeleton soldiers. It was the same skeleton army, but the difference between the two was enough to be described as a world of difference. Chapter 029. In the midst of 10,000 troops, beheading the enemy, Sumu was looking at the skeleton commander. That skeleton commander was also looking at Sumu. While the leaders of both sides did not give the order to attack, these two legions of skeletons, which were vastly different in both quantity and quality, also faced each other hundreds of meters apart. Sumu was observing the skeleton overlord. He was calculating the general 4-dimensional attributes of this skeleton overlord, and in the meantime, he was looking for a breakthrough, looking for the direction from which he should break into the center of the skeleton sea and hunt the skeleton overlord when the fight broke out later on. The skeleton commander was observing Sumu because its immature intelligence couldn't figure out why such an elite skeleton, which looked just a little strange, would destroy 8 skeleton legions in a row in such a short period of time. Being undead has its benefits. Since he couldn't figure it out, the skeleton commander didn't want to. When the skeleton legion under his command was only a few hundred meters away from the enemy, the scimitar in the skeleton commander's hand was raised high. Next moment, the scimitar chopped down the skeleton ocean that numbered up to more than 4,000 charged towards this side at the same time. It's on. In a heartbeat, as the skeleton legion attacked towards this side, Sumu also ordered at the same time for his skeleton minions to line up in formation to deal with the skeleton legion's onslaught. Regardless of whether it was in terms of quantity or quality, the skeleton legion under Sumu's command couldn't be compared to the skeleton legion under the skeleton commander's command. But their mission is not to win the war. They only needed to withstand the onslaught of the skeleton legion, attract the skeleton legion's attention for Sumu, and hold the skeleton legion in check. A mission like this, these 1,000 or so skeletons that Sumu had carefully selected were still capable of doing the job. The skeleton guards were on the outermost layer, withstanding the first onslaught of the skeleton legions within the skeleton guards. The skeleton warriors with their skeleton soldiers formed a second line of defense. In the innermost part, there were the skeleton mages and skeleton archers that Sumu had collected. A little bit of time passes. The legions of skeletons are getting closer and closer to this side. When the distance between the two was only 100 meters or so, Sumu gave an order. Those dozen or so skeleton guards in the outermost layer simultaneously plunged the lower end of their skeleton tower shields into the earth, and their entire bodies crouched down in preparation for the first onslaught of the skeleton legions. Skeleton warriors and skeleton soldiers hold their weapons. The skeleton archers and skeleton mages, however, under Sumu's command, threw a large rain of arrows and a dozen or so underworld fireballs towards the opposite side of the skeleton ocean across a distance of hundreds of meters. The rain of arrows and the balls of plutonic fire were not aimless attacks. Under Sumu's command, his only skeleton archers and skeleton mages were divided into 3 squads, with each squad focusing on attacking a single target, and the targets that were being attacked were clearly the skeleton warriors and skeleton battle generals in the skeleton ocean. Skeleton archers and skeleton mages combined. Almost every unison shot was able to shatter a skeleton warrior and turn it into charred and blackened bones. If 3 squads were to focus their attacks, even the elite-ranked skeleton warriors would be crippled in a very short period of time. So on and so forth. When the skeleton ocean crossed this distance of hundreds of meters and was about to have a short encounter with the skeleton legion under Sumu's command, more than 10 skeleton warriors and 3 skeleton war admirals had already fallen under the concentrated fire strikes of the skeleton archers and skeleton mages. Then, boom! 2 legions of skeletons, crashing together. Rift chop! Rift chop! At this moment, Sumu along with that elite skeleton swordsman junior under his command exploded at the same time, and 2 brilliant blades of light broke through the air and cut into the miserable white sea of skeletons, decapitating a large swath of skeleton soldiers and instantly clearing out a small empty space on the battlefield. Then, while letting the elite skeleton swordsmen continue to release their skills to support the skeleton legion under their command, Sumu himself was leaping, his powerful strength and speed attributes exploding. After leaving a deep footprint on the ground, Sumu's body rose up in the air and directly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters, killing into the sea of skeletons. Ring chopper. Boom! The skeletal stranger's blade chopped out. The snowy blade slashed through mid-air, cutting down all the skeletons within a 2-meter radius, and Sumu once again rose up in the air and lunged towards the center of the skeleton ocean. Once. Twice. 3 times. Every time he took to the air, Sumu would cross a distance of more than 10 meters. With each leap, he was further away from the skeleton commander at the center of the skeleton ocean. So on and so forth. By the time he fell into the sea of skeletons for the 7th time, Sumu was only the last dozen meters away from that skeleton commander. It only needed one last leap to reach it. Skeleton commander is not a cutie. Because of Sumu's rank, it didn't attach much importance to Sumu at the same time. Because of its low level of intelligence, it didn't give birth to such emotions as contempt. When Sumu fell for the 7th time, an invisible soul fluctuation emanated from the skeleton commander's body, and all of those many skeleton mages in its vicinity turned around and aimed at Sumu. Dozens of skeleton mages. Among them were also several terror mages that had crossed over to the elite rank. If it was just a skeleton mage, Sumu could still resist hard with his strong physique and defense, but a terror mage, caster of this rank, was already enough to cause great damage to him. To punch, or not to punch? This thought appeared and disappeared in Sumu's mind at first. When the rich aura of death gathered in the bone staffs of the skeletal mages, and when a single ghostly blue ball of underworld fire began to appear, Sumu rushed in front of a skeletal war general with a thunderous momentum. A knife cuts out. A whopping 134 points of power exploded out, and the skeletal war general had its head chopped off without even being able to resist. Subsequently, as soon as he grabbed the torso left behind by the skeleton war general, Sumu used it as a shield in front of his body and rose up into the air for the 8th time. In the meantime, his only 2 skills also all exploded at this moment. Rift Chop. Gale Chop. Chapter 030, Slaying the Skeleton Commander. Boom. Intense concussive sounds spread out in mid-air, and a charred and blackened patch of withered bones fell at the same time, spilling out onto the earth. It was the torso of the skeletal war general. Using the body of the skeleton war general to block the first fire attack of the skeleton mages, Sumu, who was in mid-air, also chopped out his only 2 active skills. Rift Chop. Blast Chop. 2 very different blades of light erupted out, as if fireworks were exploding in the group of skeleton mages. That's right. In this 8th leap, Sumu didn't pounce on the skeleton overlord who was already close at hand, but instead used the skeleton war general's torso as a cover and charged into the group of skeleton mages. Compared to the warrior-ranked skeleton commander, this total number of skeleton mages that reached dozens of skeletons, it gave Sumu a greater threat. The Rift Chop exploded. Brilliant blades of light raged away. With Sumu's ultra-high strength and agility attributes, this ranged attack skill, which was originally only used to clear out small monsters, displayed a powerful killing power. Almost the instant the rift slash erupted open, more than half of the skeleton mages were torn apart. The remaining skeleton mages, even if they weren't decimated, had temporarily lost their combat power. And the Blast Chop. The 7 blades of light that instantly erupted into the air were able to inflict a total of 7 times the superb damage of a normal attack on the enemy. Under the ravages of these 7 light blades, except for the first terror mage that survived due to the lack of power of the first 2 light blades, the remaining 3 terror mages were similarly torn apart. Seconds. The 7 blades of light that erupted from the blizzard chain slash were not only able to attack the same target, but they were also able to be spread out to attack different targets. As long as these 7 attacks did not fall short, the attack bonus of the Blast Wind Chop would continue. From Sumu's 8th leap to his re-fall to the ground, it was just a short moment. But in this lightning-fast time, the skeleton mages in the skeleton ocean that were the biggest threat to him were crippled. The skeleton commander. Didn't he even react? Thumbs up. A knife cuts out. After decapitating the head of the last terror mage, Sumu then turned around and looked at the skeleton commander. Without the threat posed by the skeleton mages and terror mages, just the few skeleton guards and skeleton guards around the skeleton commander are no longer enough to interfere with the battle between him and the skeleton commander. Who? Invisible soul fluctuations spread out. The skeleton mages under his command were crippled, and the skeleton commander was furious. Roaring angrily, the skeleton commander gave an order, and the skeleton guards and skeleton guards around it rushed towards Sumu's side, and it itself held a bone sword and bone shield, killing towards Sumu. For a high-level skeleton like the skeleton commander who had crossed into the warrior rank, it was undoubtedly a great shame to be killed by a mole cricket that was only at the elite rank into the center of the skeleton army and crippled the skeleton mage corps under his command with his own strength. The only way to wash away this shame was to use the enemy's soul fire. A distance of over 10 meters is not that far. Even skeletons like the skeleton guards and skeleton guards that focused on physique growth were able to rush through in a very short period of time. Just when those skeleton guards and skeleton guards rushed in, Sumu once again rose up in the air, directly crossing over the skeleton guards and skeleton guards, as well as the skeleton commander, appearing behind it. Gale Chop. Blast Streak, Second Strike. Crimson blades of light erupted out, cutting into the skeleton commander's body like a razor-sharp blade. When the target was a terror mage, their fragile physique could hardly withstand the cuts of the blizzard chop, and they were killed in seconds almost instantly, so it was difficult to see the power of this move. When the target was the skeleton commander, the power of this attack skill, which had reached level 5, was truly displayed. Instantaneous eruption. 7 blades of light. When these 7 light blades chopped at the skeleton commander's body, accompanied by dense and ear-piercing shrill sounds, bone dust flew and a huge chopping mark appeared on the skeleton commander's body. The first 3 light blades were the weakest in power and were blocked by the rusty armor on the skeleton commander's body, only leaving 3 marks of varying depths on it. The 4th blade of light had then broken through the rusty armor and literally chopped into the skeleton commander's skeletal body. The remaining 3 light blades even chopped out 3 huge wounds on the skeleton commander's skeletal body. The deepest of them had directly severed 2 of the skeleton commander's ribs, nearly cutting off his spine. Blast Chop lives up to its name as a great move. If it can be upgraded to level 8 or even level 10, I am afraid that this strike will be enough to kill the skeleton commander in seconds. Roar! Growled again. The heavily injured skeleton commander turned around, and the bone blade in its hand carried an unrivaled huge force as it chopped towards Sumu. It somewhat understood why this strange elite skeleton was able to exterminate 8 skeleton legions in such a short period of time. Even it couldn't withstand a single blow from this strange skeleton, let alone those skeleton warriors under its command who were only at the elite rank. Boom! Violent sounds of gold and iron clashing erupted. A huge force surged from the bone blade, causing Sumu to uncontrollably take a few steps back, leaving a series of deep footprints on the ground. The skeleton commander's power was going to exceed his. But 4-dimensional attributes have never been the only criterion for judging combat power. When the skeleton commander attacked with those few skeleton guards and skeleton guards that had already turned back, the skeleton stranger blade in Sumu's hand chopped out with full force. Wow! 3 skeleton guards were torn apart. The 2 skeleton guards were sent flying by the tremendous force. Sumu, who was once again face to face with the skeleton commander, didn't hesitate in the slightest and unleashed his 3rd blistering wind slash. 7 blades of light that erupted. Under Sumu's deliberate control, the location where these 7 blades of light struck was exactly where the skeleton commander had been wounded earlier. The 7 blades of light connected into a line. It viciously chopped at the body of the skeleton commander. When the power of this move ended, the skeleton commander was directly cut off at the waist. While the lower half of his body was still standing on the ground, the upper half of his body lost the support of his body and fell towards the ground. The skeleton commander is still alive. With its upper body still intact, it even retained a good deal of its fighting power. But since he had already cut it off at the waist, how could Sumu allow this skeleton commander to recall his lower body and regain his fighting strength? Just as the upper half of the skeleton commander's body collapsed towards the ground, Sumu took a step out and rushed to the front of the skeleton commander's body. The moment half of the skeleton commander's body collapsed on the ground, the skeleton stranger's blade that flashed with cold light had already arrived in the air, piercing straight through the skeleton commander's eye sockets and stabbing into his skull. Soul fire flickered. Eerily extinguished. The information on Sumu's attribute panel was refreshed. Chapter 031 Warrior Career Template. You killed the skeleton commander. You have gained 10,000 experience points. A system alert appears. It meant that the skeleton commander had been completely killed. The finger bones that were gripping the skeleton stranger's blade all of a sudden relaxed, and Sumu's heart let out a long sigh of relief. The war between the 2 legions of skeletons continues. But in Sumu's opinion, this war was already over. Losing the skeleton commander, no matter how many of these skeleton legions there were, they were nothing more than scattered sand. Their end was nothing more than being killed or being enslaved by Sumu and becoming his little brother. The battle did not last long, and there was no shortage of menace in it at all. Not to mention the skeleton commander's own battle power, the skeleton mage corps under his command alone was enough to bring a deadly threat to Sumu. Good on. He won. After killing the skeleton commander, the entire skeleton legion would become his trophy. Next, Sumu didn't rush to absorb the skeleton commander's skeleton, but instead returned to the battlefield, either killing or subjugating the remaining elite skeletons in the skeleton legion, incorporating them into his forces. A full half-hour later. Except for a dozen or so elite skeletons that had been killed long ago, the remaining elite skeletons were all enslaved by Sumu and became his skeleton minions. There are more advanced skeletons. As for the skeleton soldiers, after the quotas for the little brothers of the skeleton war generals and skeleton warriors under his command were full, the remaining skeleton soldiers were all decapitated and became the experience value for the growth of Sumu and his little brothers. Only after doing this did Sumu return to the center of the battlefield. You've absorbed the essence from the skeleton, and your body is stronger. Your strength has increased by 25 points. Your agility has increased by 18 points. Your constitution has increased by 32 points. Your spirit has increased by 5 points. You have obtained the transfer information for warrior profession template skeleton commander. After all, it is a true warrior rank. Even compared to before, Sumu's 4-dimensional attributes had already grown significantly, and after absorbing the essence from the skeleton commander's skeleton, his 4-dimensional attributes still gained a considerable amount of growth. Sure. What's more, he also obtained the first material for synthesizing the warrior profession, a profession template belonging to the skeleton commander. Compared to other warrior profession templates, the skeleton commander's 4-dimensional attribute bonus wasn't very high. However, this was also relative, at least compared to the elite profession templates that Sumu possessed. The skeleton commander's 4-dimensional attribute bonus was still very high. Template: Skeleton Commander. Rank: Warrior Profession Template. Bonus: Life plus 5000, Strength 45, Agility 30, Physique 70, Spirit 5. Skill: Inspiration. Inspiration: Active skill. As a high-ranked undead, after stepping into battle, the skeleton commander can release the death breath in his body and add it to the skeletons under his command, drastically increasing their attack power, attack speed, and movement speed in a short period of time. Compared to the elite-ranked skeleton warrior, the skeleton commander's 4-dimensional attribute enchantment was a full 3 or 4 times higher. Even compared to the exclusive profession template that Sumu had obtained, it was still a large amount higher. Having such a high career template bonus further widened the gap between the warrior rank and the elite rank. But Sumu's attention didn't stay on this warrior profession template for too long. Regardless of whether this warrior profession template's bonus was strong or weak, it was ultimately just material for synthesizing Sumu's exclusive warrior profession template. After tasting the sweetness of career fusion, even if there was a copy of the top-tier warrior career template in front of him, Sumu wouldn't hastily change careers. Having ended the absorption of the skeleton commander's skeleton, after absorbing all the essence from the other elite skeletons he killed on the battlefield as well, allowing his 4-dimensional attributes to once again have a small increase, Sumu then looked at his attribute panel. Nowadays, he already has 11 free points. With his strength today, it would take about 2 elite skeletons to provide him with a little free attribute. In this one war, the number of elite skeletons that Sumu personally killed reached 12. These 12 elite skeletons provided him with 6 points of free attributes. As a warrior rank skeleton, that skeleton commander alone provided Sumu with 5 free points. This made the total number of free points that Sumu possessed today reach as many as 11 points. It is worth noting that when the line of data, free points, appeared on the attribute panel, Sumu needed to carefully deliberate in the aspect of whether to decimate or enslave the skeleton minions. Just like this skeleton commander he had just decapitated. By enslaving it, Sumu would certainly be able to obtain a powerful battle force, allowing him to reduce the pressure when he subsequently hunted other warrior skeletons, and the number of skeleton minions under his command would also skyrocket. But enslaving it, not to mention how much time Sumu would need, the lost experience value and freedom points alone would be enough to make his heart ache for a long time. At least, before the free points he had gained were enough, Sumu preferred to behead the warrior skeletons and elite skeletons to improve his strength with the free points he had gained. Unless it was those that were particularly precious, or that he really needed, Sumu would enslave them and turn them into his skeleton minions. For example, the one and only terror mage that survived. For example, the archer's elite profession, skeleton archer. For example, those 3 skeleton warlords that were able to assist Sumu in commanding the skeleton minions. And so on. Beyond that, all of the skeletons, whether they were skeleton soldiers, advanced skeletons, or elite skeletons, were all killed by Sumu and the skeleton minions under his command, becoming nutrients for them to grow again. 11 free points. Not too much to say, not too little to say. Now that all the matters on the battlefield had been dealt with, Sumu was also able to calm down and use these 11 free points that he had just gained to enhance his strength once again. Chapter 032 Upper Level Skill, Death Slash. Rift Chop and Blast Chop. It was still these 2 skills until he obtained more warrior profession templates and fused a warrior profession template that was uniquely his own. These were the only 2 skills he possessed. 11 free points. Sumu could add points separately and raise both skills all the way up to the level of 7 or 8, or he could choose to raise the other skill after one of them was full. It seems that there is no need to choose at all. Exhaling a long breath in his heart, Sumu focused his attention on the Blast Wind Slash skill. Obviously, in the goal of hunting warrior skeletons, the Wind Slash is more useful than the Crack Slash. 1 free point spent. The level of the Blistering Wind Slash had been raised from level 5 to level 6, the consumption of stamina had been further reduced, and the total damage multiplier of its outbursts had been raised once again. Keep adding points. 2nd free point consumption. The level of Blast Strike has been raised from level 6 to level 7. 3rd free point depletion. The level of Blast Strike was raised from level 7 to level 8. After taking a look at the skill description of Blistering Wind Slash after raising it 3 times in a row, Sumu didn't hesitate and once again invested 2 free points into it, directly raising this skill to the full level of 10. By this time, the number of light blades that erupted from the Gale Chop reached 12. The total damage dealt by the 12 light blades was 12 times that of normal damage. The lift is nearly double. If Sumu were to face that skeleton commander again, I'm afraid that a single burst of Blast Wind Slash would be enough to make it lose its combat power. Just Looking at the blistering wind slash that he had already leveled up to 10, Sumu was slightly confused. Because the small plus sign behind the skill didn't disappear with the full level of the skill, it still existed. It seemed to imply that he could still invest his free points into the wind slash skill. There are 6 free points left. After some slight contemplation, Sumu tentatively invested another 1 free point into the already fully leveled blistering wind slash. Still at level 10. The skill level has not changed, nor has the skill description of Gale slash. Not enough freedom points invested? The soul fire in his eyes flickered slightly, and Sumu once again put 1 free point into it. Still no change. Perhaps. Glancing at the 4 free points left, Sumu once again invested. 3 points. 4 points. 5 points. When a full 5 free points were put into it, this skill that had already swallowed up a full 14 free points from Sumu finally changed. The original skill disappears. A brand new skill appeared on Sumu's attribute panel. Death Slash, active skill, upper level skill of Blast Chop, cannot be upgraded. Consuming 1/20th of its stamina, it instantly erupts 10 blades of light infused with the aura of death, delivering a succession of deadly cuts to the enemy, totaling 20 times the damage of a normal attack on the enemy. Death Cuts. A new skill is born. And it's the upper level skill of the Blast Chop skill. The consumption of physical strength value was once again reduced by a factor of 2, and the number of light blades that erupted out shrunk from 12 to 10, and the total damage value inflicted also skyrocketed from 12 times the original to 20 times today. Especially up skill. With 10 years of gaming experience in his previous life, Sumu naturally understood the concept of superior skills. The so-called superior skill is a skill that evolves on the basis of the original skill. This kind of skill not only consumes less than the original skill, its power is far beyond the original skill. Another name that players use for upskills is boss skills. As the name suggests, boss skills, naturally, are skills that can only be obtained by bosses. Among the NPCs, only the existences that crossed into the hero rank could have boss skills. Among the monsters, only the existences that crossed into the lord rank like the Skeleton King could have boss skills. Boss was originally the player's term for monsters of the lord rank, and the rank above lord. Past life. Boss skills, or superior skills, had always been the object of players' pursuit. Its attraction to players was nothing less than the existence of hidden professions, lost legacies, or even artifacts. But until the time when the gods descended and the world was destroyed, the number of players who had truly acquired superior skills was less than 10. As a former legendary sword saint, in his previous life, Sumu hadn't even gathered any information related to obtaining superior skills. It was as if the only way to obtain superior skills was really monster bosses and heroic NPCs. This shows the preciousness of the superior skills. The opposite of preciousness is the power of superior skills. It could be said that the power of even the most trashy upskill was far more powerful than those generic or vocational skills that players acquired through normal means. Death Slash is the top skill, also known as boss skills. While looking at this skill, Sumu's mind thought of more than just this one skill. Death Slash, which he had advanced from by using his free points to raise the professional skill of blistering continuous slash to full level. Does that mean that his other skill, Cracking Chop, is likewise able to reach full level in this way and then evolve into his second boss skill? Even as long as there are enough free points, all of the skills he acquired in the future could all be advanced into boss skills in this way. Boss monsters, the first reason why they are called bosses is that they have 4-dimensional attributes and life values that far exceed those of players, NPCs, and ordinary monsters, making them difficult to raid. The second reason is that they have boss skills. The existence of these extremely powerful boss skills made them able to easily slaughter players of the same level or even higher, and also made players soloing the boss simply an impossible task. The only way to be sure of challenging the boss is to reach a certain level in rank, and then gather enough people. Sumu laughed. Even though only the face of a skeleton couldn't make the expression of a smile, Sumu still smiled. Free points. If his speculation comes true, with the support of a steady stream of free points, he was able to advance all the skills he would gain in the future into boss skills. If he has a large enough number of skills, the strongest boss the game world has ever seen is about to be born. Chapter 033 Sumu's Tart Operation. Evolving Wind Slash from a normal skill to the boss skill Death Slash consumes a total of 14 free points. This also caused the number of freedom points Sumu possessed today to plummet from the original 11 points to 1 point. Casually adding the remaining 1 free point to Rift Slash and raising its level from level 1 to level 2, Sumu's mood gradually calmed down. The strongest boss ever. That was Sumu's goal. To accomplish this, he needed more than just upgrading his career template and improving his 4-dimensional attributes, he also needed to obtain a large number of free points and skills. So much for that. The direction he's going in just needs to be refined a little bit. Skeleton minions still need to be collected. But enough is enough. Aside from the skeleton minions that had to be enslaved, the rest of the skeletons would all be turned into experience points, career templates, and free points for Sumu to grow again. As mentioned before, elite rank skeletons already possess simple intelligence. Having wisdom means having a memory. As an existence of the warrior rank, the skeleton commander that was beheaded by Sumu not only possessed a higher level of intelligence, but also possessed memories that far exceeded those of an elite skeleton. After absorbing the skeleton commander's skeleton, Sumu obtained quite a bit of information from it. A large portion of them were desperately needed by Sumu. For example, the number and distribution of warrior rank skeletons under the Skeleton King's command, for example, information related to the Skeleton King, the ruler of the buried land, and so on. Overall, the number of warrior rank skeletons under the Skeleton King's command was quite large. In addition to the 8 skeleton commanders who commanded the 8 skeleton legions, in the Death Castle where the Skeleton King resided, there were an even greater number of warrior rank skeletons present. By all rights, as the orthodox progression path of the skeleton clan, the number of skeleton commanders should be the largest amongst the warrior rank skeletons. But the entire land of buried bones, in addition to the skeleton commanders hidden in the corners and unknown, the skeleton commanders under the Skeleton King are only these 8. Because the Skeleton King himself is also harvesting skeletons. The 8 skeleton commanders, these were the 8 vassals that the Skeleton King had assigned to assisted in commanding this vast land of buried bones. These 8 vassals are not fixed. Once a new skeleton commander was born in the land of buried bones, he could challenge one of these 8 vassals. The one who wins will become the new vassal under the Skeleton King. The one who loses will be devoured by the Skeleton King. Yes, skeleton commanders are not qualified to devour warrior-ranked skeletons. The only ones they could devour were skeletons of the elite rank and below. The only skeleton of the warrior rank that can be devoured is the Skeleton King. The Skeleton Clan was originally a clan that harvested each other. As the ruler of the entire buried bone land, the Skeleton King naturally stood at the top of this harvesting chain. It didn't care to devour those skeletons that were too far apart from its own rank, but the skeletons of the warrior rank, however, would not be spared. No one knows how long the land of buried bones has existed. No one knew how many warrior rank skeletons the Skeleton King had devoured either. Perhaps the moment the Skeleton King became the ruler of the land of buried bones, this devouring chain of mutual harvesting had already been established, and the Skeleton King himself was the biggest beneficiary of this harvesting chain. Sure, that's just the way it usually is. There were countless skeletons in the land of buried bones, and naturally, skeletons with extraordinary innate qualifications or higher spirit would be born. After such skeletons evolved to the warrior rank, they might not challenge the 8 vassals or join the Skeleton King's banner. Their other option is to hide. Grow up secretly and wait until you're strong enough to challenge the Skeleton King and seize the dominion of the buried bone land, or hide forever and remain undetected. Once they were discovered by the legions of skeletons under the Skeleton King's command, it would start a war. As long as there is no strength against the Skeleton King, what awaits them is still being devoured by the Skeleton King. So, it was only due to the accumulation of a long period of time, the Skeleton Clan's orthodox evolutionary path, there are only 8 great vassals of the 8 cross into the warrior rank of the Skeleton Commander. By comparison, instead, the number of warrior skeletons advanced from other professions that are more difficult to advance is a bit higher. This kind of skeleton could not threaten the rule of the Skeleton King, and was the best assistant for the Skeleton King to enhance his power, so naturally, it would be continuously collected and accumulated by the Skeleton King. And in the memory of the Skeleton Commander. These warrior skeletons in varying numbers but of various types basically reside in the Skeleton King's habitat, the Death Castle. So says. The difficulty of collecting warrior profession templates seems to be easier than I thought. Little by little, straightening out the information that he had gotten from the Skeleton Commander, the soul fire in Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. He already had a thought. If the plan was successful, without having to face the terrifying Skeleton King, he would be able to obtain enough warrior profession templates to raise his rank from elite to warrior. A few days later, an army of skeletons totaling more than 4,000 in number was marching through the wilderness towards the core of the buried bone land, the Death Castle inhabited by that Skeleton King. A skeleton legion consisting of more than 4,000 skeletons was basically equivalent to the number of legions under the command of a full-strength skeleton commander. Just somewhat different from the Skeleton Legion commanded by the Skeleton Commander who was subordinate to the Skeleton King, this Skeleton Legion's largest numbers were surprisingly skeleton guards and skeleton guards, in addition to the necessary configurations of archers, skeleton mages, and skeleton warriors. As special skeletons that focus on physical growth, the significance of the existence of skeleton guards and skeleton guards in the Skeleton Legion is generally to guard the skeleton warlord or skeleton commander who is the main general. And this legion of skeletons. There were very few skeleton guards and skeleton guards around the Lord General, but instead, a large number of skeleton guards and skeleton guards that served as meat shields appeared in the outer layer of the Skeleton Legion. It was as if the significance of the existence of the skeleton guards and skeleton guards in this skeleton legion was not to guard the main general, but to guard the entire skeleton legion. This is incomprehensible to the skeleton one. Because the entire meaning of the existence of the skeleton clan was to pile up higher ranked existences, not to have higher ranked skeletons guarding those lower ranked skeletons that didn't even exist in terms of their sanity or ego. The legion of skeletons sped along. They stopped only when they were still a dozen kilometers away from the death castle. Ahead of them, a more numerous legion of skeletons appeared. It's more than that. On the right and left of this strange skeleton legion, likewise appeared two skeleton legions in even greater numbers. They, stepping into the enclosure. Chapter 034 Second Boss Skill. Not bad for the Skeleton King. This aura is truly terrifying. Beyond the Castle of Death. In a small dirt bag that was only a few hundred meters away from this Skeleton King's habitat, Sumu, who only had half of his head exposed, collected his aura as much as possible to avoid being discovered. Not far ahead of him, a behemoth over 2.5 meters tall hurried away with a few warrior skeletons and disappeared from his view. This is the Skeleton King. Owners of the Lord's career template. King of the Skeleton Clan, ruler of the land of buried bones. Sumu didn't dare to approach. Nor could he see exactly what this Skeleton King looked like. But the terrifying breath emanating from the Skeleton King alone made Sumu feel his heart jump. It was the Skeleton King, after all. An existence that had existed for a long time and devoured an unknown number of warrior skeletons. Its strength, not to mention Sumu, was an absolute powerhouse even among monster lords of the same rank. If he faces this Skeleton King directly, I am afraid that Sumu will not even have the opportunity to make a move, and he will be killed in a second. Carefully hiding in the small dirt bag, he eyed the Skeleton King's huge figure slowly disappearing. He waited until he was sure that the Skeleton King had moved away before he lifted his head and slowly climbed out of the small dirt bag. The soul fire in his eyes flickered slightly, and Sumu's mood was pleasant. Since the Skeleton King had really appeared, it meant that his plan had succeeded. It's been a few days. Sumu brought the skeleton legions under his command and rolled over hundreds of kilometers, devouring 4 skeleton legions under the Skeleton King. Aside from one skeleton lord who was enslaved and became Sumu's little brother, the remaining 3 skeleton lords and most of the elite skeletons were killed, devoured, and became the experience, attributes, and free points for Sumu to grow again. Together with the legion of skeletons that he had devoured at the very beginning, 5 of the 8 vassals under the Skeleton King's command had already been broken in Sumu's hands. 5 skeleton commanders were decimated. 5 legions of skeletons were devoured. Even for the Skeleton King, this was called a heavy loss. When Sumu was preparing to lay his hands on the 6th Skeleton Legion, the remaining 3 skeleton legions had already centralized under the orders of the Skeleton King and were only patrolling the vicinity of the Death Castle. And once there was a sign of this Skeleton Legion under Sumu's command appearing, those 3 skeleton legions would gather at the first opportunity and encircle over. So, Sumu made a plan. Having that skeleton commander minion he'd taken under his wing lead a legion of skeletons under his command, blatantly attacking Death Castle, making a show of taking it over. He himself moved quietly, hiding around the Death Castle ahead of time. The Skeleton King didn't know who his enemies were or what rank they were. Once he learned that his enemy was under siege, he would inevitably take action himself and behead any enemy who dared to offend his majesty. By this time, here comes Sumu's chance. Things developed just as he expected. The Skeleton Legion was besieged, and the Skeleton King who got the news left the Death Castle, bringing a few warrior skeletons under his command and rushing to the battlefield himself. So, the presence in the Death Castle that threatened him the most was tuned out. The Skeleton King is headed for the battlefield. On Sumu's side, even he himself was having trouble withstanding the Skeleton King's strike, not to mention the skeleton minions under his command. When Sumu came up with this plan, that skeleton army was abandoned. The point of their existence was to stall the Skeleton King so that it couldn't return to the Death Castle in a short period of time, delaying time for Sumu's hunting plan. So, when it was time to devour those 4 skeleton armies under the Skeleton King, only then could Sumu pick and choose, keeping all the skeletons with strong defense like the skeleton guards and skeleton guards. For the sake of, well, stalling longer. Now the Skeleton King leaves. Sumu also officially started his hunt. No one knows how long Death Castle has been around. But judging by its collapsed walls and dilapidated traces, the old, dilapidated castle had been around for at least hundreds of years. After crawling out of the small dirt bag, Sumu concealed his figure as much as possible and quietly felt his way towards the Death Castle. This castle is huge. Aside from the locations that have collapsed, the rest of the walls aren't or patrolled by skeleton squads made up of archers or spellcasters. As the absolute core of the land of buried bones, there were no skeleton soldiers in the Death Castle. The lowest level patrolling skeletons were all advanced skeletons like skeleton warriors, skeleton archers, and skeleton mages, and the existence of the captain of the patrolling squad was even more elite skeletons like skeleton war generals, skeleton archers, and terror mages. Further up, there are the skeletons of the warrior rank. These warrior skeletons that all had great autonomy in the Death Castle were the target of Sumu's hunt. Carefully approached the walls. Leaping in through the collapsed portion, when a skeleton squad had finished patrolling and had their backs to the collapsed portion, Sumu lightly climbed up and appeared above the city wall. Behind him was a collapsed section of the wall. In front of him was a group of skeleton archers, including an elite ranked skeleton archer and 10 advanced ranked skeleton archers. Skeletons have no flesh and blood. When he was on the ground, Sumu was still able to minimize the sound by easing his footsteps. On this section of the city wall, which was completely cast in stone, it was difficult to avoid making noise even if he eased his footsteps. So, upon appearing on this section of the city wall, Sumu simply stopped hiding his figure and directly charged towards that skeleton squad with a single charge. Click! The crisp crash of bone and rock resonated through the walls. The skeleton squad that was no more than 10 meters away from Sumu was indeed startled. The skeleton archers gripped their white bone bows tightly, and the skeleton archer who was the captain even turned around at the first opportunity, a hint of death aura glowing from the ghastly white bone bow in his hand as he meowed over to this side. Alarmed? In the face of this, which was expected, Sumu did not have the slightest fluctuation of emotions. He sped up a few points. The skeleton stranger's sword in his hand even chopped out at this moment, enveloping the entire skeleton squad in it. Boss technique? Shattering Slash. Chapter 035 The Ultimate Mystery of Sneaking. The Shattering Sky Slash was the second boss skill that Sumu had obtained. After killing the 3 skeleton commanders, and incidentally killing the many elite skeletons under their command, the number of free points that Sumu possessed had long exceeded the figure of 20 points. Before coming here this time, Sumu also consumed 13 free points to raise his second skill, Rift Slash, to full level and evolved it into a boss skill. Shattering Air Slash, active skill, Rift Slash upper skill, cannot be upgraded. Consumes 1/20th of your stamina to release a blade of light with a coverage of 120 in front of you, dealing 2 times the damage of a normal attack to enemies within the coverage area. For every enemy decapitated, the light blade splits once, dealing splash damage of 1/2 of the last damage to enemies in the coverage area. From the skill descriptions, it seems that Air Shattering Chop is not much stronger than Air Splitting Chop. But what is a normal attack? It was the strike that Sumu's current strength and agility, combined with the sharpness of the skeleton stranger's blade, chopped out. Dare not say more. At this time, Sumu chopped out a sword. Killing an elite rank skeleton was still easy. What is splash damage? As it is now. The shattering sky chop chopped out. A dark red blade of light burst out from the skeleton stranger's blade in an instant, spanning the several meters of distance between Sumu and the skeleton squad, and chopping into the body of the closest skeleton archer. No doubt about it. The skeleton archer, which only had an advanced rank, was killed in seconds. And at the same time that the skeleton archer was killed, 10 equally dark red but much smaller light blades split out and attacked in all directions. These tiny light blades were splash damage. It would be fine if that was all there was to it. This skill is nothing. But after decapitating the first skeleton archer, the dark red blade of light continued forward, continuously decapitating the second, third, and fourth skeleton archers in this line. The light blade splits once for every skeleton archer it kills. And those tiny blades of light that split off double the damage split off again after decapitating an advanced skeleton. 0.5 times the damage. The light blade splits once for every enemy it decapitates. So on and so forth. This near infinite splitting would not stop until all the enemies within the light blade's coverage area had been decimated, or when the light blades that eventually splintered out were not enough to decimate the enemies. That's scary. Because, if Sumu's initial attack was enough and the enemies he faced were dense enough, theoretically, this move would split infinitely. Until all the enemies were cut down. This is the Shattering Chop. A divine technique of clearing soldiers that was theoretically capable of killing hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of enemies in a single move. The city walls. Sumu slashed out. Countless tiny blades of dark red light spread over every inch of space within a radius of tens of meters. Under this dense and sharp attack, that skeleton squad didn't even last a single breath before they were all chopped up and turned into broken skeletons all over the ground. Ignore the corpses. After doing all this, Sumu shortened his body, relying on the parapet on the inner side of the city wall for cover, and quietly sneaked towards the other side of the city wall. There's an arrow tower. His first target. A skeleton sniper that crossed into the warrior rank was on that arrow tower. The skeleton squads on this wall had already been cleared by him, and no new skeletons would be arriving anytime soon. All he needed to take care of was not to be discovered by the skeleton squads on the other 3 walls. There are countless strong people in the Death Castle. There were at least a dozen or so skeletons that had reached the warrior rank alone. Once the skeletons discovered his figure and released the signal of enemy invasion, I'm afraid that he would immediately face a large number of warrior skeletons and elite skeletons besieging him. Even if he already had 2 boss skills, Sumu didn't think he could escape peacefully under the siege of a dozen or even dozens of dark mages, skeleton snipers, skeleton swordmasters, skeleton wardens, and other high-level undead. As for the skeletons, Isn't the so-called ultimate mystery of sneakiness to open a no double? As long as he killed all the skeletons that found his trail, naturally, no skeletons would know that he had sneaked into the Death Castle. A little bit forward. Sumu was rapidly approaching that arrow tower. By the time he reached the bottom of the arrow tower, he instead stalled and huddled his body to hide in a small corner. In this corner, Sumu only needed to poke his body outward to see the skeletal sniper in the archery tower. Likewise, with a single charge, he could cross a short flight of steps and sprint around this corner to the back of the skeletal sniper in the archery tower. But he didn't rush into action. Entering this death castle, there were two things that Sumu needed to pay the most attention to. The first point was not to startle the skeletons inside the castle, so as not to create a situation where he would be surrounded by a large number of warrior skeletons, elite skeletons, and advanced skeletons. The second point is to pay attention to when the Skeleton King returns. Sumu didn't know which type of dominance the Skeleton King had over the warrior rank skeletons under his command. If it was a skill like Skeleton Warrior's Intimidation and Skeleton Warrior's Shock that brought about a unified approach, the Skeleton King wouldn't be the slightest bit aware of it even if he decimated all of the skeletons within the Death Castle. In this case, the only way it would return was to eliminate the legion of skeletons under Sumu's command. If it was a slavery method similar to Sumu's, as long as he killed any of the warrior skeletons within the Death Castle, the Skeleton King would know that someone had invaded the Death Castle. In that case, the Skeleton King would likely rush back to the Death Castle as fast as he could to kill the invaders. Sumu didn't dare to bet. So, he's biding his time. Time passed little by little. Sumu hid in that corner and didn't move, as if he was a dead corpse. Finally, when 10 minutes had passed, a large amount of information suddenly refreshed from his attribute panel. Sumu's figure, too, rushed out violently. Chapter 036 Skeleton Sniper, Dark Mage. Your slave, Skeleton Guard, is dead. Your slave, Skeleton Guard, is dead. Your slave, Skeleton Warrior, is dead. Your slave, Skeleton Warlord, is dead. Your slave. One moment. A full dozens of messages were refreshed from Sumu's attribute panel, and all of them were news of the battle deaths of the skeleton minions under his command. Before this, Sumu had taken over the control of the only skeleton commander under his command and had checked the battle situation over a dozen kilometers away. After being surrounded by the 3 skeleton legions, those 3 skeleton legions belonging to the Skeleton King did not rush to make a move and only surrounded but did not kill, seemingly waiting for the Skeleton King's arrival. And now, dozens of skeleton minions were killed at nearly the same time. It seems that the Skeleton King is the only one who can do it. Field of view switching. When Sumu focused his attention on one of the skeleton minions in the skeleton army, he really saw that tall figure. The furious Skeleton King rushed into his skeleton army, the two-handed warhammer in his hand smashed down hard, an explosive shockwave spread out with the warhammer as the center, shattering all the skeletons within a circle of tens of meters into pieces. The Skeleton King went to war. The Death Castle was about a dozen kilometers away from the battlefield, and at a conservative estimate, it would take about 5 or 6 minutes for the Skeleton King to arrive at the Death Castle from the battlefield. Then, the soul fire in his eyes flickered slightly, the skeleton of his entire body tensed up at this moment, and Sumu's body rushed out like a panther at the end of its stamina, aiming precisely at the skeleton sniper in the arrow tower. One step out. Across a distance of more than 10 meters. When the skeleton sniper and the 2 skeleton shooters beside it appeared in front of him, the skeleton stranger blade in Sumu's hand was raised high and cut out with vigor. Death cuts. 10 pitch-black blades of light erupted out. It was like a cage that surrounded the skeleton sniper and the 2 skeleton shooters. Accompanied by an extremely sharp cutting sound, large swaths of bone powder flew. Of the 10 light blades, the 2 skeleton shooters took the first 4, and the remaining 6 were all taken by the skeleton snipers. When the pitch-black sharpness disappeared, these 3 skeletons had already been cut into several pieces and were lying on the ground. Click, click, click. After 3 successive crunching sounds, shattering the heads left behind by these 3 skeletons, Sumu then bent down and eroded and absorbed the skeletons left behind by the skeleton snipers. You killed the skeleton sniper. You have gained 5,000 experience points. You killed skeleton archer too. You have gained 1,000 experience points. You've absorbed the essence from the skeleton, and your body is stronger. Your strength has increased by 3 points. Your agility has increased by 45 points. Your constitution has increased by 2 points. You have obtained the transfer information for warrior profession template skeleton sniper. The second warrior profession template arrives. After glancing at the information refreshed on the attribute panel, Sumu ignored the skeletons left behind by the 2 elite skeletons and left the archery tower at the first opportunity, diving towards the center of the castle. He's in a hurry. The skeletons left behind by the 2 elite skeletons were also extremely limited in the attribute values they could provide him with, so he simply gave up. In the other 3 archery towers of the city wall, there was likewise a skeleton sniper present in each of them. However, their attention was mainly outside of the Death Castle, and as long as they sneaked into the Death Castle, they would basically be able to escape the sight of those 3 skeleton snipers. Recalling the information he had obtained from the skeleton commander, Sumu stuck to the edge of the castle aisle and carefully moved forward. This is the heart of the buried bones. It has the strongest smell of death. Nature. There are no plants in this castle. Instead, the deserted clearings and training grounds were covered with broken skeletons. Even in the corners of the castle's aisles were all stacked with a good number of bones and skulls, all piled up from the remaining skeletons of those who had been slain over the course of a long period of time. Carefully walk through the castle's front yard and into the castle's interior. Sumu's movements stopped again. Ahead of him, 2 skeleton squads were passing through an aisle. 2 skeleton squads, one was a skeleton warrior commanded by a skeleton warlord, and the other was a skeleton archer led by a skeleton archer. From the line of travel, the skeleton warrior squad was going to patrol the front yard of the castle, while the skeleton archer squad was going to patrol the interior of the castle. The 2 skeleton squads, one in front of the other, crossed paths right in front of Sumu and the fork in the road. Slowly moving forward, Sumu calculated the traveling time of these 2 skeleton squads. As the 2 skeleton squads overlapped onto each other at the fork in the road, he lurched out of his hiding place in the aisle. Shattering chop. Soon, dark red blades of light spread out. All the skeletons in the 2 skeleton squads were torn apart and turned into broken skeletons all over the ground. Sumu, on the other hand, accelerated his pace, passed through this fork in the road, and entered the interior of the castle along the stairs. After arriving inside the castle, Sumu was much more relaxed. There were no patrols inside the castle anymore, there were just skeleton guards and skeleton guards that stood in one position for a long time without moving a bit, as if they were statues. With Sumu's ability, sneaking into the castle without alerting these skeleton guards was easy. Soon, following the route that the skeleton commander remembered, Sumu bypassed the many skeleton guards and appeared in a hall. This hall was over 100 meters square. The only furnishing in the entire hall, aside from the several stone pillars that supported the dome on either side of it, was the throne, also made of stone, located in the deepest part of the hall. This is the location of the Skeleton King. Normally, it was on this throne that the Skeleton King slumbered, and when needed, it was in this hall that it summoned those many warrior-rank skeleton henchmen under its command. In front of the throne, there are 2 doors on the left and right sides of the hall. Of the 2 doors, one led to the bedchamber supposedly where the master of the castle had lounged in the earliest days. The other, however, led to the storeroom once upon a time. This was where the casters employed by the master of the castle had rested and researched. And now, in this collection, therein lies the second target that Suomu is hunting. Chapter 037 Seconds to Kill. Last one. Inside the collection room, a figure was studying something at a stone table. The figure and its slimness were covered in a tattered robe with a hood. It was only when the breeze blew in through the window of the storeroom and ruffled the tattered robes that the essence of what was hidden beneath them could be seen. Sensible white bones. It's a skeleton. To be exact, it was a warrior rank skeleton that had already crossed over into the warrior rank, possessing more than just a certain amount of intelligence and awakening a trace of memories of its life, the Dark Mage. The land of the buried bones is poorly resourced. There was nothing but skeletons everywhere and the omnipresent scent of death, so to speak. This Dark Mage's so-called research is just passing the time according to its habit in its life. Perhaps, repeating this behavior can make it wake up more memories of its life. Click. Crisp footsteps sounded in the storeroom. Abandoning his futile research, the Dark Mage tossed aside a skull on the stone table that still had soulfire flickering in it and turned around. Perhaps, in this Dark Mage's perception, no one can or dares to invade the Castle of Death. The appearance of footsteps inside the storeroom meant that its brutal king was about to summon it again. However, when it turned around, what awaited it was not the skeletal guards of old, but a dark blade. Death cuts. The blackened front faded. After killing the Dark Mage in seconds with a big move, Sumu habitually crouched down and absorbed the skeleton left behind by this warrior skeleton. You killed the Dark Mage. You have gained 6,500 experience points. You've absorbed the essence from the skeleton, and your body is stronger. Your spirit has increased by 25 points. You have obtained the transfer information for warrior profession template Dark Mage. The caster of the skeleton clan lived up to his reputation as a paragon of weakness and thin blood, and after absorbing the essence from his skeleton, apart from a substantial increase in his spiritual attributes, his other 3 attributes didn't have an ounce of growth. But, in comparison, Sumu prefers this type of growth. The most difficult thing for the skeleton clan to grow was the spiritual attribute. He hunted Dark Mages originally to incorporate their profession templates into his warrior profession, so that when he advanced the next time, he would be able to drastically increase his spiritual adult length. Sumu was pleased with this result. The 3rd warrior profession template arrives. Your slave skeleton warlord is dead. Your slave skeleton mage is dead. Your slave terror mage is dead. Your slave On the attribute panel, a large amount of information was constantly refreshed, not stopping for a moment. Indicates that his legions of skeletons are still under siege. Field of view switching. When Sumu looked around with the vision of one of the skeletons in the skeleton army, the huge and terrifying figure of the skeleton king had indeed disappeared from the battlefield. In their place were those 3 skeleton legions that were surrounding Sumu's skeleton minions. Sumu didn't know if the skeleton king had just left the battlefield, or if he had left the battlefield after he had killed the skeleton sniper. He calculated the time. Almost 3 minutes had passed since killing the skeleton sniper. If the skeleton king had left the battlefield right after he killed the skeleton sniper himself and rushed towards the death castle, conservatively, he still had about 2 minutes to hunt the 4th skeleton warrior and obtain the 4th warrior profession template. 2 minutes. A skeleton warrior. Time enough. This was because when he infiltrated the castle, Sumu had already planned his route. The 4th warrior skeleton he was hunting was just below this cache. The entire Castle of Death is presented as a 3-tiered design. At the very front was the front yard surrounded by walls and archery towers. The large open space was originally used as a training ground. In the center was the main body of the castle, containing the slave rooms on the lower level, the warrior's resting place on the middle level, and the hall and lord's bedchamber on the upper level. At the back of the castle, there is the prison. According to the custom of the NPC nobles in the Second World, the castle's prison was customarily built underneath the entire castle. The entrance to the prison, on the other hand, was at the back of the castle. The main body of the castle plus the wall at the back of the castle formed a relatively enclosed space, and even if any movement was made in this enclosed space, it would not be easy to attract attention. The 4th warrior skeleton that Sumu wanted to hunt was located in this enclosed space. By leaping from the window of this storeroom, he could appear in front of the warrior skeleton. Near the window, Sumu glanced downward. Against the gloomy, dim sky, he could vaguely make out a stocky figure at the entrance to the prison. Estimating the height and distance between the two, Sumu carried the skeleton stranger blade, climbed up to the window, and leaped down at the unnoticed stout skeleton. At the entrance of the prison, the castle is tall. The windows on the 3rd floor were at least 7 or 8 meters above the ground. With Sumu's 4-dimensional attributes today, this height was nothing. Instead of hurting him, it would greatly enhance the power of his next strike. The sky was overcast and dim. Under the cover of this night-like sky, Sumu, who had leapt out of the window as if he were a large bird, swooped over towards the stout skeleton on the ground with a flash of cold light. 7 or 8 meters in the blink of an eye. When he was only 2 or 3 meters away from that stout skeleton, the skeleton stranger's sword in Sumu's hand was already raised high. Next moment, all of his power was poured into the skeleton stranger's sword. The blade that flashed with cold light, under the dual support of Sumu's own strength and the gravity brought about by falling from a high altitude, ruthlessly chopped at the neck of this sturdy skeleton. Death Cuts. Chapter 038, BT Defense. Skeleton Warden. Do. A series of dull clashes spread far and wide. Sumu's slash cut out smoothly. The pitch-black blades of light that erupted from death slash also cut into the body of the sturdy skeleton without fail. But not the neck. At the last moment when the death slash attacked, the skeleton looked like it had sensed it in its heart, and while its body exploded back, it blocked in front of its body with a doorboard like serrated bone blade in its hand. Blocked the blow. The 10 light blades all chopped on the huge bone blade in the hands of the sturdy skeleton that was full of jagged teeth. Moreover, the damage of 20 times Sumu's normal attack, instead of cutting this bone blade, only left a trace on it. Skeletal armament, the most direct response to a skeleton's 4-dimensional attributes and defense capabilities. Although it was expected that. But when he was actually faced with it, Sumu realized how powerful a defense this warrior skeleton that focused on physical growth had. That's right. This last skeleton that Sumu was going to hunt was none other than the skeleton that focused on physical growth, the skeleton warden, the warrior advancement of the skeleton guard. Skeleton commander balance. Skeleton sniper speed. Dark mage spirit. Together with this skeleton warden. That focuses on physical growth, the warrior profession that is fused with these 4 career templates is the warrior profession that Sumu wants. Only, this skeleton warden's defense abilities seem to be somewhat beyond Sumu's imagination. The skeleton warden is the warrior progression of the skeleton guard and skeleton guard. As a warrior profession in this evolutionary chain, it is armed with a skeleton armament, but instead of the tower shield of the skeleton guard and skeleton guard, it is a door slab like serrated bone blade. Reason. It's simple. Because the skeleton warden simply didn't need equipment like the tower shield to bolster his defense anymore. The skeleton warden wasn't very tall. It was a head shorter than Sumu, only a little more than 1 meter 7. But the not-so-tall body was filled with tons of skeletons as if they were bony. Ordinary skeletons only had a skeleton, and the inside of the skeleton was hollow. The skeletal body of the skeleton warden, however, gave birth to countless long bone spikes, which grew haphazardly and almost completely filled the inside of the skeleton warden's skeleton. Simply put, While ordinary skeletons including today's Sumu were just empty shells made up of bones, this skeleton warden, however, was a single entity made up of countless bones. With such a body, coupled with the skeleton warden's ultra-high physique length, it was no wonder that it had a body defense that exceeded Sumu's imagination. In contrast to the superb physique and defense, the skeleton warden was slow. It wasn't just because its agility into length was too low, the bone spikes that nearly completely filled the inside of the skeleton were also a major factor that affected the speed of the skeleton warden. Sumu's surefire strike was blocked by the skeleton warden. The serrated bone knife in its hand also chopped out in the next moment, coming towards Sumu's side. But the skeleton warden is too slow. It was no better than the zombie clan Sumu had once encountered. With just a flick of the wrist, he dodged the blow. Subsequently, the thick and powerful right limb heavily bombarded the ground, leaving a deep footprint on the earth, and Sumu's body also surged in speed at this moment, appearing behind the skeleton warden. Death cuts. The first time he struck out, Sumu had already seen the skeleton warden's terrifying defensive ability, and no longer held any flukes in his heart. Normal attacks have a hard time dealing damage to the skeleton warden. The only way to kill the skeleton warden and obtain his career template is to use the death/boss skill as soon as possible. Moreover, he had to avoid the front side where the skeleton warden's defense was the strongest. And zombies in general. Slowness is the skeleton warden's greatest weakness. As a guard, the skeleton warden is well deserved appearing on the battlefield. It can also play a great role. But in this one-on-one battle, the skeleton warden can only become a moving target. Death/chopped out for the second time. The 10 blades of light linked together and chopped at the skeleton warden's body almost the instant they erupted. And it's its neck. All skeletons have weaknesses, and the skeleton warden is no exception. Even if the skeleton warden's body defense had reached such a level, after his neck was cut off, he could still only be slaughtered. Putting aside speed, the neck was the biggest weakness of the skeleton warden. A hit. This 20 times the lethal attack of a normal attack chopped into the skeleton warden's neck, directly chopping off as much as half of the skeleton warden's cervical vertebrae. Just one more cut. The profession template that this warrior skeleton possessed would become Sumu's trophy. Perhaps it was because the skeleton warden felt the crisis of death, or perhaps it was because Sumu's luck was really not good. After being caught by this strike from Sumu, the skeleton warden roared violently. A series of crisp footsteps gradually came closer and closer to the side. It's more than that. Sumu also clearly sensed that an extremely terrifying aura was arriving at an extremely fast speed, approaching towards the death castle. His heart sank. The skeletons in the castle were alarmed. At the same time, the skeleton king also returned at a faster pace than he had anticipated. Chapter 039 Success. The Furious Skeleton King. Back off? Or no refund? The skeletons in the Death Castle had already been alarmed, and it wouldn't be long before a large number of elite skeletons and warrior skeletons appeared to surround him in this enclosed space. And judging by the speed of that horrible breath approaching, it wouldn't take too long before the Skeleton King, who was already approaching the Death Castle, would also appear in front of him. No matter how confident he was in his own strength, Sumu had to admit that if he was trapped here and waited until the Skeleton King appeared, what awaited him would be certain death by killing. But retreating just like that, Sumu was even more unwilling. Only one final cut away from the collection of the 4 major career templates. If he retreated just like that, it would be hard for him to find such a good opportunity in the future. The Skeleton King's level of intelligence wasn't much worse than a human's, and with this experience, I'm afraid that the next time he came back, Sumu would have to face a trap. Back off? Of course it's not refundable. The Skeleton King's angry roar had been heard from far away, signaling that this terrifying existence had already entered the Death Castle and was rushing towards this side. Instead of making Sumu feel intimidated, this feeling of death gradually approaching made his blood boil. This was the first time Sumu felt this way since being reborn into the icy race of skeletons. Riches and riches. Since he wants to become the strongest boss the game world has ever seen. How can the Skeleton King of the District Lord rank be a hindrance to him? All sorts of thoughts crossed his mind like lightning, and Sumu's heart made a decision. Reinforcements have arrived. Amidst the dense sound of footsteps, a tall skeleton carrying a 2-handed greatsword appeared in the enclosed space with more than a dozen elite skeletons and advanced skeletons, blocking the only path out of this space. Behind Sumu was the skeleton warden. In front of him was this tall skeleton that had just arrived. Behind this tall skeleton, more warrior skeletons and elite skeletons were arriving. In the front yard of the Death Castle. Out of anger, the Skeleton King is even rushing at full speed. Boom! A heavy foot stomped on the earth. Sumu's figure rose into the air. Instead of charging at the skeleton warden, he charged at the tall skeleton that stood in his way. Death cuts. Shattering chop. The 2 major boss skills were chopped out one after another, and the pitch-black light blades and dark red light flashed intermittently, enveloping the aisle within a range of dozens of meters. The tall skeleton was in the lead and was enveloped by the 2 major boss skills. Being of the same warrior rank, this tall skeleton was far from the skeleton warden's strong defense, and was decapitated the instant it was struck by Death Slash. Then, the dark red blades of light split apart, cutting down the elite skeletons and advanced skeletons in the aisles while also continuously splitting and extending towards the distance, causing the skeletons that follow to come to the aid to have to avoid the front for the time being. After decapitating a warrior skeleton with a single slash, Sumu didn't stop for a second. He grabbed the warrior skeleton's skull, which was still burning with soul fire, and leapt to avoid the skeleton warden's attack, appearing behind it. The second time, the skeletal warden had his back turned. With a slight movement of his mandibles, as if he was smiling, Sumu crossed over to the skeletal warden whose back was turned to him and looked ahead. The tall, terrifying figure appeared. The Skeleton King has arrived. The Skeleton King was separated from this enclosed space where Sumu was by an aisle. The aisle, in turn, was crowded with warrior skeletons, elite skeletons, and advanced skeletons that had been startled earlier and had come to their aid. Nearly 100 meters apart. This Skeleton King, who was already in a state of rage, could only watch as Sumu once again raised the Skeleton Stranger Sword and chopped down towards the Skeleton Warden's neck for the second time. Death cuts. No surprises. In the first death slash, the Skeleton Warden's neck had been chopped off by as much as half. By the time this second outbreak of 10 light blades opened up and continuously cut on its neck. Even though the neck of the Skeleton Warden and its body are generally also enveloped by a large number of staggered growth of bone spurs, it is difficult to avoid the fate of being decapitated by a single slash. The light blade disappears. The Skull Warden's head also fell to the ground. As soon as he grabbed the Skeleton Warden's head, which was far larger than the tall skeleton, and shoved it under his ribcage, Sumu charged as fast as he could, running towards the end away from the Skeleton King. It's a semi-enclosed space. That's right. The passageway to leave was the one the Skeleton King was on. But it's not like Sumu is a little cutie. Much less one of those skeletons with little intelligence. Normal passages couldn't leave, wouldn't he find another way? Rushing to the edge of the enclosed space with the fastest speed possible, Sumu leapt and jumped up several meters high. When he was exhausted and about to fall, the Skeleton Stranger Sword in his hand stabbed out, easily piercing into the stone city wall. Borrowing the boost from the Skeleton Stranger Blade, Sumu leapt up a second time and appeared on top of the thick city wall. This time, the Skeleton King seemed to react as well. The two-handed war hammer in its hands heavily blasted the earth, lifting the surrounding skeletons off the ground, while it itself leapt forward in chase towards Sumu. The Skeleton King is powerful for being powerful. Its speed, however, might not catch up with Sumu. When the Skeleton Dynasty lunged towards the city wall, Sumu lightly leaped, jumped off the city wall, and went far away as fast as he could, disappearing into the vast sky. The city walls. There was only the tall and terrifying figure of the Skeleton King. And an angry growl that spreads far and wide. Chapter 040 Unexpected Joy for Great Professions Fusion. Half a day later. In a wilderness hundreds of kilometers away from the Death Castle, Sumu stopped. It wasn't until this time that he took out the two skulls. The soul fire in the skeleton's head was still burning, representing that the two skeletons that had crossed over to the warrior rank were still alive. But, having lost their bodies, the only thing they could do was to keep opening and closing their jaws, wanting to bite Sumu in this way. Looking at these two skeletons, Sumu's mood was a little complicated. The two skulls represented two warrior rank occupation templates. In order to obtain these career templates and put together the materials for his advancement into the warrior career, he had suffered a heavy loss. Skeleton minions, not one left. When the Skeleton King himself appeared on the battlefield, the warrior skeletons and elite skeletons under his command were the first to be hit. Even if they were warrior-ranked skeletons, they were still vulnerable in front of the Skeleton King. With only the one skeleton commander and dozens of elite skeletons under his command, it was naturally difficult to withstand the Skeleton King's retaliation. Advanced skeletons. Skeletons that were enslaved by Sumu were difficult to be enslaved and recruited by skeletons like the Skeleton King or Skeleton Commander. When the Skeleton King left, those three skeleton legions got the order from the Skeleton King and surrounded the skeleton minions under Sumu's command, decimating all of them without leaving a single one behind. After decades of hard work, we have returned to the pre-liberation era. It was the present-day Sumu who was speaking. He was officially a loner. Good on. Despite the fact that the skeleton minions were all sacrificed, and that he himself had walked in front of the Ghost Gate, and was nearly trapped in the Death Castle facing the furious Skeleton King head-on, his purpose had been achieved after all. Not only did all four of the planned career templates come together, but there was also an additional warrior career template. At this point, looking at these two skulls in front of him, Sumu pondered slightly. He was considering whether to just smash the two skeletons and obtain their profession templates and free points, or to enslave them and turn them into skeleton minions under his command. By killing them, Sumu was able to obtain their profession templates, as well as the free points represented by these two warrior skeletons. Attribute values are a no-brainer. The bodies of these two warrior skeletons were all inside the death castle, and it was impossible for the erosion talent to absorb the essence of their skeletons across such a long distance. If he enslaved it, Sumu would still be able to obtain its occupation template, and after losing the freedom points represented by these two warrior skeletons, he could however immediately obtain two warrior rank skeleton minions. Though the bodies of these two skeleton minions had landed inside the death castle, but find them two bodies of advanced rank or elite rank, and under the double nourishment of the death breath and their own soul fire, they would eventually have the day to recover their original strength at least a lot quicker than cultivating two warrior skeletons. Free points on one side. Skeleton minions on one side. After thinking carefully, Sumu finally chose free points. Free points would never go out of fashion, and even if he hoarded more free points, Sumu wouldn't mind. Where's Skeletor? Actually, after facing the Skeleton King directly and truly feeling the power of this lord, Sumu didn't think that the warrior skeleton would be able to bring any threat to the Skeleton King. Even a dozen or even dozens of warrior skeletons combined may not be the opponent of the Skeleton King. No doubt about it. Sumu and the Skeleton King were mortal enemies. Whether it was because his path of evolution required a hunting profession template or because of this raid on the Death Castle, it was decided that he was destined to go up against the Skeleton King. And at this level of warfare, warrior skeletons play a small role. In comparison, on the contrary, improving one's own strength was most in line with Sumu's thoughts. As for the skeleton minions, if one day, Sumu was able to replace the Skeleton King as the ruler of the Land of Buried Bones, he could even turn all the skeletons in the entire Land of Buried Bones into his own minions. Thinking of this, Sumu had a decision. The skeletal stranger's blade stabbed down, stirring up the soul fire in the skeleton, and he began to absorb the information contained in the skeleton. You killed the skeleton warden. You have gained 6,300 experience points. You've absorbed the essence from the skeleton, and your body is stronger. Your constitution has increased by 3 points. You have gained the transfer information for warrior profession template skeleton warden. You killed the skeleton raider. You have gained 6,100 experience points. You've absorbed the essence from the skeleton, and your body is stronger. Your strength has increased by 2 points. You have obtained the transfer information for warrior profession template skeleton raider. 2 more career templates arrive. The attribute value absorbed from the skeleton was negligible, but what surprised Sumu was that the skeleton raider profession that he accidentally obtained was a warrior profession that focused on strength growth. Original. The fusion materials that Sumu chose were the 4 professions of Skeleton Commander, Skeleton Sniper, Skeleton Warden, and Dark Mage, which corresponded to the 4 attributes of strength, agility, physique, and spirit. Skeleton Commanders favored commanding skeletons, and the strength attribute didn't have a very high growth rate. But in the absence of other options, bringing a profession like the Skeleton Commander, which has a relatively balanced length of 4-dimensional attribute components, to represent the power attribute is not nearly as good as it could have been. No one had expected that those 2 skills that Sumu had released just to block the skeletal reinforcements had brought him a career template that focused on the growth of the strength attribute. Naturally, there would be no need for the Skeleton Commander to take over. Strength, agile, physique, spirit. The 4 warrior profession templates representing these 4 attributes appeared in front of his eyes, and Sumu's heart was flooded with a burst of heartfelt joy. Glancing at his attribute panel, he embarked on his second career fusion. Chapter 041 Exclusive Profession, Black Knight is born. Before sneaking into the Death Castle, Sumu already had 12 free points. Inside the Death Castle, he killed the 4 major warrior rank skeletons, the Skeleton Sniper, Dark Mage, Skeleton Warden and Skeleton Raider, one after the other, giving him another 20 free points. Together with the 3 free points brought by killing the elite skeleton, it made the total number of free points he possessed now reach as many as 35 points. This amount was enough for him to fuse a warrior profession exclusively for himself. The soul fire flickered slightly. Sumu began his second career fusion. The 4 occupation templates hovered in the field of view according to his will, and with the experience from the last time, Sumu didn't put free points into them bit by bit, but instead put 5 free points into them at once. The 4 career templates flickered slightly. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. This meant that his conception was valid, and that free points could really fuse several different career templates together, not just 2 career templates. Sync your heart. He once again put 5 free points into it. The 4 career templates glowed brightly. Forcing back the excitement in his heart, Sumu invested his freedom points into it for the 3rd and 4th time. By the time 5 free points were put into it for the 3rd time, the 4 career templates had shattered and merged into each other, forming a dazzling mass of light. When the 4th time 5 free points were put into it, the light disappeared. A brand new career template also appeared in Sumu's field of vision. Template Black Knight. Rank, Warrior Profession Template. Bonus, Life plus 15,000, Strength 125, Agility 100, Physique 120, Spirit 50. Skills, Tentative. Darth Vader. This was the Black Warrior, an exclusive career template that belonged solely to Sumu that had been fused out using the 4 warrior career templates as material and consuming a full 20 free points. Looking at the Black Warrior's attribute bonus, the excitement in Sumu's heart could no longer be described in words. Compared to his elite profession template heavy armored skeleton swordsman, the Black Knight profession template's life bonus had been increased by 6 times. The strength attribute bonus had increased 6-fold. The agility attribute bonus had increased by almost 7 times. The physique attribute bonus had increased by 4 times. The mental attribute bonus had been increased by nearly 17 times. This was still because the heavy armored skeleton swordsman template that he possessed was originally much more powerful than the other elite profession templates. If we compare with other elite career templates, I am afraid that the life and 4-dimensional attribute bonus of the Black Warrior career template is more than 10 times that of them. Even compared to those 5 warrior occupation templates that Sumu obtained. This life value and 4-dimensional attribute bonus was also enough to be as much as 2 or 3 times as much as it was. Exploded. When he saw the attributes of this warrior profession template that he had finally fused out, Sumu only had this one thought in his mind. He could hardly imagine. Just warrior rank, his own career template is already powerful to such a degree, if it is fused again and raised to the Lord rank. What degree will the career template he will have in the future be powerful to? No need for the future. Perhaps now, the gap between him and that Skeleton King would not be as big as he thought. In terms of career templates, Sumu was confident that the Skeleton King possessed a Lord career template that might exceed his own, but it definitely wouldn't exceed his own by too much. In this way, the only difference between him and the Skeleton King was rank. In other words, in the first 4 steps, it was instead Sumu who had the advantage. Because every time he transferred, Sumu did it on his own. This meant that before his level had reached the corresponding rank, he had gained the attribute growth bonus of that rank. For example, the only time other skeletons could transfer to the elite profession was when they reached level 30, while Sumu transferred to the elite profession when he was in the 20s or even the teens. By the time his level had also risen to level 30, his 4-dimensional attributes would far exceed those of these ordinary elite skeletons. So did the Skeleton King. This meant that in these 4 ranks in front, even the Skeleton King couldn't compare to Suma. The attribute gap between the two was only opened after the Skeleton King obtained the Lord profession. The upper limit of the Lord's profession is level 60. In other words, the attribute gap between Sumu and the Skeleton King would not exceed the maximum attribute growth value brought about by these 10 levels. The Black Knight profession template might not be as good as the Lord profession template that the Skeleton King possessed, but the difference between the two was definitely not large. That is to say, at most, raising one's level by 20 levels. Sumu was then able to erase the attribute gap between himself and the Skeleton King. At that point, it wouldn't be the Skeleton King looking for him to seek revenge, but he had come to hunt the Skeleton King who had ruled the buried bone land for countless years. Phew. Even though he was no longer human, Sumu still couldn't help but make this action. Not being in person, it was hard to imagine how Sumu felt today. It was even harder to imagine what kind of feeling it was to have an existence that was able to kill one's own with one's own hands one moment, and then the next moment the gap between oneself and the other party narrowed to a level that could be surpassed in a short period of time. This feeling is, yes, after a long time. It took Sumu's mood to calm down. He hadn't forgotten that the Black Warrior template had only just fused out. He hadn't chosen a skill yet, much less incorporated into themselves by transferring their profession from the elite rank of Heavy Skull Swordsman to the warrior rank of Black Knight. Subsequently, Sumu looked at the skills listed by the system. Chapter 042 Skeleton Armor, Shadow Shuttle. Ding! You have gained the exclusive warrior profession template Black Knight. You may choose 2 of the following skills as the self-contained skills for this career template. Along with the system beep that sounded in his head, several options appeared in front of Sumu's eyes. 1. Shockwave. 2. Accurate shooting. 3. Bastion body. 4. Orb of darkness. 5. Strike hard. 6. Shadow shuttle. 7. Skeleton armor. 8. Death ripple. This time, the system listed a total of 8 skills for Sumu to choose from, which was twice as many as last time. The number of skills he was able to choose from had also changed from the original 1 to the current 2. Why did this change occur? Is it because of the number of career templates incorporated this time around, or is it because of this rank advancement? After thinking about it and not figuring out the reason for it, Sumu stopped dwelling on it. It's always a good thing. 8 skills. The first 4 skills came from the 4 warrior profession templates that he had integrated. It could be said that these 4 skills were the core skills of those 4 warrior professions. The 4 skills at the back were tailored by the system for the profession of Black Knight, corresponding to the 4 directions of strength, agility, physique, and spirit. Skills in the direction of strength and spirit were ruled out first. In a sense, power direction skills were skills that boosted attack power. With the 2 boss skills, Death Slash and Shattering Air Slash, Sumu didn't lack attack power. and the strength of the power of the spiritual attribute. Caster skills relies heavily on the addition of the spiritual attribute. Before the spiritual attribute grew up completely, Sumu wouldn't choose caster direction skills. What's left is skills in the direction of agility and physique. Agility-oriented, precision shooting and shadowy shuttling. Physique-oriented, bastion body and skeleton armor. There was no need to choose from the agility direction. Precise shot was for the skeletons of the evolutionary chain of archers, and was useless to Sumu's shadow shuttle as a mobility skill made up for one of Sumu's vacancies, so naturally, it had to be chosen. Bastion body and skeleton armor. In all fairness, in terms of defense, bastion body is way better than skeleton armor. Only, the moment he thought of the skeleton warden's body that seemed like a pile of skeletons growing up in a haphazard pile, Sumu had some difficulty accepting it. Furthermore, by choosing the fortress body, he would be penalized by a great speed penalty. In comparison, the defense provided to him by skeleton armor was not as good as bastion body, but it was still much stronger than the defense Sumu himself possessed. Plus, the skill wouldn't affect agility, instead it was the best choice for him. I choose Shadow Shuttle and Skeleton Armor. With Sumu's choice, the Black Warrior, a warrior profession template, had finally taken shape. You have obtained the transfer information for warrior profession template Black Knight. Transfer conditions are met. Do you transfer to Black Knight? When the system's beep sounded again, Sumu chose to transfer without hesitation. Next moment, rolls of heat poured out of the void and surged into his body. Sumu's skeletal body also began to change drastically once again. A full half-hour later, the transfer was complete. Sumu's image had changed drastically compared to the original. The height remains the same, still 5 feet 8 inches. But his appearance was no longer skeletal at all. A layer of black armor composed entirely of skeleton essence covered the surface of Sumu's body. This layer of armor was light armor, yet it covered his entire body. The only place where a small vacancy appeared was in the position of the eyes. It's skeletal armor, not real armor. But when this layer of armor covered Sumu's body, it was as if he was no longer a skeleton at that moment. The black armor signaled an extremely strong defensive ability, and the sharp stranger's sword flashed with a lurid cold light behind his back coupled with the powerful aura emanating from his body at this time. If it wasn't for the fact that Sumu's eyes were still flickering with the light of soulfire. If it weren't for the fact that his body is still filled with a strong aura of death. I'm afraid that no one would have thought that this powerful existence like a heroic warrior would be a skeleton, an undead originally located at the bottom of the world. This? Just my new body? An invisible but clear soul fluctuation spread out from Sumu's soul fire. This was a new ability he had gained after his rank and spiritual attributes were both upgraded. He's a skeleton. No flesh and blood. Unable to make a sound. However, the appearance of this soul fluctuation gave Sumu the ability to communicate with other existences. As long as it was an existence with a complete soul, it would be able to understand what this soul fluctuation was trying to convey. If an existence with strong spiritual power could also communicate with Sumu in the same way. Also, skeletal armor, that is, this layer of black armor that covers the surface of his body, and skeletal arming in general, are abilities rather than skills. As his physical attributes continued to grow, the skeleton stranger blade would become sharper and sharper, and this layer of skeleton armor on his body would become tougher and tougher. As abilities that were akin to talents, skeleton armor and skeleton armor couldn't be improved through free points, as they would improve on their own as Sumu grew. That new skill he acquired. Yet it can be boosted by free points. 35 free points. Fusing the Black Knight profession template consumes 20 points. The remaining 15 points. I just upgraded the skill Shadow Shuttle to a boss skill. Chapter 043 Skeleton Sea that devours everything. Shadow Shuttle, active skill. Consume 50 points of magic value to wrap yourself in shadow energy and instantly cross a distance of spiritual attribute 1. After glancing at the Shadow Shuttle skill description, Sumu directly consumed 9 free points to raise this movement skill to the full level of 10. Shadow Shuttle, active skill, level 10. Consume 500 points of magic value to wrap yourself in shadow energy and instantly cross a distance of spiritual attribute 10. After the previous series of battles, Sumu's level reached 30. His spiritual attribute today was 66 points. According to this attribute, the level 1 Shadow Shuttle was able to allow him to cross a distance of 66 meters in an instant, and the level 10 Shadow Shuttle was even able to allow him to cross a distance of 660 meters in an instant. 660 meters. More than half a kilometer. Although, Sumu only had 660 points of magic value, which could only support him to release Shadow Shuttle once. But in times of danger, a single Shadow Shuttle would allow him to cross a distance of 660 meters. This is properly a life-saving technique. Besides, Sumu also had the Crystal Ball of Rogales equipment. Normally, he would store a large amount of magic value in the crystal ball and wait until he needed it before extracting it from the crystal ball and releasing the skill. In this way, he was able to release Shadow Shuttle multiple times in a row. It's safe to say, after having this skill, Sumu's survivability was increased countless times. Just looking at Shadow Shuttle, which was already at full level, Sumu was a bit torn. He also has 6 points of free attributes. According to previous experience, only 5 points of free attributes were needed to be able to evolve Shadow Shuttle from a normal skill to a boss skill. But the level 10 Shadow Shuttle alone needed to consume 500 points of magic power to unleash it, and by the time it evolved into a boss skill, the amount of magic power consumed was feared to be doubled. Rogales' crystal ball was able to store and extract magical values, but it could not exceed his magical value limit. In other words, once Sumu evolved Shadow Shuttle into a boss skill, his magic power value would not be enough to unleash the skill. He had to wait until his spiritual attribute grew again and reached the minimum to release the skill before he could release it. Certainly not a big problem. With Sumu's transformation into a black martial artist, the length of his spiritual attribute growth was as high as his 50 points. Even if the evolved Shadow Shuttle required a few more times the magic value, for today's Sumu, it was just a matter of raising a few more levels. Subsequently, Sumu, who had completed his transfer, left the area. Time is running out. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. During these 10 days or so, the land of buried bones was not at all calm. Sumu's sneak attack caused Death Castle to suffer heavy losses. The Skeleton King contracted the defense of the Death Castle after his rage. Not only the many warrior skeletons and elite skeletons that were originally in the Death Castle could not go out at will, but also the 3 remaining skeleton legions under his command were all stationed in the vicinity of the Death Castle. So, as long as Sumu appeared again, no matter if he chose to invade the interior of the Death Castle or chose to sneak attack those 3 stationed skeleton legions, the Skeleton King would be able to arrive at the first opportunity and kill him. To the Skeleton King, this loss was nothing. Over a long period of time, it has lost more than that several times. As long as the culprit was killed, it would still be the ruler of the entire buried bone land. With the huge skeletons that the land of buried bones constantly spawned, its loss could be completely made up with time. It doesn't. In these 10 days or so of its shrinking defense, the land of buried bones changed dramatically. Land of the Bones. In a wilderness that was hundreds of kilometers away from the Death Castle, Sumu stood there quietly. He didn't move. The aura emanating from his body was growing at all times. If someone can see his attribute panel, they can find that there are countless information refreshed every moment on Sumu's attribute panel. This information, all of them were hints that the skeleton minions under his command had killed the enemy. For the first 7 days after he was transferred to become a black warrior, Sumu didn't stop for a moment to run around the various parts of the buried bone land, and the only thing he did was to enslave all the skeletons he came across as much as he could to become the minions under his command. Sumu was already at the warrior rank. The 4 professions fused together to form the Black Warrior, allowing Sumu to require more experience to level up, which was more than double that of a normal warrior profession. And the vast majority of the high-ranking skeletons in the land of buried bones were subordinate to the Skeleton King. The rest are hidden in concealed locations that would be difficult to find for the legions of skeletons under the Skeleton King's command. In this way, it became difficult for Sumu to obtain a large amount of experience value to raise his level. At the very least, it was difficult to obtain a large amount of experience value by killing high-level skeletons. In this case, those skeletons that only had elite rank, advanced rank, or even basic rank in ordinary, became his only choice. Sumu is level 30. Yet it is the warrior profession. This caused him to have a significant experience penalty for killing elite-ranked skeletons. So, he chose a different path. Crazy erosion of skeletons, crazy enslavement of minions. Wait until the number of skeleton minions under one's command is large enough, let them spread out in full force, hunting the skeletons within the entire buried bone land. Skeleton minions have no experience penalty for hunting skeletons of the same rank. And there wasn't much else in the land of buried bones, but there were a lot of low to medium level skeletons. When the countless skeleton minions spread out and frantically hunted the skeletons within the entire land of buried bones, the experience value that Sumu had gained also exploded crazily. Chapter 044 Level. Explosive Attribute Value. Aside from the Skeleton King's command, there weren't many elite skeletons in the buried bone land, and even fewer warrior skeletons. The first 7 days of transferring to become a black warrior, Sumu ran around non-stop for a moment, and the number of elite skeletons he enslaved was only a few dozen. Warrior skeletons don't have a single one. Instead, the number of advanced skeletons is huge. 7 days. A moment of slavery. It made the number of advanced skeletons that Sumu had personally enslaved reach as many as thousands. Dozens of elite skeletons plus thousands of advanced skeletons, if they are brought full of minions? Sumu's command will appear a sea of up to tens of thousands of terrifying skeletons. From the 8th day, Sumu no longer enslaved the skeletons himself. Instead, the thousands of skeleton minions were divided into dozens of teams and began to expand outwards with the center of the buried bone land. Regardless of whether it was an elite skeleton, an advanced skeleton, a basic skeleton, or an ordinary skeleton that didn't even have a profession template, as long as it was discovered by these dozens of skeleton teams, it would definitely be rounded up and killed, turning into skeleton minions and Sumu's experience value. So, it was only when the 8th day arrived that Sumu didn't need to hunt personally. Because just the countless skeletons killed by those dozens of skeleton teams brought him an extremely huge amount of experience value. Its efficiency was dozens or hundreds of times faster than Sumu going forward to hunt the skeletons himself. The Sea of Skulls devours everything, expanding outward from the center of the buried land. After the elite skeletons are killed, they will kill the advanced skeletons. After the advanced skeletons are killed, they will kill the basic skeletons. After the basic skeletons are killed, they will break into the periphery of the buried bone land and hunt the ordinary skeletons that don't even have career templates. How many skeletons have been spawned in the land of the buried bones? No one knows. Sumu only knew that there was no need to kill all the skeletons in the buried bone land. Even killing only 1/5 or even 1/10 of the number of them would be enough to advance his level enough to crush the skeleton king. Time passes. On the 8th day, Sumu's level was still 30. On the 10th day, he leveled up to level 31. By the time the 17th day rolled around, Sumu's level had risen to 36. Level 6. Under the addition of the Black Warrior, a career template that is not much worse than the Lord's career template, Sumu's 4-dimensional attributes exploded. Name Sumu. Race, Undead Skeleton. Template Warrior. Profession Template Black Warrior. Level 36. Status, Life 25050, Magic 3660. Attributes, Strength 968, Agility 783, Physique 1005, Spirit 366. Talent, Erosion only talent. Skills, Death/Boss Skill, Shattering/Boss Skill, Phase Shift Boss Skill. Free points, 1 point. Physical attributes. Broke 1,000. The Power attribute is about to break 1,000. The Agility attribute was doubled several times. Even the weakest spiritual attribute had reached a surge of 4 or 5 times under the addition of the Black Warrior template. With such attributes, even if it wasn't comparable to the Skeleton King, it shouldn't be too far off. The only thing that made Sumu feel pity was the freedom points. Once he had enough spiritual attributes, he consumed 5 free points to evolve the Shadow Shuttle skill into a boss skill as well, which was the phase shift in the skill bar, leaving him with only 1 free point. As Sumu advanced, the skeletons of the elite rank could no longer provide him with free points, and the only skeletons that could provide him with free points were those of the warrior rank and those above the warrior rank. There had been no warrior rank skeletons to be found, and Sumu had not been able to account for any new free points. But almost there. When he leveled up a few more levels and erased the attribute gap between him and the Skeleton King, it would be the time for him to attack the Death Castle and hunt the Skeleton King. In the wilderness, Sumu stood there quietly, as if he were a statue. On his attribute panel, the kill information of the skeleton minions was also refreshing moment by moment, contributing massive amounts of experience value to their master. Another day passed. When Sumu's experience bar filled up again and was about to be raised from level 36 to level 37, his attribute panel refreshed with other information. Your slave skeleton warrior is dead. Your slave skeleton mage is dead. Your slave skeleton archer is dead. Legions of skeletons hunt the 4 directions. There was bound to be quite a bit of damage even as they continued to decimate other skeletons. That's normal. However, when the news that even the skeleton war general had died in battle appeared in these messages, it was a bit abnormal to know. During these 10 days, these skeleton legions under Sumu's command had long since killed their way out of the center of the buried bone land, spreading towards the inner and outer parts of the buried bone land. The chances of an elite skeleton appearing in these places were about the same as a wild warrior skeleton passing by Sumu. Maximum possible. The skeleton legionnaires discovered the elite skeletons and even warrior skeletons that were hidden and had been undetected by the skeleton legionnaires under the Skeleton King's command. And only then. It was the skeleton minions under his command that died in large numbers in a short period of time, and even the skeleton war general, who was surrounded by heavy skeletons, was decapitated and killed. Heartbeat. Field of view switching. Sumu's vision then switched to an advanced skeleton in that skeleton army. He let his eyes go into the distance, only to see a black armored knight riding a skeletal warhorse galloping through the sea of skeletons. The same black knight's spear flashed with a dark aura, and with every stab, several skeletons were eroded by the dark aura and fell to the ground. A knight. And a wild knight born in the land of buried bones. This discovery surprised Sumu. Canceling his control over that advanced skeleton, Sumu got up at the first opportunity and rushed towards the direction where the black knight was at the fastest speed possible. Chapter 045 High-Ranked Undead, Dark Knight. The growth of the 4-dimensional attributes made Sumu's speed even better than before. In particular, the surge in the spiritual attribute made the magic power value more plentiful while at the same time increasing the distance he could cross at a time by several times. It took Sumu more than an hour to rush from his previous location to the spot where the Wild Knight appeared. In the process, in order to prevent the Wild Knight from leaving and losing its trail, Sumu also specially transferred a legion of skeletons from the neighborhood to come and join the battlefield. Naturally, it was not to strike down this Wild Knight. Just stalling. Wild Knights also need experience points to grow, as well as to hunt skeletons. As long as there were skeletons to hunt on the battlefield, that Wild Knight would not leave easily. So, when Sumu appeared on the battlefield across a distance of hundreds of kilometers, what he saw was still the figure of a galloping horse, charging across the battlefield and constantly killing skeletons. Skeleton warhorses are tall. It was even a bit taller than those warhorses that appeared on the battlefield in the human kingdom. As a kind of undead, the body of a skeleton warhorse also did not have a trace of flesh and blood. However, its bones were extremely thick, and there was a hint of black mist faintly permeating out from the four hooves, making this skeleton warhorse appear even more majestic than a living warhorse. Contrary to that, the black armored knight on the back of the skeletal warhorse was however somewhat short. The black light armor covered the whole body, and the knight's spear in his hand messed up the battle. This black armored knight who was killing on the battlefield had clearly crossed into the warrior rank, but still gave Sumu a feeling of being petite and delicate. Judging from the slender bones revealed in the slits of the light armor, this black armored knight was indeed a sister in life. A maiden knight? Or a female general? A phase shift appeared at the edge of the battlefield. Looking at the black armored knight on the battlefield who was still fighting, Sumu thought with interest. The Dark Knight. To be exact, the skeleton knight was not a native species of the skeleton clan, and could not even be categorized as a skeleton clan. Again, there were only skeletons. Some of the skeleton clan had sunk from other races, some were dead corpses bred in the nourishment of endless death breaths. The skeleton knights, however, can only come from other races that have sunk to the surface. There was no such profession as a skeleton knight in the skeleton clan's advancement chain. Although from the appearance, this black armored knight in front of him was no different from Sumu, but in reality, this black armored knight's race should be the Death Knight of the Undead clan. Elite rank Skeleton Knight. Warrior rank Dark Knight. Lordship rank Death Knight. This is the path of advancement for the Death Knight clan. As an undead race far more noble than skeletons, the birth of a Death Knight was extremely difficult. Not only sinking from other races, a knight must be in tune with his mount's mind as he sinks, and the mount must be willing to follow his master as he sinks, in order to have some possibility of becoming a skeleton knight or a dark knight. And once it has sunk in, a Death Knight's four-dimensional attributes are augmented by the four-dimensional attributes of his own mount. For starters, it's an elite-ranked skeleton knight. Coupled with the four-dimensional attributes of the mind-aligned mounts that brought added strength, it was evident that the Death Knight clan was precious and powerful. It's safe to say, at the same rank, except for Sumu, an anomaly, even with a full complement of minions, a skeleton couldn't possibly be a match for a Death Knight. Such a knight. It was only right that he would kill big against the Skeleton Legion, which only had an elite rank at its highest. Sumu appeared. Did not hide his breath. The hint of a strong aura that emanated far beyond the Skeleton Legion instantly caught this Dark Knight's attention. To Sumu's surprise, upon discovering himself, the Dark Knight not only didn't flee, but instead reversed his direction and rushed towards Sumu's side. Wisps of black mist lingered, constantly flowing over the bodies of the skeletal warhorse and the Dark Knight, allowing the two to form a whole. Along with this change that allowed the two to superimpose their attributes, the Dark Knight charged out of the Skeleton Legion as if it were a breakthrough. All the way. Any skeletons that stood in front of the Dark Knight, no matter if they were of elite or advanced rank, all flew backwards under the strong and unrivaled impact of the skeleton warhorse and fell far to the ground. Sumu had his eye on this Dark Knight. The Dark Knight also looked at Sumu. The difference was that Sumu was looking at the Dark Knight's preciousness and power, wanting to enslave him and turn him into his little brother. What the Dark Knight was looking at was the experience value that Sumu represented. Charge! When about to leave the Skeleton Legion, the skeletal warhorse under the Dark Knight let out a silent soulful neigh. With this hiss, the Dark Knight's aura flourished. Its speed also multiplied at this moment. Knight technique charge. Riding alone, charging towards the side at an extremely fast speed, the Dark Knight gripped the long knight's lance in his hand when he was only a dozen meters away from Sumu. The ebony light flickered. When the distance between the two was only 4 or 5 meters, the knight's lance, which seemed to be able to pierce through even the walls of the city, stabbed at Sumu's head with an unrelenting momentum. Chapter 046 Physical Folding, Knight's Little Sister. Boom! A heavy crash sounded. When the Dark Knight stabbed towards this side with the knight lance in his hand, Sumu didn't dodge or avoid, and didn't even take out the skeleton stranger sword behind his back, but stood there straight. Sumu moved when the knight gun was just over a meter away from his head. His feet covered in pitch-black radial armor stood firmly on the ground, while one of his hands, also covered in hand armor, lifted up at this moment like lightning and grabbed the incoming knight's spear. This is the Dark Knight. The Dark Knight who was at the same warrior rank as Sumu. It's the state of the charge. It was a charge state that was unleashed by stacking the attributes of the Dark Knight and the Skeleton Warhorse with the Knight Technique charge. One could imagine how much force was contained in this sharp Knight's lance. But it was such a heavy force that Sumu still firmly grasped the Knight's spear that was stabbing over. A sharp and ear-piercing sound like a knife scraping glass rang out, and the Knight's spear containing a powerful force and Sumu's hand armor kept rubbing together. The entire power of the Dark Knight and the Skeleton Warhorse seemed to be focused on this Knight's lance, pressing the lance to keep advancing and stabbing towards Sumu's eye socket. A little bit. Point by point. Eventually, when the tip of the Knight's gun glittering with cold light was only a few dozen centimeters away from Sumu's eye socket, it stopped. Leaving behind 2 deep footprints on the ground, Sumu used his own strength to stop a Dark Knight who was in a charging state. Then, a whopping 968 points of berserk power surged out from Sumu's body, and he grabbed the Black Knight spear with both hands and yanked it violently. Boom! The petite Dark Knight froze and was yanked off the skeletal warhorse by Sumu, wheeled around in midair, and slammed down hard on the ground. Smoke and dust were scattered. The Dark Knight was confused. Perhaps even it could not have imagined that Sumu would defuse its charge in such a way. It was even harder for it to imagine that, also at the warrior rank, this undead of an indistinguishable race had such terrifying strength and physique. Hiss. A silent hissing of souls spread out. After sensing that his master had been yanked down, the majestic skeleton warhorse circled around, accelerated once again, and charged towards Sumu. It wants to help its master in this way. Pity. It was facing Sumu. With one hand still grasping the Knight lance, pinning the Dark Knight to the earth, Sumu's other hand grabbed the skeleton stranger's sword from behind his back. When the skeleton warhorse attacks, cold light flashed. With a second roar, the entirety of the tall and robust skeletal warhorse flew backwards, and before it even hit the ground, large pieces of shattered skeleton spilled down from its body. Sumu didn't lay a finger on the killer. When the skeleton warhorse attacked, he was slapping the face of the skeleton stranger's sword against the skeleton warhorse's body, sending it flying. Otherwise, with his current strength and the sharpness of the skeleton stranger blade, he can tear the skull of the skeleton warhorse with just one strike. Without the skeleton warhorse as an obstacle, Sumu's attention once again returned to the Dark Knight in front of him. As he had guessed before, the Dark Knight was petite. Either a maiden knight or a female general. Regardless of which one it is, since it was valued by Sumu, this Dark Knight, with infinite potential, is destined to become a knight junior under Sumu's command. Oh no, it's little sister. The skeleton warhorse was sent flying, and it was difficult to reorganize in a short period of time. The Dark Knight, however, is still unharmed. Even when he was pinned to the ground by Sumu with a massive force, this Dark Knight was struggling frantically, wanting to retrieve his Knight lance and stab it into Sumu's torso. The erosion talent is powerful. But there's a prerequisite to touching each other's heads. Even if the opponent didn't lose the ability to resist, it was still necessary to maintain constant contact between the palm of the hand and the opponent's head, so that the inexplicable energy could continue to erode the opponent's only. As a member of the Death Knight clan, the Dark Knight would not surrender. Even if Sumu used death as blackmail, the Dark Knight would not give in. But, looking at this physically petite Dark Knight who was being suppressed on the ground by himself, a fun idea rose in Sumu's heart. He didn't need to cripple the Dark Knight. There's no need to incapacitate the Dark Knight either. What he needs, it's just a persistent input of inexplicable energy. Subsequently, grabbing the Knight's lance with one hand and snatching it away from the Dark Knight's hands with a suppressive force, Sumu's other hand cupped the Dark Knight's head. Then, lift gently. That's right. The Dark Knight, who was petite and had lost his weapon, was just cupped by Sumu's head with one hand and lifted in mid-air. The Dark Knight struggled desperately. Pity. Its strength was far inferior to Sumu's, and it was difficult to break free from Sumu's grip being in mid-air, and having lost its mountain weapon, its arms, which were shorter than Sumu's, could only reach Sumu's arms covered with armor. That's all. The Dark Knight was hanging pitifully in mid-air. And so it was. At the edge of the battlefield, this strange scene appeared. A tall black-armored warrior reached forward with one arm and pinched the head of a petite black-armored knight in its hands. The black-armored knight struggled desperately, but being in mid-air, its arms worked desperately, but only left a white mark on the black-armored warrior's armor. In front of them, the Skeleton Legion was already in full formation, and in their rear, a majestic and mighty skeleton warhorse was reorganizing. Erosion. Ignoring the Dark Knight's resistance. Lifting the Dark Knight in mid-air with one hand, a steady stream of unknown energy surged out of Sumu's body and began to erode this black-armored knight's body. Chapter 047: The Skeleton Clan's Order Sealing. A little bit of time passes. When the unknown energy had just surged into the Dark Knight's body, it looked like it had realized something and its resistance skyrocketed. However, as more and more unknown energy surged into its body, the Dark Knight's resistance became weaker and weaker. Eventually, the Dark Knight quieted down as the unknown energy completely eroded its body and surged into its skull. Ding! You have gained control of Dark Knight Angelus. You enslaved Dark Knight Angelus. You have obtained the transfer information for warrior profession template Dark Knight. A crisp system beep sounded in his head, representing that this Dark Knight with infinite potential had officially become a member of Sumu's command. Gently placing the Dark Knight on the ground, Sumu glanced at the prompts that refreshed on the attribute panel. The Dark Knight picked up his knight's lance and stood beside Sumu in a well-behaved manner. Agnes? This was the first time that Sumu had encountered an undead with his own name. The difference in level and rank between him and the Skeleton King was too great, and Sumu didn't see the Skeleton King's detailed information the last time they met. However, Sumu could be certain that all the other skeletons he had encountered, whether they were warrior skeletons, elite skeletons, or any other low to medium rank skeletons, all of them didn't have names. Perhaps with a name of its own and a sign of this Dark Knight's unlimited potential? Agnes. Silently reciting this name in his mind, Sumu thought back in detail. After a long time, reviewing his previous life's gaming career, Sumu was certain that he had never heard of such a name, let alone a high-level undead with such a name. Could it be a hidden plot that wasn't unearthed by players in the previous life? Too little information to have the slightest clue. Sumu put it aside for the time being. Anyway, this Dark Knight named Agnes had already been enslaved by himself and became a knight's little sister under his command. Even if there was some hidden plot in her, he had a long time to study it. Subsequently, Sumu opened the Dark Knight's attribute panel. Name Agnes. Race, Undead Death Knights. Template Warrior Profession Template Dark Knight. Level, 43. Status, Life 16500, Magic 1800. Attributes, Strength 582, Agility 425, Physique 850, Spirit 180. Talent, Mount Summoning Racial Talent. Skills, Night Technique Charge, Night Technique Firmness, Darkness Power. Mount, Skeleton Warhorse. As much as I hate to admit it. But the irrefutable point was that the Death Knight clan was rarer and more noble than the Skeleton clan. For example, at the same warrior rank, Agnes' four-dimensional attributes were a great deal higher than the Skeleton commanders. This was still without her straddling the Skeleton Warhorse and entering the human-mounted state. It was important to know that when the Death Knight clan entered a combat state, their four-dimensional attributes could be stacked with the four-dimensional attributes of their mounts. Another example. The apex of the Skeleton clan was the Lord rank. Even for that Skeleton King that had ruled the buried bone land for countless years, its occupation was still only the Lord occupation, and it was unable to make any more breakthroughs. Where's the Death Knight? After crossing into the Lord rank, as long as the appropriate conditions are met, the Death Knight can continue to advance towards the epic rank and legendary rank. That's what's so sad about the Skeleton clan. The high-ranking skeletons of his own race could dominate the middle and low-ranking skeletons. The undead of other races, such as witch demons, could also control the skeletons. Even the necromancers among the humans could summon and control the skeletons at will. The reason for this was simply that the Skeleton clan had a low bitrate, a bottom ceiling, and a huge number of people. Even that ruler of the land of buried bones, that Skeleton King who stood at the top of the entire Skeleton clan, was at best a Lord rank. Put it in the land of the buried bones, and it is invincible. But put in the whole game world, it is just ahead of initial boss specially prepared for players. Level 60, the upper limit of the Lord rank. Even if that Skeleton King had broken through the level 60 ceiling by harvesting the experience brought by other skeletons through countless years, it was still just a higher level Lord. Its career template will not change, nor will the attribute bonuses gained with each level up. A level 70 Skeleton King Lord and a level 70 Epic Grand Witch Demon, anyone knew which one was stronger and which one was weaker. Looking at Agnes' attribute panel, Sumu was a little envious. As long as the level was reached, as long as the conditions were met, Agnes could smoothly transfer from a warrior rank Dark Knight to a Lord rank Death Knight, and could even go all the way to epic professions and legendary professions. What about him? If it were not for the appearance of free points, allowing him to use other career templates as material to fuse a career template that is exclusively his own, I am afraid that the Lord rank that the Skeleton King is at is his limit. Sure. It wasn't just the race and profession that made Agnes envied by Sumu, but also that majestic and mighty Skeleton Warhorse. This is the racial talent of the Death Knight clan. As long as Agnes didn't die, her skeletal warhorse wouldn't die. Even if Sumu blasted every bone of the Skeleton Warhorse and stirred up its soul flame, the Skeleton Warhorse would still be able to re-emerge from Agnes' soul flame. In sinking, the Warhorse chooses to follow its master and sink with him after sinking. The Skeleton Warhorse does not truly die as long as its master does not die. And Skeleton Warhorses can grow and advance along with their owners. This kind of race and profession that sends a growable exclusive mount at birth. How can Sumu not be envious of it? Realize that from the time he was reborn until now, Sumu hadn't even seen the shadow of a mount yet. Chapter 048 Skeleton King, I've come for revenge. I must get a bone dragon as a mount in the future. Enviously glancing at the skeletal warhorse that had already completed its reorganization and returned to Agnes's side, Sumu wagered fiercely in his heart. Also noteworthy, As a member of the Death Knight race, although Dark Knight Agnes was of the warrior rank, in the process of eroding and enslaving her, Sumu did not obtain useful information from her memories. Agnes, who had sunk from the human race, did not seem to have awakened any memory of her life at all. Her memories begin with her birth as a skeleton knight on this great land of death, and then she continues to hunt skeletons and gain experience until she grows into a Dark Knight of the warrior rank. Rather, her level of intelligence was quite a bit beyond that of a warrior rank skeleton, almost reaching the level of a lord rank skeleton. This is good news for Sumu. A Dark Knight whose intelligence was not low, and whose future potential was infinite, was perhaps the only undead in the entire buried bone land that could keep up with Sumu's pace of growth. With a little nurturing, this little knight's sister would become his right hand. This wave. No loss. In the next few days, Sumu returned to the salted fish state of passively receiving experience. The difference is that this time he had an extra Dark Knight by his side. 1 day. 2 days. 3 days. 4 days. When the experience value that came back from the skeleton minions pushed his level to 38, Sumu was a bit unable to sit still. Level 38. His 4-dimensional attributes grew twice more. Strength 12 18 points, Agility 9 83 points, Physique 12 15 points, Spirit 466 points. Properties like this. It made the urge to challenge the Skeleton King appear in Sumu's heart once again. Levels 51 through 60 are the Lord rank, which corresponds to the hero rank in humans. Regardless of whether the Skeleton King is still in this level range, or through the harvesting of the land of the buried bones for a long time, it has already broken through the level cap of 60, and with the current 4-dimensional attributes, and even more so with the phase shift this life-preserving divine skill, Sumu feels that he already has the qualifications to challenge the Skeleton King. Even if you can't beat it. He wanted to leave, and the Skeleton King couldn't stop him. In this way, going to the Death Castle to fight the Autumn Winds made Sumu extremely moved. Not to mention the Skeleton King himself, the experience value and free points represented by the large number of warrior skeletons in the Death Castle alone made Sumu's heart flutter. Do it if you want to. After checking his attribute panel once again, Sumu let Agnes hunt on her own, while he himself immediately moved off and rushed towards the Death Castle. A few hours later, Sumu appeared in the vicinity of the Death Castle. From the last time he left the Death Castle until now, a total of more than 20 days had passed, and those 3 major skeleton legions under the Skeleton King were still entrenched outside the Death Castle. To the undead, time is meaningless. They also don't have emotions like dullness and boredom. As long as the Skeleton King didn't give the order to re-patrol, these 3 skeleton legions could stay like this, stationed outside the Death Castle. As for the Skeleton King, naturally, it's in the castle hall, on its throne. 3 legions of skeletons, stationed in each of the 3 directions of the Death Castle. Perhaps it was because of the threat brought by Sumu, or perhaps it was the boost brought by the approaching Skeleton King. These 3 skeleton legions were even more numerous than when Sumu had seen them before. The 3 legions of skeletons had as many as 7,000 or 8,000 skeletons, and as few as 5,000 or 6,000 skeletons. And among these skeleton legions, apart from the skeleton commander who acted as the commander-in-chief, warrior rank skeletons like skeleton snipers, dark mages, and skeleton raiders appeared in each of the skeleton legions. All 3 legions of skeletons are stationed outside of Death Castle. It was about 400 or 500 meters from the castle. Together with the warrior rank skeletons that appeared in the skeleton army, it is not difficult to see that this is a trap laid by the Skeleton King. Combined with Sumu's previous deeds of devouring those 5 skeleton legions and sneaking into the Death Castle to hunt warrior skeletons, in the Skeleton King's perception, Sumu was hunting warrior skeletons. These 3 legions of skeletons were the bait thrown out by the Skeleton King. As long as Sumu dared to appear and attack the Skeleton Legion, as long as the plural warrior skeletons within the Skeleton Legion could stall Sumu for a period of time, the Skeleton King who was close at hand would be able to quickly arrive and blast him to death. Needless to say, the trap was effective for those warrior rank skeletons with a low level of intelligence. But Sumu wasn't an ordinary skeleton. It was true that his rank was the warrior rank, but he still retained all of his sanity, memories, and intelligence from when he was a human. Such a simple trap to see through at a glance. The soul fire in his eyes flickered slightly. After observing around the Death Castle, Sumu walked towards one of the most numerous skeleton legions. Trap. A trap indeed. But when Sumu was strong enough to ignore the traps, these 3 baits thrown out by the Skeleton King became delicacies that he could swallow at any time. Sumu was approaching, not hiding his figure. When he was still a few hundred meters away from the Skeleton Legion, this Skeleton Legion that had been waiting for a long time discovered Sumu's figure. Subsequently, at the command of the Skeleton Commander, the ocean of skeletons totaling nearly 8,000 began to move, coming towards Sumu's side. And Sumu? He took 1 step forward. Instantly spanning the thousands of meters of distance between him and the Skeleton Commander, he appeared in the center of this sea of skeletons. Then, the skeletal stranger blade was raised high and chopped down hard. Shattering Sky Slash. Chapter 049 Incompetent Rage. facing the Skeleton King head-on. Boom! In a violent roar, along with a few torn skeletons falling to the ground, large swaths of dark red light blades split apart and shot out in all directions. This cut. Sumu didn't chop at the skeleton commander. Instead, it chopped at the several elite skeletons around the skeleton commander. With Sumu's current 4-dimensional attributes, this slash that he chopped down with all his might, not to mention an elite skeleton, would be difficult for even a warrior skeleton to withstand. The result is that the dark red light blades killed those elite skeletons in seconds, and the tiny light blades that splintered out after killing the elite skeletons then decimated the surrounding advanced skeletons and continued to splinter. So, just a cut. Just for a moment. The ocean of blades formed by countless tiny dark red light blades spread out amongst the skeleton army, spreading in all directions as if it was endless. The skeleton commander's side is cleared. With the skeleton commander and Sumu as the center, the skeletons within a radius of hundreds of meters were all torn apart, turning into broken bones all over the ground. Only the skeleton commander and another warrior skeleton survived. One move. After decapitating hundreds and thousands of skeletons, Sumu didn't pause. He took another step and appeared behind the skeleton commander. The skeleton stranger's sword in his hand brought out a line of sharp, cold light and chopped at the skeleton commander's head. Click. Under the impetus of the strength attribute of upwards of 1200 points, the incomparably sharp skeleton stranger blade easily chopped the skull of the skeleton commander. Broken bones tumbled. The skeleton commander's body fell to the ground with a loud bang. Sumu's attribute panel also refreshed with the skeleton commander's kill prompt. You killed the skeleton commander. You have gained 5,000 experience points. A hit. Sumu didn't pause. Almost the next moment after decapitating the skeleton commander, the blade of the skeleton stranger appeared over the head of another warrior skeleton, the dark mage. This warrior skeleton that had just condensed an orb of darkness in its hand didn't even have the time to throw the orb of darkness in its hand before it was decapitated by the skeleton stranger's blade, following in the skeleton commander's footsteps. You killed the dark mage. You have gained 5,700 experience points. With the two warrior skeletons killed, this skeleton army wouldn't be worth much to Sumu. He once again took a step forward, and straight from the center of this skeleton ocean, he appeared in the middle of another legion of skeletons that had heard of his arrival. Phase shift. As Sumu's third boss skill, this skill was perverse. After evolving it from Shadow Shuttle to Phase Shift, the amount of magic consumed by this skill was raised from 500 to 1000 points. The effect of the skill had also been greatly improved. The level 10 Shadow Shuttle could only move stationary, allowing him to cross a distance of spiritual attribute 10 at a time. It can't be far, and it can't be close. Whereas after evolving into a boss skill, the maximum distance crossed by Phase Shift was still spiritual attribute 10, he was free to choose the distance he wanted to cross. Even can go through obstacles. So, the countless ways of using this skill, which could originally only be used in rushing and escaping, gave rise to countless ways of using it, allowing Sumu's battle power to also multiply once again while all other skills and attributes remained the same. With 1000 points of magic value consumption, Sumu could release it 4 times by himself. Together with the 10,000 points of magic power that he had stored in Rogalia's crystal ball. Within a short period of time, Sumu could release the phase shift 14 times. 14 shifts at will. Enough to get him through a high-intensity fight. 2 warrior skeletons were decimated, and the skeleton king, who had long been pilloried, naturally wouldn't be indifferent. Actually, when Sumu appeared in the middle of the second skeleton army, the skeleton king who was in the death castle rushed out of the castle and attacked in this direction. But it couldn't match Sumu's speed, and it didn't even have the displacement divine skill of phase shift. When the skeleton king arrived, it could only watch as Sumu killed the warrior skeleton in the second skeleton army, released its shattering air chop, and let the dark red blade of light spread out, appearing in the last skeleton army. The first legion of skeletons was slaughtered, and the skeleton king, still inside the castle of death, had to accept it. The second legion of skeletons was slaughtered, and the skeleton king had not yet arrived and could do nothing about it. But when he had appeared on the battlefield, the lowly skeleton that was nothing more than a warrior rank still rushed into his own legion, slaughtering the skeletons under his command. This made the skeleton king very angry. Warrior skull? It's just an ant. In its long reign, it has devoured not 1,000 but 800 warrior skeletons. When did this kind of lowly skeleton, which didn't even have the qualifications to face it directly, dare to slaughter its subordinates in front of it and challenge its authority? Anger. Rage. Rage. Only, no matter how angry he was, the skeleton king, whose speed was far inferior to Sumu's, could only watch as this lowly warrior skeleton appeared for the third time in the skeleton legion and raised his butcher's knife. Powerless to stop it. A brilliant dark red blade of light exploded. Accompanied by 2 flashes of cold light, the last warrior skeleton in the skeleton legion was killed by Sumu, and the entire skeleton legion was crippled. 3 kills. And it was a triple kill done in front of the skeleton king. Sumu once again had a visualization of the power of the divine skill of phase shift. Having killed a total of 6 warrior skeletons and crippled 3 skeleton armies, Sumu had not only gained a large amount of experience value but also once again had a new entry in the free points, which had only been left at 1 point. Do it all. Sumu glanced at the legions of skeletons that were frantically encircling towards him at the order of the Skeleton King, and once again activated phase shift. This time, his target was behind the Skeleton King. This time, he's going to face the Skeleton King head-on. Chapter 050 Strength vs Power. Skill vs. The Skeleton King is charging. Only, originally, its speed was not as good as Sumu, not to mention Sumu, who had the attribute Explosion and the displacement divine skill of phase shift. Watching Sumu slaughter its own subordinates, the only thing it could do was to order the skeletons in the Skeleton Legion to trap Sumu at all costs and wait for its arrival. However, the Skeleton King himself understands that with that godlike movement skill, the possibility of Sumu being trapped is close to non-existent. But that's the only way it's going to work. But what made the Skeleton King think even less was that after decapitating the warrior skeleton in the 3rd Skeleton Legion, that lowly warrior skeleton didn't continue to massacre its subordinates, but instead chose to face itself straight on. 1 step forward. Appeared behind the Skeleton King. Before the Skeleton King could react, the Skeleton Stranger sword in Sumu's hand erupted with 10 pitch-black rays of light, chopping toward the Skeleton King's tall and heavy back. Death cuts. It was the Skeleton King, after all. Even if he had crippled all the skeleton legions under its command in front of it and killed all the warrior skeletons under its command, Sumu had never taken this Skeleton King lightly. Right off the bat, it was his strongest attack. 10 pitch-black blades of light linked together and chopped towards the Skeleton King's body. What Sumu didn't expect was that when these 10 light blades were about to chop into the Skeleton King, 4 translucent thick bone shields quietly emerged and blocked around the Skeleton King's huge body. The pitch-black blades of light chopped on top of the bone shield again and again. Every time it took a chopping blow, the bone shield would dim for a minute. By the time the 10 light blades that erupted from the death cuts had all chopped on top of a bone shield, the shield shattered with a loud bang. Only, the other 3 bone shields began to rotate around the Skeleton King's massive body, protecting it once again. Bone shield. The first skill that the Skeleton King possessed, and it was a defensive skill, was displayed in front of Sumu. Borrowing the buffer brought by the bone shield, the Skeleton King's figure stopped. It didn't turn around, but the 2-handed warhammer in its hand that exceeded 2 meters drew an arc, and with a whistling sound that tore through the air, it smashed towards Sumu. Normally, at this time, Sumu should dodge. But with the life-saving divine skill of phase shift, after determining that he was safe and sound, Sumu took a step forward, and the strength of his entire body was poured into the Skeleton Stranger blade, and met the incoming 2-handed warhammer. Hard knocks. He just wanted to know how much of a gap there was between himself and the Skeleton King in terms of strength attributes. Time, it seems, has slowed down. Outside of the Death Castle, in the encirclement formed by the 3 crippled skeleton legions surrounding them, the Skeleton Stranger blade that was infused with all of Sumu's strength greeted the incoming 2-handed warhammer. Both, in close proximity. Point by point. Inch by inch. Boom! When the Skeleton Stranger's blade finally met the 2-handed warhammer, a heavy roar followed, spreading far and wide. Along with it came a large cloud of flying dust. Sumu took the hammer. In this collision of pure strength and power, the huge body of the Skeleton King only slightly shook, but Sumu was bursting back a few meters, leaving a series of deep footprints on the ground before dissolving the huge force that came from the 2-handed warhammer. The Skeleton King turned around with his 2-handed warhammer. The small mountain-like huge body stood not far away. Scarlet soulfire flickered continuously in its eye sockets, and its miserable white jawbone moved slightly, seemingly mocking Sumu's self-importance. If he ran, the Skeleton King naturally had no way out. But hard and fast. In this vast land of death, no undead had ever been qualified to compare with it in terms of power. The other side. While he retreated several steps in a row before dissolving the massive force coming from the 2-handed warhammer, Sumu laughed. Obviously. In this clash of pure power, he lost. As his gaze swept over the skeletal stranger's blade, Sumu saw a tiny crack that was not detectable. He is losing. Not only did he lose to the Skeleton King in terms of strength, he also lost to the Skeleton King in terms of physical attributes. But the 2-handed warhammer was incredibly heavy, and compared to this truly heavy weapon, even the Skeleton Stranger sword became a light weapon. With the heavy force of the 2-handed warhammer itself, in this collision of power and strength, the Skeleton King only knocked him back a few steps instead of sending him flying. This means that the Skeleton King's power attributes were the same as he had guessed, to exceed his own, but the gap between the two was far from being to the point of crushing. Sumu level 38. Skeleton King is likely level 60. With a gap of a full 22 levels, Sumu was engaging in a direct collision of strength with the Skeleton King, which was tantamount to comparing his weaknesses to the Skeleton King's strengths. With such an egg on the face of a stone, the Skeleton King will have trouble crushing it. Sumu laughed. The collision between strength and power ended, and the result was much better than what Sumu had expected. Next, it is the duel between skills. Don't forget, when the level was far lower than the Skeleton King, those 3 major boss skills that Sumu possessed were what made him dare to face the Skeleton King head-on and dare to come and challenge the Skeleton King at this time. Boom! The earth began to roll. Violent shockwaves like ocean waves surged out from the point where the two-handed warhammer struck down, spreading towards Sumu's location at an extremely fast speed. Shockwave. When the collision between the forces ended, the Skeleton King, who was bent on killing Sumu, a low-level skeleton that had offended his majesty, then unleashed his second skill, which was the shockwave in front of him. The two-handed warhammer slammed down onto the earth. Terrifying force accompanied by shockwaves surged out wildly, making this skill both a powerful attack skill and can be seen as a medium-range control skill. Any enemy struck by the shockwave will not only take a large amount of physical damage, but will also be lifted off the ground by the violent shockwave and be in a short-lived stagnant out-of-control state. With the Skeleton King's terrifying strength and the horrifying killing power of the two-handed warhammer, as long as the enemy appeared to have a short lag, he would be greeted by the Skeleton King's furious storm of consecutive strikes. Pity. This time, the Skeleton King was facing Sumu. When that violent shockwave began to spread out, Sumu had long since taken a step out and appeared behind the Skeleton King from in front of it. Chapter 051 Skeleton King's Boss Skill. The Skeleton Stranger Blade chopped out, still cutting with death. Facing the Skeleton King with a strong physique and white bone shield, Sumu's normal attacks were hard to work, and even if it was the boss skill of Shattering Air Chop, the attacks were too scattered to hurt the Skeleton King. The only way for Sumu to pose a real threat and damage to the Skeleton King was with Death Slash. The white bone shield has a strong defense and can defend itself automatically. But, even more powerful, this white bone shield had been shattered on one side. There were still 3 white bone shields left surrounding the Skeleton King, and Sumu's stamina value, however, could support him to unleash another 16 death cuts. Fighting the Skeleton King was never a quick fix. Long before he came to the Death Castle, Sumu was mentally prepared for a protracted battle or even defeat. Boom! The pitch-black blade of light chopped out. In the Skeleton King's angry roar, the white bone shield that surrounded it was once again reduced by 1, leaving only 2. Without releasing skills, the Skeleton King, whose speed was far inferior to Sumu's, didn't even have the ability to hit Sumu. Once. Twice. 3 times. When the 4th death cut erupted out, the white bone shields surrounding the Skeleton King were all torn to shreds, and this Skeleton King, whose body had once posed a great threat to Sumu, was also truly exposed, revealed in front of Sumu. Roar! Growled angrily. The two-handed warhammer in the Skeleton King's hand was raised high in the air, and only after a wisp of black mist lingered in it did it slam down, blasting into the earth. Only. This time it wasn't tumbling earth and shockwaves that erupted. A layer of ethereal orchid-colored light spread out, centered on the point of bombardment, instantly spreading hundreds of meters away. Just under Sumu's gaze, the earth cracked. A ghastly white bone claw broke through the earth and revealed itself. Immediately afterward, countless ghastly white bones turned over the soil and crawled out from within the earth. In just these few seconds, an army of skeletons numbering in the thousands appeared around the Skeleton King, surrounding him. This legion of skeletons includes 4 warrior skeletons, the Skeleton Raider, Skeleton Sniper, Skeleton Warden, and Dark Mage. Includes 40 elite skeletons, which are Elite Skeleton Swordsman, Skeleton Archer, Skeleton Guard, and Terror Mage. The rest were all skeletons with advanced professions. The 3rd skill of the Skeleton King, Skeleton Summoning. It was also the only boss skill that the Skeleton King possessed. No wonder, the Skeleton King didn't care about the number of skeleton legions under its command, except for retaining 8 skeleton legions flocking to patrol for harvesting. The rest were devoured by it as much as possible. Because of the boss skill of Skeleton Summoning, the Skeleton King himself was an army of skeletons. A skeleton army was naturally not enough to threaten Sumu. But in the battle between Sumu and the Skeleton King, such a sudden appearance of an army of skeletons was enough to break the balance between the two and buy some time for the Skeleton King. Permanently? Or for the time being? With a flash of doubt in his mind, Sumu's figure disappeared once again. He doesn't waste time. The Skeleton King that had lost its white bone shield was undoubtedly at its most vulnerable, and even with the Skeleton Legion's hindrance, Sumu wanted to try to see if this Skeleton King could withstand the power of the Death Slash with only its skeleton body. One step out. Sumu once again appeared behind the Skeleton King. The Skeleton Stranger Blade chopped down, and 10 pitch-black light blades chopped straight towards the Skeleton King, and at the same time, the warrior skeletons and elite skeletons in this summoned Skeleton Legion also attacked Sumu at the same time. Bone Arrow. Shockwave. Styrofoam. Orb of Darkness. After another phase shift in dodging this set fire attack, Sumu's figure appeared in the middle of the skeleton army. Shattering Chop. Countless dark red blades of light exploded, tearing large swaths of warrior skeletons and advanced skeletons to shreds, turning them into shattered skeletons in the sky. But On Sumu's attribute panel, yet not a single hint of gaining experience was refreshed. In other words, these summoned skeletons were still essentially seen as part of the Skeleton King's strength. And the Skeleton King's side? The Skeleton King dodged the vitals, and the 10 blades of light did not hit its neck, but instead landed on its thick back. The burst of 20 times normal attacks left a huge scar on the Skeleton King's back, directly knocking out a quarter of the Skeleton King's life value. 3 more death cuts. Sumu would be able to kill this Skeleton King. Only. The Skeleton King obviously possessed more skills than just the 3 it had already unleashed. When the blood level dropped drastically, the Skeleton King unleashed its 4th skill, Skeleton Devouring. Endless aura of death erupted out, as if a tiny chain was wrapped around those skeletons and broken bones around the Skeleton King. Next moment. These skeletons and broken bones flew through the air and lunged towards the Skeleton King. In the blink of an eye, however, the skeletons and broken bones merged into the Skeleton King's body like a stream of water. The scars on its back disappeared. The life value that had been knocked down by a quarter was also quickly recovered at this moment. Aside from losing some skeletons and broken skeletons, this Skeleton King returned to its full strength right under Sumu's nose. Even more breathless? For white bone shields reappeared and surrounded the Skeleton King. Sumo? Hard to top. Seeing this scene, Sumu was somewhat speechless. He took a step forward and activated the phase shift once again. But this time his target was no longer the Skeleton King, but the Death Castle a few hundred meters away. Chapter 052, The Living Who Appeared in the Land of Buried Bones. Attack with a shockwave. Defense, with a white bone shield. Auxiliary, with skeleton summoning. Add blood, with skeleton devouring. When it became clear what the Skeleton King's strength consisted of, even Sumu had to sigh. Worthy of being the king who had ruled the land of buried bones for countless years, the Skeleton King wasn't an ordinary hard bone to gnaw on. At least, with his current strength enough to fight the Skeleton King, it was difficult to kill him. But what about? The Skeleton King was a hard bone that couldn't be gnawed on for the time being, and without getting the experience value, free points, and career templates that it represented, Sumu had another option. There's a good number of warrior skeletons still present in the Castle of Death. A phase shift detached him from the battlefield, and Sumu directly appeared within an arrow tower on the walls of Death Castle. The skeletal stranger's blade chopped out. Click! The skeleton sniper stationed in this archery tower was instantly crushed in the head and fell to the ground. A hit! Without pause, he continued on towards where the other warrior skeletons were stationed within the castle. Outside the city, the Skeleton King was out of his mind with rage. When Sumu fled from the battlefield, it felt bad. By the time its skeleton minions disappeared one by one in its sole perception, the Skeleton King was even more furious and rushed towards the Death Castle as fast as it could. Pity! How could the already slow Skeleton King catch up with Sumu, who had phase shift? By the time the Skeleton King arrived at the Death Castle, the only dozen or so warrior skeletons left in this castle had already been killed by Sumu. Click! Cold light flashed. After killing the last warrior skeleton in the castle, Sumu took a step out and initiated a phase shift before the Skeleton King arrived, appearing outside of the Death Castle. A dozen skeletons is a dozen free points. Sumu had harvested a lot this time. But he's not satisfied yet. Although there were no more warrior skeletons under the Skeleton King's command at this point, there were still a good number of elite skeletons and advanced skeletons. A mosquito is still meat. Since it has come here, it is good to harvest all of them. And so it was. After killing all the warrior skeletons, Sumu then targeted the elite skeletons and advanced skeletons under the Skeleton King. For these skeletons, Sumu didn't need to slash and dice. All he needed to do was to wait until the skeletons had gathered, and then unleash the air-shattering slash. The Skeleton King was impotently furious. Running around inside and outside of the Death Castle in vain, chasing after Sumu's figure. Where was Sumu? Every phase shift was accompanied by the passing of a large number of elite skeletons and advanced skeletons. Only when the magic power stored in the crystal ball bottomed out and was barely enough for him to unleash 2 phase shifts did Sumu truly leave. At this point, the Skeleton King has become a lightweight. Not to mention the warrior skeletons and elite skeletons, even the advanced skeletons were killed by Sumu. Sumu disappeared. The Skeleton King had also lost his chase. In this ancient castle filled with broken skeletons, the Skeleton King could only let out his roar over and over again to vent the boundless anger in his heart. One step out appeared in the wilderness thousands of meters from the Death Castle. Sumu took stock of the harvest this time, and his heart was extremely exceeded. Granted, he still hadn't cut the Skeleton King under his sword, but compared to the last time he had faced the Skeleton King, his battle record this time was already a fantastic leap forward. Simply level up again and the 4-dimensional attributes grow again. Wait until the next time it comes. He then had absolute confidence in decapitating the Skeleton King. Become the new king of this vast land of death. Phew! Exhaling a long breath in his heart, Sumu slowed his pace and walked towards the distance. There were still more than 1,000 magic points left in the crystal ball, only enough for him to unleash another phase shift. Compared to the distance between him and Agnes, the distance of a few thousand meters was insignificant. It was better to go back slowly. It wasn't like he was in a hurry. Just right. He was also able to get a good look at this land of buried bones on the way back. This is the first time since his rebirth that he has observed the land where he was born with such a relaxed and happy mood. Sumu's relief didn't last long. All the way forward. Upon reaching a distance of 12 kilometers from the Death Castle, he suddenly sensed a powerful aura appearing ahead of him. That scent. Not weaker than the Skeleton King at all. The Skeleton King is coming after us? This thought had just surfaced from his mind when it was negated by Sumu. If it was that fast, the Skeleton King wouldn't have watched as it slaughtered all of its subordinates in impotent rage. A strange and powerful person appeared in the land of buried bones. Taking a look at the magic power value that he could still unleash one more phase shift, Sumu fixed his mind and rushed towards the direction where that scent came from. The last phase shift was enough for him to defend himself. The land of buried bones has become Sumu's book territory, and an unfamiliar strong man appeared in his own territory. Sumu always has to go to check it out. Soon. On a small dirt bag, Sumu found the source of that aura. As if he was specifically waiting for himself, Sumu appeared that the figure not only didn't leave, but instead walked towards him at an unhurried speed. It's a mage. A mage whose entire body was shrouded in black robes, even his face was mostly covered, showing only the tip of his nose and his mouth bar. Even though the figure's entire body was shrouded in the aura of death, as if it was an undead, Sumu was certain that it was a mage from the human world. A living person who appeared in the land of buried bones. Chapter 053 Rogales and the Crystal Ball. A heroic mage no less than the Skeleton King appearing in the land of buried bones was no small matter. Especially. It's still a living person. When the black-robed mage came this way, Sumu couldn't help but tighten his grip on the skeleton stranger's sword in his hand. Perhaps sensing Sumu's vigilance. When he was still 12 meters away, the black-robed mage stopped. Then, this mage whose entire body was shrouded in black robes gave a slight salute to Sumu, and a slightly low voice also came from the hood that came with the robes. His Excellency the mighty Undead. Greetings from the outside world from the death believers of Rogales. The voice was low, calm, and seemingly devoid of any hostility. But, when he heard this black-robed mage's self-introduction, Sumu's heart was a shocking wave. Rogales. This black-robed mage was the legendary natural disaster mage of his previous life Rogales. The so-called death believers were existences that used death energy. Whether it was a necromancer like Rogales or an undead like Sumu, they could all be called death believers. Realizing this, without showing it on the surface, Sumu's heart was even more vigilant. As he had speculated before, at this time, Rogales had not crossed into the epic rank, but only the heroic rank which was equal to the lord rank. By the way, Sumu, who could even harden himself against the Skeleton King, didn't seem to have the need to be afraid of Rogales. But don't forget, the Skeleton King is ultimately an undead. Even with advanced intelligence, it's far less intelligent and cunning than a real human. And what about Logris? In his previous life, he was able to cross into the epic rank and legendary rank and become a heavenly calamity mage that shook several worlds, so there must be something about him. No one knew what hidden cards and means he had. Facing such a natural disaster mage who had already proven himself in his previous life, no amount of caution could be too much. Besides, Sumu also destroyed one of his altars and massacred one of the zombie clans he had created yet. Sure, these Sumu will not show it. When Rogales finished introducing himself, Sumu also duly exuded a burst of soul fluctuations. Why? Block. Me. Warrior skeletons only have intermediate intelligence. What Sumu displayed was an intelligence that was above that of a warrior skeleton, but far from that of a human, as a way to confuse Rogales. Sure enough. After interpreting Sumu's soul fluctuations, Rogalius didn't doubt it, but continued, I had the honor of seeing that battle between Your Excellency and the Skeleton King, and I was deeply shocked by Your Excellency's power. The Skeleton King has aged. Your Excellency, however, is a newborn powerful undead. If Your Excellency needs me to assist you together to defeat the Skeleton King, so that you can become the new king of this world of death. The soul fire in his eyes flickered slightly. Sumu appropriately showed a heartbeat. I pay. What? Price. After deciphering Sumu's soul fluctuations, Rogalius sighed in relief. In his opinion, this was an indication that Sumu's heart was moved. Thinking slightly, Rogales continued, helping Your Excellency to become the new king of this world of death is my friendly assistance. As long as Your Excellency allows me to make a pilgrimage to the Castle of Death after becoming the new king and pursue the true meaning of death, it will be fine. It will not be the slightest loss to Your Excellency. For good reason. Rogales helped Sumu to kill the Skeleton King, while Sumu allowed Rogales to enter the Death Castle for a pilgrimage. That is to say, there is something in the Castle of Death that attracts Rogales. Noticing this, Sumu didn't make a sound, but continued to ask, why did Choose me. Instead of the Skeleton King. Rogales spread his hands and said helplessly, the Death Castle is the center of this world of death, and to a death believer, it's equivalent to the Holy Land in the heart of a pilgrim. If I could, I would not want to make an enemy of someone as strong as the Skeleton King. However, the Skeleton King has always regarded the Castle of Death as a forbidden place, and no one but it and its subordinates can approach it. In order to pursue the true meaning of death, I myself had to cooperate with a powerful undead like Your Excellency. The reasons are even stronger. Both revealing the reason why Rogales didn't seek the cooperation of the Skeleton King and aptly expressing that this was both helping Sumu ascend to the new king and using Sumu's power to help himself. If you combine them, you get two benefits. If Sumu was really just a warrior rank skeleton, then there really seems to be no need to refuse. There was a slight silence. The soul fire in his eyes was also flickering. Sumu seems to be pondering whether or not to cooperate with Logris. Rogales didn't press the issue either, but stayed standing there quietly waiting. Not enough. After a long time, Sumu's soul fluctuations spread out again. It's me helping you. Not you helping me. I become stronger. Don't need help. Sure. The face shrouded under the hood smiled faintly as Rogales said, as long as Your Excellency continues to grow, there will be a day when you can defeat the Skeleton King. This cooperation is indeed an advantage for me. How about this? Said. Rogales took out a black crystal ball from somewhere and smiled, as long as Your Excellency can help me fulfill my wish to make a pilgrimage to the Castle of Death. This crystal ball is a gift of thanks from me to Your Excellency. Chapter 054 Reaping. Pre-battle preparation. Fist-sized crystal ball. There was also a wisp of black mist constantly floating in it. When he saw this crystal ball, the soul fire in Sumu's eyes danced fiercely. This crystal ball. It was the same as the crystal ball he had gotten from the Dark Altar before the crystal ball of Rogales in general. From this, Sumu also understood why Logris was able to find himself. The crystal ball he had acquired had indeed been eroded, and all of the marks belonging to Rogales in it had been eliminated by the erosion talent. But what he hadn't anticipated was that there wasn't just one crystal ball in Rogales, but two. There was a natural connection between these two crystal balls. A dozen or so meters away, Sumu could clearly see that a tiny, unnoticeable wisp of fine black mist was emanating from this crystal ball, pointing in the direction where Sumu was. If Sumu took out the crystal ball that had been integrated into his body, it should be the same. Two crystal balls. Sumu's heart was moved. A single crystal ball is dark gold quality, if two are together. Its quality is afraid to be raised to epic quality. Not to mention that the crystal ball would become less and less useful to Sumu as his spiritual attributes improved. Not to mention the crystal ball's role in storing magic power, the single role of the crystal ball's ability to absorb, store and purify death breath made Sumu imperative to this crystal ball. Because a crystal ball with an elevated grade meant that he could spend a shorter period of time and cultivate a large number of elite rank or even warrior rank undead. Silently, he exhaled. Sumu was slightly silent. Rogales knew that he had destroyed the Dark Altar and that he had taken the first crystal ball. He didn't mention it. Instead, he took out the other crystal ball, nominally as a thank you gift from himself, but in reality, it was a way to entice Bade himself to join him in dealing with the Skeleton King and assisting him in entering the Death Castle. Either Rogales had absolute certainty that he would retrieve the crystal ball after this was done. Either the secrets hidden in the Castle of Death made Rogales want to enter it even at the cost of a set of props that could very well be epic equipment. Whatever that might be. As long as he agreed, Rogalius would not lose. After a long time, Sumu had a decision to make. The soul fire in his eyes flickered slightly, and his soul fluctuations spread out again. You can wait for you here. In 15 days. 15 days? Rogales nodded slightly and smiled lightly. It just so happens that I myself need to make some preparations as well. Then, Your Excellency the Mighty Undead, in 15 days, Rogales looks forward to your arrival. Agreement reached. Right under Sumu's gaze, Rogales once again slightly saluted, and his figure shrouded in black robes emitted a slight energy fluctuation before dissipating like a phantom. Rogales. Only after confirming that Rogales had really left did Sumu's emotions calm down. He hadn't expected his first contact with Rogales to unfold in this way. Cooperate, or cooperate. Whether it was the experience value, free points and career templates represented by the Skeleton King, or the other crystal ball in Rogales' hand, he was bound to get it. Even if this cooperation was extremely dangerous, he couldn't give up. The reason why he set the time for 15 days later was that Sumu wanted to continue to raise his level and strength through these 15 days. Rogales is powerful. More dangerous than the Skeleton King. But as long as Sumu's strength was strong enough, even if Rogales had any other thoughts after this cooperation, he would be able to use his strength to break the situation and swallow all the benefits that should come to him. As for Rogales' previous observation, Sumu did not put it in his heart. Every caster in the second world has similar remote observation spells, which can only be spotted, not tracked. Want to quietly track and observe Sumu in the vast land of buried bones? Not to mention that Rogales was still only at the heroic rank. Even if he crossed over to the epic rank, it would be difficult for him to do so. In the next 15 days, Sumu began his second frantic expansion. One moment of running around. As long as the Skeleton Legion found an elite skeleton, Sumu went ahead and enslaved it, making it his own skeleton minions and forming a new Skeleton Legion. And the hunting range of the Skeleton Legion was gradually spreading from the center area and inner layer of the buried bone land towards the periphery. The growth of the Skeleton Legion means more skeletons for them to hunt. More skeletons to hunt meant that Sumu could gain more experience value. On the third day after the agreement with Rogales, Sumu's level increased from level 38 to level 39. On the seventh day after the agreement with Rogales, Sumu's level increased from 39 to 40, officially crossing into the level that a warrior rank skeleton should have. Starting from level 40, Sumu needed more experience for each level up. But the ever-expanding legions of skeletons also brought him more experience value. On the 11th day, Sumu's level increased from level 40 to level 41. Day 14. The night before the agreed time with Rogales, Sumu's level finally increased from level 41 to level 42. 14 days. The level was raised by a full 4 levels. Along with that, Sumu's 4-dimensional attributes also skyrocketed once again. Rogales could never have imagined that Sumu would have his battle power change once again in this short period of 15 days. In his impression, the appearance of every high-level undead came with the accumulation of a long period of time. And because of that, it was only then that he was relieved to set a 15-day pact with Sumu. Soon. The night passed. The time agreed upon by Sumu and Rogales had also finally arrived. Chapter 055, Killing the Death Castle Again. The next day. It was still early, so Sumu showed up at the agreed location with an army of skeletons and waited for Rogales to arrive. Sure. This legion of skeletons is just making up the numbers. Most of the skeleton legions under his command were still fighting in various parts of the land of buried bones, providing him with a steady stream of experience value. Even Agnes, the Dark Knight, was transferred by Sumu to a place far away from the Death Castle so that she wouldn't be discovered by Rogales. Half the time. Leveling up from level 38 to level 42, Sumu's 4-dimensional attributes skyrocketed by nearly a third. Name Sumu. Race, Undead Skeleton. Template Warrior. Profession Template Black Warrior. Level, 42. Status, Life 32450, Magic 6660. Attributes, Strength 1718, Agility 1383, Physique 1745, Spirit 666. Talent, Erosion Only Talent. Skills, Death/Boss Skill, Air Shattering/Boss Skill, Phase Shift Boss Skill. Free points, 22 points. The 4-dimensional attributes that had skyrocketed allowed Sumu's battle power to similarly skyrocket. Facing the Skeleton King again. I'm afraid that Sumu would be able to kill him without Rogales' help. Sure. It's not necessary. Since he had made an appointment to deal with the Skeleton King with Rogales, it was only natural to let Rogales put in some effort. Besides, no one knows what will happen after decapitating the Skeleton King. Sumu does not mind retaining a few points of strength when that moment comes. Humongous counterattack. Time passes. When the gloomy sky gradually brightened up, Sumu once again sensed Rogales' aura. He looked towards the distance, and Rogales' figure, which was covered by a black robe, gradually emerged from the distance and approached this way. After not seeing him for half a month, the feeling Rogales gave Sumu hadn't changed much. But Sumu knew. With this half a month, Rogales was definitely ready for war, and this time he was even harder to deal with than the last time he was there. Sumu was watching Rogelius. Rogales was also watching Sumu. Unlike Sumu, Rogelius was a bit shocked. It was normal for the number of skeleton legions to reach over 3,000. Compared to Sumu's strength, which was enough to fight with the Skeleton King, having this number of skeleton legions was not only not much, but somewhat less. What shocked him was the aura that emanated from Sumu's body. Compared to the first time they met, at this moment, the aura emanating from Sumu's body was such that even he had a feeling that his heart was jumping. Getting stronger again? Or is there a strange encounter in this land of buried bones that I have yet to discover? A hint of gloom flashed in the eyes hidden under the hood, but Rogales' voice did not change in the slightest, remaining as low and calm as ever. Your undead excellency is indeed punctual. Now that we're ready, let's get started. After today, Your excellency is the new king of this world of death. A slight nod. With a thought, Sumu drove the skeleton legions under his command along with Rogales towards the Death Castle, which was more than a dozen kilometers away. Soon, they then arrive in the vicinity of the Castle of Death. Having the skeleton legion set up a formation outside of the Death Castle, Sumu and Rogales walked towards the front one after the other. When he was only 100 meters away from the gate of the Death Castle, Sumu stopped. He glanced at Logris. After Rogales nodded his head, Sumu once again stepped forward, frantically exploding his breath out, announcing his arrival to the Skeleton King. Roar. Next moment. Accompanied by a roar filled with rage, a huge figure rushed out from within the Death Castle and appeared in front of Sumu and Rogales. It was the Skeleton King. Appearing again, the Skeleton King's eyes only lingered briefly on Rogales' body before being completely attracted to Sumu. It naturally wouldn't forget Sumu. It was this lowly skeleton that hadn't even reached the lord rank that had challenged its authority 3 times, even killing all the many skeletons under its command, turning it from the ruler of the buried bone land into a bare-knuckled commander. To the Skeleton King, this was definitely a great shame. So, after rushing out from the Death Castle, the first thing that the Skeleton King did was to carry a 2-handed warhammer and rush towards Sumu. You! Help! Emitting a burst of soul fluctuations and speaking to Rogales, Sumu similarly carried the Skeleton Stranger Sword and charged towards the Skeleton King. Boom! The earth tumbles. Violent shockwaves spread in all directions. When it was only a few dozen meters away from Sumu, the Skeleton King blatantly released its first skill. And at this time, Sumu had already appeared behind the Skeleton King, and the Skeleton Stranger Blade even erupted with 10 pitch-black blades, connecting into a single piece towards the back of the Skeleton King. As always, when the blade attacked, 4 white bone shields emerged from the Skeleton King's body, blocking Sumu's first attack. This time, Rogales struck out as well. Curse, Shield Corruption. Set AIDS or AIDS. When Rogales' first skill was released, an obscure light emerged and enveloped the Skeleton King. The 3 white bone shields still remaining around its body weakened at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although it didn't shatter and disappear, its defense was weakened by as much as 3 layers. Death Cuts. With Rogales' assist, Sumu didn't stay idle either. The second phase shift appeared on the Skeleton King's side, and Death Slash chopped out for the second time. This time, just 1 strike. He then tore through the 2 white bone shields on the Skeleton King. Roar! Growling angrily, the Skeleton King clearly sensed the role Rogales had played in this battle. Sparingly eating a blow from Sumu and consuming 2 white bone shields, this Skeleton King with a not-so-low level of intelligence unexpectedly abandoned Sumu and attacked towards Rogales in a charging stance. Chapter 056 Cursed Necromancer. Dozens of meters passed in the blink of an eye. When only a dozen meters away from Rogales, the Skeleton King leapt forward and lunged towards Rogales. Its 2-handed warhammer was raised high above its head. The power of the whole body was poured into it. In conjunction with the horrifying impact brought about by the massive body falling, the hammer that the Skeleton King was about to blast down made its power even far exceed the attack skill. Logris didn't move. Still preparing for the next auxiliary skill, as if he didn't see the incoming Skeleton King and the terrifying warhammer that was about to blast down. This time, Sumu appeared. With a single step, he crossed a distance of tens of meters and blocked in front of Rogales. He was the main attacker, the main defender, and Rogales assisted, which was supposed to be the agreement the two had made on the way here. Now that the Skeleton King was attacking, Sumu naturally had to stand in the way. The warhammer fell. The Skeleton Stranger Sword in Sumu's hand also chopped out to meet the 2-handed warhammer that smashed down. Boom! The ear-piercing sound of gold and iron clashing rang out. The heavy 2-handed warhammer landed solidly on top of the Skeleton Stranger Sword. Even though Sumu's entire body was filled with strength, when the 2-handed warhammer blasted down with unrivaled power, the Skeleton Stranger Blade was still blasted with a huge arc, as if it would break at any time. Sumu's legs were even deeper into the earth. Eventually, Sumu still received this strike from the Skeleton King. This time, Rogales also finally finished his second skill. With just a flick of the staff in his hand, a dark green light burst out, enveloping the Skeleton King, who had just landed on the ground. At once, the Skeleton King felt a wave of weakness, as if some imperceptible presence had drained some of its power away. Curse, power weakening. The Skeleton King's power was weakened by the Curse of Power, but Sumu's power was at full strength. In the strike just now, the Skeleton King had blocked him even though he was occupying the right place and time, let alone now. Lightning-like, he pulled out the Skeleton Stranger Sword, and Sumu leapt forward, instead chopping towards the Skeleton King. The knife is like lightning, sharp as a pike. With that level 4 power growth, Sumu's power attribute today was already no less than the Skeleton King's. When the Skeleton King was cursed by Logris and had some of his power siphoned off, Sumu had even gained the upper hand. A knife cuts out. Even though the Skeleton King blocked the blade with the warhammer in his hand, his body was shaken by the massive force contained in the blade, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Before it could recover, Sumu's next slash struck again. Boom! 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 The dense concussion spread far and wide. With every slash Sumu made, the Skeleton King took a step back. Holding back. Anger. It's hard to bear. How had the Skeleton King ever been in such a situation? Upon blocking one of Sumu's attacks once again, the Skeleton King roared furiously, and the 2-handed warhammer in his hand smashed fiercely on the ground, erupting a violent shockwave in an attempt to force Sumu away in this way. Sumu did leave. He took a step and appeared behind the Skeleton King. The pitch-black blade burst out once again and attacked the Skeleton King's back. Wow! The last white bone shield shattered. The remaining few light blades were not covered and chopped solidly into the Skeleton King's back, leaving several horrifying wounds on its body. The Skeleton King's life value also fell by a full fifth at this moment. Roar! Second injury. The Skeleton King roared, once again dropping Sumu, and turned toward the legion of skeletons Sumu had brought with him not far away. Stop it! Rogalius was so anxious that he shrieked out in alarm. At this time, Sumu was the one who moved his mind and commanded the archers and spellcasters in that skeleton army to focus their attacks, sending a rain of arrows and balls of underworld fire towards the Skeleton King. Elite-level attacks, even the rain of arrows and underworld fireballs dealt extremely limited damage to the Skeleton King. Against the constant onslaught of attacks, the Skeleton King hardened himself and rushed into the legions of skeletons. Next moment. Skeleton devouring skill is activated. Large swaths of skeletons and broken skeletons were devoured by the Skeleton King and integrated into its body, restoring the Skeleton King's life value while also beginning to repair its white bone shield. #%. Undead are really undead, stupid. Cursing angrily in his mind, Rogales had to start preparing his next curse skill. He could sort of see that this strange undead Sumu was very strong and had strong fighting instincts, but its level of intelligence was far from getting rid of the stupidity of the undead. If you want to kill the Skeleton King and enter the Death Castle, it's going to be hard to do it with just this strange undead. Heartfelt. A violent wave of magic power emanated from Rogales' body, releasing 2 curse skills in a row that enveloped the Skeleton King's body. Curse, Stamina Weakening. Curse, Resistance Weakening. Stamina Weakening, as the name suggests, reduces the Skeleton King's stamina value. Resistance weakened. What was reduced instead was the Skeleton King's attack resistance. With the resistance reduced, the Skeleton King's physical defense ability and magic defense ability would be drastically reduced, and Sumu would be able to deal more damage with each of his attacks. Releasing 2 skills one after another, Rogales was consumed quite a bit. However, this time, Sumu finally didn't let Rogales down again. He once again appeared beside the Skeleton King, and the pitch-black light blade that erupted from the Skeleton Stranger's blade intermittently chopped down on the Skeleton King's body. Boom! Wow! The 4 white bone shields shattered one after another. The Skeleton King, who had just recovered once, was once again presented under Sumu's blade in a defenseless state. Chapter 057. The New King of the Land of Buried Bones. Death Cuts. The pitch-black blade erupted. Losing the defense of the white bone shield, this death slash finally completely chopped at the Skeleton King's body. With the curse of resistance. The damage dealt to the Skeleton King by Sumu's death slash this time had been boosted by as much as a third. When those 10 pitch-black light blades chopped at the Skeleton King one after another, its life value fell like a pouring waterfall. It dropped straight down to about a third. The Skeleton King was shocked and furious. It couldn't be bothered to fight back. Instead, he activated his boss skill, Skeleton Summoning, in the next moment. As before, the earth turned over, and a single skeleton was summoned, crawling out of the dirt and escorting the Skeleton King. And these summoned skeletons became the materials for the Skeleton King to restore his life value and white bone shield once again. This was the reason why Sumu and Rogales were working together. Both of them had the ability to fight the Skeleton King head-on. But at best they were able to cripple the Skeleton King. By the time the Skeleton King summoned the skeleton army, time and time again, he recovered from the state of being crippled to the state of consummation. Even the heroic professions like Sumu and Rogales were quite helpless. Good on. This time it's different. Sumu focused on attack and defense, and Rogales focused on assisting and weakening, and the combination of the two exerted an effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2, making it possible for them to decimate the Skeleton King. Even when they faced him, who was able to constantly recover. Phase shift. Displacing once more, he appeared in the midst of the skeleton legions, and shattering sky/erupted, a dark red blade of light spreading out, tearing apart those skeleton legions summoned by the Skeleton King at speeds unimaginable to the ordinary person. Once. Twice. 3 times. When a full 3 times the skill exploded open, this skeleton army, which was originally enough to allow the Skeleton King to recover several times, was cut down by Sumu as much as possible. The end of the road. Although, it still had a white bone shield on its body as a defense, although its life value had once again returned to its full value. But the Skeleton King was undoubtedly at the end of his rope. Knock. 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 Surrounded by several layers of curses, and with his battle power reduced by as much as several 10%, the Skeleton King remained powerful. It carried a 2-handed warhammer, leaving a deep footprint on the ground as it walked towards Sumu step by step. Only when it was only a few dozen meters away from Sumu did the Skeleton King roar wildly. And pounced towards Sumu again. Its mana was exhausted. Unable to unleash the white bone shield once more, or summon the Skeleton Legion again. But it's the King of the Buried Land. Even if it is at the end of the road. It will use its last strength to leave its own mark on the body of the enemy. Boom! Death cuts erupt. After instantly tearing the white bone shield to shreds and leaving a few more huge wounds on the Skeleton King's body, Sumu charged forward in the direction the Skeleton King was attacking from. Abandonment of skills. In this final battle, Sumu and the Skeleton King resumed their competition in pure power. A knife. A hammer. Sumu's attack speed far exceeded that of the Skeleton King, and after being hit by the curse, the Skeleton King was suppressed by Sumu in terms of strength. The result is, every attack of the Skeleton King was blocked by Sumu, but the Skeleton Stranger's sword in Sumu's hand chopped solidly at the Skeleton King's body. With every chop of the Skeletal Stranger's blade, both left a huge wound on the Skeleton King's body. Morpho blade by once flashed, all accompanied by a significant drop in the Skeleton King's life value. A knife. 2 cuts. 5 knives. 10 knives. When Sumu's last slash was cut out, Skeleton King's life value finally cleared to 0. The huge body fell to the ground with a bang, and this Skeleton King, that had ruled the buried bone land for countless years and had nearly broken through the limits of the Lord rank, was finally cut down by him. From this moment on, Sumu could step on the corpse of the Skeleton King and declare that he was the new king of the land of buried bones. You killed the Skeleton King. You gain 100,000 experience points. You beheaded the Lord of the buried land. You. A large piece of information refreshed from the attribute panel. Sumu just glanced at it but ignored it. Putting away the Skeleton Stranger's sword, Sumu bent down, dragging the Skeleton King's huge body, and walked step by step towards Rogales. It wasn't until he was close to Rogales that his soul fluctuations spread out. I fulfill the agreement. The ability cannot be released. The skill releases are all depleted. That's what Sumu is trying to say. Hearing Sumu's soul language, Rogalius' face hidden in his hood flashed with a touch of snickering, but his tone remained unchanged. Don't worry about it, Your Excellency the new king. The Skeleton King is dead, the rest are not enough to worry about. If you encounter the enemy again, just leave it to me. Subsequently, the two figures walked towards the Death Castle, one after the other. During this process, Sumu was still dragging the massive corpse of the Skeleton King, and although he didn't understand the significance of Sumu doing this, Rogalius didn't ask much. At this point, he couldn't wait to enter the Death Castle. Also can't wait to get the secret within Death Castle that he had coveted for so long. The Skeleton King was decimated, and there wasn't nothing left in the Death Castle. Perhaps it was Sumu's omission from the last time he cleaned up the Death Castle, or perhaps the Death Castle had spawned new skeletons in this half-month period. Anyway, after Sumu and Rogales stepped into the Death Castle, from time to time, they could still encounter skeletons that rushed out from every corner. These skeletons, at the highest, were only advanced skeletons. Nature. During this process Sumu hadn't made a move, and these newly appeared skeletons were all handed over to Rogales to solve. From this, Sumu's understanding of Rogalius also deepened. This necromancer who seemed to have switched to the curse system skills was not without combat abilities, it was just that compared to the obscure and powerful curse system skills, the attack skills he possessed were relatively weak and were not enough to pose much of a threat to the Skeleton King. Entering the Castle of Death, Rogales did not linger. With a slight thought, he led Sumu towards the rear of the Death Castle. After arriving at the enclosed space where Sumu had beheaded the Skeleton Warden, Rogalius blasted open the prison gate that had been guarded by the Skeleton Warden with a bone spear, and walked towards this prison that was located underground. Gloomy. Obscure. When crossing into the prison, Sumu clearly felt that the death aura here was even denser and purer than in the Death Castle. All the way down. It took 3 full floors before Sumu and Rogales reached the end of the prison stairs. This time, a rusty but unusually thick iron door appeared in front of them. The secret that Rogales wanted to explore was behind this iron door. Meanwhile, Sumu also clearly felt that there seemed to be an endless amount of incomparably pure death aura surging out from behind the iron door, spreading out in all directions. Chapter 058, The Dagger in the Map. Death Altar. His Excellency the new king. Take the trouble to make a move and open this gate. Standing before the rusty iron door, Logris pleaded. Sumu didn't refuse. At this point, it wasn't just Rogales who wanted to get the secret hidden behind the iron door, Sumu's curiosity was also mobilized. He also wanted to see what was hidden behind this iron door, and wanted to see what exactly existed. It was capable of giving birth to endless death aura, turning the vast land of buried bones into a world of death. One step forward. The Skeletal Stranger's blade chopped out. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar and a large area of flying dust, Sumu directly launched his sword and blasted open this iron door with a strong and incomparable force. In a split second, more and more pure death aura poured out from behind the already broken iron door. The pure death aura that came to his face even gave Sumu the urge to cheer. It seemed like every part of his entire body and every bone was growing. The gate opened. The scene inside was also reflected in Sumu's eyes. It's a prison. Far more spacious than the 3 levels of prisons above. Around the prison, which was more than 100 square meters square, there were a large number of rusted iron tables, chairs, and tools. Among them, there was no lack of torture tools like butcher knives, iron hooks, shackles, and chains. Apart from the instruments of torture, there was blood. A long time had passed, and any more blood had dried and deteriorated. But looking at the piece of black traces on the ground and walls, Sumu can imagine that a long time ago, there were once countless living beings who were tortured here, bled here, and died here. Perhaps it's not a prison at all, but a slaughterhouse or a testing ground. What is imprisoned in the 3 levels of prison above should not be a criminal either, but an innocent living being. A bit of living material that will soon be dragged into this slaughterhouse and subjected to inhumane experiments. Sure, that's not all. In fact, all of this that Sumu observed: tables, chairs, torture devices, skeletons, blood. These only occupied a very small part of this wide space. In the center of this slaughterhouse stood an altar. An altar that, although small, was almost identical in appearance to the dark altar that Sumu had once destroyed in the Dead Man's Canyon. Unlike on the altar that Rogales had built stood a zombie that he had transformed. This compact altar held a skeleton that had been broken. And above this black altar, which was less than 2 meters tall, hovered a pitch black hole. Endless death aura flowed out of this hole and was bound by the black altar. After flowing through the hundreds and thousands of skeletons on the altar, the death aura that was like mist gushed out from the various holes in the skeletons again, spreading out. Altar of death. Everything described in that notebook is indeed true. Taking a few steps out and into the slaughterhouse, Rogales' originally low and calm voice revealed a masked excitement for the first time. The Altar of Death was the name of this black altar. At the same time, that Altar of Darkness, built by Rogales, was also built entirely from a notebook, in imitation of this Altar of Death. Following behind Rogales, Sumu also entered the slaughterhouse. Eyes scrutinizing this black altar, Sumu couldn't help a burst of soul fluctuations spread out. Altar. What? Roll. An altar that emanated a pure deathly aura at all times was naturally worth a lot of money. Staying in this room alone allows the undead to grow and evolve at countless times the rate. Rogales is human. Even if his profession was a necromancer, he was still alive after all. Bathing in such a pure aura of death for a long period of time, it wouldn't take too long for him to be eroded and transformed from a heroic rank necromancer into a new undead. For example, necromancers. Perhaps he was too excited and ignored Sumu's presence. It wasn't until the soul fluctuations emanating from Sumu's body spread out that Rogales jolted awake. But he didn't explain. Laughing lightly, Rogales took out the crystal ball from his storage space and said to Sumu, "I apologize, it was me who neglected His Excellency the new king. Your Excellency, the new king, helped me defeat the Skeleton King and find this legendary altar, and I cannot thank you enough in my heart. This is the crystal ball promised to His Excellency the new king. The death altar is precious beyond measure, and can be said to be the holy relic of death believers. Your Excellency has killed the Skeleton King, and this death altar should rightfully belong to you. However, I have a small request. I would like to ask His Excellency, the new king, to allow me to do some research here. After 3 days, I will leave this place, and everything here will all belong to His Excellency the new king." With those words, Logris handed over the crystal ball. There was even more excitement and pleading in his voice. It seems that his purpose was really this death altar. It was also just to study here at the death altar for a few days. No accidents? Unable to help himself, Sumu took the crystal ball that he had long been determined to obtain. Next moment, mutations are born in vain. Just as Sumu grabbed this second crystal ball, countless runes erupted out of the crystal ball, transforming into a tiny chain that wrapped around Sumu's body. In barely even a split second, that single rune was imprinted on top of Sumu's skeletal armor, binding him firmly. Seal. Confinement. Weakening. Binding. At a glance, more than 10 types of runes flashed from the crystal ball and acted on Sumu's body. At this point, this crystal ball that had long been filled with magic value was like a source of magic, maintaining the operation of more than 10 types of spell formations, and also firmly sealing Sumu in place, unable to move. Not to mention attacking, except for his mind not being affected. At this time, Sumu couldn't even release skills. Figure of speech. Since the beginning, neither Sumu nor Rogales had good intentions. Rogales wanted to use Sumu's power to defeat the Skeleton King, find this death altar recorded in the legend, accomplish his purpose, and in the process, reap the rewards of Sumu, the new king. How could it be otherwise for Sumu? He hoped to get the second crystal ball of Rogales, and also hoped to use the power of Rogales to kill the Skeleton King, and even more hoped to be able to erase the potential threat of Rogales. Being sealed in place by the combination of more than 10 types of rune formations, Sumu was relieved instead. Instead of rushing to break the seal, he remained bound, frantically pulsing his soul fire and radiating a burst of soul fluctuations. Rogales stopped paying attention to Sumu. After checking the crystal ball and confirming that Sumu was indeed sealed, without the slightest possibility of escaping from the seal, his attention returned to the death altar once again. Altar of Death. The rift to the death plane. A normal fall, with my rank, can only transform into a necromancer. Together with the undead transformation technique, I'm 80% sure that I'll be able to transmute from a necromancer to a necromancer and gain a long life. But it's not enough. Witch demons are too fragile. Only a great witch demon. Only then can I continue to grow after being transformed into an undead. Walkers, zombies, skeleton knights, skeletons. These undead have no secrets for me anymore. The death altar is already in my hands, plus the aura contained within the skeleton king and this strange undead. I have at least a 60% certainty that I will be able to break through the limitations of the rank and transmute into a great witch demon of the epic rank. 60% is not safe, try with this body first. After solving the hidden danger of Sumu, Rogalius had no more worries. He, who was fully devoted to his research on the death altar, couldn't even help but mutter his birth, revealing all of his plans, intentions, and purposes. As for Sumu, obviously, a living undead is more valuable to study than a dead one. Since he had completely sealed Sumu, Rogales naturally wanted to dig out more information from Sumu's body, which also gave him a greater grasp of being able to transform from a heroic rank necromancer to an epic rank great witch demon. Just totally immersed in his research on the death altar, Rogales didn't see it. After hearing all of this, Sumu, who should have been completely sealed off and unable to move a single muscle, his bony palm gripping the crystal ball. Suddenly the grip tightened. Chapter 059 Erosion. Undead Transformation Technique. Since the beginning of their cooperation, Sumu had been on the lookout for Rogales. In the battle with the Skeleton King, Sumu didn't reserve his strength. Every time he fought the Skeleton King, he went all out. What he kept. It's just the number of times the skill is released. Yes. After beheading the Skeleton King, Sumu told Rogales that he had used up his skill release counts, and in fact, he still retained 5 death/release counts and 6 phase shift release counts. As a necromancer, Rogales knew enough about the undead. Not to mention the warrior rank, even a high-ranking undead of the Lord rank like the Skeleton King was merely the equivalent of a foolish and straightforward human who wouldn't lie about such a skill. He couldn't have imagined that Sumu had a degree of intelligence no less than his. He was even more surprised that Sumu had hidden his strength in this battle. Rogales is plotting against Sumu. How could Sumu not be scheming against Rogales? The only thing he didn't expect was that instead of just flipping out, Rogales would embed over 10 sealing runes into the crystal ball, using his thirst for it as bait to imprison himself. Good on. It's the crystal ball. When Logris thought that the crystal ball had completely imprisoned Sumu, his chance came. The soul fire in his eyes flickered slightly. While Rogales was fully engaged in his research on the death altar, Sumu activated his talent. The sealing runes sealed Sumu's body and his skills, but not enough to seal Sumu's talent. His bony palm had grabbed the crystal ball. Mindfulness. Erosion, talent activated. That unknown energy surged out from Sumu's body and began to rapidly erode this crystal ball. In just a few breaths of time, that unknown energy eroded all of the runes within the crystal ball, and also made those 10 or so sealing runes that had been placed on Sumu's body ineffective. But he left the crystal ball with an imprint belonging to Rogales to prevent alerting the necromancer. Silently freeing himself from the seal, Sumu grabbed this second crystal ball and once again incorporated it into his torso, slowly drawing out the skeleton stranger sword. Rogales was oblivious. At this moment, he was taking out a crystal filled with souls and soul fire from his storage space and placing it in front of the altar. There was not the slightest notice that danger was approaching. The soul fire in his eyes flickered slightly, and Sumu slowly raised the skeleton stranger sword. Next moment, 2 snowy blades flashed from mid-air, and both of Rogales' arms were directly chopped off by Sumu and fell to the ground. Necromancers are people too. 2 arms were chopped off, and even Rogales couldn't help but let out a cry of misery. Just before Rogales could react to make a counterattack, Sumu had already taken a step forward and cupped the necromancer's head with a wide, bony palm. Erosion, talent activated. A steady stream of unknown energy began to flow out of Sumu's body, entering this necromancer's body and eroding it. Rogales was appalled. With both his arms severed, it would be difficult for him to quickly release skills with the help of his staff. Similarly, without his arms, it would be difficult for him to take out the props stored in his storage space against the enemy. How do you? Rogales was horrified to no end. He couldn't figure out how the strange undead had gotten out of the seal. To know. The seals in the crystal ball consumed a great deal of his energy and precious materials, and there were even sealing runes specialized in spatial shifting skills among those 10 or so seals. Not to mention a warrior-ranked undead, even if an existence that had crossed into the epic rank was caught in a moment of inattention, it would still be sealed for half an hour. Sumu didn't have an answer. He concentrated on speeding up the output of that unknown energy, controlling it to erode Rogales as quickly as possible. From the body to the head. The necromancer was still only horrified as the unknown energies ate away at Rogales' body. When the unknown energy completely eroded his body and began to spread towards his head, Rogales' expression became not just shocked, but horrified. Unknown energy, into the brain. Sumu's intention was to try and see if he could enslave this necromancer and turn him into a junior under his command. Not to mention the future Heavenly Calamity Mage, the series of curse skills that Rogales had displayed during the battle with the Skeleton King alone allowed him to give Sumu a great boost. But when the erosion of Logris' brain began, Sumu, however, made an unexpected discovery. He saw fragments of Logris memories. It wasn't just the memory fragments, in those countless flashing images, Sumu even saw the process of Rogales learning various skills. Sumu was overjoyed. As a monster, what he lacked most was not attributes or experience, but skills. As long as he had enough free points, he was able to evolve every skill he acquired into a boss skill. And every boss skill would undoubtedly greatly enhance his battle power. As Sumu eroded, the picture continued. A large amount of information was also refreshed on his attribute panel with it. The image of learning skills in the front was just a flash, but the image that appeared behind it was the process of Rogales obtaining a notebook from which he learned necromancer skills as well as necromantic transformation techniques. In the subsequent footage, Sumu saw how he turned into a necromancer, how he learned the skills of the curse system, and how he brutalized one missing person after another just to enhance his death magic power. Even Sumu saw from this image the entire process of how Rogales killed the inhabitants of an entire village, transformed them into a zombie clan, and built a dark altar in the Canyon of the Dead. Immersed in the picture, Sumu didn't notice Rogelius' expression. At this point, Rogales was going crazy. As a cold energy entered his body, he felt like he lost control of his body. It's not the most important. Most importantly, he felt as if the strange undead in front of him was going through his memories. Manipulating souls was originally the necromancer's best field. But a necromancer of the legendary rank couldn't do it to gain insight into all the secrets in a soul. Under the erosion of that cold energy, Rogales felt in horror that he did not seem to have the slightest secret to be strict in front of this strange undead. Keep going again. His biggest secret would be completely insightful and visible to this strange undead. Anger. Panic. Despair. Many negative emotions surfaced from his face, and eventually Rogales gritted his teeth, a hint of determination flashing through his gloomy eyes. Next moment. At the point where the chilly energy was about to penetrate even deeper into his soul. Bang! The necromancer's head exploded. The slim body that had lost its head fell to the ground, and Sumu, who was still immersed in rummaging through his memories, was somewhat bewildered. Blow yourself up? Or are there other packs of servitude hidden in this necromancer's soul? Somewhat incredulous that the future heavenly tribulation mage had died in his own hands like this, Sumu couldn't help but open his attribute panel. At the bottom of his attribute panel, several pieces of information had refreshed. Enslavement failed. You struck down the incarnation of Rogales. You have gained 90,000 experience points. You have gained the skill Bone Prison. You have gained the skill fragment Undead Transformation Technique Living Corpse. You have gained the skill fragment Undead Alteration Walking Corpse. You have gained the skill fragment Undead Alteration Zombie. You have gained the full skill Undead Transformation Technique. Chapter 060 Epic Equipment, Soul Crystal. It wasn't Rogales who died? Or rather, not Rogales proper? Soul fire flickered. Sumu was thoughtful. Ringing out Rogales' self-talk before the death altar and combining it with the many legends of Rogales in his previous life, a speculation came to his mind. Perhaps. In his previous life, Rogales had two bodies. One essence, one incarnation. In his previous life, with the help of the player's power, Rogales defeated the Skeleton King and was able to enter this underground prison and get the death altar. And after, he managed to transform his essence into a Great Witch Demon of the epic rank. The Great Witch Demon was the main body, and the Necromancer was just an identity that Rogales put up for the world to see. This also explained why in his previous life, Rogales, who was only a necromancer, was able to command countless armies of undead and make battles that even many high-ranking undead that were also at the epic rank could hardly make. If Rogales' original body is a Great Witch Demon, all this is not difficult to understand. In the second world, when an NPC deliberately conceals its identity, the system will not actively prompt the player. Either, the player needs to discover the clues and look for the hidden information in it by himself or, just like Sumu, he can directly erode or kill it in order to get the exact information. In his previous life, the Heavenly Calamity Mage was unrivaled, so naturally, no one was able to discover his true identity. Pity. The one who appeared here was not Rogales' original body. Nor did I see from memory how Rogales acquired a second body to transmute it into a necromancer. Lamenting this, Sumu didn't take it to heart. Since Rogales hadn't yet transmuted into a Great Witch Demon, it meant that he was still stuck at the heroic rank. With Sumu's current strength, there was no need to take it to heart as long as he paid a little attention. He was more concerned about what he was getting this time. 2 skills. Bone Jail is a control skill that consumes magic points to be able to summon several bars made of skeletons from the ground, trapping the enemy in place. As long as the skeletons are not broken, the enemy cannot move. Undead Remodeling is, however, a secondary skill. To be precise, the function of this skill was to parse the undead, obtain information about them, and then remodel and upgrade the undead that were already there. The zombie clan that Sumu had encountered in the Canyon of the Dead was the one that Logris had transformed through this skill. As an auxiliary skill, the undead transformation technique naturally couldn't directly boost Sumu's combat power, but when his strength grew, this skill allowed him to transform the undead minions under his command and grow his own power. In the long run, the value of undead transformation was nothing less than combat skills like Death Slash and Shattering Slash. After looking at the 2 newly acquired skills, Sumu took out the crystal ball of Rogales. After removing the marks on it, Sumu placed the 2 identical crystal balls together. No need for him to do anything. When placed together, a strand of black mist extended out from within the crystal ball, winding its way towards the other crystal ball. It seems the 2 crystal balls would merge together at any moment in general. Heartbeat. Sumu picked up a crystal ball and gently placed it towards another crystal ball. Just as he watched, the 2 crystal balls literally fused together. Name Soul Crystal. Quality, Epic. Category Props. Effects, absorbs, stores, and automatically purifies the energy deposited into the crystal ball. Current number of energy that can be stored, 100,000 points. Prop description: this is a crystal ball that can store any energy. Perhaps you can store your soul in it and gain immortality by doing so? Sure enough, when the 2 crystal balls were fused together, their quality was also raised from dark gold quality to epic quality. The crystal ball's role hadn't changed, and the number of energy points that could be stored had been increased by a full 10 times. Soul Crystal. Looking at the prop description of the nascent crystal ball, a thought suddenly rose in Sumu's mind. It is said that every witch demon will host its soul within the soul box in order to achieve immortality. This soul crystal can't be the soul box of the previous life of Rogales? The mind spits silently. Sumu picked up the upgraded crystal ball and continued to integrate it into his body. Subsequently, Sumu looked at the other few crystals left behind by Rogales. It was a normal crystal, just capable of carrying souls and soulfire. But as the souls and soulfires carefully collected by a hero-rank necromancer, the value of these crystals could not be underestimated. When the unknown energy formed by the He erosion talent entered the crystal, Sumu's attribute panel once again refreshed with several system tips. You have obtained the transfer information for Elite Profession Template Skeleton Knight. You have obtained the transfer information for Warrior Profession Template Flame Spectre. You have obtained the transfer information for Mentor Profession Template Fortress Defender. Corresponds to Brave rank. You have obtained the transfer information for Mentor Profession Template Frost Archer. You have obtained the transfer information for Lord Profession Template Death Knight. You have obtained the transfer information for Lord Profession Template Witch Demon. Soul and Soulfire. For Sumu it was the transfer information. Most of the transfer information was of little use to Sumu. But the value of the Death Knight and Witch Demon's transfer information to Sumu is incalculable. Even if he was limited by his race, and Sumu couldn't directly transfer into a Death Knight or a Witch Demon, he could still use it as material to incorporate into his next career template. Together with the Skeleton King's career template, today's Sumu could have 3 Lord-level career templates. If he was willing, with these 3 major Lord Profession templates as materials, Sumu could fuse a Lord Profession template that was uniquely his at any time, advancing from the Warrior rank to the Lord rank. But there's no rush for now. Thinking fatally, Sumu came to the side of the Skeleton King's corpse and began to erode the massive corpse. You've absorbed the essence from the skeleton, and your body is stronger. Your power has increased by 252 points. Your agility has increased by 12 points. Your physique has increased by 145 points. Your spirit has increased by 34 points. You have obtained the transfer information for Lord Profession Template Skeleton King. Chapter 061I, Sumu, Black Knight King. 3 Lordly Profession templates arrive. After glancing at the Skeleton King's skeleton that had already turned into ashes, Sumu took a few steps forward and appeared before the death altar. According to the information he'd gotten from Rogales' memories, the dark hole in the death altar was actually a rift to the death plane. Such a small rift was naturally not enough to allow the powerful undead of the death plane to appear in this world, nor was it enough to allow the living or undead of this world to travel to the death plane. However, it was enough to cause endless death breath to continuously pour out into this world where Sumu was. To this world where Sumu was, the death breath was a negative energy that constantly eroded living beings to the death plane. The death breath was the air inside, everywhere and endlessly. A rift that bridges the realm of the dead. It was no wonder that the aura of death that gushed out from it was able to transform the entire buried bone land into a world of death suitable for the birth and evolution of the undead. The altar of death serves two purposes. The first is to soften the aura that pours out from within the plane of death, making it more suitable for the newborn undead. Or, rather, more suitable for the existence that built this death altar in the first place. Second, the existence of the cleft is maintained. Realize that space is self-healing. If such a rift to the death plane was left unattended, it wouldn't take more than a few years for it to slowly become smaller and gradually disappear. Only by constructing a death altar and using the rune arrays and energy in the death altar to maintain it, could this rift to the death plane continue to exist and be maintained. For Rogales, the purest breath of death that gushed out from within the death plane was able to greatly reduce the time it took for him to transform into a great witch demon and greatly increase the success rate of his transformation. For an undead like Sumu, what this purest breath of death represented was a large amount of experience value and four-dimensional attributes. Experience. Properties. Looking at the altar that was still gushing out death aura outwards in a steady stream, the soulfire in Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. Perhaps it was time for him to make his next transfer. The Skeleton Legion was still continuously hunting the skeletons within the buried bone land, providing Sumu with a constant stream of experience value. With the soul crystal in hand, the death altar could also continue to provide him with a large amount of experience value and attributes. So to speak, all he lacked were skills. And judging by the enslavement of Rogales, any being with full intelligence and memories has some chance of providing him with new skills. That way, he didn't need to get stuck in the rank Witchfinder, Skeleton King, and Death Knight. Although the number of these three major Lord Profession templates was not large, and failed to cover all aspects of the four-dimensional attributes, it was enough for Sumu to fuse together a Lord Profession template that was uniquely his own. Advancement to Lordship Profession. Plus the large amount of experience value and attribute points that the Death Altar can bring. His strength would see a new surge in a short period of time. With a decision in his heart, Sumu no longer hesitated. He opened his attribute panel and lined up the three major Lord Profession templates, and then looked at the number of free points he had today. 38 points. In addition to the 22 points gained from hunting the warrior skeletons under the Skeleton King in the first place, Sumu gained 10 free points after beheading the Skeleton King, and 5 free points after killing Rogales' incarnation. It was what brought the total number of free points he had to 38. Career integration begins. According to past experience, Sumu invested 5 free points in these 3 career templates in one go. No movement. The soul flame pulsed slightly, and Sumu once again put 5 free points into it. It was only then that the 3 Lord templates arranged in front of his eyes began to glow brightly, tending to merge. As you rise in rank, the number of free points needed for career fusion becomes more? If you think about it. Sumu once again put 10 free points into it. Sure enough, the 3 Lord Profession templates shattered and completely fused together into a dazzling mass of light. By the time Sumu put 10 free points into it for the third time, a brand new Lord Profession template also appeared in his field of vision. Template King Black Knight. Rank, Lord Profession template. Bonus, life plus 50,000, magic plus 10,000, strength 650, agility 450, physique 550, spirit 150. Skills, tentative. Nearly 5 times the bonus boost. Just the Lord Profession template. I'm afraid that the life and attribute bonus brought by this exclusive profession template of Sumu has already compared to the bonus brought by other epic professions. And perhaps it was because of the 2 consecutive times that he had incorporated a caster direction career template. This time the career template that had fused out had finally given Sumu a bonus in terms of magic value. Taking a look at the newly fused out career template, Sumu held back the excitement in his heart and began to select skills. 1. Frosty Cold and Freezing Air. 2. Summoning Skeletons. 3. Aura of Death. 4. Dance of Shadows. 5. Shadow Armor. 6. Shadow of Darkness. 6 picks. Just like before, the first 3 of these 6 skills came from those 3 career templates that Sumu had incorporated as materials, and the last 3 were created by the system based on the career template of the Black Warrior King. Top down. Read through the descriptions of all 6 skills. Sumu first ruled out the 3 skills Frost Cold Freezing Chi, Shadow Armor, and Shadow of Darkness. Frost Cold Freezing Breath was a caster skill, a clearing skill of sorts, and overlapped substantially with Shattering/Shadow Armor provided defense in terms of magic, and Shadow of Darkness was a shadow coalesced from shadow energy that was conjured in place to confuse the enemy's line of sight. With Phase Shift, these 2 skills that tended to be on the survival side were of little value to Sumu. There are 3 left. Summoning Skeletons is the Skeleton King's signature skill. Aura of Death, the core skill of the Death Knight. Shadow Dance, on the other hand, is a powerful attack skill. Choosing 2 out of 3, Sumu eventually chose Summon Skeleton and Death Aura. The former allowed Sumu to still summon a large number of skeleton minions even if he wasn't in a world of death like the Land of Buried Bones, which was wonderfully useful whether it was to assist in his own attacks or to hinder his enemies from attacking. The latter. As the core skill of a Death Knight, missing this time, Sumu might never have the chance to obtain this skill. Because this skill came with the Death Knight template, it couldn't be learned by watching the memories. As for its effectiveness, with the memories of his previous life, Sumu knew one thing very clearly: every single aura skill in the second world was unique. Other than the corresponding race or profession, other existences simply couldn't obtain it. The counterpart to this is the power of the Halo skill. Skills selected. The system's crisp beep also sounded in Sumu's mind at the right time. You have obtained the transfer information for Lord Profession template Black Knight King, but transfer conditions are met. Do you transfer to Black Knight King? Confirm the transfer. With Sumu's choice, rolling torrents of water once again surged out of the void and entered his body. Under this massive heat remodeling, Sumu's body changed once again. After a long time. End of transfer. Once again, his appearance had changed quite a bit. There was no increase in height, it still remained around 1 meter 8, but the skeleton armor that enveloped Sumu had been greatly enhanced. Today's skeleton armor was dark and heavy, with a dull luster emanating from its surface, as if it was a true set of full-body heavy armor. Defensively, this set of skeleton armor that has condensed the essence of Sumu's skeleton is already enough to rival the defensive power of dark gold equipment. Weapons and armor grow along with rank and physique, and this is the biggest advantage that skeletons have. If Sumu was able to cross into the epic rank or legendary rank, his skeleton stronghold blade would be equivalent to epic and legendary quality weapons. His skeleton armor would also be equivalent to epic and legendary quality full-body heavy armor. Sure, that's not the biggest change. This time when the transfer was completed, Sumu obviously felt that his body had filled up a lot. Although his race was still a skeleton, he could no longer feel that empty feeling in his body. It seems that, because of this transfer, the empty bones wrapped within his skeletal armor once again gave birth to flesh and blood in general. Alive? Unable to help himself, Sumu opened his mouth. Then, a low and hoarse voice slowly spread out in this empty prison cell. Chapter 062, the upcoming game public beta. Live, naturally, not live. As an undead, even if Sumu raised his rank to the legendary rank, he would still be a legendary ranked undead, and it would be impossible to change from an undead to a living being. Extremely dead and alive, this realm may exist. But it was by no means within the reach of the current Sumu. At least, one would also have to reach the Holy Realm or even the demigod level to touch this supreme level. But existences that reach this height might not care about life and death anymore. Going further and ascending to the divine throne is their pursuit. And it is meaningless to the gods whether the race they originate from is undead or living. Sumu didn't come to life, but he did give birth to flesh and blood. Perhaps because of the incorporation of profession templates that already possessed flesh and blood, such as Witch Demon, Death Knight, and even the previous zombie, at the end of this transfer, Sumu was also born with flesh and blood. Only, the flesh and blood of the undead is very different from that of the living. The flesh and blood of the living flowed with blood and was filled with the breath of life. What was in the flesh and blood of the undead was only the breath of death. Anyway, from a skeleton with only bones to a high-level undead with flesh and blood, this was already a huge leap for Sumu. The fact that he was able to speak was itself a sign of that leap. It's been too long. I forgot what it was like to have a real body. With a bitter smile, Sumu moved his body. Compared to the light and airy feeling he had before, this body with flesh and blood made him feel incomparably calm and solid, as if he had reappeared from a skeleton into a living human being. Moved around a bit to get used to his body today. Before Sumu could upgrade his skills with his remaining free points, a new system beep sounded from his mind once again. Ding! You have crossed over to the lordly rank. Your storage space is open. You can choose one of the following 2 skills and raise it to the upper skill of that skill. You have slain the Skeleton King and crossed over to the Lord rank. You can choose to become the new Lord of the Buried Lands. Another series of message alerts. After checking this information from top to bottom, Sumu's heart was clear. Storage space, this is well understood. Since he had crossed into the Lord rank, which was what players called a boss, it was natural to have drop items. In the future, any item that Sumu deposited into his storage space, including the soul crystal he was carrying, would become a drop item after Sumu was killed. Originally, the most common drop of the skeleton clan was their skeleton arms. It was just that Sumu's talent was too powerful, and when he absorbed the skeleton essence, he even absorbed the skeleton weapons together, which made that numerous skeletons that he killed didn't have any drop items appear. Now, after thinking about it, Sumu directly picked up the black robe and the fallen staff from Rogalias incarnation and threw them into his 10-10-10 storage space. Next up, skill evolution. With this opportunity to advance to Lord, Sumu could only evolve the 2 skills, Bone Prison and Summon Skeleton, into boss skills, but could not choose Death Aura or Undead Transformation. It's a bit of a shame, but it's always a white whore. After a little thought, Sumu chose to evolve Summon Skeleton into a boss skill. From then on, as long as the magic value was sufficient, Sumu could also summon an army of skeletons as his minions and fighters whenever and wherever he wanted, just like the Skeleton King. Finally, there are the lords. As one of the player's pre-game practicing spots, the Buried Bone Land definitely needs a lord. Sumu, who had personally killed the Skeleton King and crossed into the lord rank himself, was undoubtedly the best candidate for the new lord. Sumu estimated that if he refused to become the lord of the Buried Bone Land, there was a high probability that the system would spawn a new lord in various ways. Perhaps various accidents would occur, causing him to have to leave the Buried Bone Land to make way for the newborn lord. However, whether it was because of the large amount of experience values and attribute points that the Death Altar represented, or because of the players that were about to descend, Sumu didn't want to leave the Buried Bone Land so soon. The presence of players is a disaster when they are not strong enough on their own. But the strength reaches Sumu's degree today. Those players who are about to descend, instead, will become a crop of inexhaustible thriving leeks. Such a good opportunity to harvest leeks, Sumu did not want to let go. Anyway, with the freedom of the game world, if one ever didn't want to be this lord anymore, one could always leave. At best, it was just a matter of changing his identity from a fixed boss in a large copy of the Buried Bone Land to a wild boss with no fixed location. It doesn't affect him much. So, after weighing the stakes, Sumu chose to accept the system's prompt to become the new king of the Land of Buried Bones. Ding! You have become Lord of the Buried Land. You gain the passive effect Lordly Might. This effect is automatically cancelled upon relinquishing your lordship. You receive the exclusive title King of Skeletons. Lord's Might, resident passive effect. As the Lord of the Buried Bones, the number of skeletons you are able to command within that range 10 when initiating a war against an enemy, the skeletons under your command will receive a 10% increase in their attack and defense abilities. King of Skeletons, exclusive title. Rising up by stepping on the corpses of countless skeletons and eventually killing the Skeleton King, you are the new king of the skeleton clan. When the enemy is a skeleton, they will be subject to the 4 judgments of strength, agility, physique, and spirit. Failure to pass each judgment will force the enemy's 4-dimensional attributes to be cut by 10%. 2 effects. The first effect is pretty good, the second is a bit of a cock-up. Even the Skeleton King had been decapitated by Sumu. What other skeleton could face today's Sumu with a straight face? When an enemy could be decapitated by a single move, even if it was weakened no matter how much it was needed, it was still a single move. If this exclusive title could be upgraded and the scope of its effect raised from the Skeleton Clan to the entire Undead Clan, it would only be valuable to Sumu. Now, it's the equivalent of giving him a title so that he doesn't appear to players with a lone name. Do it all. This transfer of Sumu finally came to an end. His attention also returned to the Death Altar. Don't forget, the purpose of Sumu's early transfer was to better accept these death auras pouring out of the death plane and convert them into his own experience value and attribute points. Now that the transfer was over, it was time for him to transform his potential into strength. The soul crystal appeared in his hand, and Sumu placed it on the Death Altar, purifying and cleansing the aura from the death plane through this prop that had already reached epic quality before eventually entering his body. The process will be long. Before he closed the door, Sumu also purposely ordered for Agnes to command all the skeleton legions under his command, and then come to the Death Castle to rendezvous after the skeletons in the Buried Bone Land had been slaughtered more or less. So, only then did he feel relieved to close the door, devoting himself to the absorption of the death aura, as well as his senses. The other side. When Rogales incarnate died. In the human world far away from the Land of Buried Bones, a middle-aged mage with a shadowy face suddenly spurted blood from his mouth and collapsed to the ground. After a long time, this middle-aged mage who exuded a gloomy aura only woke up, and his already shadowy face was even more gloomy, as if it was about to drip water. There's been a change in the Land of Buried Bones? Who struck down my incarnation? Is it the Skeleton King? Or that strange undead we saw last time? The incarnation was decimated. This part of the memory disappeared with it. Aside from knowing that his incarnation went to the Buried Bone Land and joined forces with the strange undead he encountered last time to decapitate the Skeleton King, the middle-aged mage knew nothing about what happened after that. After all, he's just a mage. Even if one reached the peak of the heroic rank, they were still just a human. And the incarnation. Even if he barely possessed this ability through the secret techniques in the notes, he was still far from being able to do what those legendary demigods or even deities did, where the consciousness of the main body and the consciousness of the incarnation were connected, or even retrieve his incarnation with a single movement of his mind. Soul crystals are not to be trifled with. The Death Altar I am also determined to win. No matter what changes have happened. No one can stop my plan to advance to epic. Perhaps. With a cold light flashing in his eyes, the middle-aged mage straightened up his grooming and hurriedly left the mage tower. Someone, prepare a car. I want to meet with Archduke Roar. Yes. Honorable Salman. Sumu closed the door and raised his strength. The mage conspires to recapture the treasure. Without realizing it, time passed quickly. Suamu's attribute panel on. That countdown, which had appeared just after he was born, was getting closer to its end. Chapter 063 Out of the Darkness of the Skeleton King. Time passes. Without realizing it, almost a month had passed. In that prison cell underneath the Death Castle, Sumu slowly opened his eyes. At this point, he was not the only figure in this jail cell. The soul crystal had already been taken out by Sumu and placed on the death altar, along with the death altar, to purify the aura that gushed out from the death plane. After the double purification of the death altar and the soul crystal, a thick chain of mist surged out of the soul crystal, linking to Sumu's body and infusing half of the death breath into his body. At Sumu's side was Agnes. After commanding the skeleton legions under Sumu's command to sweep through the entire buried bone land, Agnes brought the skeleton legions back to the death castle, and she herself even came to this prison cell under Sumu's authorization to similarly endure the nourishment of the death breath. A third of the darkness pouring out of the soul crystal was absorbed by her. What was left was a dozen or so warrior skeletons of various professions. 1 month. Absorbing the breath from the death plane moment by moment, Sumu's level and 4-dimensional attributes grew tremendously. His rank alone. It just went from level 42 a month ago to level 50 today. One should know that with the third profession fusion, the experience value required for Sumu to level up nowadays was already as much as 3 times that of an unusual lord profession. Leveling up a full 8 levels in a month's time was enough to illustrate how powerful the death altar was. After absorbing only 1/3 of the death breath, Agnes' level skyrocketed from the original level 43 to level 56, a full 13 levels up. Along with that, her rank had also crossed over from warrior rank to lord rank, becoming a true death knight. Even the dozen or so warrior skeletons, all advanced in the process, crossing over from elite skeleton to warrior skeleton rank. It's safe to say, in this month's time, whether it was Sumu or Agnes, their strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Leveling up from level 42 to level 50, Sumu's 4-dimensional attributes skyrocketed from the original strength of 1970, agility of 1395, constitution of 1890, and spirit of 700 to strength of 7170, agility of 4995, constitution of 6290, and spirit of 1900. Enough to be several times the size of the original. In addition to the boost in attributes brought about by being nourished by the breath of death. Now Sumu's attribute panel had become: name, King of Skeleton Sumu. Race, Undead Skeleton. Template Lord Profession Template Black Knight King. Level, 50. Status, Life 119000, Magic 32,000. Attributes, Strength 7350, Agility 5250, Physique 6900, Spirit 2200. Talent, Erosion Only Talent. Skills, Death/Boss Skill, Air Shattering /Boss Skill, Phase Shift Boss Skill, Summon Skeleton Boss Skill, Death Aura, Undead Transformation, Bone Prison Level 9. Free points, 0 points. Such an attribute. Not to mention the Lord rank, even the existence of the Epic rank. Nowadays Sumu can easily be killed. And that's just about it. After his strength had risen to this level, the Death Altar's effect on him was already weak. As the experience value needed to level up skyrocketed once again, Sumu needed to absorb the Death Aura for 10 or even dozens of days around this Death Altar before he could level up a level again. It wasn't that the Death Aura flowing out of the Death Altar had become less, but rather that he was too powerful nowadays. Simply put, the small pond that was the land of buried bones could no longer accommodate Sumu, a high-ranking undead comparable to an epic rank. Wanting to make his strength as fast as before, he either had to enter a bigger pond or simply enter the death plane. Sumu's heart was not willing. Rogales is still alive. The threat he brings is insignificant to today's Sumu, but the mysterious note in his hand. Sumu is a must-get. That notebook is most likely a lost legacy. A notebook that shaped Rogales, the future mage of the Cataclysm. The inheritance contained in such a notebook would most likely be at the epic rank or even the legendary rank. With the upper limit of the rank of the skeleton clan only being the lord rank, the value of this notebook to Sumu was even more immeasurable. It's worth the risk to him. Besides, thinking of this, Sumu glanced at his attribute panel. At the very bottom of his attribute panel, the line of countdown had changed to 2 days, 16 hours, and 49 minutes. That is to say, in just over 2 days, players will be descending. The first contact with the players in the capacity of the King of Skeletons, Sumu didn't want to miss it. A raw smile appeared on the face covered by the face armor, and Sumu's line of sight turned from the attribute panel to the Death Altar. The skeleton Stranger Blade, whose quality was already no less than epic equipment, surfaced, and with a gentle push, Sumu pried up the entire altar. Subsequently, up to 7,000 points of power erupted, and Sumu lifted this Death Altar alive and threw it into his storage space. The preciousness of the Death Altar was beyond doubt. A single Death Altar had shaped this death world of the buried bone land, and if it was a different place, Sumu would be able to create another death world as well as long as he knew how to communicate with the death plane with a Death Altar. It didn't matter that Sumu didn't know. There's a high probability that it's documented in that notebook. Without the maintenance of the death altar, the rift in this prison would slowly become smaller over the next few years and eventually disappear. As time passed, the entire buried bone land would also gradually die out due to the lack of the deathly aura from the death plane. But it didn't have much to do with Sumu. Whether to create accidents to continue to maintain the existence of the buried bone land, or to let it slowly disappear, this was something that the system had changed to consider, not him. The only loss of Sue Shepherd. It's just a matter of losing the position of Lord of the Buried Lands, and the added prestige of being a Lord. Also noteworthy, the two skills, Death Aura and Undead Transformation, were both high-level skills, and 8 free points were not enough to raise their levels, so Sumu simply raised Bone Prison to level 9, turning this control skill from single control to group control, and greatly increasing its strength and duration. Subsequently, Sumu left this dungeon with Agnes and the dozen or so newly promoted warrior skeleton minions, and when it was time to rendezvous with the skeleton legions on the ground, up to tens of thousands of skeleton seas drove, from the very center of this buried land, toward the direction of the human world. The burial ground is huge. Even if they only traveled a straight line distance, by the time Sumu arrived at the edge of the buried bone land from the Death Castle with the skeleton army under his command, more than 2 days had passed. The closer one got to the edge of the buried bone land, the less death the air contained. When there were still 5 hours before the players descended, Sumu brought the skeleton minions under his command to cross out of the buried bone land and left that world that belonged to the undead. Basking in the sunshine. These undead showed no discomfort. Undead creatures fear holy light, not sunlight. It was only because not a single trace of death existed in the air anymore. These skeletons that had lost the nourishment of their death breath instead began to emit their death breath outwards, turning the surroundings a bit chilly. But this emanation is not fast. Even a basic rank skeleton could last for more than 10 days without losing its death breath, let alone advanced skeletons and elite skeletons. High-ranked undead like Sumu and Agnes were even more capable of completely binding the death aura in their bodies. Even if they survive in an environment without the smell of death for a decade or decades, they will not die from it. At best, it will go into a weakened state. Sumu was relieved. With the vast ocean of white bones that spread across his entire field of vision, he stepped out of the land of buried bones and into the sunny wilderness towards the human world, which was full of life and vigor. On their way forward, there's just one village in the human kingdom. According to the players, it's a newbie village. Chapter 064x0, Player Descent. There is no strictly newbie village in the second world. Players can only choose the world they want to enter, that is, the server and not the birth point. All players are born somewhere randomly. Maybe it's a small village that fits the player's perception of a newbie village, maybe it's a bustling little town, maybe it's near an adventurer's camp in the wilderness. And so on. No doubt about it. Baigwa Village is such a typical newbie village that fits the player's perception. The villagers of Baigwa Village were not afraid of being close to a world of the dead like the land of buried bones. For hundreds of years, the villagers who had lived here since their ancestors had never seen a skeleton leave that world of gloom and death. The undead are afraid of sunlight. The holy light is sheltering them. This is how the villagers perceived the land of buried bones. Every year the village was filled with young men unafraid of death who broke into that shadowy world and returned with gusto after knocking down a skeleton or two at the edge, proclaiming their bravery and strength throughout the village. Weak. This was the villagers' perception of the skeletons. If it weren't for the fact that the air in that world of death was poisonous, and that entering it for a long time would make you very ill, I'm afraid that many people would enter it in search of the treasures buried in history. Less than an hour until the players descend. Sumu brought an army of skeletons across the wilderness and appeared near this village. A vast sea of skeletons spread out across the wilderness, and a gloomy aura gradually spread out, causing the sunlight to lose its temperature. Sumu stepped forward without slowing down. When he was only a few hundred meters away from the village, he was already able to see the villagers moving around in the village, and was more than able to see a few farmers busy in the fields outside the village. No one noticed their arrival. Finally, when Sumu was only 100 meters or so away from the village, the dense and crisp clicking sound that kept ringing out startled a farmer. He looked up. Just a glance in the direction the voice came from filled his face with fear. I don't know when. The emerald green wilderness had been taken over by a ghastly whiteness. Countless skeletons appeared beyond the village, continuing from not far ahead to the end of the field of vision, forming a sea of skeletons made of blank white bones. The skeletons, as general as they had ever seen them. There are just too many to count. In front of the sea of skeletons, a tall figure shrouded in pitch-black heavy armor walked slowly, a ghostly blue light flickering on his face hidden behind his faceplate. Next to the tall figure is a black-armored knight riding a skeletal warhorse. Death. Undead. Many memories of the undead surfaced from his mind, and the farmer fell to the ground with a miserable cry. The fear in his heart was so extreme that he even lost the strength to run away. The other few farmers heard the screams and saw the scene of the skeleton ocean attacking. They even threw aside the tools in their hands and fled towards the village as if they were flying. Glancing at the farmer who had fallen to the ground, Sumu continued to advance towards the village. It seemed as if the farmer didn't even exist. Sumu ignored. The sea of skeletons behind him, however, would not be ignored. For these undead who have sunk in death, to kill all the living within their sensory range is their most basic instinct. Pust. Bone knife into the body. The farmer's screams came to an abrupt end. But the attack of the skeletons continued until the breath of life completely disappeared. From the farmer's body, these skeletons stopped attacking and continued to advance. The village's response was swift. By the time Sumo arrived with his skeleton army, rows and rows of fences had already surrounded this tiny village. Behind the fence, dozens of relatively robust males are holding scythes, sticks, splitters, and hammers. Such tools that can't even be called weapons, looking at the approaching sea of skeletons with fear. They want to escape. But there's no escape, and there can't be. Not to mention the fact that the speed of the skeleton sea marching was no worse than that of human beings, and it would not get tired, and could easily catch up with them even if they escaped. What about the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the village? It was all they could do to muster up the courage to confront the sea of skeletons with the tools at hand and a few flimsy layers of fencing. All the way forward. When he was only about 20 meters away from the fence, Sumu stopped. Looking at the fear on the faces of the dozens of young adults inside the fence, he had some mixed feelings. With the experience of his previous life, Sumu clearly knew that these people were living, breathing people, not those tools that players spoke of that could still be refreshed when they died and had no life or consciousness of their own. This step forward. He'll never be able to go back. But soon, Sumu laughed to himself. Now he was a skeleton, the king of skeletons, an undead that had come out from within the land of buried bones, naturally standing in opposition to these living beings. Even without mentioning who he is now. The game world and the real world were also hostile in terms of the identity of the previous world's players. Just when the gods awaken from their slumber, this hostility can only be truly recognized by those countless players only. It seems that, regardless of which position he stood in, Sumu had no need to sympathize or pity these living people. It's my demons. Since I'm already a monster, I naturally have to look at the world from the standpoint of a monster. Exhaling a long breath, the haze in Sumu's heart was gone. He waved his hand. The countless skeletons that had long since surrounded the small village began to charge. The fragile fence couldn't stop the sea of skeletons, and with a burst of chiseling from a few advanced skeletons, the fence was easily shattered. In a dense and ear-piercing clicking sound, countless miserable white skeletons rushed into the village. I'll fight you. Kill them. They're just skeletons. I even cracked a few of them last year. Don't be afraid of them. Holy light blessings. An ocean of skeletons poured in. The dozens of young adults roared, cheering themselves up with all sorts of roars to get rid of the fear in their hearts and meet these dead returning from the underworld. Just weak refers only to those level 1 skeletons in the outermost part of the buried bone land. The skeletons that were qualified to enter Sumu's skeleton legion were all skeleton soldiers at their weakest. Equivalent to an apprentice professional amongst humans. When hundreds and thousands of skeletons poured into the small village, those dozens of young and strong men didn't even have a minute to hold them back before they died horribly under the various skeletal weapons. The only other trainee warrior seems to be the head of this village. Just before the aged warrior, dressed in leather armor and wielding a rusty greatsword, had a chance to strike, a bone arrow came from the legion of skeletons and pierced the aged warrior's skull. In a matter of a few dozen seconds, the young adults were slaughtered. Those ghastly white skeletons then rushed into the houses, dragging out the villagers hiding in the houses one by one and beheading them. The battle was no more than a few minutes from start to finish. The entire village, except for a blacksmith, the rest of the villagers had died. One by one, the skeletons got out of the way. Sumu walked straight from outside the village to the already injured blacksmith. Watching his village being slaughtered and his loved ones being torn apart, this blacksmith's face no longer had fear, but only madness and despair. When Sumu appeared, even though he had already fallen to the ground with serious injuries, this blacksmith still struggled to get up and lunged towards Sumu with the hammer in his hand. Demons! You devil! Click! Ignoring the hammer that was knocking on his body, Sumu cupped the blacksmith's head with one hand and began to erode this blacksmith's body and soul. Unknown energy intrusion. The blacksmith's struggles faded. At the same time, Sumu clearly saw that as he eroded this blacksmith, his body, which was originally still full of vigor and vitality, was rapidly transforming towards gloominess and dryness. A scene of memories belonging to the blacksmith came back to him. Wait until the unknown energy has completely eroded the blacksmith's body. The picture in front of Sumu's eyes came to an abrupt end. He let go of his hand. The blacksmith's body fell to the ground. Immediately after that, the already dry body exploded, and a skeleton with some flesh still hanging on it quickly crawled out of the blacksmith's body, picking up the hammer on the ground in his hand and standing beside him. Instead of enslaving this blacksmith, Sumu turned him into a newborn skeleton. Getting this result, Sumu frowned slightly. Is it difficult for ordinary people to withstand the erosion of that unknown energy? Or does the erosion talent only allow me to enslave the undead, not the living? Too little information to draw conclusions. Sumu put this conjecture aside. This was the 100 Fruits village, famous for its abundance of all kinds of fruits. Less than 100 kilometers away from this village, there was a city that belonged to the human kingdom. While rationalizing the information obtained from the blacksmith's memories, Sumu observed this small village. No doubt about it. It's a newbie village. Not to mention its excellent location near the land of buried bones, the fact that a small village with less than 200 people had constructed a large square, as well as the resurrection stone monument at the edge of the square that served as a player's birth point, was enough to prove this. 30 minutes to go. Glancing at the countdown on the attribute panel, Sumu quieted his mind. He was in no hurry to get to the human city. As opposed to rushing to the human city, he preferred to wait here and see with his own eyes how the players appeared in this world, and to see what effect their appearance had on this world. 30 minutes passed quickly. When the countdown on the attribute panel was only 1 minute left, Sumu found that he actually began to be nervous. He doesn't need to breathe or blink. But Sumu, who was staring at the resurrection stone tablet, froze and experienced the feeling of holding his breath and not daring to blink when he was a human. 30 seconds to countdown. No change. Countdown to 20 seconds. Everything as usual. Countdown to 10 seconds. Silently calculating the time in his heart, Sumu stared tightly at the resurrection stone tablet. When the countdown finally cleared to 0, he instead stopped being nervous. No time stops, no space freezes. Much less a world-shaking vision of heaven and earth. When that string of numbers disappeared from his attribute panel, Sumu smiled. Yeah. These things were never supposed to be there. To the beings of this world, the descent of the players was nothing more than a boost to the world's population. To the players, this appearance was nothing more than an entry into the game. The only other person who pays attention to how players appear in the world is himself, the alien who went from player to monster. Soon, right under Sumu's gaze, a blurry shadow quietly emerged from beside the resurrection monolith. That shadow became clearer and clearer, and a series of spitting noises came into Sumu's ears. Coming in. The epoch-making game. I want to be the first to leave the village. I want to be the first to transfer. I want to. The first player appears. But, before he could figure out what he had been born into, a ghastly white skeleton came into view. My birth race is undead? Chapter 065 Siege. Heroic plot quest open. Want to be an undead race? Nice try. Looking at the constantly changing expression on the face of the first player to appear, Sumu felt a little amused. Players will only be resurrected when they die. There is no option to become an undead race. Having witnessed how the player appeared, Sumu's curiosity disappeared. The skeleton stranger sword appeared in his hand, and under that player's dumbfounded expression, Sumu slashed out, decapitating this player who had just been born in the game. Then, before the other players' figures had time to surface, he slashed at the resurrection stone monument with another slash. With a strength attribute of more than 7,000 points, along with the skeleton stranger blade that was comparable to epic quality, Sumu chopped out this blade, and that resurrection monument shattered in response. It collapsed into a field of rubble. Those figures that were about to emerge also became blurred again at this moment, disappearing from this birth point. The resurrection stones in the game world are destructible. As long as it was destroyed, the resurrection monolith would not automatically repair itself unless a powerful NPC came forward to do so. That is to say, when Sumu chopped the resurrection stone monument to pieces, this novice village was abandoned. After witnessing the emergence of a player with his own eyes, beheading a player and destroying a novice village, Sumu's heart was sort of untied. From the time he was reborn as a skeleton, what Sumu was most afraid of in his heart wasn't the high-ranking undead in the land of buried bones, the powerful professionals in the human world, or even the gods that had destroyed the real world in his previous life. Instead, it's the players. After all, players and monsters are natural opposites. With the name of the Fourth Scourge of Heaven, as long as the existence of the Bloodstripes, regardless of their identity and rank, players can always rely on the huge number and the advantage of constant resurrection to kill them. Now, there was no need for Sumu to be scrupulous. The player had just descended, and he was already powerful enough to be comparable to an epic rank existence. By the time the player gradually grew up, he might have already crossed into the epic rank, legendary rank, or even higher. When the gap between the two was not large, Sumu naturally worried about the siege from the players. When the gap between the two has become too big to bridge, worrying about such things anymore is a joke. Overthrowing the 100 Fruit Village was a growth for Sumu. This growth has allowed him to fully put himself in the shoes of a monster to the living, to the world. Decimating players is also a growth spurt. This growth made Sumu's attitude towards players change from a natural enemy to a leak. The existence of being able to constantly resurrect and constantly provide experience value for himself and the skeleton minions under his command is not a leak. Subsequently, Sumu turned around and left. With his own skeleton army, he rushed towards the city that was closest to Baigwa village. sinker is gone. He was also able to devote himself to improving his strength. The strongest boss ever. This is his goal. What's the situation? The real world. In an upscale neighborhood in Zhonghai City, Huang Wenxiang, who was lying in a virtual game pod, stared dazedly at the picture in front of him. Your character is dead. The red line on the game's login window indicated that his previous experience was not a hallucination. He really got into the second world. It was also literally the first to appear in the newbie village. It also really saw the countless Mori skeletons standing in the novice village and the black armored warriors and black armored knights next to the resurrection stone monument. What do you mean? Huang Wenxiang wailed in agony. The second world has a resurrection mechanism. Even in the novice village, after a player dies, they will go back to the game login screen and will not be able to be resurrected and re-enter the game until the 1-hour cooldown is over. But he was decapitated at the birth point of the novice village. Shouldn't the birth point of the newbie village be a safe zone? Why were they killed? Characters die and can't re-enter the game until an hour later. When other players have entered the game, started to enjoy the advertised 99.99% realism of the otherworldly scenery, started to feverishly fight monsters and upgrade, and started to explore the world in search of quests, he can only wait here, unable to do anything. This was undoubtedly a great pain for Huang Wenxiang, who aspired to be the first to leave the village and the first to transfer. Bastard. He directly identified it as a system bug. Filled with anger, Huang Wenxiang opened the official forum of Second World, found the subforum where the server of his choice was located, and began editing a post. I'm Sleeping Heavenly Master, originally a big fan of this game until I entered the game just now. There are no NPCs in the novice village, only undead. I was killed by a heavily armored warrior in the safe zone of the novice village birth point. How dare you believe that? Garbage game. Ruin my youth. Thousands of words in all. Huang Wenxiang not only described everything that happened to him in detail, but also expressed his disappointment and indignation towards the game company between the lines. When this post titled Shocking Bug. Newbie Village or Undead Village? The post was sent out, Huang Wenxiang's heart felt a surge of smoothness. Damn. The game company is powerful and has an unfathomable background. In reality we can't afford to mess with you, I'll spam you to death in the forums. Keys to come. Wenxiang Huang's post was just off topic. When the vast majority of players had already entered the game world, or were waiting to enter the game world, even if there were a few players who were still browsing through the posts on the forums, they would not take Huang Wenxiang's post seriously. There will be bugs in the second world? Joke. Who doesn't know that Second World took a total of 10 years to develop and operate, and that more than 1,000 scientists from more than 30 countries were involved? If a game like this would still have such glaring bugs, the game company wouldn't dare to claim it's a perfect second world. Either that or it's made up to get attention. Either that or the kid was so unlucky that he found an egg in the game and didn't catch it. Sumu, who was in the game world, naturally didn't know that the only player he killed had already edited his birth experience into a post and sent it out. But even if he knew, he wouldn't care. From the moment he stepped out of the land of buried bones, he was not prepared to hide. After leaving White Fruit Village, Sumu took Agnes and the Skeleton Legion towards the city closest to White Fruit Village, Blackwood City. Sumu's speed was fast. Even the Skeleton Legions under his command were not traveling at a slow speed. Coupled with the fact that Undead didn't have fatigue and didn't need to rest, in just over 2 hours, Sumu brought the skeleton army under his command across this distance of over 100 kilometers, and appeared in the vicinity of Blackwood City. Human national powers are divided into 3 levels: principalities, kingdoms, and empires. According to the information Sumu obtained from the blacksmith's mind, White Fruit Village, Blackwood City, and this vast land neighboring the Buried Bone Land all belong to the Duchy of Rule. The strongest person in a principality is most likely to be of the heroic rank. Only a few of the more powerful principalities can attract epic heroes. Obviously, the Duchy of Roar is not one of these powerful duchies. At least, in the blacksmith's memories, Sumu didn't find any information about an epic hero appearing as a guardian in the Duchy of Rule. The entire Roar Duchy has no epic heroes in existence. A subordinate Blackwood City in the district, it is even more unlikely that such a high-ranked existence as an epic hero will appear. Tens of thousands of skeleton legions traveled long distances. But along the way, any human discovered by the Skeleton Legion, no matter if it was an adventurer going out or a merchant caravan traveling between various cities, were all devoured by the Skeleton Legion. So much so, that the tens of thousands of skeleton legions were only a few thousand meters away from Blackwood City, and still no one noticed. The legion of skeletons moved on. The ghastly whiteness that covered the entire wilderness was also spreading forward rapidly. When Sumu was only 2,000 meters away from the walls of Blackwood City, a crisp system prompt sounded in his head. You found Blackwood City. You've crossed into Blackwood City's security perimeter. Keep moving forward and you will draw an active attack from the Blackwood City guards. 3 messages. Instead of being a hint to Sumu, it was more like a warning to Sumu. Snorting, Sumo ignored the system's prompts and continued forward with the Skeleton Legion. 2 kilometers. 1,800 meters. 1,500 meters. When Sumu was only 1,500 meters away from the walls of Blackwood City, the guards on the walls finally discovered the abnormality on this side. A ghastly whiteness spread across the moor, stretching as far as the eye could see. It's not the scariest. The most frightening thing was that this tragic whiteness, like a tsunami, was sweeping towards Blackwood City at an extremely fast speed. Enemy attack. Quickly inform the city lord. A mournful siren sounded. An advancement profession scout rushed down the city wall as fast as he could and charged towards the city lord's mansion. At the same time, the guards on the city walls also rushed into action, closing the gates and placing the defending instruments. Without the mage present, they couldn't see what the incoming enemy was, but the appalling whiteness alone made them feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. It's aboriginal. The counterpart to this is the player. As the only city within a radius of hundreds of miles, the number of players born in Blackwood City was not small, and had long since broken into the thousands. 2 hours. It was already enough for these players to familiarize themselves with the environment of Blackwood City and to start looking for quests. Players born near the practice points naturally upgraded by fighting monsters, and players born in the city, the best way to upgrade was to do quests. A city with 100,000 people, who knows how many missions are hidden in it? This way of gaining experience to level up with quests may be tedious, but it is safe. Some of the hidden quests that are not easily triggered can even allow players to obtain unexpected gains. Tasks, no one is too much. But when the tasks received are far beyond the player's tolerance limit, it is not a good thing. Yes. When the Aborigines in Blackwood City sounded the alarm, a crisp system beep sounded in the heads of all the players in Blackwood City at the same time. Ding! Heroic plot quest opens. Chapter 066. Surprised? Surprised? Heroic plot quest, Blackwood Guard Battle. Quest description: for unknown reasons, the Lord of Skeletons, the Lord of the Buried Bone Land, stepped out of that world of death and invaded the light with an army of skeletons under his command, threatening Blackwood City. As a member of Blackwood City, you have no choice but to take up the weapons in your hands and guard your home. Quest requirement: kill or repel the King of Skeletons and destroy or expel the skeleton army that has come to invade. Quest reward: the battlefield contribution system is open. All players who participate in this Blackwood Guard battle will receive corresponding contribution points based on their behavior. If the mission is successful, all players participating in this mission can redeem the corresponding equipment, props, experience values, and attribute points with the contribution degrees they have earned. This quest is a heroic drama quest, and the highest quality of equipment and props is gold quality. Accompanied by that system beep that resounded in the minds of all the players in Blackwood City, the entire range of Blackwood City fell into a brief pause. Following. It's making waves. What's going on here? The opening is a hero plot quest? But isn't the hero level corresponding to level 50 to 60? The game has only just started not long ago? I don't suppose we've come across a big egg, have we? This is definitely a monster attack, right? Damn, can this crap game play? It's not easy for me to receive a quest, and I triggered a monster siege before I even started doing it. The designers of this crap game are toxic, right? A group of players cursed. Monster Siege: every player is no stranger to this game mechanic. If the Monster Siege occurs in the middle or late stage of the game, every player will be excited. The reason is that the appearance of Monster Siege will not only let them experience an enjoyable and high-intensity battle, but also gain a large amount of experience value and equipment and props that are usually hard to get. But now, the game has only been going on for a little over 2 hours, and most of the players haven't even reached level 2 yet. What can they do if they open a monster attack at this time? Cursing is cursing. Upset is upset. After receiving the quest, most of the players still rushed towards the walls of Blackwood City at the first opportunity. Even after encountering a storyline where the opening scene is a monster attack, most of the players remained relatively optimistic. After all, in their perception, games are for players. Even if the players weren't strong enough to defend against the upcoming monster attack, the NPCs within Blackwood City would definitely be able to defend against it. The big deal was, just think of it as watching a game CG and follow the lead of the quest plot. If you can really make any contribution in this monster attack, the accompanying battlefield contribution degree is an unexpected joy. Players rushed towards the walls. One step ahead of them were the natives of Blackwood City. When the players arrived at the city walls, several formidable NPCs had already appeared with a large number of armored soldiers, ready for the upcoming battle. Unable to help himself, one of the players threw his own viewing spell on those high-level NPCs. Identity: Lord of Blackwood City. Rank: Heroic rank. Rating: Status: Attributes: Skill: Identity: Chief of Kuroki's Guards. Rank: Mentor rank. Rating: Status: Attributes: Skill: Identity: Head of the Blackwood Mage Corps. Rank: Mentor rank. Rating: Status: Attributes: Skill? The difference in level and rank was too great, and that player was given no information about anything except his identity and rank. But this extremely limited information he had gotten alone made the player who had released the viewing technique overjoyed. The hero rank corresponds to the boss rank. The mentor rank, which corresponds to the warrior rank. Since there were also heroic rank and mentor rank high-level professionals on Blackwood City's side, there wasn't much suspense in this monster siege. So, this is definitely a big production game CG, right? Not just a player. The other players thought of this as well, and after checking the information of those few high-level NPCs on the city walls, most of them were relieved. Even a little excited. This kind of immersive opportunity to watch a monster siege war was not something that anyone had. With this mood of watching a movie, the players were not afraid to look at the sweeping sea of skeletons. They even started to comment on which of the various skeletons was more majestic and which was more adorable. The players never expected it. While they were getting excited, the senior NPC professionals on the city wall who had tightly tensed their faces were full of fear. It's not tight. Sumu brought the Skeleton Legion close to Blackwood City. When he was only 300 meters away from the walls of Blackwood City, a warrior in gorgeous armor on the walls gave a command, and hundreds of archers drew their bows and shot arrows, sending a rain of arrows towards this side. At the back of the city wall, dozens of mages of either formal profession's advanced rank or apprentice profession's basic rank were even consuming their magic value to throw a piece of fireballs, ice spikes, wind blades, and so on towards this side. A rain of arrows came. The damage to the skeletons was minimal. It wasn't just because the lowest of the skeleton army that Sumu had brought was a skeleton soldier comparable to an apprentice rank, it was also because the only thing that mattered to the skeletons was their skulls and the soul fire in them. Most of that rain of arrows passed through the skeletons' bodies, doing nothing even if some hit the skeletons. They only broke a few bones, which was not enough to affect the skeletons' fighting power. Rather, that wave of magic attacks. A fireball exploding might be able to blast a few skeletons, an ice spike coming in could also freeze a skeleton. But compared to the skeleton ocean that reaches tens of thousands of numbers, the damage caused by those dozens of spellcaster professions is too insignificant. Keep closing in. When the skeleton army was only about 200 meters away from the city wall, the only mage on the wall that had crossed over to the mentor rank started casting spells. Violent magic fluctuations spread out. A huge fireball that kept expanding and contracting also appeared in that mage's hand. Explosives. When this skill was ready, that mage's mind moved, and the crimson fireball that was big enough to be the size of a water tank carried a blazing high temperature and cut across a distance of hundreds of meters, blasting towards Sumu. In the vast sea of skeletons that spread beyond the city walls, Sumu and Agnes, who were wearing black armor, were extremely conspicuous. Sumu was in the front, and Agnes was in the back. Anyone would be able to tell that these two high-ranking undead in black armor were the commanders of this skeleton army. As long as the two commanders were killed, the undead army with empty strength but no intelligence would certainly be difficult to deal with, but it would also give them hope to persevere. Boom! The huge fireball formed by the explosive flame technique exploded. But it didn't explode in the sea of skeletons, much less blast at Sumu or Agnes. When this huge fireball attacked, Sumu slashed out with a sword. Before this fireball could even get close, it took the initiative to chop it up and explode. High temperatures filled the air, scorching and twisting it. However, the aftermath of this bursting fireball reached Sumu's body, but it was completely blocked by that thick layer of skeleton armor. Not to mention killing Sumu, not even his blood skin was injured. A sea of skeletons approaches. When there was only the last 100 meters or so left from the walls of Blackwood City, Sumu waved his hand, and the ocean of skeletons that reached tens of thousands of people suddenly charged up, like a tsunami towards Blackwood City, which was already close at hand. Chapter 067, The City is Broken. People die. Blackwood's Gothic. When the explosive fireball was shattered by Sumu's slash, the white-robed mage on the city wall at the mentor rank's face changed drastically. City Lord, I need time. Seeing the ocean of skeletons getting closer and closer to the city walls, the mage said with an eager face. I know. The Blackwood City Lord, the only warrior in the city who had crossed over to the hero rank, took a deep breath, and carrying his own sword and shield, he leapt straight down from the several-meter-high city wall and charged towards Sumu. Behind him, that mentor-ranked guard leader also leapt down at the same time to aid his city lord. The sea of skeletons was too numerous to stop. The only thing he can delay is to attack the commander of this skeleton army, that mighty and extraordinary black-armored warrior. Roar! Battle stance. After attaching two status skills to himself in a row, a layer of light yellow light appeared all over his body as the Blackwood City Lord blocked his body with a thick and large shield, charging towards Sumu at the fastest speed possible. The mage sighed in relief at the sight. He ignored the countless sea of skeletons that were closing in on the walls, and concentrated on sinking into his preparation for his next skill. Surging waves of magic power spread out. As the mage prepared, a little bit of crimson light emerged from high in the sky, and rapidly expanded and grew, rendering the majority of the sky a crimson red. Even on the city walls, those many players felt the temperature of the air rising rapidly. High-rank spell Meteor Fire Rain. Originally, this high-level spell could only be released by a caster who had crossed over into the hero rank, and once released, it would deliver a sustained flaming blow to enemies within a 1 kilometer radius. The white-robed mage was only of the hero rank. Even with the help of props, he had to overdraw his potential before he could barely unleash this skill. One high-level spell is enough to destroy tens of thousands of skeletons. If it works, there was still a chance that Blackwood City could hold. Two ears are not listening to what's going on outside the window, and they are preparing to put their skills on the line. Immersing all of his mind in the guidance of this high-level spell, the white-robed mage did not realize that the city lord, whom he had high hopes for, could not block Sumu. A high-level spell? Glancing at the crimson that had surfaced high in the air, Sumu frowned slightly. Whether it was the strong defense from the skeleton armor or the powerful displacement skills he possessed, it was destined that this high-level spell would not threaten him. But one high-level spell slammed down and his skeleton army lost a lot of money. Sumu doesn't care about the casualties of the skeleton legion, but before reaching his goal, this skeleton legion, which was not easy to put together, is still of great use to him. The Blackwood City Lord and the head guard had already attacked. The Blackwood City Lord, who had added various skills and his battle power had increased significantly, opened his next skill, Shield Strike, when he was only the last few dozen meters away from Sumu. As one of the warrior's signature skills, this Shield Strike of the Blackwood City Lord was not only uncommonly powerful, it also came with a displacement effect. The distance of a few dozen meters was instantly spanned. The thick shield that was shrouded by a layer of light was even carrying a huge force, ruthlessly slamming over towards Sumu's body. Just boom! No skills were released. Simply using his own strength, he chopped out the skeleton stranger sword in his hand. When the ear-splitting roar resounded on the battlefield, instead of hitting Sumu, the Blackwood City Lord who had entered the shield attack state was struck by the skeleton stranger's blade, and his entire body, as if he had been hit by a locomotive, flew backward at a speed faster than when he had come. Boom! Another boom. The Blackwood City Lord, who was sent flying by the unrivaled force, crashed into the walls of Blackwood City. Large mouthfuls of blood spurted out, and the Blackwood City Lord's body was directly embedded within the city wall. And with him as the center, a large, terrifying crack extended across the city wall. A hit. Nearly seconds. The other human professional, the head guard who had followed the Blackwood City Lord to leap off the city wall, didn't need Sumu to pay attention to him. At the same time that Sumu chopped the Blackwood City Lord flying with a single slash, Agnes had already rushed out, and the black riding lance in her hand erupted with a pitch-black light, and then she pierced through and nailed that guard captain, who was only at the mentor rank, to the ground. A breath of time. The Lord of Blackwood City was crippled and the chief guard was killed. At this point, the players on the city walls had frozen. This was the high-level NPC they had high hopes for? That was the mentor rank and hero rank. According to the level, it is a high-level NPC that has reached more than 40 and 50 levels. Even this kind of rank and level of high-level NPCs were killed in seconds. How are they supposed to resist? Not a game CG. It's really war. Unable to help himself, a player carefully threw a viewing spell towards Sumu, who had already arrived under the city wall. Identity, King of the Skeletons. Rank, Lord rank. Rating? Status? Attributes? Skill? Goal. Swallowing a mouthful of water, that player's heart was even more appalled. Also at the Lord rank, this monster boss that is obviously an undead can kill the Blackwood City Lord in seconds. Is the Blackwood City Lord too weak, or is this boss too strong? The players are terrified. The many guards on the walls were not idle. The shocking turn of events of the Blackwood City Lord being blasted back and the chief of guards being killed in seconds certainly filled their hearts with fear. But the head of the Mage Academy was still there, and the high-level spell, Meteor Fire Rain, was still guiding them, so they hadn't completely despaired yet. They could only take up their own weapons and fend off the incoming sea of skeletons. A rain of arrows, moment by moment. Spells, too, never cease. Even when their magic value was about to run out, those dozens of spellcasters desperately squeezed their bodies in the hope that they would be able to produce a little bit more magic value and unleash their skills one more time. Just to hold out until the skill Meteor Fire Rain is released. However, their hopes were doomed. After scrapping the Blackwood City Lord, Sumu took a step and appeared beside the white-robed mage. The cold light-flashing skeleton stranger blade even cut out a sharp edge at the same time, piercing through the white-robed mage's body. The lead is interrupted. The countless crimson fireballs that were about to take shape high in the sky slowly disappeared, and the last hope of the Blackwood City guards disappeared with them. How? How can? Blood froth flowed out of his mouth, and the last image the white-robed mage saw was the countless skeletons pouring in and piling up under the city walls. The following morose white bones stepped on the bodies of the former and quickly climbed up the walls, pouring into the city. Blackwood City. Done. The white-robed mage certainly wasn't dead. After interrupting his spell casting, Sumu then knocked him out with a slam. The Blackwood City Lord was embedded in the city wall and lost his ability to resist. The Blackwood Guardian Chief was killed by Agnes. The white-robed mage was knocked out by Sumu and dragged behind him. Even if there were still mentor-ranked professionals in Blackwood City, it would be difficult to change the end of the demise. If Sumu didn't make a move, there was still Agnes, the Death Knight. At the same Lord rank, Agnes was far inferior to Sumu. However, as a member of the Death Knights, killing a human heroic profession was incredibly easy for Agnes. Plus, there are more than a dozen warrior skeletons in the skeleton army. There is no comparison in numbers. In terms of quality, Blackwood City is likewise no match for the Skeleton Legion. Trampling on the bodies of their own kind, countless legions of skeletons had already climbed up the city walls, rendering the entire city wall a ghastly white, and began to pour in towards the city. The rest doesn't need Sumu. His attention returned to the white-robed mage. With one hand cupping the white-robed mage's head, Sumu once again opened his talent, Erosion. Chapter 068 The Unslavable Beings. Bang! Flesh and blood exploded. A brand new terror mage crawls out of the white-robed mage's carcass and joins in the slaughter of Blackwood City. The erosion of the succumbent. Successes and failures. He invaded the white-robed mage's soul, from which he gained many memories about Blackwood City, about the Duchy of Rule, and about the white-robed mage himself, but no skills. Precisely. He saw the process of the white-robed mage transferring, advancing, and learning skills, but those skills he couldn't learn. Also, just like when it eroded the blacksmith, when the unknown energy that flowed out of Sumu's body eroded the entirety of the white-robed mage, this mentor rank caster was transformed from a human into an undead. And the rank dropped by one step. Mentor rank casters can only be transformed into elite rank horror mages, and hero rank casters can only be transformed into warrior rank dark mages. Erosion, the gift cannot enslave the living. Sumu had made sure of that. Perhaps because he was undead, that unknown energy also carried the aura of death from Sumu, causing him to transform a living person from a living person into an undead person when he completely eroded them. Trying to create servants in this way and penetrate the human race was ultimately just a fantasy. Since he couldn't enslave the living, Sumu didn't care. After similarly eroding that defenseless Blackwood City Lord, reading the information in his soul, and transforming it into a warrior rank skeleton, Sumu walked towards the center of Blackwood City. At this point, a large amount of information was constantly refreshed on Sumu's attribute panel. All of this information is about his little brother killing humans and gaining experience value. Have to say, no wonder so many monsters like to attack humans. Blackwood City was just a small city, and the number of people living in it was roughly 100,000 people. Even if each human killed by the skeletons could only provide 10 experience points, the entire population of the city combined would be enough to provide Sumu with 500,000 experience points. If it is a bigger city, or if it encounters a larger scale war, the amount of experience value he gains will also increase exponentially. Take the example of Sue Shepherd. After leveling up to 50, he needed millions of experience points for every level. If he absorbed the death aura gushing out of the death plane, he didn't know how long it would take him to level up once. If he attacked human cities, just a few cities, he could raise his level. This was still because the experience value required for Sumu to level up was several times that of other monster lords. If it were any other monster lords, I'm afraid that conquering a medium-sized city would be enough for them to level up. For monsters, I'm afraid there's no way to level up and power up faster than setting off a monster attack. Sure, attacking human cities and countries will inevitably lead to a crusade of heroes. The more killings caused by monster attacks, the greater the likelihood of attracting high-ranking heroes. This was also the reason why all the monsters that attacked the city were basically epic rank and legendary rank. None other. To risk attacking a city when you don't have enough strength is not improving your strength, but going to give away your head. All the way forward. Watching with his own eyes as countless white bones surged through the city, decapitating one living being after another, Sumu's heart was no longer fluctuating. After his mind shifted, he had already accepted his identity as a monster. As for the players, the growth of the player is unmatched. But this game is just opened, the players have not yet time to grow. When they grow up with the passage of time, these players with the title of the fourth natural disaster will become a thriving leak, providing him with experience value. It didn't take long. Sumu then arrived at the center of Blackwood City. The skeleton stranger blade chopped out, and the unparalleled force blasted on the resurrection monument, and the monument, which symbolized the belonging of Blackwood City, collapsed, which also meant that this city with a history of hundreds of years died out with it. First seat. Muttering a word, Sumu looked to the east. He had not forgotten his purpose. Stepping out of the buried bones, on the one hand, was to witness the descent of the player, and his other purpose was to seek out Rogales and get the notebook that Rogales was holding. From Rogales' incarnation, Sumu didn't get his exact identity, and only saw a mage tower that symbolized his identity. Instead, in the memories of the white-robed mage and the Lord of Blackwood City, he learned where the tower was located. That mage tower is in the middle of the royal city of the Duchy of Rule, the City of Rule. White bones clamor. Blood splattered everywhere. The siege lasted no more than an hour in total from start to finish. By the time this was over, only a ruin remained within the entire Blackwood City, and not a single living soul existed anymore. After shattering the Blackwood City's resurrection stone monument, Sumu gave an order, and the tens of thousands of skeleton armies left this already abandoned city at the fastest speed possible, rushing towards the east. Blackwood City became a dead city. Those thousands of players born here were naturally not spared. After being killed by the Skeleton Legion and appearing on the game's login screen, looking at the line of red writing that appeared on the login screen, these players made the same choice as Huang Wenxiang. Go to the forum. Spray it. Garbage game, ruined my youth. Shocking bug, monster massacre. Various posts vary. Unlike Huang Wenxiang, these posts are full of pictures and videos. The virtual game pod comes with the function of taking pictures and recording videos. When Huang Wenxiang was just entering the game, it was too late to take pictures or record videos. He was decapitated by Sumu, and the post he made was only a dry description. These players are different. When the heroic drama quest opened, some players had their cameras on almost the entire time, recording all the footage of the skeleton ocean appearing, the Blackwood City Lord being killed in seconds, the sea of skeletons pouring into the city, and so on, and posting it to the forums. One person accuses, no one pays any attention. 10 accusers can't make a splash. But when thousands of people all posted their complaints, the undead army attack on the city finally caught the attention of many players. But it's also just a matter of players taking notice. No matter how much the players made a fuss, the game company did not come forward to give an explanation, much less the compensation that the players were expecting. What they don't realize is that even the game companies as publishers are, at best, sending players into the game world via virtual game pods. For everything within the game world, they can't make a single change. Because this is supposed to be a real world. Chapter 069 Epic Hero, Griffin Knight. With no fatigue and no need for rest, the skeleton army under Sumu's command traveled all the way, slaughtering 2 cities in 3 days' time and approaching Giant Rock City. Giant Rock City was close enough to the Duchy of Rule's royal city. It can be considered the gateway to the city of King Rule. It was also in this city that Sumu finally encountered decent resistance. You found Megalopolis. You've crossed into the guarded area of Giant Rock City. Keep moving forward and you'll draw an active attack from the guards of Megalithic City. Outside of Giant Rock City. When crossing the line of 5,000 meters, Sumu once again received the system's beep. The larger the city, the wider its alert range. With the experience of the first 3 times, Sumu knew that the appearance of the system prompt also meant that the defenders within Giant Rock City could discover his arrival at any time. But Sumu didn't care. All the way forward. When it was only 2,000 meters away from the walls of Giant Rock City, Sumu was already able to see the scene on the walls. Giant Rock City had been waiting for Sumu's appearance for a long time. Same as the 3 cities before it. The gates of Giant Rock City had long been closed, and the tall, thick walls were filled with guards of various professions. Defensive professions were in the front, warriors and other professions were in the middle, and long-range professions such as archers and spellcasters were protected at the end. At a glance, a full 4,000 to 5,000 occupiers appeared on the city walls. Summarizing the 4 walls, there are nearly 20,000 combatants with professions. That's not the point. Sumu didn't care if there were any more occupiers in the 3 ranks of basic, advanced, and elite. What he cared about were the high-level professions that could pose a threat to him. Learning from the experience of the previous 3 cities, when it was determined that the Skeleton King's next target was Giant Rock City, the Duchy of Rule decisively gathered its own country's high-end forces towards Giant Rock City. So, when Sumu appeared, waiting on the city wall were a full 7 professionals who had reached the heroic rank. 3 fighters, a knight, 2 mages, an archer. That's almost half the number of heroic professions the Duchy of Rule has. In addition to these 7 heroic professions, when the line of sight shifted to the city wall, Sumu saw a middle-aged knight who was vaulted in the center by these 7 heroic professions. A middle-aged knight wearing light armor, holding a riding lance, carrying a spear pouch, and with a resolute face. To be able to be arched in the center by 7 heroic professionals of high status was not because this middle-aged knight was of higher status. In the Duchy of Roar, even the Grand Duke of Roar himself had to maintain a certain amount of respect for these heroic professionals guarding the city, let alone others. The reason this middle-aged knight is arch. It's because he's the strongest. Epic hero. With his eyes focused on that middle-aged knight, Sumu couldn't help but blurt out. The Duchy of Rule didn't have any epic heroes, and this epic hero that appeared here was probably the outside help that the Archduke of Rule had brought in after the 3 cities were destroyed. After recalling the information he had gotten from the white-robed mage and the Blackwood City Lord, a figure popped out of Sumu's mind. One of the pillars of the Kingdom of Rhineland, the Griffin Knight with the title of Spear of Destruction. If one were to pick the epic hero most likely to support the Duchy of Rule, this Griffin Knight, who was the closest to the Duchy of Rule and also the most passionate about crusading against monsters, would be one of them. An epic hero, plus 7 heroic professionals. Is this your bottom line? No wonder it didn't abandon the city and flee. Clearly aware of Giant Rock City's bottom card, Sumu was relieved instead. An epic hero only. Nowadays, he wasn't even afraid of an epic rank monster boss, let alone an epic hero. To know the monster's evolutionary path, which was far more difficult than that of human beings, determined that they had attributes that crushed human beings. At the same level, often several professionals would join forces to fight with monsters. While Sumu was observing the defenders on the city walls, the heroes and professionals on the city walls were also observing Sumu. The vast sea of skeletons swept in and had already destroyed 3 cities in the Duchy of Rule. Apart from the residents in the 3rd city who had gotten the news in advance and mostly fled, the remaining 2 cities were slaughtered and became 2 completely dead cities. Not a single living soul existed. Even these high-level professionals have only seen such ferocious acts in historical records, and have never been there in person. Nowadays, the skeleton army has once again come to attack, soldiering the Giant Rock City. This time, they had gathered 20,000 professionals, gathered 7 heroic professionals, and even spent a huge amount of money to bring in an epic hero from the Duchy of Rhineland. All of them were incredibly confident. When these forces come together, not to mention the tens of thousands of skeleton legions in the district, even if this number doubles again, it would still be absolutely difficult to shake the Giant Rock City. As long as that epic hero killed the King of Skeletons, not only would the tens of thousands of skeleton legions in this area not be a threat to Giant Rock City, it would instead become a stepping stone for them, the heroic professionals, to further their strength and status. It's not just the aboriginals and the players. As a large city within the Duchy of Ruhr that was second only to the King's City, there were tens of thousands of players in Giant Rock City. Some of these players were born in Giant Rock City, some were born in the neighborhood and came to Giant Rock City in search of quests, and there were even those who spared no expense to specially come from other places to experience the monster siege. These players are just like the aboriginals. Upon learning that a full 7 heroic professionals had converged and an epic hero had appeared, all the players felt that the end of the Skeleton King had arrived. It doesn't matter if it's a monster, a player, or an NPC. The gap between each rank was like a heavenly rift. An epic hero, and also an epic hero who specializes in air combat. How to look at it, the King of Skeletons does not have the slightest chance of winning. And so it was. While the Aborigines in the Giant Rock City prepared their troops for war, the players in the city also poured onto the walls. They weren't here to participate in the war, but after 3 days, the players hadn't even reached level 10, which wasn't enough for them to participate in a war of this magnitude. They searched for a good angle, opened the camera that came with the virtual game pod, and aimed it at the wilderness. From the moment the tragic white color appeared, countless players began to videotape it. Their strength couldn't even defeat the weakest skeleton soldiers, so naturally they couldn't gain contribution points through fighting. They were more eager to see with their own eyes how an epic hero defeated the Skeleton King than the pitiful contribution points they gained from joining logistics. They preferred to record it all and be witnesses to the drama of a battle that had risen to epic heights. Sumu, moving forward. Legions of skeletons, charging. When that tsunami-like whiteness was only the last 1,000 meters away from the city wall, the archers on the wall had already begun to raise their arrows, and the casters on the wall had already begun to channel their skills. 7 heroic professionals, those 3 warriors and the only knight stepped out of the city gates and blocked the front of the city, while 2 mages and an archer prepared themselves accordingly. And the Griffin Knight. Sigh. When the Sea of Skeletons was about to approach, the Griffin Knight took out a copper whistle and blew it, accompanied by a sharp and high-pitched chirp. A majestic griffin descended from high in the sky. Lion's body, lion's claws, eagle's head, eagle's wings. When the griffin, which was more than 3 meters long, landed on the city wall, the griffin rider rolled over. Next moment, 1 person and 1 rider rose up into the air, straight into the high sky, and flew towards the direction where the ocean of skeletons was attacking. Chapter 070 Scarlet Flood, Epic Fall. The Griffin Knight's target was Sumu. Out of respect for epic heroes and out of trust in the strength of an epic hero, when the Griffin Knights had already set off, the remaining 7 heroic professionals had also chosen their targets. The target of the 3 heroic warriors and 1 heroic knight was naturally Agnes. They were responsible for killing this Death Knight who was second only to the King of Skeletons, and they were also responsible for blocking the onslaught of those countless skeletons from rushing up the walls when the Sea of Skeletons came to attack. The remaining 3 heroes, the hero archer was responsible for sniping the powerful skeletons in the skeleton army, and those 2 hero mages were releasing mass destruction spells to destroy the incoming skeleton army. Following such tactics, if everything goes according to their imagination, before the skeleton legion rushes to the city wall, or only a small number of skeleton legions rush to the city wall, this war can end. With nearly 20,000 occupiers guarding the city, even if a small number of skeletons did rush up the walls, it would be difficult for them to rush into the interior of the city and cause damage to the city's residents. So, with the war over and the Griffin Knights adding another brilliant resume, the status of them, the heroic professionals, also rose, and it was not a dream to receive a large amount of bounty. Perfect. The monster attack was naturally a disaster. But for these heroic professionals who are already above ordinary people, how is it not an opportunity? The Griffin riders have departed. In a few breaths of time, he had ridden the Griffin from the city walls up to hundreds of meters in the air, and had appeared above the skeleton army. Gazing down at the white bone ocean below that could not be seen at a glance, as well as the black figure charging at the forefront, the Griffin Knight couldn't help but reveal a touch of sneer. Then, he took a short spear from the spear pouch he was carrying. Pouring his entire body into the short spear, the Griffin Knight's body bent into an exaggerated arc and threw it with force. This short spear then turned into a stream of light and attacked towards Sumu on the ground. The Great Land. It wasn't that Sumu didn't notice the Griffin Knight's movements. In fact, his attention had been focused on the epic hero. When that short spear turned into a stream of light and attacked, Sumu accelerated and dodged the incoming short spear, appearing in a position more than 10 meters away from his original position. Just what he didn't expect was this. After this short spear bombarded the earth, it unexpectedly exploded like a missile. The crimson flames splashed, enveloping an area of tens of meters in a circle. Sumu dodged the center of the short spear bombardment, and the flames that splashed up didn't wait to penetrate the skeleton armor's defense and didn't cause him any damage, but the skeletons around him were all torn apart by the violent explosions and blazing flames, and turned into a piece of charred bones. Epic heroes. The name is not false. None of the existences capable of advancing to epic hero were simple. Even the weakest epic hero was not something that could be compared to a hero-ranked professional. Frowning slightly and glancing at the large charred hole blasted out by the short spear, Sumu's mind moved to keep Agnes away from herself. He could take the damage from a short spear blast, Agnes could not. After all, it was the attack of an epic hero, and if he was blasted head-on by this short spear, I'm afraid that only 3 or 5 times would be enough to seriously injure Agnes, or even kill her body and soul. High in the sky. The Griffin Knight wasn't surprised when the first throw didn't hit the King of Skeletons. If this Skeleton King had been killed so easily, the Duchy of Rule wouldn't have been slaughtered with 3 cities. That always stingy Grand Duke of Rule would not have spent a large sum of money to invite himself to exterminate him. If you can't do it once, do it again. The spear sack on his back was an epic piece of equipment whose function was to generate 10 short spears condensed from flame elements every day. If he ran out of short spears, he could also use his magic power to infuse into the spear sack to condense new short spears. So much for that. The Griffin Knight could throw a full 20 bursting short spears before his magic ran out. The power of each spear was equivalent to an attack of an epic hero, and it was this epic equipment that allowed the Griffin Knight to break out with the title Spear of Destruction. Sure. Able to transmute into an epic hero, the Griffin Knight's own strength overrides the hero rank. It was just that compared to the power of the explosive short spear, his own strength was a bit inadequate. Gazing at Sumu on the ground, the Griffin Knight threw a second explosive short spear. Same as the first time. Sumu dodged the short spear's blast. But the short spear that burst open once again left a big charred black hole in the ground, and the skeletons within this range were once again incinerated by that violent explosion and blazing heat. One pitch at a time. One blast at a time. In the perspective of those countless players on the city walls, at this moment, the Griffin Knight seemed to have turned into a real-life bomber, chasing after Sumu's figure and continuously dropping a powerful explosive short spear. From start to finish, the explosive short spear didn't even hit Sumu head-on. But the flames that exploded open again and again, the dust that flew up again and again, but infested Sumu's skeleton armor, making him appear to be in a sorry state. Sure enough, even the Skeleton King would have trouble resisting the attack of an epic hero, so it looks like this monster siege CG is coming to an end. It's an epic hero after all, when will we be epic heroes? Ha! The epic hero's corresponding rank is level 60 to 70, at the rate we're upgrading, every few years is a no-brainer. Also, this game is fun, but the upgrade speed is too damn slow. The players on the city walls didn't dare to blink their eyes for fear of missing the exciting footage. This was an epic war experience, much better than a movie. If they missed this one, they didn't know how long it would be before they would have the chance to see this level of battle again. The Griffin Knight failed to hit the King of Skeletons despite several consecutive blasts. But no matter if it was an aborigine or a player, no one doubted that the Griffin Knight had the strength to slay the Skeleton King. After all, a Griffin Knight flying high in the sky is inherently invincible. Boom! The exploding short spear exploded again, leaving a large charred hole in the ground. After dodging this blast, Sumu's heart was unperturbed. From the beginning until now, a total of 7 blasts. Although from the outside, his skeleton armor was infested with stains and was in a sorry state as he dodged over and over again, in reality, Sumu's blood bar was still full. In other words, he did not take the damage. Aside from the loss of a few skeletons that could be summoned at any time, he hadn't lost anything substantial. After all, it was the first time facing an epic hero since becoming a monster. Sumu dodged again and again, just to see what kind of cards this epic hero had. Now look at. It seemed that there was nothing that this epic hero could threaten him with, other than throwing a short spear. This epic hero, a bit of water. Silently sighing in his heart, Sumu didn't bother acting out. The epic hero that he faced for the first time was such a watery one, which made Sumu a little disappointed. He didn't even bother dodging when the explosive short spear came at him once more. One step out. Before that exploding short spear exploded, Sumu's figure had already disappeared. By the time he reappeared, he appeared over the Griffin Rider. Phase shift. This displacement god skill not only allowed Sumu to displace on the earth, but it also allowed him to displace towards high altitude. Hundreds of meters? Ha! Facing other monster lords, the Griffin Knight can indeed be invincible with the advantage of flight. But facing Sumu, even if this Griffin Knight can fly tens of thousands of meters high, he can still arrive instantly. Appearing above the Griffin Rider, Sumu didn't hesitate. The skeletal stranger's blade in his hand chopped out at nearly the same time, cutting out a cold, flickering front toward the Griffin Knight. Being able to advance to epic, this Griffin Knight still had some strength after all. When the cold light came, the Griffin Knight who felt the crisis made a sideways turn. He dodged Sumu's unrivaled strike, but the Griffin under him was chopped. The 2-meter-long skeleton stranger blade was coupled with Sumu's unparalleled strength. Between the flashes of cold light, one of the Griffin's eagle wings was directly chopped off, and the skeleton stranger's blade went on unabated, and after chopping off the eagle's wing, it tore it apart along with its feathers, skin, and bones. A large amount of blood spurted out. The Griffin that was nearly cut in two flew down, and on the way down, its organs flowed out. The Griffin Knight was horrified. He didn't know how the King of Skeletons appeared above him, and when the Griffin on his crotch was decapitated, he instinctively pushed away the Griffin, which had become a burden, and plummeted towards the ground. The body was in mid-air, falling towards the ground. Sumu once again took a step forward. Phase shift. The second time he shifted, he appeared on the ground. Above, the already dying Griffin was still falling, and beside it, the Griffin rider who had discarded his mount was desperately trying to keep his form stable so that he wouldn't be seriously injured as he crashed to the earth. The Griffin Knight didn't notice Sumu, who had already returned to the ground. He found even less. When this Griffin Knight fell to only 10 meters or so from the ground, Sumu, who had already been waiting there, swung out the skeleton stranger's sword in his hand for the second time. Boss skills. Death cuts. 10 dark rays of light crisscrossed the room. This epic hero, who was highly expected by the aborigines and players within the giant rock city, was torn into countless pieces without even having the time to fall to the earth. The color of blood fills the air. Like fireworks blooming. The biggest dependency of the giant rock city fell in this way. Chapter 071 Wings of Freedom. The second piece of epic equipment. From the time Sumu rose up in the air to the time the Griffin Knight was decapitated, it was only 1 or 2 breaths of time in between. Such a short time. Those 3 heroic warriors and 1 heroic knight were still fending off the skeleton legion, stopping Agnes in the process. That heroic archer was still killing warrior skeletons at point blank, and those 2 mages were still releasing one spell after another, blasting large swaths of skeletons to death. The first ones to notice the drastic change were instead the players on the city walls. These players, who had kept their lenses on since the beginning, wanting to record this battle, had discovered the fall of the Griffin Knight earlier than those heroic professionals who were supposed to coordinate the entire battlefield. What did I see? I'm hallucinating? Filled with disbelief, a player desperately rubbed his eyes. But when he looked again, what he saw was still the figure of the King of Skeletons standing in place, the Griffin's huge corpse that had crashed to the ground, and the mist of blood in the air that had yet to dissipate. The epic hero has been decimated? It's not just one player who has trouble believing it. Almost all of the players who were following the battle between Sumu and the Griffin Knights had trouble accepting this result. One is the Lord of the Skeleton King of the Lord's rank. One was a Griffin Knight of epic rank. A moment ago, the Griffin Rider was still soaring high in the sky, throwing down a short spear with a preternatural undefeatable stance, blasting the King of Skeletons on the ground, and the only thing the King of Skeletons could do was to dodge and run away in a sorry state. In the next moment, the King of Skeletons shifted twice in a row, and that epic hero that the entire giant rock city had high hopes for was cut down just like that? Nearly seconds. No resistance. Even the bodies were torn to pieces. This kind of battle instantly reverses the huge contrast brought by. Not to mention the players who are new to this world are difficult to accept, and those guards on the city wall are even more difficult to accept. You killed the Griffin Knight. You have gained 250,000 experience points. The system's beep sounded. Sumu ignored it and walked straight towards the front. The Griffin was basically hopeless when it was hit by Sumu's slash, and it even fell into a probe of flesh and mud after crashing to the earth. It was just that the elite-ranked Griffin Knight didn't bring him many attribute points, so he simply ignored it. Rather, that Griffin Knight Although his body was directly torn apart by Death Slash, along with the armor and riding lance on his body, this epic hero had one piece of equipment that couldn't be shattered. That spear capsule. With the death of the Griffin Knight, the spear pouch fell to the ground and became Sumu's trophy. Taking a few steps forward, he picked up the spear pouch. After getting rid of all the marks on the spear pouch with the erosion talent, this piece of equipment that had reached epic quality also became Sumu's possession. Its attributes, too, emerged in Sumu's mind. Name: Wings of Freedom Spear Pouch. Quality: Epic. Category: Equipment. Role: automatically absorbs the free elements of heaven and earth and condenses 10 short bursting spears per day. The holder can also take the initiative to inject magic power into it to speed up the condensation of the explosive spear. 1000 magic points root. Equipment description: burning or exploding, you can do both. Oh. Nice outfit. Although its power was fixed, it was only equivalent to a normal skill released by a caster at the epic rank. However, the appearance of this spear capsule undoubtedly made up for Sumu's lack of long-range attack power. At least until it crosses the epic rank. This spear capsule is enough. Upsetting the spear pouch, Sumu smiled faintly and straddled it behind his back. Then, an explosive short spear appeared in his hand, and Sumu looked towards the city wall. During this short delay, those 7 heroic professionals had already reacted. 3 heroic warriors were killed, one by Agnes. The 2 remaining heroic warriors and 1 heroic knight hadn't even had time to avenge their fallen comrades when this turn of events occurred. They didn't care about stopping Agnes and the Skeleton Legion and returned to the city walls at the first opportunity. The 3 remaining heroic professionals, a caster specializing in wind spells was still channeling a high-level spell and couldn't move for the time being. Another caster had the intention of retreating after releasing a frost blast in the Sea of Skeletons, freezing all the skeletons in a 100-meter radius. As for that heroic archer, as the first aborigine to discover the anomaly, his figure has long since disappeared from the city walls. 6 left. Looking at the 6 heroic professionals on the city wall with interest, Sumu upended the short spear in his hand, his robust body bent slightly, and the right hand holding the short spear was raised. Thumbs down. With Sumu's terrifying strength that was several times stronger than the Griffin Knight's to catalyze it, the short spear that was filled with explosive elements transformed into a bolt of lightning almost the instant it was taken out of his hand, and flew towards the city wall with a terrifying wave of air and roar that broke through the air. See this scene. The wind mage who was channeling a high-level spell's pupils tightened and plummeted, and he couldn't help but cry out in shock. Rogues, give me a hand. Because the target that this short spear was aimed at was exactly him. The heroic warrior and heroic knight were too far away to help. At this point, the only way to help him was another mage who had reached the pinnacle of the heroic rank and had switched to ice spells. All it took was a frost barrier to intercept it slightly, and he could stop the spell he was channeling and get out of it without any problems. However, instead of helping him, that mage took advantage of Sumu's attention being focused on the wind mage to dodge away. After a slight fluctuation of magic power, the one who was supposed to be the most powerful of the 6 remaining heroic professionals similarly disappeared into the city walls. Rogales? Sumu's heart fluttered. Associated with the information he got from Rogales' incarnation, and then associated with the information he got from the Blackwood City Lord, how could he not know that the Ice Mage, who just disappeared, was the true incarnation of Rogales that he was looking for? No wonder. When he just appeared here, Sumu felt that mage was a bit familiar. It wasn't that Sumu had seen Rogales' true body, but having eroded Rogales' incarnation and flipped through the incarnation's memories, Sumu had a sense of familiarity with Rogales' true body. He hadn't thought of that. Or rather, he hadn't expected the person he had been looking for to show up on the battlefield as a townie and join in the siege against him. Phase shift. Countless information instantly flashed through his mind, and Sumu didn't hesitate for a second. After realizing that the fleeing ice mage was Rogales, he released phase shift at the first opportunity and appeared in front of that wind mage. Boom! The explosive short spear exploded in his hand, blasting Sumu's hand armor along with half of his arm with cracks and burn marks all over. He didn't pay any attention to it, but instead hit the wind mage's chest with a heavy punch. The channeling of high-level spells was forcibly interrupted, and the wind mage was instantly revolted. Coupled with the damage brought by Sumu's punch, this originally towering heroic mage collapsed to the ground with a white roll of his eyes. After taking care of the wind mage, Sumu then looked at the other 3 heroic professionals. With one know-it-all already in hand, there's no need to keep the remaining 3. Phase shift appeared in these 3 hero professionals who have not yet reacted. Skeleton Stranger's sword in Sumu's hand once ring slash. The last 3 heroic professionals were directly cut off and fell to the ground. Of the 7 heroic professionals, 1 was killed by Agnes, 3 were killed by Sumu, 1 was knocked out by Sumu, and 2 escaped. As of this moment, there was no longer any power in the entire giant rock city that could fight against them. That's right. There were still nearly 20,000 professionals on the city walls. There were even nearly 10,000 more players inside the city. But when Sumu and Agnes both struck, these professionals who could have originally fought against tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of armies, the only thing that happened to them was that they were decapitated. Without a threat, Sumu waved his hand, and tens of thousands of skeleton legions poured into the city and began the fourth massacre. And Sumu. Once again, he came in front of the Wind Mage who had lost his resistance. Chapter 072 Blood Sacrifice of a City. Crazy way to transfer. Bone palms probed. It covered the Wind Mage's forehead. When that unknown energy gradually eroded this heroic mage's body and converged towards his brain, Sumu also read his memories as expected. After a long time, a dark mage broke through the Wind Mage's body and climbed out, joining the siege of the giant rock city, and Sumu got the information he wanted. Rogales, full name Rogales Salman, an ice mage at the peak of the heroic rank. Sure. This is just the information that Logris revealed. The information obtained from the Wind Mage's memory showed that Rogales was extremely mysterious. Several years ago, this ice mage, who had long since reached the peak of the heroic rank, appeared in the Duchy of Rule, accepting the solicitation of the Grand Duke of Rule to become the town guardian of the King's City of Rule. In order to draw on this mysterious and powerful mage, the Archduke of Rule went so far as to build a mage tower for him in the royal city of Rule. And Rogales did not disappoint the Archduke of Rule. Regardless of the difficulties encountered, as long as they didn't exceed the upper limit of the heroic rank, Rogales could easily solve them when he stepped in. The other two town guards, including the Wind Mage, agreed that perhaps it wouldn't be long before Rogales would be able to break through the limits of the heroic rank and cross over into the epic rank. The opposite of powerful is mysterious. Even in front of familiar people such as Archduke Rule, Rogales often wore a robe with a hood, hiding his body and face in the hood of the robe. The usual. As long as the Archduke of Rule did not call for an audience, Rogales stayed in his mage's tower nearly year-round. And his mage tower is the forbidden of forbidden places. Aside from Rogales himself, even the mage apprentices and alchemy assistants he had taken under his wing were not allowed to take a step into the mage tower. Mysterious and powerful. This was the Wind Mage's perception of Rogales. It was also because of a certain understanding of Rogales that when he was in danger, this Wind Mage instinctively turned to Rogales for help, which in turn led to Sumu recognizing his true face. Rogales Salman. After organizing all the information, Sumu fell into deep thought. Obviously, the fleeing ice mage was the very essence of Rogales that he was looking for. There are many ways to disappear in plain sight. For example, assassin sneak, space mage's teleportation, Sumu's phase shift, and so on. Considering that Rogales specialized in ice spells and his avatar practiced curse spells, the one he used to leave from the city walls would most likely be a teleportation scroll. A kind of high-value scroll in which a space mage had inscribed a teleportation spell formation. As long as a spatial coordinate was recorded in it, it could trigger a teleportation spell after tearing it open, teleporting the user to a fixed coordinate point. Put it this way. The place Rogales appeared after he left was most likely his mage tower in the royal city of Roar? After silently pondering in his mind, the light in Sumu's eyes flickered. The battle for Giant Rock City is over. When the vast majority of the professionals were decimated, even if hundreds of thousands of inhabitants still existed within the city, they would be nothing more than experience to be harvested by the legions of skeletons. At this point, there was no need for Sumu to command. The legion of skeletons could have done it themselves. Just as when he was in the Buried Bone Land, the skeleton legion swept across the entire Buried Bone Land according to his orders. If it is to prevent accidents, Sumu also had the option of leaving Agnes behind. As for himself, Sumu was going to take a look at the Mage Tower in Rogales. Giant Rock City was less than 200 kilometers away from King Rule City, and with Sumu's speed today, even without using phase shift, it would only take less than an hour to arrive. As for the dangers, unless they encountered that top-tier epic hero, or legendary hero, with Sumu's current strength, even if they were undefeated, they could easily escape. And bringing in a Griffin Knight had already caused the Grand Duke of Rule to hemorrhage money and have his heartache, so how could he bring in another epic hero to be stationed within the King's City of Rule? The entire Roar Duchy had only a dozen or so heroic ranks, and there were 8 of them that were lost in Sumu's hands alone. Even if the remaining heroic professionals gathered in King Rule City, it would still be difficult to threaten Sumu. So to speak. There seems to be no danger in his line. To the King's city. It was just as well that Rogales hadn't returned to the Mage Tower. If he really returned to that Mage Tower through the teleportation scroll, Sumu was bound and determined to obtain that lost inheritance. Thinking of this, Sumu directly handed over the skeleton legions of Giant Rock City to the command of Agnes, and he himself left Giant Rock City and dashed wildly in the direction where King Rule City was located, quickly disappearing into the wilderness. Go back in time to the moment when Logris escaped. Sumu recognized Rogales, and Rogales naturally recognized Sumu. What he never expected was that just over a month's time, before his plan to travel to the Buried Bone Land to retrieve the Soul Crystal and the Death Altar was carried out, that strange undead had left that world of death first. And strength was increased countless times. Rogales is jealous. In his preconceived notions, that strange undead must have gotten heavenly benefits from the death altar to leap from a warrior-ranked undead to a skeleton king that could even decimate an epic hero. Pity. He's a step too late. If he had been able to carry out his plan ahead of time, retrieve the soul crystal, and find the death altar, perhaps by now he would have already transformed himself into an epic-ranked great witch demon. According to the degree of the skeleton king's strength surge, even if he takes one step to heaven, directly transferring to the legendary rank of the king of the witch demon is not impossible. Pity. Plans are just plans after all. The reality, on the other hand, was that the strange undead became the present-day king of skeletons, and he lost his avatar, his soul crystal, and more than anything else, a step up in the world. Jealousy was accompanied by Rogales' scorn. He didn't know if the king of skeletons could recognize him, so when he had to appear on the battlefield, Rogales had kept his light under wraps and lowered his presence. As long as the Griffin Knight could cut him down, he still had a chance to retrieve the soul crystal and the death altar and continue his plan. With the Griffin Knight being countered, Rogales' last intention fell through. It was only when the Wind Mage called out his name that he resolutely tore up the last teleportation scroll and teleported himself back to the Mage Tower from the walls of Giant Rock City. Back at the Mage Tower, Rogales' mind was still uneasy. There's no chance of getting the death altar. He knew very well how attractive the death altar was to an undead. Since the king of skeletons left the buried bone land, it means that he has a method to take away the death altar. What's next? Rogales was a little anxious. The Giant Rock City was doomed to destruction, even an epic hero like the Griffin Knight had been decimated, and the few remaining heroic professionals in the area would naturally find it difficult to fend off the King of Skeletons. When the news of the destruction of Megalithic City reached the city of King Rule, that was when he was in a dilemma. Showing up meant that he was a deserter from the Battle of Giant Rock City. Without showing up, Archduke Roar might think that he had died in battle, and in order to prevent the King of Skeletons from charging into King City of Roar, Archduke Roar would continue to ask for help from the Human Kingdom or even the Human Empire. At that time, more epic heroes and even legendary heroes would appear in King Rule City. Rogales was worried. When he is still the most powerful township guardian of the Duchy of Roar, he has a separate mage tower, and everything he does will not be questioned when he can no longer show his value. Everything he has done in the past will be his fatal weakness. If one were to investigate, it would not be difficult to discover that he was secretly practicing necromancy. If he entered this mage tower, he would even discover his biggest secret. It seems that, whichever happens, his secret of secretly practicing necromancy will be revealed. At that point, he would be disallowed by the human kingdoms. Since you have long been prepared not to melt into the living. Not as good as. Thinking of this, a fierce light flashed in Rogales' eyes. Over the years, in order to prevent his secret from being discovered, he had already made numerous preparations in secret. There is more than one way to turn a greater witch demon. Transfiguration with the help of soul crystals and death altars is but one of the safest and most secretive options. Another option. As long as he used it, success rate aside, he would definitely become a great enemy of the human kingdoms. But Dream's transformation into a great witch demon, his fall from a human to an immortal undead, would have put him on the opposite side of all the living, and would have made him a great enemy of the living. Whatever the process, the outcome doesn't seem to make a difference. At best, the former is unobtrusive, and the latter is more likely to cause human heroes to hunt them down. The mind is made up. Rogales took a few steps and rushed to the top of the mage tower. He carefully took out a sealed box from his hiding place and opened it. A notebook shrouded in a silky black mist then appeared in front of him. This notebook, a lost legacy. His method of incarnation, his curse spells, and his method of transmuting into a greater witch demon all came from this notebook. Take a deep breath. Rogales placed his notes in the center of the top of the tower. A spell that had not yet been activated had long since been inscribed in that spot. Notes embedded. Nearly endless black mist filled out from the notes and poured into the spell that had been activated by Rogales. Then, along an extremely hidden magical pattern, that hint of mist gradually spread out in the middle of King Rule City. Blood sacrifice. Using the notes as a medium for a blood sacrifice to a city. This is the second way that Rogales can be converted to a greater witch demon. Chapter 073 City of Death, Epic Grand Witch Demon. Tighten up. In less than an hour's time, Sumu crossed the distance between Giant Rock City and King City of Rule and appeared in the vicinity of the largest city of this Rule Duchy. But what made Sumu feel strange was, until he was about to get close to the city, he still hadn't received the system's beep about him crossing into the alert range of King Rule City. In contrast, he vaguely sensed a strong air of death coming from the front. It was important to know that, as the largest city in the Duchy of Roar, the King City of Roar had a warning area of 20 kilometers. Such a city with 1 million people living in it should have been full of vigor and vitality. In the senses of an undead like Sumu, it was anger rushing through the sky. And now, He didn't feel the slightest hint of anger, but instead, the rich aura of death was sensed by him from a distance of 20 kilometers. With a somewhat grave expression on his face, Sumu continued to move forward. The closer they got to King Rule's city, the more pronounced and thicker that deathly aura became. By the time he reached the vicinity of the city, Sumu was already able to clearly feel that this originally vibrant city seemed to have turned into a city of death. The concentration of the death aura emanating from it is not at all inferior to the death castle that had a death altar in the beginning. Interesting. Standing outside the city walls, he looked towards them. At this point, he still hadn't received a system beep. The many guards that were originally supposed to be stationed on the city walls also had no intention of making a move against Sumu. In fact, there were no more guards, or rather, there were no more guards alive. At this time, the city wall is still shadowed, but that one stumbling, aimlessly moving figure is by no means a living guard. Instead, it's the dead undead. What a city of death. Did some other high-level undead precede this king? Or Rogales? A city. It gave off a strong odor of death, with no life in sight. Even the many guards on the city walls had sunk and turned into wandering undead, and with all the information combined, Sumu was basically certain that there were no living people left in this city. All the living beings, who died along with the city, were transformed into immortal undead. A raw smile surfaced on his face underneath the face armor, and Sumu no longer hesitated. He took one step and went straight through the city wall, appearing within the city. Then, following the information he had gotten from the white-robed mage, his pace was sedate but quick as he walked towards the mage tower of Rogales. It's a city full of the undead. The vast majority are skeletons. There was no shortage of zombies, ghosts, necromancers, and other races of the undead. Perhaps it was because they sensed the kind of aura that belonged to high-level undead on Sumu's body. When he appeared in the city, those undead not only didn't attack him, but instead, they stayed away in fear. Devouring and harvesting each other, this is the universal code of the undead clan. It wasn't just the skeleton clan, the other undead races also existed in this situation. It was just that the cruelty was far less severe than the skeleton clan, which was the most numerous and lowest ranked. All the way forward. Soon, Sumu then crossed half of the city to the vicinity of the mage tower owned by Rogales. By this point, Sumu can basically be sure that the one who turned this city from a royal city of a principality into such a city of death should be Rogales. Because at this moment, the entirety of that mage tower belonging to Rogales was shrouded in a huge rune formation. The phalanx runs. Dark runes flickered. A pitch-black chain condensed out of black mist continuously extended out from the top of the mage tower, linking to all directions of the city. At the end of each chain was a small rune formation. These rune formations in turn extended countless even tinier chains of mist that pierced into the body of that one undead. The phalanx was in motion, swallowing up the breath of death throughout the city. The chains flickered, also absorbing the death aura within that head of undead. So, the death aura of nearly the entire city was absorbed by this mage tower and gathered together, making the intensity of the death aura in this mage tower even exceed that of the dungeon that had the death altar. Sure, the smell of death in the dungeon came from the plane of death, endlessly. The breath of death in the mage tower, but from the wasted deaths of all the beings within a city had a limit after all. Wait until the mage tower has swallowed up all the death breath within the city. Those undead who have sunk from the living will also become corpses again. They never get back on their feet again. Perhaps sensing the arrival of the enemy. When Sumu appeared near the mage tower, Rogelius' voice also came out distantly from within the mage tower. King of Skeletons, you're too late. I've already sacrificed his city in blood and successfully transformed into a great witch demon, crossing into the epic rank. Accompanying these cold and low words, a slim figure shrouded in black robes slowly emerged from the top of the mage tower. Breeze blowing. The long black robe swung gently. Underneath the black robes, Rogales' already dried and withered body was vaguely revealed. Unlike the previous incarnation. At this moment, Rogales raised his head, and under the hood was a deep, as if shrouded by a black mist, unable to see his face or expression. The only thing that could be seen was 2 points of flickering ghostly light. Rogales' transfer was successful. At the cost of sacrificing a city in blood, he was transformed from a human into a monster. Paying such a price, he also managed to cross over from the peak of the heroic rank to the epic rank. The gaze in Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. He was undaunted in the face of an epic hero. But facing a great witch demon of epic rank. Is that with his strength, he has to be careful. From the mage tower, Rogales' words continued to come. Pity. Didn't get the death altar. You're just a lowly undead, and you're able to soar to the heavens by relying on the death altar. If I had gotten the death altar, I might have become a legendary rank witch demon king. But never mind. As long as I kill you, I can retrieve the death altar. I still have a chance to impact the witch demon king. Witch king. The words were filled with ecstasy, and Rogales, who had voluntarily transformed from the living to the undead, was a little unclear in his sanity. If I succeed in turning into the witch demon king, On this great land, who else is this king's opponent? Sumu snorted. Rogales had completely attributed the reason for his surge in strength to the Death Altar. However, he didn't think that if the Death Altar really had such power, the one guarding the Death Altar would be a skeleton king of a mere lord rank. But he had no need to explain. Now that Logris has shown up. Then cut him down. Take away the notebook that contains the lost legacy. Boom! The ground paved with thick stone slabs shattered in pieces, and Sumu's figure rose up in the air like a black lightning bolt rushing towards Rogales at the top of the mage tower. The people have not yet arrived. 10 pitch-black blades of light then cut out from the skeletal stranger's blade and struck towards Rogales. Regarding Sumu's move that killed the Griffin Knight in seconds, Rogalius was deeply impressed. But by the time it was his turn to face this move, instead of tensing up, Rogales let out an oozing sneer. Next moment, a staff inlaid with skulls appeared in his hand, and he raised it slightly. Countless frosty freezing air containing the aura of death then appeared around him, forming large, thick sheets of ice that sealed Rogales himself along with half of the mage tower. Frostbite. Originally a high-level spell of the ice system, a pure control skill. When Rogales changed the target of confinement from the enemy to himself, this control skill turned into a powerful defensive skill. 10 blades of light chopped down. It left a deep mark on the ice that was 2 to 3 meters thick, but in the end, it didn't hurt Rogales. One move to finish. Blocked Sumu's big move. With a thought from Rogales, countless low and medium-ranked undead roared and converged towards this side. Being a witch demon. And being a great witch demon of the epic rank, Rogales Ben possessed the skill of controlling the undead. With the enchantment of the Mage Tower, this control ability of his was amplified tenfold. It's safe to say, if Rogales wished, he could control all the undead within this city of death with the amplification effect of the Mage Tower. Chapter 074 Confining Hand. Polar Ice Cold. The undead are coming. He was originally an undead, and he was also the king of high-ranking undead skeletons. Although these undead controlled by Rogales are large in number, their quality can't even catch up with his skeleton army. To know. When Rogales decided to blood sacrifice the king's city of Rule, there were only 2 heroic professionals and less than 50 mentor-ranked professionals left in the city with millions of people. With the exception of special transmutations like Rogales, a professional who is converted from living to undead automatically drops 1 rank in rank. In other words, of the undead within the entire Roar King city, there were merely 2 warrior rank undead and less than 50 elite rank undead. These undead. It didn't even have the ability to break through Sumu's own defense. Not to mention the effect of Sumu's exclusive title, King of Skeletons. King of Skeletons, exclusive title. Rising up by stepping on the corpses of countless skeletons and eventually killing the Skeleton King, you are the new king of the Skeleton clan. When the enemy is a skeleton, they will be subject to the 4 judgments of strength, agility, physique, and spirit. Failure to pass each judgment will force the enemy's 4-dimensional attributes to be cut by 10%. The largest number of undead within the City of Death are skeletons. When Rogales controlled them to attack Sumu, they would first receive a 4-fold judgment. With these 4 judgments, the 4-dimensional attributes of those poor skeletons would directly be cut by 40%. What qualifications did such a skeleton have to be an enemy of Sumu? Endless undead surged, appearing from all parts of the City of Death, like a tidal wave towards the direction where Sumu was. When the first batch of undead approached this side, Sumu sneered. The skeletal stranger's blade chopped out. The dark red blade of light quickly exploded and spread and propagated through the sea of undead at an extremely fast speed. Just one move. Thousands of undead were then torn apart by the dark red blade of light that spread out, turning into broken bones. Sumu's attribute panel also refreshed with patches of kill tips and experience value acquisition tips at this moment. Shattering Chop. Absolute clearing skill. This one boss skill alone determined that a sea of people would never be able to threaten Sumu. Rogales had summoned these undead over, not to attack Sumu in the first place, but to stall for time. Taking advantage of the gap between Sumu's massacre of the sea of undead, Rogales lifted the frost imprisonment on himself. Then, frost magic surged. A humanoid creature that was 3 meters tall and whose entire body was made up of dark blue ice crawled out of the earth and appeared near Sumu. Ice spells. Summoning skills. Frost Golem. With the rank and strength of the Great Witch Demon of Rogales, this Frost Golem that he had summoned clearly had the strength of a Lord rank. The Frost Golem's defense was unparalleled and its strength was immense. Although it moved slowly, it was enough as a guard to guard in front of the Mage Tower and hold Sumu back. After summoning the Frost Golem, Rogales didn't stop and continued to prepare his next skill. Having personally experienced the physical death of the Avatar and seeing the Griffin Knight being torn apart with his own eyes, even though how he disparaged Sumu in his mouth, Rogales never dared to belittle this king of skeletons in his heart. Especially, that god-awful displacement skill. The Sea of Undead and the Frost Golem could only serve as a whole, and with this first layer of protection, Rogales unleashed his skills over and over again, laying down a layer of frost barrier around his body as a second layer of protection. Even the most powerful displacement skills need space. As long as one's surroundings were covered with frost barriers, leaving not a single gap, this king of skeletons would not be able to get close. When a skeleton king who is good at melee combat meets an epic level great witch demon who has done all the defense and does not give it a chance to get close to him, the result of this battle seems to be no suspense. After sufficiently ministering 10 layers of frost barriers around him, Rogales breathed a sigh of relief. The Great Witch Demon was originally a monster profession that focused on spiritual growth. After switching from an ice mage to an archwitch demon, the bonuses from the profession template alone caused his magic value to skyrocket several times. Plus the amplification effect that the mage tower gave him. At this point, Rogales' magic value was nearly endless, wreaking havoc with frost magic. Once his safety was assured, Rogales began to prepare a big move. When he was still a human, he wasn't even qualified to unleash the top-notch ice skills. Other side. The frost golem's defense was unparalleled, and even Sumu had to spend some effort to kill it. However, its speed was too slow and completely unable to keep up with Sumu's speed, so he simply tossed it aside and left it alone, letting this frost golem slowly follow behind him. Sea of the Dead. After continuously releasing several shattering sky slashes and killing tens of thousands of undead, Sumu gained a large amount of experience value into his account. The City of Death had millions of undead within it, meaning massive amounts of experience value. If he can kill all of these undead, even with a severe experience penalty, Sumu's level will be able to rise several levels again. But releasing one shattering slash would consume 1/20th of one's stamina. At full count, he could at best unleash 20 shattering sky slashes. If he added the death cuts and the stamina reserved for Rogales to unleash 5 more shattering sky slashes, it was already his limit. 5 shattering chop means tens of thousands of undead. A mere fraction compared to the sea of undead that still had nearly a million left. Compared to the physical strength value, it was the magic value that was not in danger of being scarce. He himself possessed more than 30,000 points of magic value, plus the 100,000 points of magic value stored in his soul crystal, so even if he let go of the use of phase shift, he didn't have to worry about his magic value drying up. Just looking at Rogales, who was protected by a heavy frost barrier, Sumu had a bit of a headache. If possible, he would rather face 10 physical attack-oriented epic heroes than one epic-level Great Witch Demon. High-ranked undead, extremely difficult to deal with. It was important to know that a high-level undead like a witch demon could learn and even create skills on its own. A high-level witch demon with a long time of accumulation, no one knew how many skills he had mastered and how many hidden cards he had. When a witch demon appeared in the world, even 10 times the number of human heroes joining hands to surround it, there was no guarantee that they would be able to kill it. The same goes for Logris. Only just transmuted the Great Witch Demon has brought Sumu so much trouble. If he is allowed to escape from here, with the accumulation of time, digested the heritage of being a human, in the research to create their own new skills, it is Sumu do not dare to guarantee that he is still his opponent. Rogales must die. That notebook containing the lost inheritance must also be in hand. Consuming 1,000 magic power values to summon an army of skeletons to help him fend off and kill the sea of undead that were still coming, Sumu opened his attribute panel. Death cuts. Shattering chop. Phase shift. Summoning skeletons. Aura of death. Undead transformation technique. Bone jail. This was all the skills that Sumu currently possessed. The 4 skills in front of him skimmed over, and Sumu directly looked at the 3 skills behind him. Undead transformation was a purely auxiliary skill, useless for the situation he was currently facing, and was put aside. That leaves the 2 skills, Death Aura and Bone Jail. Aura of Death. As the core skill of the Death Knight, the function of this skill is that when turned on, it can transform its own magic value into the power of death, persistently eroding enemies within a certain range, weakening their life value and defense ability. Perhaps it was because it was a high-level skill, or perhaps it was because Sumu didn't have enough free points, and after acquiring this skill, he had not been able to raise its level with free points. For now, the Death Aura is useful, but not very useful. The last skill, Bone Jail. A control skill. Taking a look at the number of free points he currently had, Sumu directly consumed free points to evolve this skill, which had originally been raised to level 9, into a boss skill. Imprisoning Hand, active skill, Bone Dungeon upper level skill, cannot be upgraded. Consumes 1,000 points of magic value to probe a large hand made entirely of skeleton from the earth, imprisoning the enemy within it. During the period of confinement, the spatial fluctuations in the vicinity of the enemy are interfered with, making it impossible to use spatial-based skills or props. Continuous output of magic value allows for some manipulation of the imprisoned hand. The Forbidden Hand. 5th boss skill. Looking at the system's description of the Forbidden Hand, the soul fire in Sumu's eyes flickered slightly. Sustainable manipulation. His mind was made up. Sumu is preparing. Rogales is also preparing. When Sumu consumed his free points and evolved the Bone Prison into his 5th boss skill, the top skill that Rogales had spent a long time channeling was also finally ready. Nearly endless frost magic spread out with Rogales and the Mage Tower at the center. Temperatures are plummeting. The air freezes. A tiny ice crystal spread over every inch of space within a radius of thousands of meters. Letting out a long breath, Rogales, who had completed all these preparations, raised the skeleton staff in his hand and pointed in the direction where Sumu was. Next moment, frost magic erupted. Endless morose cold. Centered on Rogales and the Mage Tower, spreading forward rapidly. Chapter 075 vs. City Skill, Frozen City. With Rogales and the Mage Tower under his feet as the center, endless icy cold spread out. The air condenses. The earth freezes. At a speed visible to the naked eye, countless tiny ice crystals appeared in the air. This was what the water vapor in the air had turned into by being frozen as much as it could be and crashed back down to the earth, making a crisp and dense crashing sound. For long before the vapor in the air froze, a layer of frost had been laid on the ground at some point. It's not just the environment. When this endless icy cold that seemed to come from the poles spread out, the frost golem was frozen, the skeleton legion under Sumu's command was frozen, and the countless undead within the city of death were also frozen. The icy cold spread out quickly. Looking down from above, an icy blue, centered on Rogales and the Mage Tower at his feet, expanded at an extremely fast speed, spreading out towards the entire city. Wherever the icy cold spread, whether it was the air, the earth, the buildings, or the undead that roamed the city, all of them were frozen by the cold and covered with a layer of icy blue. There are no exceptions. Polar Ice Cold. That's the name of the skill. As one of the top skills amongst the ice spells, Polar Ice Cold was originally a city crossing skill. A skill released that could easily freeze even a city. One could imagine the power of this skill. Among the ice spells, only the power of the forbidden spell Frozen 1,000 Miles was able to surpass Polar Ice Cold. Corresponding to its power is a huge consumption. At the peak of the heroic rank, Rogales, who was an ice mage, was not qualified to release this skill. When transforming into a great witch demon and crossing into the epic rank, Rogales, whose magic value had skyrocketed several times, met the requirements for the release of Polar Ice Cold but had difficulty maintaining it for a long period of time. Only with the help of the Mage Tower, after having nearly endless magic power as support, he was able to smoothly unleash this top-tier skill, freezing a city. In terms of power, even though Polar Ice Cold was a city-facing skill rather than a single attack skill, any enemy that was in its attack range would have to endure the attack of that extreme cold that could even freeze the air every moment of every day. The power of this extreme cold air is absolutely no less than a skill attack continuously released by an epic rank caster. From the moment the Polar Ice Cold was unleashed, Rogales desperately extracted the magic power from the Mage Tower to maintain the freezing air of the extreme morphic cold. It wasn't until his own magic power value was about to dry up that he stopped the release of the extreme cold chi. At this point, this frozen world has expanded from the Mage Tower to the edge of the city. Everything was covered in a thick layer of solid ice, turning this once kingly city of Roar, and later the city of Death, into the frozen city it was today. Even Suomu. There were extra feet of ice all over his body. It should be dead, right? After all, not even he himself was sure of surviving this level of indiscriminate attack, let alone a lowly undead who had gotten lucky to cross over to the Lord rank. Looking at the frozen Sumu, Rogales sighed in relief. The king of skeletons is dead. The royal city of Roar was also blood sacrificed by him. Next, as long as he found the soul crystal and the death altar that had been taken by the skeleton king, he could go far away and sneak into the unknown depths of the mountains, seeking to go further and transfer to the witch demon king. As long as he succeeds in crossing into the legendary rank, no one in this world will be able to threaten him. This was Rogales' vision. As always, it's wonderful. Just click, 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 click. Before Rogales could step down from the Mage Tower, a crisp shattering sound suddenly came. He followed the sound and saw that a crack had appeared on the several feet thick solid ice on the originally frozen king of skeletons. The cracks are getting bigger. It just exploded as Logris watched. The king of skeletons, Sumu, reappeared in his field of vision. So close. After breaking free of the ice with his strong and unrivaled strength and getting out, Sumu was a bit backed up. He'd done his best to be careful. Even when that cold freezing chi attacked, he directly made a phase shift and appeared hundreds of meters away. He didn't expect Rogales to unleash a city-on-city skill as soon as he came up. Directly targeting the entire city as a strike, it didn't leave him any room to dodge at all. Even more, he didn't expect that just by transferring to a greater witch demon, Rogales would even be able to unleash a top-tier skill like Polar Ice Cold. One Polar Ice Cold. Dozens of seconds of extreme freezing damage. It directly caused Sumu's blood level to fall below 1/3, and his skeleton armor was covered with fine cracks, as if it would shatter apart at the slightest movement. Okay. He had a high enough constitution, a long enough blood bar, and thick enough armor. The duration of the Polar Ice Cold ended when the blood level fell below 1/3. He came through. Breaking free from the thick layer of ice, Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. This should be Logris' strongest card. Polar ice cold that could easily destroy even a city. If this wasn't Rogales' strongest card, he wouldn't be an epic boss that had just transformed into a great witch demon or a witch demon king that had crossed over into the legendary rank. Rogales is still on the mage tower. He was also guarded by layers of frost barriers around him. When Rogales unleashed another skill, Sumu took a step forward and dodged this skill blast with a phase shift. He appeared on the other side of the mage tower. Then, without hesitation, he unleashed that boss skill he had just acquired, Forbidden Hand. 1,000 magic points expended. At Rogales' shriek, a large hand made entirely of tiny skeletons lurched out of the ground floor of the mage's tower and burst upward in a frenzy. 1,000 points of magic power value was just the initial condition for unleashing this skill. As Sumu increased the output of his magic power value, the skeletal hand grew larger and larger, and the speed of its upward thrust grew faster and faster. Just under the gaze of Rogales' horrified eyes, the skeleton hand that had grown to a full dozens of meters square completely grabbed the upper half of the mage tower. With layers and layers of frost barriers guarding it, it was equally difficult for this skeleton hand to injure the Rogales in it. However, Sumu releasing this skill was not meant to injure him in the first place. 10,000 magic points burned away instantly. Under Sumu's control, this skeletal hand that had grabbed the mage tower clenched violently and exerted force to yank half of the mage tower up from the tower and threw it dozens of meters away. Whoa! The skeleton hand collapsed and retransformed into countless tiny bones that didn't enter the earth. That half of the mage tower and the Rogales in it also fell down with a bang at this time, smashing into the ground full of hard and cold ice. The mage tower was destroyed. The biggest benefit is that it deprives Rogales of a near infinite amount of magical values. Along with the layers of frost barrier on his body, there were only a few layers left with his own magic value nearly depleted and the loss of the support from the mage tower. Rogales actually wasn't that far off even if he wasn't at the end of his rope. Having suffered a loss, Sumu naturally wouldn't let Rogales release his skills again. He had already taken a step out and appeared behind Rogales when his figure was revealed from the half of the mage tower that had broken and collapsed. Death cuts. 20 times the damage of a normal attack instantly exploded out, and those several frost barriers that surrounded Rogales shattered layer by layer. Before Rogales could patch up the shattered frost barrier, the Sumu, who had already gotten close, raised his hand and dropped his sword. There was a flash of cold light. Rogales' already dry head fell to the ground. Chapter 076. The Lost Legacy. Decapitation is not safe. For a witch demon, even if only his head was left, he might still have other ways to release his skills and shade Sumu a bit. Even if they destroyed all of their heads and bodies, they might not be able to kill them. The best way to kill a witch demon is to find its life box and destroy the life box along with the soul of the witch demon hidden in it, in order to completely obliterate it. Where Rogales' life box was, Sumu didn't know. He has a better way. After beheading Rogales, Sumu rushed forward at the first opportunity and picked up the dried-up head. Under Rogales' terrified gaze, Sumu's right hand covered with hand armor was affixed to his skull. Erosion, talent activated. Unknown energies gradually poured in. Since it was only a head and didn't need to erode the body, this time the influx of unknown energy was fast, and so was the erosion of Rogales. What is this? Experiencing firsthand the influx of an unknown energy that began to eat away at his soul and strip away his memories, Rogales was horrified to the core. But no matter how much he screamed, it was hard to avoid the result of erosion. A scene emerged from Sumu's eyes. It's Rogalius' memory. Since it was the main body, the memories Sumu read this time were extremely complete. Not only did it contain the various skills Rogales had learned, it also contained how he had gotten that notebook, how he had learned the secret arts from it, and how he had been transformed to become a great witch demon. To Sumu, the value of this memory is immeasurable. Because he was pleasantly surprised to find that quite a few of the skills in Rogales' memories were all things he was able to learn. It wasn't that Sumu couldn't learn skills through memory erosion. Instead, he could only learn skills that the undead one could unleash. For example, Frost Blast for example, Frost Barrier for example, Polar Ice Cold. All of these skills that Rogales still retained after transforming from an ice mage to a great witch demon were all within the range that Sumu could learn. Nothing else. This series of skills alone makes Sumu's adventure this time worth it. Unknown energies were eating away at Rogales' soul. Sumu was reading Rogalius' memories in detail, not wanting to let go of any details. Where's Rogalius? Panic, fear, despair. All sorts of negative emotions filled his mind. Because he was horrified to find that after that feeling of his memory being peeped into, he was gradually losing control of his soul. Necromancers, for one, are already able to manipulate souls. Witch demons are even more expert at controlling souls. It can be said that there is no race in this world that knows more about souls than the witch demons. So, Logris knew clearly that he was sinking. He was gradually losing control of his soul and gradually gaining obedience to Sumu. When his soul is completely out of control, He will not die, but he will become a big witch demon that is completely controlled by Sumu. In front of Sumu, he didn't have the slightest secret. Sumu's orders, and he couldn't make any resistance. Even as long as this king of skeletons has a single thought, his soul will disintegrate itself, and from an originally immortal epic great witch demon, he will completely disappear in this world. This result, Rogales had trouble accepting it. After all, it was a legendary boss that had grown into a heavenly calamity mage in his previous life, and Rogales was still a bit persistent. He would rather die here than become a puppet completely controlled by the king of skeletons. So, when he felt that his soul was about to go completely out of control, Rogales resolutely blew himself up, destroying his soul. The scene, abruptly. Sumu, who had just learned the skill Polar Ice Cold, looked with some regret at the already dried up head in his hand. No more destroying life boxes. He had gotten a hint from the system. This time, Rogales is really dead. Enslavement failed. You have slain the great witch demon Rogales Salman, but you have gained 600,000 experience points. You have gained the skill Ice Spike. You have gained the skill Ice Lance. You have gained the skill Frost Blast. You have gained the skill Frost Barrier. You have gained the skill Frost Armor. You have gained the skill Frost Nova. You have gained the skill Polar Ice Cold. You have obtained the transfer information for Epic Profession Template Great Witch Demon. 7 skills in total. All of them are ice-based caster skills. Obtaining 7 skills at once was something that had never happened to Sumu. Granted, there was no learning all the skills Rogales knew, but these 7 skills from low to high were almost a complete inheritance of the Ice Mage profession. Greatly enriched Sumu's skill arsenal. The harvest of these 7 skills alone made Sumu's trip worthwhile. After glancing at these 7 skills he had just acquired, Sumu turned his attention back to Rogales' corpse. The erosion talent is activated again. Absorb the essence from the corpse. When Rogales' corpse turned into ashes and spilled onto the ground covered in cold ice, the system's beep also sounded in Sumu's mind once again. You've absorbed the essence from the corpses, and you're stronger. Your mental power has increased by 1,000 points. Not bad. Although the other 3 attributes didn't increase, this full 1,000 points of spiritual attributes greatly made up for Sumu's lack of spiritual attributes. A slight nod. After glancing at the last traces left behind by Rogales, Sumu walked towards the half-collapsed mage tower. Having obtained Rogales' memories, Sumu naturally knew the whereabouts of that notebook. At this point, the notebook that contained the lost legacy was buried in the ruins of the mage tower. The skeleton stranger blade chopped out frequently, chopping a piece of rubble either away or lifting it off the ground. When the debris brought about by the collapse of the mage tower was cleared, an exquisite stone platform also appeared in front of Sumu. The notebook that he had been thinking about for a long time was set in the center of the stone platform. Here's a note. It's also a lost legacy. It was more of a prop that contained a pure death aura. It was by channeling the aura of death contained in this notebook that Rogales was able to blood sacrifice a city in such a short period of time, turning the entire inhabitants of the King's City of Rule into undead to sustain what he needed for his transfer. Rogales had been in contact with the notebook for too long to notice anything out of the ordinary. However, Sumu, who read his memories, is clearly feeling that this future natural disaster mage has been influenced by this notebook to a certain extent. Looking at the exquisite notebook that was wrapped in a silky mist, Sumu didn't rush to turn it over. Perhaps. Is this book itself a trap? After a slight thought, Sumu took a few steps forward. His right palm covering his hand armor gently pressed against the pitch black notes. Erosion talent activated. Unknown energies slowly flowed out. Through his right palm it surged into the notes and began to erode the notes that contained a considerable amount of inheritance. No matter what traps this notebook has. No matter if it has the imprint of a higher level existence or simply hosts the residual soul of a higher level existence, as long as Sumu erodes it with his own talent, this note would not be in danger. Time slowly passes. Eroding this notebook was much slower than Sumu had imagined, even slower than if he had crossed 2 ranks to erode and enslave a monster. But Sumu was in no hurry. The slower the erosion, the higher the value of the note. Finally, when a full half hour had passed, the unknown energy finally eroded the notebook completely. Next moment, the crisp system beep once again sounded in his head. Ding! You have gained the skill Undead Transformation. You have opened the Undead Transformation skill tree. You have obtained the transfer information for the legendary profession template King of Witch Demons. Chapter 077 Undead Transformation Skill Tree. Legendary Career Template. Witch King. If you add the Lord Profession Template Witch Demon and the Epic Profession Template Great Witch Demon that he had previously obtained from Rogales' body, Sumu had put together a whole set of Undead Profession templates. That is to say, this notebook is really a lost legacy. Contained within it was a whole set of Witch Demon inheritance. Lordship rank, Witch Demon. Epic order, Great Witch Demon. Legendary rank, Witch King. Suffice it to say, if Sumu was willing, he would be able to transfer into an epic ranked Great Witch Demon right now, leaping from a lower undead race like skeletons that had a racial cap to a top tier undead race like witch demons that had almost no cap. And when his attributes grew further, it wouldn't even be difficult to transfer to become a Witch Demon King again. Yes. Perhaps it was because when he transmuted to the Black Warrior King, he had long since incorporated the occupation template of the Witch Demon clan, and when he obtained the occupation template of the Great Witch Demon, Sumu realized that he could directly transmute. Unfortunately, there was some regret on Sumu's face. Having already gotten a taste of career integration, he didn't want to give up on a path he was already halfway down. Transmuting a witch demon is certainly powerful. The Witch King is even more nearly unbeatable. But Sumu believed in his own talent even more. He believed that when he fused a bunch of legendary occupation templates that were comparable to the Witch Demon King, the legendary occupation template that was born exclusively for himself would be the strongest and most suitable occupation template for himself. Set the two career templates aside and ignore them for now. Sumu checked the other information again. Undead transformation technique. When he had eroded Rogales' incarnation, Sumu had already gained an undead transformation technique, and with this erosion of the notes, he had once again gained an undead transformation technique. 2 repetitions. The only 2 differences are: 1. The undead transformation technique was illuminated. In other words, in the future, he could level up this auxiliary skill through free points. 2. Open the undead transformation skill tree. With a thought, Sumu opened his attribute panel. I don't know when. An additional secondary interface appeared on his attribute panel. The auxiliary skill of undead transformation was still located in the skill bar of his Tier 1 interface, only that a new page had been added next to the original attribute panel. It was the undead transformation skill tree he had just acquired. At this point, there were only 3 skills on this page, arranged from bottom to top, which were living corpse, walking corpse, zombie. Formerly what Sumu had gotten from Rogales' incarnation, the transformation information of the 3 orders of the zombie clan. When Sumu's eyes were focused on the living corpse skill, information on how to transform a living being or a corpse into a living corpse would appear in Sumu's mind. When he focused on the walker and zombie skills, the relevant transformation information would also appear in his mind. This is the undead transformation skill tree? Sumu's heart was clear. His undead transformation skill was only at level 1, and in the undead transformation skill tree, only the living corpse skill was active, indicating that his current level of undead transformation skill only supported him in transforming a living being or a corpse into a living corpse of the basic level. When the skill level of undead transformation had been raised, he would be able to transform the undead of higher ranks such as walkers and zombies. Undead transformation. This is clearly in the realm of the witch demon. Among the many high-level undead that Sumu knew, the only race that was keen on researching undead transformation techniques was the witch demon. No doubt about it. If one wanted to upgrade their undead transformation technique, they would need to invest a lot of time in researching the physical structure, occupational information, and soulfire construction of various undead. Sumi otherwise. With the existence of free points, the undead transformation technique that a witch demon, even a witch demon king, would need to spend a lot of time on careful research to improve, he could improve it in minutes. 22 points. This was the number of free points Sumu currently had. Looking at this newly opened secondary page, Sumu couldn't help but put some of his free points into undead transformation to raise the level of this auxiliary skill. But it was only when a full 10 free points had been invested in it that the level of the undead transformation technique was raised from level 1 to level 2. On the secondary page, in addition to the base rank walkers, the advanced rank walkers are also lit up and in an activated state. A loss. Seeing this scene, Sumu was a little heartbroken. 10 free points is enough to raise a normal skill to full level. Points in undead transformation were merely enough to allow him to transform walkers of advanced ranks. In the long run, the value of undead transformation is immeasurable. But for the current Sumu, it was a chicken rib. He had no shortage of zombie minions of advanced rank. A single boss skill, skeleton summoning, would allow Sumu to summon an army of skeletons numbering in the tens of thousands, with more than just advanced skeletons, as well as elite skeletons and warrior skeletons, so why would he bother running off to personally transform zombies? At least, before crossing over to the legendary rank, the undead transformation skill wasn't very useful to Sumu. Waiting until his strength was beyond advancement and he was ready to develop his power would be the time when this auxiliary skill would truly fulfill its role. Close the properties panel. Sumu once again looked at the notebook. After being eroded by the erosion talent, there was no longer any danger in this notebook. The inheritance inside had already been obtained by Sumu, and the remaining value of this notebook was some of the information recorded inside. Pick up your notes and go through them page by page. After going through all the information recorded in the notes, Sumu couldn't help but sigh. Rogales was pitted. In addition to the inheritance and skills that Sumu had already obtained, as well as some information on witch demons, there was also a secret technique recorded in this notebook, which was precisely the method by which Rogales shaped his avatar. According to the secret art, the first thing one had to do in order to mold an avatar that could be used as a second body was to rip out one's own soul. Most of the souls resided in the main body, and the souls that were torn down were put into the avatars and refined with the secret method recorded in the secret art, so that they could finally form the kind of avatars that Sumu had once seen. Incarnation, by nature, was an ability that could only be possessed by a demigod or even a deity. For demigods and even deities, a single thought of theirs could derive an avatar that not only shared the same mind as the original, but could also carry a portion of the original's power, which was of infinite marvelous use. Its power was still above the projections of demigods and deities. This secret art creates a way to shape an avatar in a tricky way, at the cost of severing one's soul. The soul is torn apart and no longer complete. Trying to continue the breakthrough becomes a fantasy. At first, after obtaining this notebook, Rogales did not endure the temptation confusion brought by the secret art of incarnation and molded an incarnation, which also led to him being stuck at the peak of the hero rank before he could break through. By the time he realized this, it was irreparable. And there's just the solution to this problem in the notes, and that's to transmute to become a witch demon, or even a grand witch demon. The witch demon's fate box was originally designed to tear apart a portion of its soul and hide it within it as the ultimate means of resurrection for the witch demon. Being able to tear apart one's soul at will, the witch demon would naturally be able to compound it. So, accepting the inheritance in the notes and turning into a witch demon or a great witch demon then became the only choice for Rogales. One wrong step. Step by step. It was the acquisition of this notebook containing the lost legacy that led to the end of Rogales. But, speaking up, a thought suddenly surfaced in Sumu's mind. Past life's natural disaster mage. Is it really Rogales? Perhaps the necromancer who appeared in the player's field of vision and set off the undead plague time and time again is still Rogales, the body that hides behind the necromancer, the epic ranked great witch demon, or even the legendary ranked witch king. Is really still Rogales? Maybe. And maybe. The being that was hidden behind the curtain was long ago replaced by the being that wrote this note. Chapter 078, the first backstabber in history. As soon as the thought came to mind, it lingered. Sumu vaguely feel. That's the truth of the past life. After realizing this, even as an undead, Sumu felt a chill, as if a fine layer of cold sweat had seeped out of his body. Okay. He's cautious enough. There was no initiative to turn the pages and read the note as Rogales had done. Okay. Erosion, the talent is counterintuitive enough. It is that the backhand, left by an existence that is likely to be of the legendary order, has also let him crack it without realizing it. It was eroded by the erosion gift and got rid of all the marks in it. The inheritance contained within was also obtained by Sumu. This black notebook had also truly become a notebook, no longer having any other powers or hidden dangers. At best, this notebook was tough enough that even today Sumu had some difficulty trying to destroy it. It's worth noting that this is the same note that Rogales chose for his fate box when he turned Grand Witch Demon. I have to say, he has a good eye. At least in terms of toughness. Sumu has not yet encountered a note that is more suitable to act as a life box than this one. Think about it. Sumu threw the notebook into his storage space. Maybe someday he'd have a use for the notes. Having obtained the inheritance, skills and information contained in the notes, Sumu's mission this time could be said to have been successfully completed. After searching Rogales' mage tower and dropping some of the things he might use into his storage space, Sumu was ready to leave this place. Rogales is dead. The mage tower has also been destroyed. Having lost the support of his magic power, the skill Polar Ice Cold that Rogales had unleashed had also stopped a long time ago. But, after all, it was a top-level skill against the city, and even after losing the subsequent magical support, it would take a not-so-short period of time for the city, which had been completely frozen, to melt. In comparison, Sumu preferred the city as it was now. Everything in the current king city of Roar was shrouded in a layer of icy blue. The sunlight poured down, reflecting the entire city as if it was a crystal city, magnificent and colorful. If the ice melts, those undead that had already been killed by the extremely cold freezing air would certainly not get back up, but a city of death filled with skeletons, corpses, and rotting corpses was ultimately not as beautiful as the crystal city. Isn't it? A slight lurch. Taking a look at this already dead city, Sumu hurried in the direction of Giant Rock City without looking back. It wasn't long after Sumu left. In the center square of King Rule's city, a blurry shadow quietly emerged from the side of the Resurrection Stone monument and became clearer and clearer, slowly turning into the image of a human. This is the player. As the king city of the Duchy of Roar, there were naturally players born in this large city with a population of 1 million. Not only are there are a lot of them. When Rogales chose to use his notes as a source to blood sacrifice a city to turn into a great witch demon, the aura of death spread throughout the city, and those many players within the king city of Rule also died unexplained deaths along with the inhabitants of the city. At the beginning of the game, all player deaths have a 1-hour cooldown. The number of players in King Rur City couldn't be compared to the Aborigines, but there were still 20,000 to 30,000 of them. 20 to 30,000 players inexplicably died and returned to the game's login screen, which they naturally found hard to accept. Like the players who had been slaughtered by the Skeleton Legion under Sumu before, these players also flocked to the forums to vent their dissatisfaction with the game company by posting curses and other means. By the time the 1-hour cooldown ended, these players who had been immersed in the forums but returned to the game's login screen at the first opportunity, ready to return to the game world. The game companies don't pay any attention to player protests. During the 3 days of protests, players have long been informed. The so-called protest was nothing more than a vent. When the cooldown for the game Resurrection was over, they naturally had to hurry back to the game world to see what had caused their deaths, and in the meantime, see what could be done to remedy the situation. And there was that scene from before. A player appeared from near the resurrection stones and froze at the first sight of his surroundings. Where is this? I crossed over? Unable to help but open the map to look at the spatial coordinates of his location, this first resurrected player was even more confused. This is indeed the King's City of Rule. This place was fine when I died, how come? Now, it's not just him. As more and more players returned to the game world and emerged from around the Resurrection Stone monument in droves, they were just as caught up in the shock. A city of crystal. A crystal city that was illuminated by the sunlight and exuded a brilliant luster that was hard to describe in words, and which was impossible to appear in the real world, appeared in front of their eyes. How come? What happened here? After a long time. Finally, some players snapped out of this brilliant glow and looked in other directions. A forest of ice sculptures line the city's alleyways, and those same countless ice sculptures are part of what refracts the sunlight and radiates its splendor. These ice sculptures are in different forms and still maintain the posture of running forward. It was as if these ice sculptures were originally going to surge in one direction, and then they were frozen in a very short period of time, transforming into the ice sculptures in front of their eyes. No. They're just going to surge in one direction. The ice on the ice sculpture was certainly thick, but it didn't hide everything inside. Upon closer inspection, there would always be players who realized that this one ice sculpture wasn't just an ice sculpture. Within each ice sculpture, a figure was frozen. A undead figure. Gulp. A player swallowed a mouthful of water and said with some difficulty, "They residents of the city of King Rule have all turned into undead. There must have been a war in King Rule City after we died. It was this war that turned all the inhabitants of King Rule City into undead, and it was also this war that froze the entire King Rule City, along with the undead in it." This was just that player's guess, but it caused countless players to agree. Having determined this, a new problem arises. What level of war between existences could freeze an entire city and turn it into a crystal city? Who is it again? Dare to cast a spell in the royal city of a human principality, transforming an entire city's inhabitants into undead? No. There was also an order that existed between the various countries in the game world. Even if two countries that were mortal enemies of each other were to go to war, there would rarely be a massacre city incident, let alone the transformation of an entire city's inhabitants into undead. Unable to help it, a name emerged from the minds of these many players. King of the Skeletons. Perhaps, only that skeleton king who had slaughtered 3 cities in a row had the ability to freeze an entire city. Only that high-ranking undead who had crossed over from the world of death would have transformed an entire city's inhabitants into undead. After realizing this, these players weren't in a hurry to level up. The entire city was frozen, and they wouldn't be able to level themselves up by taking quests. They were frantically taking pictures and videos. After saving up enough materials, he went offline at the first opportunity and returned to the official forums of the Second World, posting everything he had seen and guessed. 20 to 30,000 players posting together about one thing. Coupled with those countless beautiful photos and videos, the Frozen City incident instantly pushed the official forum's hot post, drawing a large number of players to watch and discuss. After the players of the City of Giant Rock also showed up to confirm that the King of Skeletons had killed an epic Griffin Knight in seconds and had left the City of Giant Rock after killing all of its high-level NPCs, heading in the direction of where the King City of Rur was located. The Skeleton King is the shaper of the Frozen City and the City of Death, a matter that has been hammered in stone amongst the players. As for the King of Skeletons' use of physical attacks when he decapitated the Griffin Knights and the use of large-scale ice spells when he froze the royal city of Rur, players said, "What is a boss that can't do magic skills?" The King of Skeletons is supposed to be a legal boss. It was only that its previous opponents were too weak to qualify for it to unleash its mana skills. And so it was. With the complete chain of evidence from many players, Sumu, the King of Skeletons, became the shaper of the Frozen City and the City of Death, as well as the first boss-level backstabber in the history of the game. Chapter 079 Ding. The Heavenly Tribulation list opens. Ding. You destroyed the city of King Rule. Your reputation is gradually spreading through the human kingdom. You have gained 1 lore point. The Heavenly Calamity list is open, your lore degree is insufficient and you fail to enter the Heavenly Calamity list. When returning to Giant Rock City from King Rule City, Sumu's mind once again resounded with the system's beep. But this time, the content of the system prompt, however, made Sumu froze. It was clearly Rogales who destroyed King Rule City, so why should it be on my head? Whether it was to turn King Rule City into a city of death for the purpose of transferring the blood sacrifice, or to turn the city of death into a city of ice with the polar ice cold in order to kill Sumu, all of them were the handiwork of Rogalius. The only thing Sumu did in the process was to kill Rogales. In a sense, he killed Rogales, the epic great witch demon, and is still considered to have avenged the residents of the King City of Roar. How come the big hat of the destruction of the King City of Roar was instead deducted on his head? Sumu was a little hard to understand. It is reasonable to say that even if all the residents of the King City of Rule died, resulting in the battle between him and Rogales without a single witness. But the rules of the game are everywhere. It didn't make sense that even the game world system would be mistaken about the real culprit who destroyed King Rule City. The only possibility is the players who were born in King Rule City were resurrected and put the charge of destroying King Rule City on his head. This was then spread by the players, causing the natives within the game world to generally accept this fact. It was only then that he had just received a system alert. If it was an ordinary person, what they saw might just be these few system prompts. But as a former legendary player, a reborn person who had personally experienced the great catastrophe that was the descent of the gods and the destruction of reality, Sumu's heart thought more. That means the common perception of players as system gods is that they simply don't exist. The rules of the game of the second world run automatically, even if there is an existence above the rules of the game that rules all the rules of the game. He can only run within the rules of the game, and cannot actively intervene in the content of the game. So to speak, the general perception of players and aborigines can change the rules of the game. As long as it's done correctly, I may not be unable to gain great benefits from it. As for the natural disaster list and lore degrees, that's much better understood. The degree of legend is the degree to which the things done by monsters, NPCs, or players are circulated among the living beings. The higher the legend, the greater the sensation and impact of what they did. The natural disaster list, on the other hand, was a list open specifically for monsters. The base requirement for being on the list is to gain at least one lore point. The second world is so big that even at the beginning of the game, dozens of servers were opened, corresponding to dozens of continents. And the monsters recorded in the Heavenly Calamity list were not for one continent, but for all the famous boss-level existences in all the continents that had been opened. There are only 100 rankings on the Heavenly Calamity list. This led to the fact that every monster boss that entered the Heavenly Calamity list had to be strong enough on its own, in addition to doing something sensational enough to gain enough legend degrees. According to Sumu's memories from his previous life, even the last place on the Heavenly Calamity list had a monster boss at the peak of the epic rank. Past life. Even after crossing over into the legendary rank and setting off an undead natural disaster in half of the continent, Rogales had only briefly rushed to the 10th place of the natural disaster list. 10th place down. The rank of a natural disaster boss could be the legendary rank or the peak of the epic rank. But 10th place up. All of the heavenly tribulation bosses were existences that had crossed into the holy realm. There was no shortage of existences that had destroyed a country or even a small world with their own power. Sure, the ranking of the Heavenly Calamity list was only 100, not that the dozens of continents in the entire game world added up to just these less than 100 legendary bosses. There were monster bosses that were only at the peak of the epic order, but had done big enough deeds to be potentially included in the Heavenly Calamity list. There were monster bosses that might have crossed into the Holy Realm, but had no interest in destroying humans or other living beings. Without a lore degree, they naturally wouldn't make the list. After all, regardless of whether it was an undead like Sumu or that more numerous beast like monster boss, as long as they crossed into the Lord rank, they had an intelligence no less than that of a human. Some monster bosses choose to attack the city as a way to quickly boost their strength. Naturally, there are many monster bosses that choose to hide and live their lives leisurely. That's all. After digesting the information in his mind, Sumu temporarily put it aside. Being able to get on the natural disaster list had both good and bad effects on the monster. Benefits. One had to cross into the legendary rank at least for a boss to enjoy the benefits of the Heavenly Calamity list. The downside is more immediate. Higher lore is also more likely to draw crusades from heroes of other races. For example, if Sumu had entered the Heavenly Tribulation list before attacking Giant Rock City, the one that appeared in front of him wouldn't just be a Griffin Knight. It was most likely plural epic heroes. If he had ranked higher on the natural disaster list, attacking even a human principality could lead to a legendary hero's crusade. The natural disaster list was somewhat like a human wanted list for all monsters. The higher the ranking, the greater the threat of the monster, the easier it is to attract the attention of human heroes, and the easier it is to cause human heroes to crusade. Sumu's current strength was equivalent to that of an epic rank monster boss. After acquiring a series of skills from Rogales, his strength even skyrocketed again. Even nowadays, he didn't want to be targeted by the many epic heroes or legendary heroes. If you can. He even hopes that after crossing into the epic rank or even the legendary rank, to appear in front of the world with an invincible posture, sweeping across the entire continent. Chapter 080 Peeking into the souls of players. After rushing from Giant Rock City to King Lure's city, beheading Rogales, and then rushing back to Giant Rock City from King Lure's city, Sumu used a total of about 2 hours. When he left, the Skeleton Legion under his command had already rushed into the Giant Rock City, slaughtering the residents and players within the city, and waiting for Sumu to return. This war has not yet ended. After all, it's a big city with hundreds of thousands of residents. And the Skeleton Legion that Sumu brought with him was only tens of thousands. To turn all the residents and players in Giant Rock City into experience values, it would probably take another hour or two. Sumu returns. The passive effect that had disappeared from the Skeleton Legion because of his departure also reappeared. The Lord's Might came with it, making the Skeleton Legion's slaughtering efficiency rise once again. At this time, Sumu, however, had a new idea. Within the city, there are still players surviving. With one step, he appeared straight from the walls of Giant Rock City, behind a player who was scrambling to avoid the skeleton's attacks, but still didn't forget to shoot, and lifted him up. The body suddenly took off into the air, and that player was first startled. When he realized that the one who caught him was a tall warrior whose entire body was shrouded in heavy black armor, with only 2 points of red emanating from underneath the face armor, that player was pleasantly surprised instead. By this time, Sumu's image was widely known. This player naturally knew that this tall figure that lifted himself up with one hand was the culprit of the current massacre, the Skeleton King. Players do not die. Even if you get killed, it's just an hour wait to get back into the game. So he won't be afraid. On the contrary, being caught by the King of Skeletons himself is a great honor for this ordinary player. Before this, no one has ever been close to Sumu, and naturally no one has ever been able to take pictures and images of him up close. And now, being carried by one of the Skeleton King's hands, he was only a few dozen centimeters away from the Skeleton King. At this distance, this player's first reaction wasn't to think about what the King of Skeletons was going to do to him, but to keep the video recording while frantically taking pictures of Sumu. It's just a 1 hour cooldown. If you die, you die. But this opportunity to get up close and personal is a rare one. After realizing this, that player was filled with ecstasy. Old me is going to be famous. This reaction to the player, Sumu could only ignore it. As a former player, he knew exactly what this player was doing. If the two people's positions were switched, I am afraid that what Sumu was doing is no better than this player. Ignoring the player's strange reaction, Sumu straightaway pinched this player's head and activated the erosion talent. That's right. Following the erosion of skeletons, the erosion of high-level undead, and the erosion of human professionals, Sumu turned the object of erosion to players for the first time. He wants to know, can one's own gift work on a player's body, and if so, what would it be like to be a player infested by him? Players, definitely, are one of the biggest secrets within the game world. Before this, even with such thoughts, Sumu had never thought of actually eroding a player. Because it's the equivalent of peeking into the deepest secrets of the entire game world. It was only after realizing that the so-called system gods were nothing more than a collection of game rules that could only operate within the limits allowed by the rules of the game that he dared to encroach on the players. Because he'd made sure of it. Even if he committed such an act, the so-called system god could not intervene himself. Eating away at the undead will enslave them. Eating away at living beings will transform them into undead. Then, what about eroding a player? Will it enslave them, or will it transform the player's body into undead, or cause the player to die, and when they enter the game, it will be business as usual? With a mood of anticipation, Sumu began his first erosion of the player. Unknown energy surged out and slowly entered the body of the player who was still taking pictures. Sumu clearly felt that he was gradually gaining control of this player. This process doesn't seem to be much different from when he eroded the undead and eroded the living. The fact that the unknown energy can enter means that he can erode the player. Slowly. The more unknown energy poured in, the more this player's body began to dry up and lose its vitality, just like those living beings that had been eroded by Sumu. It shows up on the player's status bar as him gaining a negative buff. No surprises. Sumu smoothly eroded the player's body. Just when he controlled the unknown energy to flow toward the player's head, he was ready to erode the player's soul. But encountered a block for the first time. Yes. Obstruction. There seems to be a power protecting the player's soul and preventing any power from intruding in general. It's not that it can't erode. Instead, it was extremely slow. Sumu estimated that if he wanted to break through that layer of hindrance and truly invade the player's soul, he would have to remain in this state for at least tens of days. It really can erode. Light flickered in his eyes, and Sumu's heart was somewhat shocked. Even if it took tens of days, it meant that the erosion talent could really break through the boundaries of the game's rules, allowing him to erode a player. This means that, in a way, the erosion talent was so powerful that it even overrode the rules of the game. He was now at the Lord rank, and it would take tens of days to erode a player. What if he crossed over to the Epic rank, or even the Legendary rank? Isn't it time to wait until he crosses the ranks and gets a 1,000-fold increase in strength? Erosion of players and a breeze? For a while, Sumu was a bit shocked and excited. If this day ever comes, that meant that the player would not just be a natural enemy of monsters or an experience pack he valued, but could become part of his power. Bang! A crunch. Sumu, who had completed the verification, exerted a slight force and crushed the player's head. For the Undead transformation technique to truly work, it required him to cross over into the Legendary rank, entering the Heavenly Calamity list, and the Heavenly Calamity list's enchantment on monster bosses also required him to cross over into the Legendary rank. Nowadays, the erosion of the player requires him to further his rank and strength even more. Sumu was a little impatient. Rampaging through the human world and devouring a city would only allow him to gain a large amount of experience value and raise his rank. To allow himself to cross over from the Lord rank to the Epic rank or Legend rank, he needed to return to the world of the Undead. As it happens, the notebook that he had gotten from Rogales contained clues to a world of death that was bigger than the buried bones. The massacre at Giant Rock City was nearing its end. When this last amount of experience value arrived, it was also the time for him to leave the human world and travel to find clues in the world of death. Chapter 081 Barbarian Ancient Tomb, where ghosts converge. Boom! A piece of cold ice exploded, turning into countless fine ice arrows spreading out in all directions, turning all the enemies within a radius of tens of meters into sieves. Ice Blast. This was one of the skills that Sumu had gotten from Rogales. Releasing it at this time gave Sumu the illusion that he had been transformed into a spellcaster. Have to say, spellcasters are sought after by countless players and have a very high status among the Aboriginals for good reason. Under the circumstance of not worrying about one's own safety, the combat power exerted by a caster with sufficient magic value far exceeded that of a physical attack professional. On the battlefield, such a caster would even transform into a mobile turret, utilizing several times the combat power of a physical attack professional of the same rank. Overall, Sumu's profession was inclined towards physical attacks. But with a whole system of ice skills from Rogales, plus the super strong magic power renewal brought by the Soul Crystal, at this time Sumu playing a spellcaster seems to be nothing wrong. In comparison, French skills became Sumu's regular skills, while those few physical attack-oriented boss skills became his big moves. Facing an enemy of the same rank or lower, a single spell skill thrown out would be able to exterminate a large number of people. If he faces an enemy of a higher rank than his own, Sumu can also instantly transform into a god of war and blast it to death with his overwhelming physical attack ability and boss skills. Sumu didn't know. When he killed the last group of residents and players with a cold blast, this typical ice skill became the clear proof that he was the one responsible for destroying the king's city of Rule. The players' and NPCs' impression of him was also gradually moving from a physical attack professional towards a spellcaster. Even if he wore a full-body heavy armor and carried a skeleton stranger's sword on his back, Giant Rock City has become a dead city. The huge experience value brought by slaughtering hundreds of thousands of residents and players, coupled with the experience value Sumu had gained on his own, advanced his level from level 50 when he left the buried bone land to level 52 today. The four-dimensional attributes grow again. Sumu's strength also increased once again. If there was another battle in King Rule's city, at this time, Sumu was afraid that he could easily cut down Rogales. Subsequently, Sumu left the Giant Rock City with Agnes in tow, and rushed towards the directions he had gotten from Rogales' memories, where he had obtained that notebook. As for the Legion of Skeletons, it was abandoned by Sumu. The place where Rogales found the notes was far from Giant Rock City. Bringing the Skeleton Legion with them would not only make it easier to be discovered by the humans, it would also greatly slow down their advance. So, when it was ready to leave, Sumu gave this skeleton army an order to return the way they came and go back into the Land of Buried Bones. Without the Death Altar, the Land of Buried Bones is doomed. But the process will take at least a couple years. During this period of time, this skeleton army was still able to live well in the Land of Buried Bones, and was even able to continuously hunt and kill the newly born skeletons within the Land of Buried Bones, providing Sumu with a constant stream of experience value. As for whether or not a new monster lord would be born in the Land of Buried Bones after he left, that wasn't something Sumu had to consider. That little pond. There's no room for him anymore. Time passes like an arrow. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. Over the course of the month or so, the players grew up. The players who were the fastest, the luckiest, or the most resourceful among them had already crossed the threshold of level 10 early and gained their own professions, transforming from a mortal into an apprentice-ranked professional. Players have short memories. After not appearing in the player's field of vision for more than a month, most of the players had already forgotten about Sumu. In their minds, it might be an egg in the game. Allowing some players to experience the feeling of a monster attack when they just enter the game, it allows players to see the reality and freedom of this game. By the time they gradually leveled up and gained a better understanding of the game world, this skeleton king that appeared at the beginning of the game was nothing more than a novice village boss. They preferred leveling up, choosing the quests with the most experience, and researching their future careers, among other things, than reminiscing about all that the skeleton king had done. Even the players in the King's City of Rule were immersed in that one war quest after another at this moment. The Duchy of Roar is extinguished. When the family of the Archduke of Rule in the King's City was destroyed along with the city's inhabitants, distant relatives of the Archduke of Rule as well as lords with power in their hands began to vie for the position of Archduke of Rule. Even the next-door Rhine kingdom intervened in the war on the pretext of losing an epic hero, appropriating the territory of the Ruhr Duchy. The players of the Duchy of Ruhr were blessed by the disaster. Received the main quest before players from other countries and continents. The continuous battlefield quests would certainly result in a large number of players dying in battle, but they also brought with them great rewards. As long as they survived the battlefield quests, their level and strength would rise far faster than players from other countries and other continents. Once upon a time, Sumu, that skeleton king, who had destroyed 4 cities, was like a splash of water that created a ripple among the players before quickly disappearing. At this point, in the deep mountains that were extremely far away from Giant Rock City, and even from the Duchy of Roar, 2 black figures were rapidly moving forward. A warrior, a knight. Warriors on foot, knights on horseback. But in terms of speed, even though that petite black armored knight was riding an extremely powerful and majestic skeletal warhorse, its forward speed was still no match for the black armored warrior. It even required the black armored warrior to wait from time to keep up with its speed. These 2 figures? It was none other than Sumu and Agnes. More than a month ago, after learning the approximate location where he obtained the notes from Rogales' memories, Sumu brought Agnes across an extremely long distance to search for them. The game world is big. Even this continent he was on was not at all smaller in size than the real world. With Sumu and Agnes' speed, it had both taken more than a month to arrive in this neighborhood. During this time, they didn't even get a good night's rest. It was also that the undead did not have the fatigue degree to say, otherwise, continuously rushing for more than a month, even if it was an epic hero or a legendary hero could not bear it. Good on. A month of boring rush time is finally coming to an end. When crossing a small mountain and appearing within a deep canyon, the destination of their trip was finally going to arrive. It's hard for Rogales, too. Such a hidden location, and he was able to find it. From Rogales' memories, Sumu had long known that former ice mage had stumbled upon the clues to the ancient tomb hidden here while flipping through ancient books. After spending a lot of time checking and searching for clues, the approximate location of this ancient tomb was finally found. Then, in the process of exploring the ancient tomb, he discovered the notebook containing the lost inheritance, and eventually went on the path of witch and demon. If not, I am afraid that in a few more decades or centuries, this ancient tomb hidden in the mountains and canyons will hardly be known. Wow! The black trail armor stepped down, and the surface layer of the rock that had long been weathered by countless years of wind and rain erosion kept shattering. In this crisp sound, Sumu arrived at the end of the canyon with Agnes. 2 half-hidden stone doors appeared in his line of sight. Ancient tomb in the wilderness. This was Sumu's destination. At the same time, this is a place where the undead converge. The undead that gather here are not skeletons, but ghosts, an undead monster without a physical body. Chapter 082, a transmission formation across realms. If it was the Sumu of the past, encountering a group of ghosts that had converged together might be a headache. Because as one of the high-ranking undead, the racial talent of the ghost clan dictated that they were immune to damage from purely physical attacks. Only physical attacks with attribute damage attached to them, or magic skills, could truly harm these ghosts. At this time, Sumu naturally wouldn't be guilty of worrying. He had long since changed from a purely physical attacker to a noble spellcaster. Push open the stone door. Enter with Agnes. Just after stepping into the interior of the ancient tomb, Sumu felt the scent of death permeating the air. These death auras were nowhere near as good as the buried bone land with its death altar, but they were sufficient as a foundation to sustain the existence of those ghosts. Enter the ancient tomb and make your way forward. Just after advancing a few dozen meters, Sumu saw many twisted human figures on both sides of the spacious tomb passage. I don't know how many years have passed, but these twisted human forms have long since dried up. Sumu, however, knew that these twisted and dried up corpses were all the sacrifices that were pushed into the ancient tomb as companion offerings when this ancient tomb was built. At the same time, these corpses are also the direct source of the many ghosts within the tomb. Ta-da! 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 Crisp footsteps resounded in the tomb passage that was covered with a thick layer of dust. Glancing at the twisted and dried up corpses, Sumu led Agnes to continue along the tomb passage that kept going down. By the time they stepped out of the tomb passage and actually entered this ancient tomb, a translucent, as in illusory, shadow appeared in front of them. Spooky. As an undead race alongside Death Knights and Witch Demons, the Ghost Clan's starting rank was also the elite rank. Only souls that have endured enough torture, or are strong enough to be transformed into the Ghost Clan after being eroded and sunk by the breath of death. Elite rank Spectre. Warrior rank Spectre. Lordship rank Spirit of Pain. At a glance. Among the dozen or so ghosts that appeared in front of Sumu and Agnes, they contained a spectre that had crossed into the warrior rank. This deeply buried tomb is small in size compared to the buried bones, yet it hides hundreds of specters. Among them were many warrior-ranked specters and lord-ranked spirits of pain. That's why, after stealing that notebook, Logris never came back. At the beginning, he only broke into this ancient tomb with a holy light talisman and stole the inheritance notes. When the holy light talisman is consumed, with his strength at the peak of the hero rank, it is far from being a match for the many ghosts inside the ancient tomb. Not much of a problem for Sumu. When the dozen or so ghosts appeared, Sumu put a layer of frost armor on Agnes, and his body even instantly erupted with a deep blue aperture that spread out towards the surroundings. This aperture was not solid, but it contained extreme freezing chi, which was precisely the advanced skill Frost Nova among ice mages. Frost Nova spread out. Those ghosts that surged in were immediately harmed by the freezing aura contained in the aperture. The Frost Nova's own deceleration effect even reduced the forward speed of these ghosts by as much as several percent. Subsequently, with a slight smile, Sumu's body erupted with layer after layer of light circles. Each layer of the aperture is a frosty nova at a time. With Sumu's current spiritual attribute, along with Frost Nova, a high-level ice skill, just 3 or 4 skill bursts turned these dozen or so ghosts into ashes. You killed the ghost. You gain 500 experience points. You killed the specter. You gain 1300 experience points. You have obtained the transfer information for Elite Profession Template Ghost. You have obtained the transfer information for Warrior Profession Template Spectre. The system's beep came in real time. After glancing at the tiny ashes that were spilled on the ground after those ghosts were killed, Sumu took Agnes and continued walking towards the depths of the ancient tomb. Have to say, Sumu fell in love with the feeling of being a spellcaster. But whenever a ghost appeared, he unleashed a Frost Nova or Frost Blast. Backed by his own 40,000 plus points of magic power value and a reserve magic power value of up to 100,000 points in his soul crystal, he could release his magic skills with near impunity. Under the bombardment of these intensive spell skills, the ghosts in the ancient tombs often just appeared and were blasted to death before they could rush to the two of them. His skeleton stranger's blade was completely useless except for the time when he blasted open the tomb door. All the way across. By the time he arrived at the court chamber of the ancient tomb from the entrance of the tomb, Sumu had already blasted hundreds of ghosts to death, and the consumed magic value only managed to reach 30,000 points. The court chamber, where Logris stole the notes. It was also the goal of Sumu's trip. Boom! Slashing out once again, shattering the thick stone tomb door of the court chamber, Sumu brought Agnes to stride into it and arrived at the center of the ancient tomb. It's a spacious space. The chamber supported by a stone pillar was quite empty, and apart from the 2 heavy sarcophagi placed in the center of the chamber, the only thing that attracted attention was a strange building in the corner of the chamber. Similar to an altar, yet not the same. With the experience of his previous life, Sumu knew that this was the target he was looking for. This was a teleportation array that had been abandoned but was still intact. As long as he activated this teleportation array, he would be able to instantly cross an extremely long distance and appear in a territory filled with death and undead. Sure. Using the teleportation array isn't that simple. The first thing he had to do was to kill the ghost in this court chamber, the owner of those 2 sarcophagi. An ancient tomb built an unknown number of years ago, its owner naturally couldn't be a living being. When Sumu stepped into this chamber with Agnes, the lids of those 2 thick sarcophagi also began to move. Dull and ear-piercing sounds resounded in the chamber, and as that coffin lid moved, 2 equally translucent figures quietly emerged from the sarcophagus. Unlike illusory ghosts and apparitions, although these 2 figures that emerged from the sarcophagus were also translucent, their faces were extremely clear, and Sumu was even able to see their pained and twisted expressions from these 2 faces. Ghost Lords. Spirit of Pain. These 2 ghosts that had crossed into the Lord rank were both the lords of all the ghosts within the ancient tomb, and likewise the masters of this ancient tomb. 2 spirits of pain were likewise nothing to the present-day Sumu. A confining hand was released, confining these 2 spirits of pain that had just emerged from within the sarcophagus, and with a single movement of Sumu's mind, a single frost blast appeared in the middle of the 2 spirits of pain and exploded. One frost blast is released and immediately picks up the next one. Countless fine ice arrows erupted from the shattered ice, piercing the walls of the entire chamber with holes. Every time the frost blast skill erupted, the figures of those 2 spirits of pain dimmed by 1 point. Wait until a full 10 frost blasts later. The duration of the imprisoning hand ended, the large hand composed entirely of tiny skeletons sank into the ground, and the two spirits of pain that hadn't moved a single step since the beginning of the day turned into a handful of white ashes and spilled onto the ground. You killed Spirit of Pain too. You gained 50,000 experience points too. After killing the Spirit of Pain, Sumu took a few steps forward and came before the ashes left behind by those two spirits of pain. He could no longer look at the ghosts and specters from before, but these two Lord-ranked spirits of pain could not be wasted. The Spirit of Pain, which specialized in the growth of spiritual attributes like the Witch Demon, could more or less bring him some growth in spiritual attributes. You've absorbed the essence from the ashes, and your body is even stronger. Your mental attributes have increased by 250 points. Your mental attributes have increased by 250 points. You have obtained the transfer information for Lord Profession Template Spirit of Pain. Not bad. When the system's beep sounded again, Sumu nodded slightly. The 500 points of spiritual attributes increased his magic value by another 5,000 points, which was a fraction of what he currently possessed, but it was enough for him to unleash a few skills. Pity. It's just the lordship rank. If it's a Wailing Banshee of epic rank, I'll have another material for my next career fusion. Only after resolving the Spirit of Pain did Sumu bring Agnes to that teleportation array. This teleportation array was abandoned, yet it was still intact. It was only the long hours of abandonment and the loss of energy crystals that made this teleportation array full of staleness. Recalling the information about the teleportation array that he had gotten from Rogales and the white-robed mage, Sumu took out a few crystals that had long since been filled with magical value from his storage space and planted them on a few of the alcoves of the teleportation array. Subsequently, accompanied by a slight buzzing sound, the magic power in the crystal was injected into the teleportation array, and a deep ethereal blue was revealed from the center of the array. The teleportation array is on. Looking at this teleportation array to a foreign land, Sumu took a deep breath and stepped into it. Chapter 083 Descent. Battlefield. Battle of Light and Darkness. Bang. Boom. Wow. Just after stepping out of the teleportation array, before he had a chance to look at his surroundings, all kinds of deafening roars entered Sumu's ears. Immediately after, a sense of crisis appeared from behind. Too late to check, Sumu directly gripped the skeleton stranger sword and chopped towards his back. Thumbs up. A slight blocking sensation came from the skeleton strangler, and the slight sound of a sharp blade cutting through his body reached his ears. The crisis is lifted. It was only at this time that Sumu had time to check out his surroundings. This look surprised Sumu. If it wasn't for the fact that his face was still covered with a layer of armor, I'm afraid that at this moment, he would be just like a human being, with his mouth bars wide open from shock. The information is correct. The transmission formation didn't miss a beat either. After stepping into that deep ethereal blue, that teleportation array indeed transported him to a territory filled with death and undead. This is a city. A city that was old and dilapidated, yet filled with a strong aura of death. It's a city of the undead. Looking around, countless undead filled Sumu's eyes, those undead of every race and every rank, occupying almost every inch of space within the field of vision. At a rough count, the number of these undead he saw alone exceeded 1,000,000. These undead are fighting. The location where Sumu appeared was probably located at the edge of the ruins of this city that was several times larger than King Rule's city. As he looked towards the interior of the city of the undead, he was able to see countless undead frantically pouring out and charging towards the outside of the city. Hundreds of thousands, if not millions of undead charged, but only a dense, crisp clicking sound, cluttered, and silent. Unable to help himself, Sumu looked toward the outside of the city again. Then, he saw the light. That's right. It's the light. And the natural enemy of all undead, holy light. There is a war going on in the city of the dead. Nearby, outside the ruins of the city thousands of meters away from Sumu, a legendary sword saint rushed into the dense sea of undead, and blades of light continued to burst out, tearing a piece of undead into pieces and turning them into ashes. Far away, a night core of about 3,000 men was charging, and a dense holy light enveloped this night core, reflecting the entire core as if it were a bolt of lightning that tore through the black canopy that shrouded the city of the undead and its surroundings. The three knights charging at the front, one was a legendary hero, two were epic heroes, and the three charged in a triangular formation, forming the spikes of this knight group. Under epic heroes, this knight's order of only 3,000 people had dozens of heroic knights, and the rest were all elite knights. The knights were followed by a group of priests. The number of this group of priests was relatively small, with less than 100 people. However, among these 100 priests, there was likewise an epic hero and more than a dozen heroic priests. The rest, too, remain elite priests. It's on the ground. High in the air, the same enemies existed. A holy light mage with white hair, wearing a gorgeous sacrificial robe and a grim, solemn face floated above the charging knights. He held a staff in one hand and an open book in the other. Thick holy light emanated from this mage's body and enveloped the knights below, as if it was a second sun in the sky. The third legendary hero. Also one of the most powerful legendary heroes. It's well known. Apart from wind mages, the only way for other professionals to gain the ability to fly was to cross into the legendary rank, and from then on, they were free from the shackles of the earth and could soar freely. Even if you don't see him floating in action. The kind of holy light emanating from this holy light mage alone that makes Sumu feel fatal just by looking at him can determine that he is a legendary hero. And legendary heroes of high rank at least. 3 legendary heroes, 3 epic heroes, plus dozens of heroic knights, heroic priests, and thousands of elite mentor professionals. This was the enemy that Sumu saw when he teleported over. Sure. That's not all. There were also a handful of heroic ranks from other professions that appeared on the battlefield. These heroic professionals didn't join the front battlefield, but instead either lurked, sniped, or assisting the other humans in the battle. The one Sumu had just killed with a single slash was such a heroic assassin who had infiltrated within the city of the undead. Seeing this scene, Sumu was somewhat speechless. He was trying to teleport to this world full of death and undead so that he could obtain the other profession templates needed to advance to the epic rank. But he never expected that just after teleporting over, he would encounter such a war that exceeded his limits. Holy light, and the war between death. Sumu is powerful. It's undeniable. To be able to decapitate an epic rank Griffin Knight at the Lord rank, and to decapitate the great witch demon Rogales who had crossed over to the epic rank, it was certainly a powerful thing. But Sumo was very much an AC number. If the enemy he faced was an epic hero, he was fearless. Even if the number of epic heroes was high, he could battle with one of them with his phase shift godlike ability, and even win the battle. But there is a full 2 big rank difference. The current Sumu is definitely not a legendary hero as opponent. Not to mention that legendary mage who seemed to be the embodiment of holy light, even the other legendary sword saint and legendary knight were far from being a match for today's Sumu. Unless he crossed over to the epic order. And a few more levels up. At the same time Sumu was entangled, Agnes also walked out from the teleportation formation. Even Sumu could hardly withstand a war of this level and intensity, let alone Agnes. So, when Agnes appeared, she immediately received an order from Sumu: hide in the depths of the city of the undead, not allowed to get close to the battlefield, and the farther away from the battlefield, the better. For this first night little sister with a name that he had taken in, Sumu still valued her quite highly, and was naturally unwilling to see her rush into the battlefield and break down in the middle of this war. As for Sumu, as long as he wasn't targeted by those 3 legendary heroes, with Sumu's current strength and the life-preserving divine skill of phase shift, he had absolute certainty that he could guarantee his safety. It was only under this premise that Sumu quietly concealed his figure and paid close attention to this grand battlefield. If the city of the undead was no match for the Holy Light Legion, Sumu would naturally take Agnes and leave at the first opportunity. If the city of the dead had the strength to fight the Legion of Holy Light, Sumu also didn't mind killing the battlefield and hunting heroes when the time was right. Regardless of whether it was a heroic professional or an epic hero, it all meant large amounts of experience value and free points for him. It was undoubtedly the most cost-effective to wait for an opportunity to harvest on a chaotic battlefield where the forces were evenly matched. The knights, shrouded in holy light, were still charging. The nearly endless sea of undead were also still frantically pouring out, seemingly using their numbers and bodies to fend off the knights and prevent them from entering this city of the undead. Although the number of undead was high, no high-level undead ever appeared. When their enemies are 3 legendary heroes, 3 epic heroes, and thousands of elite knight groups that have been enchanted with various spells and holy light, it seems that even more numbers are difficult to resist. Time flew by. The legendary sword saint had already slaughtered tens of thousands of undead and had the tendency to charge into the city of the undead. Elite knights shrouded in holy light had also approached and were only 1,000 meters away from the city of the undead. Just as Sumu was worrying whether the high-level undead within this city of the undead had fled first and were just using the sea of the undead to delay the enemy's footsteps, changes finally appeared. On. A high-pitched hiss rang out from the depths of the undead city, spreading far and wide. Accompanied by this hissing sound that resembled a dragon and a beast, an incomparably dense and pure death aura violently spread out from the center of the city of the undead. The dark canopy that had been torn apart by the elite knights also reclosed at this moment, enveloping it. At the cost of more than 100,000 undead of every order being torn apart. The high-ranking undead within this city of the dead were finally ready for war. Also finally, it appeared in Sumu's field of vision. Chapter 084 Undead Sage. Witness Epic. A Witch Demon. And it was the legendary ranked Witch Demon King that appeared in Sumu's field of vision. Also floating in mid-air, the Holy Light Mage held a staff in one hand and a book in the other, as if he was the embodiment of Holy Light, the second sun that descended into the world of man. The Witch Demon King was filled with a dense aura of death, and a huge chain of mist extended from behind him all the way into the depths of the city of death, instilling a steady stream of death into this Witch Demon King's body. The two sides are facing each other. The high-ranking undead within the city of the dead were obviously not just the Witch King himself. After the Witch Demon King appeared and washed the battlefield with a thick aura of death, closing the dark canopy back down, several different types of high-level undead showed up in all directions of the city of the undead. Below the Witch King, a legion of ghosts appeared. Among the thousands of translucent figures, a female figure that was almost no different from a human except that it was still somewhat illusory floated in the low sky. This was the Wailing Banshee, the epic boss of the Ghost Clan. Sumo's left. Accompanied by a sound of footsteps like the ground shaking, hundreds of 3-meter-tall behemoths slowly emerged from the city of the undead and approached the battlefield. These tall figures reeked of death as well, but their bodies were covered in rotting flesh and blood. In the center of these hundreds of behemoths, a monstrous undead that was more than 5 meters tall and filled with various wounds, as if it was a mixture of the flesh and blood of dozens of different races, was listed. The end of one arm turned into a bone hook, flashing with cold light. The end of the other arm turned into a chain, linking a huge meteor hammer, exuding an aura of brutality and tyranny. Stitching monster. This is the race of these behemoths. And that suture monster, which was more than 5 meters tall, had clearly reached the epic rank as well. Finally. Then it is the edge of the battlefield. A Black Knight group of only a few hundred men poured out of the canyon outside of the City of Death, stabbing into the dark canopy like black sharp knives and joining the battle. The number of this Black Knights is small. But no one dares to ignore it. Not only because the leader of this Black Knight group is a boss that has crossed into the epic rank, but also because this Black Knight group is none other than one of the high-level undead races. Death Knights. That order of knights shrouded in holy light, all elite, was formidable. This Black Knight group, except for the leader, is an epic rank Fear Knight, the rest are all Lord rank Death Knights. A Lord-level boss was enough to cause great destruction in the human world. An epic boss was more than capable of making a human kingdom look like an enemy. What about when an epic-level Dread Knight starts charging with hundreds of Lord-level Death Knights? Even that Knight Order, that is commanded by a legendary hero knight, shrouded in holy light, and full of elites, does not dare to say that he is its opponent. A Witch King of the legendary order. A Wailing Banshee of epic rank with a legion of thousands of ghosts of other ranks. An epic order Stitch monster with a legion of hundreds of other order Stitch monsters. An epic rank Dread Knight with hundreds of Lord rank Death Knights. Together with the countless sea of undead pouring out of the city of the undead, ranging from the basic rank to the Lord rank and numbering more than 1 million. This is the strength of the city of the dead. And no wonder. When Sumo and Agnes appeared, what they saw was a terrifying lineup of 3 legendary heroes, 3 epic heroes, plus many knights and priests united, facing the revealed strength and depth of the city of the dead. At this moment, Sumo felt that the number of legions coming from the holy light side was less rather than more. According to the same level of monster boss can crush the professionals of other races, if there is no stronger bottom card, the holy light side of this seemingly horrible lineup will not only be difficult to take down the city of the dead, but will also be swallowed up silently. The dark canopy closes. Aside from the group of priests led by the epic heroes who still remained in the world of light, the holy light mages, the legendary sword saints, and the elite knights commanded by the legendary heroes were all enveloped by a canopy filled with the aura of pure death. The only purpose of the dark canopy was to create an environment filled with the scent of pure death. For the undead, this is where they live. For beings of other races, entering the dark canopy, not only would their sight be obstructed by the thick fog, the ubiquitous aura of death was also eroding the beings' bodies and souls at all times, transforming them from living beings towards the undead. The dark canopy can be released either by spells temporarily or by buildings permanently. When the dark canopy closed with the arrival of the Witch Demon King, the ubiquitous aura of death began to erode the bodies and souls of these living people, and the holy light that shrouded the elite knights also dimmed a lot at once. Epic heroes and legendary heroes could care less. But those knights who were only at the elite rank couldn't care less. Having lost the shroud of holy light, the time they could last in the dark canopy was perhaps only a few minutes. Even a heroic professional would find it difficult to withstand the dark canopy unleashed by a legendary Witch Demon King for an extended period of time. It's safe to say, with the arrival of the Witch King, this battlefield, which was shrouded in the aura of death, had been turned back into the home ground of the undead. The war, it didn't start. Just like the witch demons in Sumu's cognition, this Witch Demon King that had arrived from the depths of the city of the undead had also shrouded his entire body in a hood and robe, floating high in the air. Looking across at the holy light mage, the Witch King's hoarse voice spread throughout the battlefield. Fred, we have never set foot outside of these mountains, much less on human territory. This is just our habitat. You shouldn't have come. A Witch King. And a Witch King who tried to reason with humans in the Holy Light Camp. Seeing this scene, Sumu couldn't help but snort in his heart. Even he, an alien reborn as a skeleton from a human, knew that the undead and the living were natural mortal enemies, and knew to stand his ground and do what he had to do. This Witch King seems a little silly. Fruity. When the Witch Demon King tried to reason, the Holy Light Mage named Fred on the opposite side said expressionlessly, the existence of the undead is sin. Wherever the holy light goes, it is the territory of the Empire. His Majesty the Emperor will not allow a city of sin to exist in the midst of the Empire's territory, much less allow a witch king to ostentatiously harbor these depraved beings who should have been reduced to ashes under the holy light. Argus, it is time for this sin city to end at the time of our arrival. Fred was the name of that legendary holy light mage. Argus, on the other hand, is the name of the legendary witch king, the patron of the city of the dead. When he heard this name, Sumu's heart shook slightly. Fred, he doesn't understand. After all, this continent was not the continent he was born on in his previous life when he was a player. But Argus. If he remembered correctly, the name seemed to have come up in his previous life when players were compiling the deeds of Rogales. Undead Sage. The Witch Demon of Wisdom. Shelter of the Dead. These are all Argus titles. Sure. That's just the details, and it's only briefly mentioned in that big blotter. Argus is still widely known as a direct result of Rogales. It is recorded in the Great Chronicle that it was after slaying Argus and inheriting his power and wisdom that the natural disaster mage Rogales established his own undead empire on a wasteland, which then set off the undead apocalypse that swept through half the world. That is to say, the undead city in front of him was the same ruins where Rogales had created the undead empire in his previous life. And this Lich King. Even more so, he was killed by Rogales and became a stepping stone for him to cross over to the legendary rank. It's a war that in a previous life could only be used as a backdrop for a game. If it weren't for the players being curious about Rogales and digging deeper, almost no one would know that such a vast war took place in this ruined city amidst the mountains before the rise of the players. Looking at the two legends floating high in the sky. Look again at the two camps facing off on the earth. Sumu suddenly had the feeling that he was witnessing an epic. Chapter 085 Dread Knight. Agnes's request. If it was any other undead reasoning with a holy light mage from the holy light camp, Sumu would definitely think that the other party was plotting some plan. If it's Argus, that would be pure stupidity. But, upon realizing that this witch demon king was the legendary Argus, Sumu's heart instead lightened up. Whether or not Argus was truly stupid, it was written in the Great Chronicle that the undead city should have won this battle. A witch demon king, already standing at the peak of this continent. Wanting to kill such a witch king. Or, for that matter, wanting to destroy the city of the undead under the shelter of such a witch king is not such a simple thing. The bargaining failed, and Argus gave up bothering to continue. He was, after all, the undead sage, the patron of the undead city. Even if he wasn't willing to do it, when the Holy Light Camp came to attack, he had to fulfill his duties and promises to guard the city that belonged to the undead under the blows of the Holy Light Camp. Other side. This was especially true of the Holy Light Camp under Fred's command. Destroying the city of the dead was not only an order from the Emperor, but a mission and honor brought about by the Holy Light they believed in. Under the erosion of the Dark Canopy, the Holy Light on the elite knights had become weaker and weaker. But, when the negotiations broke down, the book in Holy Light Mage Fred's hand automatically turned a page, and in an instant, an even denser holy light erupted from it, enveloping the elite knights. Under the shroud of this more dense holy light than before, the knights of the elite knights not only ignored the erosion of the Dark Canopy, but at the edge of that holy light even began to burn. Holy light, the natural enemy of all undead. This statement is not a boastful one. The holy light that enveloped the elite knights didn't just shelter these knights, it was also continuously burning the breath of death in the Dark Canopy. Green smoke curls up. All of that smoke that drifted away was the scent of death that had been scorched by the holy light. Fred's addition was like a sign. Once the holy light on his body was filled, that legendary knight of the elite knights let out an explosive cry, and the entire knights began to charge once more. In the meantime, the legendary sword saint, who fought alone, was even covered in a sharp sword aura, sweeping towards the overwhelming sea of undead like a gust of wind. Blade Storm. Sword Saint's iconic move. When this sword blade storm with a wave range of tens of meters sweeps out, it is an epic level boss that is caught up in it. Will also be torn apart by the ubiquitous sword blades and reduced to nothing. It wasn't just the Holy Light Camp that was charging. The sea of undead was still pouring out, and the wailing banshee let out a mournful wail that swept across the entire battlefield, adding a negative buff to all of the Holy Light Camp. The Suture monster boss, on the other hand, brought along the Suture monsters under his command, like siege chariots, and crashed through countless undead, pouncing towards the center of the battlefield. The Death Knights also began to charge. As the skeletal warhorses on their hips moved, the Death Knights, which numbered in the hundreds, collectively unfolded their racial skill, Death Aura. As long as the Death Aura was unfolded, it would emit a dense power of death, constantly eroding the enemy. Its erosive effect was even greater than this dark canopy that enveloped the entire battlefield. That's not the point. The key is, when the Death Knights charge collectively, the power and coverage of the Death Aura they unfold can be stacked. A Death Knight unfurling a Death Aura may have limited power. But what about when hundreds of Death Knights converge together to form an army of Death Knights, collectively unfolding and stacking their auras of death? Explosion. It's not just a coverage explosion. The aura of death is so powerful that it explodes just as much. Death Knight. Arguably the strangest undead race. Because only one Death Knights will be born in a world. When a Skeleton Knight accumulates and advances over a long period of time, slowly advancing from a Skeleton Knight to a Dark Knight, and then from a Dark Knight to a Death Knight, it will instinctively follow its race's guide to the Order of the Death Knights. Join in, or challenge the leader of the Order. The leader of the Death Knights, able to absorb the power of the entire Order to evolve. When the number of a Death Knights group breaks 100, a Knight leader that crosses into the epic rank Dread Knight will surely be born. Death Knight, with his own aura of death. Dread Knight, with his own aura of fear. The effect of the aura of death is to erode all enemies that cross into the aura's coverage area. The effect of the aura of fear is to bring the deepest fear to all the enemies they face, reducing their physical resistance. It's safe to say, although the Dread Knight is only at the epic rank, when he charges with the Death Knights under his command, it is the knightly order. With a legendary hero, 2 epic heroes, dozens of heroic knights, and thousands of elite knights that is not its opponent. Nothing else. This type of combat where the aura of death kept stacking up and then went through the aura of fear to lower the resistance was so terrifying that even epic heroes might not be able to last long in it. It was only under the shroud and shelter of the Holy Light that this elite knight group dared to fight the Death Knights. Both knights began to charge. The distance is getting closer. This was a direct collision between the power of Holy Light and the power of death, and it was one of the most important factors in whether or not this war would be won. Watch the whole game. Even Su Mu's heart was boiling with blood. Just as the Death Knights began to charge, he suddenly received a request from Agnes. Agnes. Want to join the Death Knights in this war? Being enslaved by Su Mu and becoming a Knight Little Sister under his command, it was only then that Agnes was able to suppress her instincts as a Death Knight. But when a powerful Death Knight regiment joined the battlefield and began to charge, this Knight Little Sister still couldn't hold back the longing in her heart and made a request to Su Mu. Join in and crisscross the battlefield. Enemies of the Holy Light. It was the same desire that Agnes had. Su Mu was a bit torn. If it had been an unusual war, he certainly wouldn't have stopped it. However, the intensity of the war in front of us has already exceeded the upper limit, and even Su Mu will die if he is not careful, not to mention that Agnes, who is only a lord, will be destroyed in her soul. But, although Agnes was at the lord rank, during the months of taking her in, Su Mu hadn't failed to enhance her 4-dimensional attributes with soul crystals. From a position of strength, it was naturally impossible for Agnes to be a match for that epic-ranked Dread Knight. However, the entire Death Knights, except for that Dread Knight. I am afraid that the other Death Knights are far inferior to Agnes. At least in terms of 4-dimensional properties. The legendary Sword Saint took on the Wailing Banshee, the epic Stitch Monster, and the countless seas of undead still pouring out. The Holy Light Mage was being held back by Argus, and was unlikely to come down to deal with the Death Knights himself. In that case, it seemed that the Death Knights were only up against the Elite Knights. With Su Mu's understanding of the Death Knights, even if they weren't a match for the Elite Knights, the difference wasn't that great. It seems that the dangers encountered by Agnes when she joined the Death Knights were not as great as she had imagined. This is the glory. It's also a sublimation. The only true Death Knights are those who have joined the Death Knights. Eventually. After pondering over the many pieces of information, Su Mu still nodded and agreed to Agnes' request to join the Death Knights. The war, it goes on. A black and a white knight group were also rapidly approaching. When these two knight groups were only 100 meters away from each other, the light on the legendary heroic knights flourished, and the battle formation was launched, aggregating the power of the entire knight group together, and the Dread Knights' bodies were also filled with a dark light, aggregating the power of all the Death Knights, and stabbing out in conjunction with the Death Aura and the Dread Aura. A black, a white, a death, a holy light. The battlefield roared, and even the dark canopy was half torn open. When the two knight groups crossed paths, several Death Knights were pierced by the knight techniques that erupted from the legendary heroic knights, and there were dozens of elite knights who couldn't withstand the dark knight technique that carried the dual power of the aura of death and the aura of fear, and they were quickly eroded and turned into a set of white bones. The first time we crossed paths. Each side has damage. As the Death Knights and the Elite Knights sped across the battlefield, drawing huge arcs of black and white, preparing to charge and collide once more, a petite figure rushed out of the city of the undead and merged into the black group of knights. The aura of death unfolds. Death Knight. Agnes. Relegation. Chapter 086 Radiant Holy Weapon, Book of Light. Agnes has returned to her place after all. Back among the Death Knights where she belonged. Sure. This didn't mean that Agnes had betrayed Su Mu. After being enslaved by the He Erosion, talent, guarding Su Mu's existence and carrying out Su Mu's orders had become this Death Knight's highest code. She had merely joined the Death Knights, joining this war as a member of the Death Knights. The war is over. She would return to Su Mu's side of her own accord without being summoned by Su Mu. Only. After the baptism and sublimation of this war, it was then that Agnes was a true Death Knight. And not just the undead race of Death Knights. Observe for a while. After determining that Agnes had already joined up with the Death Knights and wasn't in much danger, Sumu's attention once again returned to the battle between Fred and Argus. A Holy Light Mage. A Witch King. These two spellcasters who had crossed into the legendary rank, and had even reached the peak of the legendary rank, standing at the pinnacle of the continent, were the most crucial factor in determining the victory or defeat of this war. Argus, the Witch King, won, and he was able to easily repel the incoming Holy Light camp and defuse this crisis. Likewise, with Fred winning, he too could easily rip open the dark sky and reduce the Undead city, which had been sheltered by Argus, to nothing. Under normal circumstances, a legendary hero could not possibly be a match for a legendary ranked monster boss. But Fred is different. Not only had his own power reached the peak of the legendary rank, but he was also well prepared for this visit. A staff in one hand and a book in the other. Staffs, just legendary equipment. It wasn't surprising that such a high-powered and holy light mage who stood at the pinnacle of the continent possessed a legendary staff. But that's not the case with that book. A book, but it emanated a rich holy light. Not only did the rich holy light on Fred's body originate from this book, even the holy light that he had put on the elite knights likewise originated from this book. Because this book, originally, was a prop that surpassed legendary quality. Sacred Artifact Book of Radiance. As an existence second only to divine and demi-godly artifacts, the power of a sacred artifact level equipment was far from being comparable to legendary or epic equipment. Holding the Book of Radiance in his hand, Fred simply turned a page and imbued the elite knights with a holy light that was far more intense, and far more long-lasting, than what he himself had unleashed. Each page represents a powerful top-level holy light spell. Even casters who have crossed over to the legendary rank need a period of time to channel when unleashing top-level spells, and Fred, who wields the Book of Radiance, what he needs to do is just to use his own magic value to stimulate that one top-level holy light spell, or even forbidden spell, that has long been stored in the Book of Radiance. The war, below, has begun. Fred wasn't idle either. Maintaining the holy light enchantment on the elite knights, Fred slowly poured his magic value into the Book of Radiance. The holy artifact shrouded in holy light once again turned a page automatically. Then, high above, a radiant giant sword that was completely condensed from the dense holy light and was dozens of feet long was gradually formed, carrying the terrifying might of tearing everything apart and purifying everything, and attacking towards Argus in a heavenly manner. The giant sword of light tore through the dark canopy. The Argus high in the air didn't make any movements, but the chain of mist behind him that stretched all the way into the depths of the city of the undead trembled violently at this moment as if it had turned into substance. Next moment, pillars of dark light shot up into the sky. He charged up against the incoming radiant giant sword. Thumbs down. As if a ladle of water had been poured into the lava, when the pitch-black light pillar, which was entirely condensed from the purest aura of death and darkness, came into contact with the radiant giant sword, rolling green smoke filled the air. The giant sword of light was still chopping down. The holy light contained therein was also purifying everything around it. Likewise, the dark pillars of light were also eroding and wearing down the radiant giant sword. At this very moment, it was as if even the passage of time had become much slower. Under Sumu's gaze, the radiant giant sword was getting closer and closer to Argus. At the same time, the radiant giant sword, which was being eroded and worn down all the time, was also rapidly shrinking. By the time the radiant giant sword was only a few meters away from hitting Argus, the holy sword, which was strong enough to completely destroy a mountain peak, was finally consumed and disappeared. It was just a test attack. Neither Fred nor Argus had brought out their true strength. But even if such an attack landed on Sumu, or on the body of that one epic boss within the city of the undead, it would still purify them, eliminate them, and burn them to ashes. Inside the city of the dead, the light in Sumu's eyes flickered. Having seen battles at this level with his own eyes, his thirst for advancing to epic and advancing to legendary became even more urgent. Those many human heroes in the Holy Light Camp were a large number of experience points and free points. The many bosses in the city of the undead, moreover, meant the career templates he needed to advance to epic. Both sides are fighting. It was naturally impossible for Sumu to sneak up on the many bosses of the city of the undead at this time and seek out their career templates. Doing so would undoubtedly be self-defeating. Losing the many undead bosses to fend them off, the Holy Light Camp could easily tear through the dark canopy and kill their way into the undead city, destroying as much of this undead habitat as they could. Argus wouldn't allow him to do that either. The other side? Looking at the battlefield, Sumu pondered slightly. There was no need for him to intervene in the battle between the Death Knights and the Elite Knights. Even though there was no legendary undead boss, in this war between the Knights, the Death Knights, instead of falling behind, had a hidden tendency to dominate. The battle between the Wailing Banshee, the epic Stitch Monster, and the legendary Sword Saint fell by the wayside. After all, there was a big step difference. Even with the help of a huge sea of undead, the Wailing Banshee and the epic Suture Monster could hardly stand up to a legendary Sword Saint. After the short battle, the Wailing Banshee's figure had dimmed a lot, and the epic Stitch monster had even had one of its arms chopped off, losing the huge chain that was connected to the meteor hammer. Overall, relying on numerical superiority in swimming fights, they are holding their own. Finally, it's that group of priests led by an epic hero priest. As an auxiliary profession, the role of the priest corps on the battlefield could not be underestimated. Whether it was healing the wounds of the warriors on their side, adding buffs, or using holy light as a direct means of attack to purify the undead on the battlefield, the role played by this group of hundreds of priests wasn't even worse than that of the elite knights. But then again, compared to the elite knights, the defensibility of this priest corps was a bit far from the truth. It wasn't that Fred wasn't focused on the safety of the chaplaincy. Actually, rather than losing the elite knight corps, he didn't want to lose the priest corps. Long before he came to the city of the undead, Fred had investigated the number and types of high-level undead within the city of the undead. When the war started, the high-level existences on the undead side were all held back, and the priest corps was at the rear of the entire battlefield. Its safety was guaranteed enough. Plus, there was already an epic priest who was good at defense in the priest group, and he also personally made a move to add an impenetrable barrier for the priest group to make him feel relieved to leave the priest group in the big rear. Even if something happened, with the ability of a legendary Holy Light Mage, it could be remedied in the fastest time possible. It's safe to say, all these measures add up to a foolproof security for the chaplaincy. Sure, that's just under normal circumstances. What's not normal is, a king of skeletons that had never been in Fred's sights or known to Argus appeared on the battlefield. And stake out this corps of priests. Chapter 087 Legendary Boss. Ghost Dragon descends. Sneaking up on a peak legendary Holy Light Mage's priest corps under his nose could be considered audacious. After having such a thought in his mind, Sumu did not hesitate. While Fred and Argus were engaged in a new duel, Sumu, who had been lurking in the city of the undead and had never joined the battlefield, moved one step beyond. Phase shift. Without anyone realizing it, Sumu's figure had already disappeared from within the city of the undead, spanning a distance of thousands of meters, crossing the entire battlefield, and appearing in the midst of the priest corps. The radiant barrier, with Fred using the Book of Radiance to personally lay it down, could be considered impenetrable. Even if it was a legendary ranked boss, it would take a short period of time to blast it to pieces. But Sumu didn't need to blast it to pieces. He only needed to cross this barrier with the help of his ability to penetrate obstacles with phase shift. An epic hero with a dozen heroic priests, dozens of mentor priests, and hundreds of elite priests, coupled with the radiant barrier outside of the priest corps, caused the entire priest corps to be filled with a rich aura of holy light. When passing through the barrier with a phase shift and appearing in the group of priests, Sumu received damage from this dense holy light that filled the entire group of priests in the first place. Like water into oil. When an undead whose body was filled with the aura of death appeared in the holy light, the originally peaceful and calm holy light rioted. Like a glass of water thrown into a boiling hot frying pan. A large amount of green smoke rose from the surface of Sumu's body. Under the purification of this dense and omnipresent holy light, the death aura in Sumu's body was rapidly dissolving, and the layer of skeleton armor on the surface of his body was even more so at this moment, as it appeared in large patches of scorching and cracks. But he doesn't care. The first moment he appeared in the group of priests, the skeleton stranger's sword in Sumu's hand had already chopped out. What kind of power was it for a strength attribute that was already up to more than 8,000 points to catalyze the skeleton stranger's sword that had already reached epic quality? Cold light flashed. Before any of the many priests inside the light barrier could react. Thumbs up. That epic priest who stood at the center of the priest corps, commanding all the priests and also uniting all the priests to enchant the knights with holy light spells, was directly chopped into 2 pieces from head to toe by Sumu. You killed the holy light singers. You gained 350,000 experience points. The system's beeps came in real time, and on the surface, this epic priest, who had been chopped into 2 pieces, was indeed dead beyond death. With one move, Sumu didn't pause for a second. When the faces of these many priests had just changed, his second blade had already slashed out. Death cuts. The darkness blossomed in this glorious barrier filled with holy light. Sumu's move was aimed at the dozen or so heroic priests. The blade light exploded. Vertical. Horizontal interlacing. More than a dozen heroic rank priests didn't even have a chance to fight back before they were torn apart by this move and turned into flying blood and debris. You killed the holy light priest. You have gained 130,000 experience points. You killed the holy light priest. You have gained 110,000 experience points. You killed. In the ensuing system beat, Sumu raised the skeleton stranger sword for the 3rd time. This time is a shattering chop. Unbridled. As Sumu broke into the priest group and went on a killing spree, Fred, who was high in the air, also finally discovered the abnormalities of the priest group. Hair and beard are all spread out. The furious Holy Light Mage directly flipped open the next page of the Book of Radiance, and a powerful top-tier Holy Light spell erupted out, attacking towards Sumu, who was still in the group of priests. An Undead. Undead of mere Lord rank, taking advantage of his distraction to break into the priest's group and go on a killing spree, was beyond the bottom line of what Fred could accept. Having no time to care about how this undead had gotten through the radiant barrier he had laid down, at this moment Fred only wanted to blast it as quickly as possible to prevent this undead from causing more damage. Priest orders, which are more precious and harder to train than elite knight orders. If he could, he would rather accept the loss of nearly half of the elite knights than accept the loss of this priest corps that the Empire had managed to cultivate so hard to fold here. Fraying the priest corps, even if he did destroy the city of the undead, the credit would not be enough. However, late. Before the holy light spell from the Book of Radiance blasted down, Sumu had already slashed out this third blade. The dark red blade cut out. Kill the last two hero priests. The blade's power did not decrease as it continued to chop towards the front. And in the process, countless even tinier blades of dark red light continued to split out, sweeping through every inch of space within the radiant barrier. The chaplaincy is dense. In order to better gather the strength of the congregation to enchant the holy light buff, these hundreds of priests were crammed into an extremely small space. So, when the shattering skychop erupted into the air, these priests didn't even have the time to put a shield on themselves before they were struck, cut, and turned into pieces by the rapidly spreading blades of dark red light. A thick color of blood filled the air, mirroring the dark red blade of light. This thick color of blood also rendered the radiance barrier incomparably demonic. With a shattering slash, the remaining elite priests were all wiped out. Before the holy light spell that erupted from the Book of Radiance blasted down, Sumu once again unleashed phase shift. One step out. Gone. Only when Sumu's figure completely disappeared did the belated holy light spell blast on top of the radiant barrier, shattering the tough barrier and drowning the priest core, which had already been dyed red with the color of blood. The maximum spanning distance of phase shift was 10 times that of Sumu's spiritual attribute. With his spiritual attribute of up to 4,000 points nowadays, a single phase shift was able to span a maximum distance of a full 40,000 meters. After destroying the priest core, Sumu naturally knew that he had already been exposed in the eyes of that holy light mage, and might even have attracted his hatred and led him to hunt him down. So, after overriding the priest core, he directly appeared in the depths of the city of the undead with a phase shift. Trying to hunt him down? You can. Let's cross the Argus block and kill the city of the dead first. Fred had the holy weapon Book of Radiance in his hand, allowing him to suppress Argus, the legendary witch demon king. With his heroic body, Sumu didn't believe that Argus didn't have a similar undercurrent. If this undead sage's strength was only as strong as he showed, there was no way that the undead city from the previous life could have been preserved. Argus, the witch king, would not be a stepping stone for Rogales either. The only possibility is that Argus does have the means to match or even repel Fred. But the cost of utilizing such means was too great, making him never want to use it. The battlefield lost Sumu's figure. Remembering Sumu's aura in that glimpse, the furious Fred realized that the undead that had wiped out the priest group under his command had its aura flickering in the depths of the city of the undead. If you wanted to blast that undead, you had to enter the city of the undead. To enter the city of the undead, you must first defeat or kill Argus, the Lich King. Fine golden flames burned in his pupils, and even though he had entered a state of rage, Fred still hadn't lost his mind. After being angry to the extreme, he calmed down instead. Glancing in the direction where the priest core had been destroyed, Fred flipped the Book of Radiance and once again enchanted the elite knights with a holy light shelter. Then, his eyebrows suddenly clouded over, and the surging magic power value in his body kept feeding into the Book of Radiance, flipping directly to the backside of the Book of Radiance. As a holy weapon, the Book of Radiance is not owned by Fred. Instead, it's the Empire's town treasure. It was also through the continuous efforts of countless archmages, epic mages, and legendary mages of an empire that the Book of Radiance's pages on that side were inscribed with a single powerful top-tier holy light spell. Starting from the first page, the further back you go, the more powerful the holy light spells inscribed in it become. What was inscribed in the last 10 pages was the ultimate spell, the forbidden spell, that countless mages had combined their efforts and consumed vast amounts of resources to inscribe. Sure, it's the underbelly of an empire. Although Fred had been authorized to bring the Book of Radiance, he was not yet qualified to use this caster's ultimate skill. He turned to the penultimate 13 pages of the Book of Radiance. Inscribed on it was one of the most powerful spells he had the authority to utilize, a top-tier holy light spell with a quasi-forbidden name, Divine Verdict. Quasi-forbidden mantra. Even with the help of the Book of Radiance, just activating rather than personally releasing this topmost holy light spell had consumed nearly half of Fred's magic power value. When the quasi-forbidden spell was finally activated, Fred smiled. Full of bitterness. The Divine Verdict was unleashed, and unless Argus had a stronger card, the destruction of the city of the undead was already a certainty. Just destroying the city of the dead is considered mission accomplished. But the near unbearable loss of the entire priestly corps. made Fred prefer that he had not accepted the mission and had not come to crusade against the city of the dead. After all, as Argus had said, the city of the undead under its patronage was merely a habitat for the undead, who had never taken a step out of these mountains and had never set foot on the territory of the Empire. At the cost of paying for a priestly order that took decades to train, obliterating such a city of the undead that had a tiny chance of threatening the Empire. Worth it? Or is it not worth it? Fred couldn't judge. The only one qualified to judge is also the master of the Empire, that high and mighty Imperial Emperor. Quasi-forbidden mantra. Divine ruling. Along with this skill being released, a light appeared high in the air. Then, a vague angelic silhouette slowly emerged. White armor. Feathers. Head halo. As this unearthly figure emerged, an equally illusory longbow appeared in his hand. Angelic void shadow pulls in the void. Endless holy light then converged on the bowstring, forming a huge arrow of holy light. The tip of the arrow points straight at the city of the dead. At this moment, the war between the Death Knights and the Elite Knights ended. The Elite Knights, who were well aware of the power of Sacred Verdict, withdrew from the battlefield at the first time, leaving only the Death Knights still parked in the same spot. The battle between the legendary Sword Saint and the Wailing Banshee and the epic Stitch Monster is also over. Tearing apart hundreds of undead that were still trying to rush up with a single sword, the legendary Sword Saint rose into the air and appeared behind Fred. Instead, the Wailing Banshee and the epic Stitch Monster didn't flee, but slowly retreated underneath Argus with their subordinates after glancing at each other. Divine Verdict. The raspy voice came, floating above the city of the dead, and through the dark canopy, Argus saw the silhouette of that angel higher up. The angelic void was aiming at the city of the dead, not him. If he wanted to escape, with the ability of a legend-ranked Witch Demon King, he could still escape. If he fled, the many undead on this battlefield would be purified along with the city of the dead, burned to ashes by pure holy light. This is not in line with his original intention. He still wanted to shelter the undead, wanted to leave this city of the dead behind. The aura of death continued to surge and converge towards this Witch King's body. While desperately extracting the breath of death within the city of the undead in preparation for the upcoming divine verdict, Argus spoke once again. Nefarian. I agreed to your terms. As if in response to Argus' words. At the same time that this hoarse voice spread toward the city of the undead, a high-pitched and impassioned hissing voice violently sounded from the center of the city of the undead. Immediately after, the fog formed by the death breath surged madly. A figure that covered the sky rose up into the air, carrying a spreading cold and strong aura as it approached this way at an extremely fast speed. Argus Undercard, a true legendary boss, has finally descended. Chapter 088. The new master of the city of the undead. That huge figure was moving extremely fast. Almost the next moment the black mist surged, it appeared beside Argus, floating in the air. The huge body of tens of meters floated in the air like a small mountain. 2 points of blue light flashed on the hideous head. Most of the majestic body was rotting, with only a little skin and flesh left hanging from the incomparably thick bones. The 2 wings were equally tattered and torn, but they brought up gusts of wind as they flapped. It's a bone dragon. No. To be exact, it was a ghost dragon. Megalosaurus. It's a legendary race. The so-called legendary race was that as long as one was a member of this race, as long as they didn't fall in the process of growing up, with the passage of time, this race would surely cross over into the legendary rank. No doubt about it. Of all the races within the game world, the most famous and legendary race is the gargoyle. Whether it was the sharp claws and teeth, the tough dragon scales, the majestic dragon might, or the dragon language magic that was vastly different from other skills, it seemed that the dragon race was born to be a sign of power. In all the continents within the game world, the dragon race is a legendary race that stands at the peak. Nowadays, a huge dragon that he had rarely seen in his previous life as a legendary sword saint appeared in front of him. Like any other race, any race that falls and sinks to become undead not transmogrified like Rogales is bound to drop a rank, and so it was with this bone dragon. But, at this moment, the terrifying aura emanating from this bone dragon's body was not only unique to the legend rank, but even far surpassed that of Argus and Fred, who were also of the legend rank. An epic-ranked bone dragon didn't have such a terrifying aura. Even if it was transformed from a legendary dragon. Having an aura above legends like Argus and Fred didn't mean that the dragon reached the realm above legends before it fell and sank. Rather, it means that, after turning from a legendary dragon into a bone dragon of the epic rank, this giant dragon advanced again as a bone dragon and reascended to the legendary rank, becoming another kind of existence that was even more terrifying than a legendary dragon, a ghost dragon. The ghost dragon descends. The power is unmatched. Upon seeing this massive figure and recognizing the true identity and rank of this ghost dragon, even though he had already unleashed the divine verdict, Fred's face changed drastically. If it was just Argus, it would definitely be difficult to resist the divine verdict. But when a ghostly dragon that only existed in legends and that even he had never seen appeared and teamed up with Argus, the Witch Demon King, even he wasn't sure if the sacred verdict would still be able to destroy the city of the undead. In comparison, those high-ranking undead were more calm. Originally, Sumu thought that those high-level undead didn't flee because they weren't sure they could escape from the wave range of the divine ruling, but now it seemed that they had already known about the existence of the ghost dragon. It had also been known for a long time that when the city of the undead really fell into a crisis, Argus would definitely be unable to hold back and let the ghost dragon take action. Nefarian. That's the name of the ghost dragon. When it appeared beside Argus, a soul fluctuation of its magnitude also emanated from the ghost dragon's body. Argus, you lost. This king can step in to help you protect the city of the undead, and can even step in to help you kill those humans and counterattack the human world. But, from now on, this king is the master of the city of the undead. Ghost dragons are invincible at the same level. Except for the giant dragons that had broken through the legendary rank, none of them would be a match for the ghost dragon, who could naturally claim the title of king. At this time, Sumu, who had deciphered the fluctuations of the ghost dragon Nefarian soul, also knew the reason why Argus was unwilling to let the ghost dragon make a move in the first place. As an undead sage, Argus has always known himself as the patron of the undead. He created the city of the dead to create a habitat for the undead, not to become the master of the city of the dead and drive these undead, though he would have had that ability. Now that the ghost dragon had stepped in, it meant that he had agreed to Nefarian's conditions, and from then on this unrivaled ghost dragon was the master of this city of the undead. The benefit is, the city of the undead has an additional guardian more powerful than him. The bad thing is, since it's this king's city, naturally, this king should be the one to make the decisions. Huge soul fluctuations spread out once again, and as the divine verdict was about to fall, Nefarian, who was originally floating beside Argus, suddenly moved. It swung its tattered wings. The huge figure crossed over the city of the undead like a bolt of lightning. Who? Accompanied by silent soul hissing, countless middle and low-level undead instantly fell to the ground, and their soul fire floated up in the next moment. All of them disappeared into the open hideous mouth of the ghost dragon. Devouring soulfire. Just this one time alone, Nefarian had devoured the soulfire of 100,000 low to medium-ranked undead. This was the reason why Argus was reluctant to let the ghost dragon strike. Devouring the soulfire, the ghost dragon once again returned to Argus' side. Seemingly afraid that Argus would get angry, a third soul fluctuation spread out from Nefarian's body. Argus, don't get angry. What this king devours are soulfires that have not been born with a divine will. After this one is full, the king won't need to eat for the next long time and won't eat them all. Besides, if this king didn't make a move, these existences that can't even be called ants would have perished long ago. It's not too much for this king to eat some of them as payment for saving them, right? Argus was helpless. It had happened and he had to accept it. Just as Nefarian said, without the help of the bone dragon, he wouldn't be able to block the divine judgment. By that time, all the undead in the undead city would have no chance of surviving. Results like this. It's kinda acceptable. Between the two conversations, the divine verdict had already fallen. The angelic shadow high in the sky had disappeared, but the arrow of holy light that had been shot by the angelic shadow had not disappeared. Instead, it was like a heavenly punishment that struck the city of the undead. Nearly endless death aura was mobilized by Argus, forming a thick layer of darkness barrier above the undead city, enveloping the entire undead city in it. The arrows of holy light fell. The dark barrier shattered layer by layer. When the tens of layers of darkness barriers all shattered, the huge arrow of holy light was only consumed by a third. It still fell with the might to purify everything. This time, the well-fed ghost dragon rushed up into the sky. It flew towards the falling arrow of holy light, and when it was about to approach the arrow of holy light, the hideous mouth that had just devoured 100,000 undead opened and spewed out a mouthful of spit. Who? A silent hiss of the soul spread out. Black cold streams erupted from Nefarian's mouth and attacked towards the arrow of holy light as if it was endless. This cold stream was no ordinary spit. Not only did it contain an extremely rich death aura, but it was also mixed with an equally pure darkness and frost aura. The three are united. Cold streams mixed with black crushed ice spewed towards the arrow of holy light. The arrows of holy light that easily tore apart even the dozens of layers of darkness barriers laid down by Argus continued to dissolve in the gushing cold stream. It wasn't that the quasi-forbidden spell was inferior to a bite of spit from a ghostly dragon. Rather, while the arrow of holy light was originally a rootless tree with no source of water, the ghost dragon's death spit was one of its strongest killing moves. As long as it continued to consume its magic value, it could keep spitting, using the death breath and darkness contained in the death breath to continuously dissolve the holy light in the arrows. So, it was the only way to block this quasi-ban spell. The death spit goes on and on. Every second was accompanied by a large amount of magic value consumption. When his own magic power level was about to bottom out, and there was still a full fifth of that holy light arrow left, Nefarian got a little anxious. At the current rate of ablation, by the time its magic value was completely depleted, it wouldn't be enough to completely ablate the arrow of holy light. With the position it is in, if the remnants of the arrows of holy light fall, The one that hits will not be the city of the undead, but the one that is close at hand itself. Argus, help me. Under the threat of the holy light, Nefarian couldn't care less about his pride and face, and once again erupted in a burst of soul fluctuations. What little magic power was left put a shield over himself and Argus also rushed out, and a series of several barriers stood between Nefarian and the arrow of holy light. Subsequently, Death's Spit is over. Almost a tenth of the holy light arrows left penetrated the dark barrier and the dark shield, striking the already mostly decayed body of the ghost dragon. Boom! With a roar, the holy light that erupted away tore apart a large portion of the dark canopy. Even the sea of undead on the ground had quite a few of them caught in the waves of holy light pouring down, turning into ashes in this blazing holy light. It's over? Argus sighed in relief. There were still quite a few undead that were caught in the waves of holy light and turned into ashes, but this city that belonged to the undead was finally saved. It's over? Fred's heart lifted. He saw the arrow of holy light finally hit the ghost dragon, but he didn't know if the arrow of holy light, which had already been greatly weakened, would be able to severely injure or even kill this ghost dragon, which had only been recorded in legends. Divine Verdict was already the most powerful of the spells he could unleash. The rest were either skills that he simply didn't have the authority to activate and couldn't, or skills that had a much larger ripple range but were far less powerful than Divine Verdict. It's safe to say, how the ghost dragon ends up will directly determine how they end up. More than that, it determines how much of a threat the still existing city of the undead is to the Empire. Ghost dragons are no better than Argus. Aside from its strength being more terrifying than Argus, the most terrifying thing was its race. Even living legendary dragons can't resist the idea of living in one place, let alone this kind of ghost dragons that return from death and are known for their tyranny and thirst for killing. He waited apprehensively. The holy light and the breath of death dissolved into each other, and a great deal of smoke followed. Just as Fred was about to breathe a sigh of relief, the silent hissing of souls spread out again. The fog tumbled violently. A charred, blackened, hulking figure lurched out of the smoke that obscured his vision, and with a strong aura of violence and death, struck in the direction Fred was heading. Lowly humans, die for this king. Chapter 089. The war ends, Sumu appears. Ghost Dragon. That huge figure that rushed out of the mist was clearly Nefarian. The quasi-forbidden spell is powerful. Enough to destroy the city of the dead. But, since it dared to rush up to resist the divine verdict, Nefarian had a few certainties after all. It wasn't just it, Argus thought so as well. Only 1/10 of the remaining arrows of holy light erupted into the open, certainly scorching the ghost dragon's huge body. Even the rotting flesh and blood on its body were charred, but these were all superficial wounds. Aside from the fact that its magic value was depleted and its appearance looked wretched, the ghost dragon's combat power hadn't been cut down much as a result. Rushing out of the mist, the furious Nefarian crossed thousands of meters in a few breaths and appeared in front of Fred. Its dragon claw, which contained the triple power of Death Breath, Darkness Breath, and Frost Breath, also slapped on Fred's body at the same time. Megalosaurus. Physical and magical attacks go hand in hand. Even if the magic value was depleted, no one ever dared to underestimate the physical damage inflicted by a legendary dragon. Almost at the same time that the dragon's claws slapped down, the holy light shield on Fred's body shattered layer by layer, and Fred, who was originally floating in midair, was even more like a ball of skin, and was slapped far out. After doing this, Nefarian hadn't vented enough. Dark light flickered faintly in its mouth, urging its newly recovered magic power. This angry ghost dragon was ready to spit a mouthful of death spit at the elite knights below. Nefarian, don't make me. Fred was a peak legendary holy light mage after all. After being swatted away, he stabilized his figure and flew over the elite knights at the first opportunity, blocking the middle between Nefarian and the elite knights. The staff has been put away. At this moment, Fred gripped the Book of Radiance in both hands at the same time, and burst out in color. Argus should know that with the Book of Radiance in hand, I have the power to die with you. Indeed. Fred didn't have the authority or ability to activate the forbidden spells inscribed in the last 10 pages of the Book of Radiance, but no one knew that. At least Argus and Nefarian don't know. The appearance of the ghost dragon made destroying the city of the undead impossible. The chaplain corps had been completely wiped out, and Fred didn't want the remaining elite knights to follow in the footsteps of the chaplain corps. Ghost dragons are powerful. So powerful that no one can beat it. As a peak legendary holy light mage and holding the Book of Radiance, Fred naturally had absolute certainty of escaping. The other two legendary heroes as well as the elite knights might not. It was the only thing Fred could do to save them. The abbreviation is LULS. The death spit from Nefarian's mouth stopped, and with a somewhat startled glance at the Book of Radiance in Fred's hand, Nefarian couldn't help but look towards Argus. He's right. Argus slowly stepped forward and said, the Book of Radiance is an imperial sacred weapon, and the last 10 pages are inscribed with the holy light forbidden spell. If he is reckless, he does have the ability to die with us. Confirmed by Argus, Nefarian wimped out. Quasi-forbidden spells, it's not afraid. The big deal was that his already raggedy body became a little more raggedy. As long as the skeleton that is the main body is not destroyed, it will always recover one day. But the forbidden spell, especially a forbidden spell from the Holy Light lineage, was a real possibility to blast it and Argus to death here. Once or twice. If twice is not enough, then 3 times. Not to mention it, a legendary rank ghost dragon, even in existence beyond the legendary rank, would have to wimp out in the face of 10 forbidden spells that could burst out at any time. Who? With an angry hiss, the Nephalian did not retreat, but the pitch-black light from its mouth gradually dissipated. The bet is right. Slightly relieved in his heart, Fred said with an expressionless face, this time is our loss. As long as His Excellency the Ghost Dragon does not make another move, we are willing to retreat. I can guarantee that the Empire will not send troops again because of this incident. I also hope that Your Excellency Argus and Your Excellency Ghost Dragon won't venture into the Imperial boundaries. Otherwise, even if I have to risk my life, I will still try to see if Your Excellencies can withstand the power of the Holy Light forbidden spell. After a seemingly forceful but actually goaded statement, Fred waved his hand expressionlessly. Ground. Under the guardianship of the legendary heroic knights and the legendary sword saint, the elite knights quickly left and retreated in a direction away from the city of the undead. It wasn't until their silhouettes had completely disappeared into the distant horizon that Fred breathed another sigh of relief. Then, Your Excellencies, we will not see you again. Subsequently, taking out a teleportation scroll and tearing it apart, the figure of this legendary Holy Light mage also disappeared in place after a burst of light. The Empire is defeated. This war between Death and Holy Light is also finally over. Perhaps the process is not quite the same as in the previous life, but the result is the same. Only, Sumu couldn't figure out why he had never heard of Nefarian in his previous life. Such a powerful ghost dragon, causing a little bit of destruction, would be enough to be on the list of natural disasters. But not only had Sumu not seen any information on this ghost dragon from the Heavenly Tribulation list in his previous life, even in Rogales' Great Chronicle, there was likewise no information on this ghost dragon. Was it left in the middle of the day? Or did this powerful ghost dragon fall before Rogales rose to power? There is not enough information to figure it out naturally. Putting this doubt behind him for the time being, Sumu rushed from the depths of the city of the undead and appeared in front of Argus and Nefarian. If he wanted to seek the epic profession template, he had to hang out in the city of the undead. Since he was going to stay here for an extended period of time, he naturally had to meet the owner of the city of the undead. Otherwise, a strange undead hiding in the undead city, taken as unsuspecting by Argus or Nefarian, and a skill thrown down, would not be fun. Although, he really didn't have anything good in mind when he showed up here. Skeleton 1 Clan. Sumu, meet Your Excellencies. With a phase shift, appearing in front of Argus and Nefarian, Sumu made an unassuming salute. Argus had already met Sumu, especially after witnessing him appear in the priest's group and kill all those hundreds of priests in just a few breaths of time, greatly relieving the pressure of the Death Knights and the undead oceans. At this time, Sumu appeared, and this Witch Demon King's attitude towards him was extremely kind. Rather Nefarian. Hey, black boy, what breed are you? How come the king has never seen a skeleton like you before? The multi-professional fusion that finally took shape as the Black Knight King was something that even the top undead like Argus and Nefarian, who had been born for a long time, had never seen before. Curiosity explodes. When Sumu appeared, Nefarian couldn't help but land on the ground, and the skeleton dragon head, which was as large as a small house, also leaned forward and appeared in front of Sumu's eyes. Chapter 090 The Plot. The Chance of Agnes. A huge dragon's head probed in front of himself, slightly tilted, and the ghostly blue soulfire in its 2 huge eye sockets constantly flickered, carefully observing Sumu from head to toe. Nefarian looks kind of cute in this look? But at a distance of only a few meters from Nefarian, Sumu didn't feel that this terrifying ghost dragon was cute at all. He was able to clearly feel how terrifying power was contained in this huge skeleton dragon head. Perhaps, as long as Nefarian gently took a mouthful of spit, Sumu, who had grown to the bottom of the present day, would be seriously injured. Sure, cautious as he was, Sumu didn't reach the level of fear. Because Nefarian didn't have to take a shot at himself at all. Besides, looking at Nefarian's huge skeleton dragon head, and then looking at this ghost dragon's huge body that can be described as hideous and majestic. Inexplicably, Sumu thought of the time when he had just met Agnes. At the time, the skeletal warhorse on Agnes's hips was the one that had made him envious for a long time. It was also from that time that Sumu's mind had the idea of searching for a bone dragon to act as his mount. Bone dragons, just epic rank. The ghost dragon in front of him was a true and genuine legendary rank. Moreover, even amongst all the legendary rank monster bosses or NPCs, Nefarian was the small group that stood at the very top. If Nefarian can be enslaved. For a while, Sumu's eyes were a bit fiery as he looked at this ghost dragon. This is not a delusion. Just Lord rank, Sumu has been able to match or even surpass most of the epic rank monster boss. Wait until he advanced again, from the Lord rank into the epic rank, or even the legendary rank. With his strength into length, suppressing this ghost dragon was definitely not a problem. As long as he was able to suppress it, Sumu would be able to enslave it and make this ghost dragon his exclusive mount. Ha! The Undead clan is all-encompassing, and it's only right that a skeleton lord we haven't seen before would appear. Wasn't the ghost dragon always just a legend before I met you, Nephalian? Perhaps he was afraid that the ghostly dragon would scare Sumu? Seeing Ghost Dragon's movements, Argus took a few steps forward and laughed lightly. After looking at Sumu for a while, Nefarian lost interest. It was simply curious to see what race of undead Sumu was. Even a skeleton that had just opened its intelligence like the elite rank, Argus wouldn't allow it to devour it, let alone a lord rank skeleton like Sumu. Read all about it. And you can't eat it. Nefarian naturally lost his curiosity about Sumu. And it always felt that the gaze this skeleton lord was looking at itself was a bit strange, making it feel furtive in its heart. After losing interest, it simply rose into the air and flew towards the depths of the city of the undead. Nefarian leaves. After talking to Sumu for a few moments, Argus also left. He stayed behind, on the one hand, to get acquainted with Sumu, the strange skeleton who was obviously at the lord rank but easily slaughtered the entire priest group, and welcome him to the city of the undead, but on the other hand, he was handing over some notes on the city of the undead. As a city of death, the city of the undead doesn't have many rules. Aside from not being able to easily go to war with other undead races, Argus would have basically no constraints on the undead in the city. He is the patron of the undead. What was also done was to establish such a city of the undead, so that the many undead could have a place to live. Aside from having to show up when foreign enemies invaded, Argus' favorite thing to do was to hide in his necromancer tower and do all sorts of research. It used to be so. And so it will be in the future. Perhaps, one might say, is such a witch king still a witch king? Actually, the witch demons in general with Argus are not only there, the number is also quite a lot. There are even some mages who actively choose to transform themselves into a witch demon clan in order to be able to have more time to do research. This kind of witch demon, basically hiding in off the beaten path places doing their own research with peace of mind, had no interest in invading the human world or even raising their rank and strength. Perhaps undead like Sumu and Nefarian were the undead of human cognition, right? Argus. Essentially it was still just a human mage with the status of a witch king, but obsessed with all kinds of research. After hitting it off with Nefarian and chatting with Argus for a few moments, Sumu was considered to have officially joined this city of the undead. As long as the place wasn't occupied by other undead, he could choose his place of residence at will. The city of the undead is home to a massive death altar and is also sheltered by the dark canopy. No one will be disturbed, except in special cases like the one before. In this city, every undead could absorb that ubiquitous breath of pure death to enhance their strength. Slowly, yet persistently, it builds up over time. Aside from Argus and Nefarian, the other things that Sumu cared about within this city of the undead were the Wailing Banshee and that epic Stitch monster. The Wailing Banshee is the epic progression of Ghost One. It had the career template that Sumu needed to advance to epic. That epic sewing monster is a creation of Argus. Yes. One of Argus' best skills was undead transformation. During his long time of research, he had not only raised his undead transformation art to an extremely high level, but had also transformed a special undead like the Stitch monster. Pity. The strongest stitching monsters were only of epic rank. If one day, Argus is able to transform a legendary rank stitching monster, I am afraid that just by relying on his understanding of the undead transformation technique alone, he will be able to step out of that step and advance into the Holy Realm. Aside from the Wailing Banshee and the Stitch monster, that leaves the Dread Knight. Being of the same epic rank, the Dread Knight could be considered the strongest of these three bosses, and at the same time, the one Sumu valued the most. He already had a career template for the Great Witch Demon. If he obtained the three major career templates of Wailing Banshee, Epic Sewing Monster, and Dread Knight, Sumu would be able to attempt to fuse these four major career templates to create an epic career template that was uniquely his own. None of the three career templates are easy to get to. After carefully pondering over it, Sumu realized that among these three career templates, it was conversely the career template of the strongest Dread Knight that was most likely to be obtained by him first. Its breakthrough is Agnes. The Death Knight's habitat was not within the city of the undead, but rather in a canyon behind the city of the undead. That canyon, likewise, was shrouded in a dark canopy. Once he had an idea, with a single thought, Sumu returned from the Death Knights and appeared in front of him. Then, taking this Death Knight little sister, who had already gone through the baptism of war and was even better in terms of both her aura and her skills, Sumu walked straight towards the center of the city of the undead. There. Not only did it have the purest breath of death, but it also had the opportunity for Agnes to grow. As long as Agnes grows up as she wishes. He was then sure enough to obtain the Dread Knight's profession template. By the way, getting another Death Knights? Chapter 091 Sudden Ferocious Evolution. All the way forward. Before even reaching the center of the city of the undead, Sumu saw a huge altar. The dark altar built by Rogales in the Canyon of the Dead was more than 10 meters high and surged to purify the breath of death in the land of the buried bones. The death altar within the dungeon of the Death Castle was over 2 meters tall, surging to maintain the existence of the rift, allowing a constant flow of death from the death plane into the buried bones. At this moment, that altar was lying in Sumu's storage space. And here, it was a huge altar. The base covered the entire square of this ruined city, and the top went 100 meters into the air. When he arrived at the altar with Agnes, he clearly saw a pitch-black pillar of light tens of meters thick rise up to the sky, and after arriving hundreds of meters in the air, it spread out again, transforming into a shape like an inverted bowl, enveloping the entire undead city and its surroundings in it. This is the dark sky. The greatest function of a death altar was to receive the death aura from the death plane, and this altar was no exception. The difference is, the location where this altar received the breath of death was not on top of the altar, but within the interior of this massive building. Pick up the steps. As he arrived at the top of the altar with Agnes, Sumu saw a familiar huge figure. At the top of the altar that was hundreds of meters in circumference, Nefarian's huge figure was lying horizontally in the center of the altar, and the pitch-black columns of light that rose up to the sky kept passing through its body. The pillar of pitch-black light was the most intense mixture of death and darkness. Bathed in this most dense aura of death and darkness, the ghost dragon's body, which had been scorched and roasted in the previous battle, was recovering rapidly. Even under the constant wash of this death breath and darkness, the body of this ghost dragon, too, was growing a little bit, moving towards a higher level. Slow. And yet it continues. For an existence that has reached the level of the ghost dragon, every point of strength improvement requires a lot of time compared to the improvement speed of other monster bosses of the same rank. The ghost dragon, bathed in a pitch-black light column, is said to have opened an external hangover. The ghost dragon wasn't the first being to take the aura of death and darkness from a pillar of pitch-black light. There was a mage tower at the edge of the death altar, and under the pull of the spell formations and runes, a black rainbow split from the pitch-black pillar of light that rose up to the sky, linking to the mage tower across a distance of hundreds of meters. The black rainbow, which occupied less than a tenth of the entire pitch-black light pillar, was already enough for Argus' daily needs and research. The entire altar was empty except for Nefarian, the ghostly dragon. Even Argus wouldn't brutally take over the entire altar even though he had built it in the first place, and that was even more true of the other high-ranking undead. The aura of death and darkness in the city of the undead was extremely strong. Under the shroud of the dark canopy formed by the spreading out of that pitch-black light pillar, each and every undead could be fully nourished, and they didn't need to snatch the death breath, nor did they need to hog the pitch-black light pillar. Quite the opposite. If one did not reach the rank and strength of a ghost dragon, if one stepped into the range of the pitch-black light pillar rashly, not only would it be difficult to gain benefits, but instead, one would be assimilated by the most pure and at the same time the most violent aura of death and darkness, and would be reduced to nothing. Sumu arrived. No one paid any attention to it except for the ghostly dragon lying across the pillar of light that curiously glanced this way. No one would stop an undead from stepping into a pillar of light. Argus is addicted to research. Nefarian just likes to bathe in pillars of light and slumber when he's full. Even if an undead stepped into the pillar of light, this ghostly dragon would only watch from the side. If the undead can withstand the impact of the most violent death breath and darkness in the light pillar, that head of undead will rise quickly, increasing the heritage of the city of the undead if the undead cannot withstand the impact of the death breath and darkness. The city of the undead is the least lacking is the undead. More than one head, less than one head of it is also not much of a problem. More than stopping the undead, Nefarian liked to see the kind of desperation an undead showed when he entered the light pillar and was gradually shocked and assimilated. Soon, Sumu then brought Agnes to the edge of the light pillar. Standing at a distance of less than a meter from the light pillar, Sumu was clearly able to feel the extremely dense and violent death breath and darkness contained in the light pillar. With a slight hesitation, Sumu probed out a hand and reached into the pillar of light. The undead have no sense of pain. But with a lord's ability to control his own body, Sumu could clearly feel that after this one of his hands reached out into the pillar of light, the aura of death and darkness that was so thick that it was the only thing he had ever seen in his life began to rapidly wash over his arm. Refined. Intense. Ho-hum. Berserk. In almost just a few breaths, his skeleton armor, which was originally as smooth as steel, became a bit rougher. With his four-dimensional attributes and physical strength, it was still difficult to withstand the erosion and assimilation of the light pillars. But this erosion and assimilation is slow. Sumu estimated that according to the speed at which the skeleton armor was being eroded and assimilated, he would stay in the light pillar for at least a few days before he would be in danger. In that case, Sumu took one step and his entire body completely entered the light pillar. This time, Nefarian was truly shocked. It should be known that other than it, a ghost dragon that had already stood at the peak of the continent and its body strength was even more powerful, even Argus, the Witch Demon King, did not dare to easily step into the light pillar. Not to mention the three epic bosses, the Dread Knight, the Wailing Banshee and the epic Stitch Monster. It wasn't that they didn't know the benefits of this pillar of light, but they had to give up only after trying again and again and determining that they couldn't withstand the benefits that the pillar of light brought. And Sumu? A strange skeleton lord, clearly only at the lord rank, but hard enough to cross into the pillar of light without being assimilated. That alone. Just let this skeleton lord override the 3 epic bosses within the city of the undead. Without realizing it, Nefarian's attitude shifted. Regardless of Sumu's rank, to be able to enter the light pillar with it in general and receive this most pure and violent baptism of death and darkness, this skeleton lord was already enough to make it look squarely at it. It's an honor. It wasn't exactly equal, but to be able to make a ghost dragon known for its pride and tyranny look squarely at a skeleton of a mere lord rank was an incredible thing in the first place. To know. Even the 3 major bosses, the Dread Knight, the Wailing Banshee, and the Epic Stitch Monster, had never been placed in Nefarian's eyes. Pity. It's just a little skeleton of the lord rank. If he could cross into the legendary rank, together with Argus, this king would have no need to fear them, and no need to be trapped within this small city of the undead. Face up to it. At this time, Sumu hadn't reached a level that made it take it seriously. After carefully examining Sumu for a while and determining that he could really withstand the assimilation and baptism of the light pillar, the soul fire in Nefarian's eyes gradually went out and he once again fell into a deep sleep. Didn't have the heart to pay attention to Nefarian. Completely bathed in the wash of light pillars, at this point, Sumu was already immersed in this feeling of growing stronger every moment. Not bad for an altar built by a legendary witch king. Bathing in this pitch-black light pillar, Sumu felt that his strength was growing. Even more ferociously than when he had just discovered the death altar. Skeletal armor is being assimilated. From smooth to rough. Then from the roughness appeared depressions. Eventually a tiny crack appeared. At the same time, while being continuously eroded and assimilated by the pillar of pitch-black light, a large amount of information was also frantically refreshed from his attribute panel. You've absorbed the pure breath of death, and your body is even stronger. You've absorbed the pure darkness, and your body is stronger. Your strength attribute has increased by 15 points. Your agility attribute has increased by 10 points. Your physical attribute has increased by 12 points. Your spiritual attributes have increased by 13 points. Your strength attribute has increased by 12 points. Yours. Chapter 092 Death Knight's Challenge Mechanism. A large amount of information refreshed from the attribute panel. Each piece of information that was refreshed represented Sumu's body being 1 point stronger, representing his 4-dimensional attributes growing once. Though, compared to the 4-dimensional attributes he possessed today, this increase in 4-dimensional attributes per refresh was minuscule. But don't forget, as long as Sumu was bathed in this pillar of light, this increase was the one that lasted at all times. Very little is added at a time. But what about an hour, a day, or even a month? When these increased attributes accumulate, it is enough to pile up Sumu's 4-dimensional attributes to a qualitative change. Basking in this state where weakening and getting stronger coexisted, Sumu was somewhat mesmerized. No wonder. Even an existence as tyrannical as a ghost dragon would choose to sleep in the light pillar. Attaining their level, what else could be more enticing confusing than a further increase in one's own strength? Sure. Sumu also didn't forget his initial purpose for coming this time. That is to allow Agnes to grow further. Most of his body was still bathed in a pillar of light filled with the aura of raging death and darkness, and one of Sumu's arms poked out from the pillar of light and covered Agnes' forehead. Then, carefully introducing the ubiquitous death breath and darkness from the outside world into his body, then into the soul crystal. After the purification and cleansing of this epic equipment, Sumu then injected the death aura and darkness aura within the soul crystal into Agnes's body through the arm that he had poked out of the light pillar. Previously, the aura of death can be said to be the root of the undead's existence. Epic quality soul crystals that purified and cleansed the breath of death and darkness at a time were already extremely sizable, as much as 100,000 points. When Sumu injected these death breaths and darkness breaths, which had become extremely mild after being purified and cleansed, into Angani's body, what manifested was the gain in Angani's experience value and the increase in her 4-dimensional attributes. Though, the speed of this growth was far less than Sumu's, who was directly bathed in a pillar of light, but it was quite considerable as it kept accumulating. After all, even the Dread Knight had trouble withstanding the impact and assimilation of the pitch-black light pillar, not to mention Agnes, who was still some distance away from the Dread Knight. Back in the buried Boneland, Sumu had used the soul crystal as a medium to fully cultivate Agnes. The result was that the 4-dimensional attributes of Agnes after her promotion to Death Knight were a great deal higher than those of an ordinary Death Knight. Even among the Death Knights, Agnes' strength was above those hundreds of Death Knights, second only to the Dread Knight who had already crossed over to the epic rank. As long as Agnes' 4-dimensional attributes were raised again, it might not be impossible to surpass the Dread Knight. Skill-wise, there was nothing Sumu could do. The only thing he could do for Agnes was to raise her level and 4-dimensional attributes. As long as Agnes' four-dimensional attributes can surpass the Dread Knight, or even surpass the Dread Knight by a large margin. Under the premise of attribute crushing, she may not be unable to defeat the Dread Knight as a Death Knight. Inherit their career template. Succession to the head of his order. By the time Death Knight Agnes succeeds in becoming Fear Knight Agnes, Sumu will also be able to obtain the Fear Knight profession template as desired, giving himself one more type of profession material for the epic rank. The Death Knight's challenge mechanic is a racial tradition. This was something that even Sumu, not to mention Argus, had difficulty interfering with. Getting the Dread Knight's career template in this way leaves no one speechless. Sure, this was merely an expedient measure for Sumu in the event of his own lack of strength. If he is already strong enough to resist Argus and Nefarian, directly enslave the three epic bosses, he can obtain their career templates. As mentioned before, Argus is ultimately just a human mage with the identity of a witch demon, and like those many reclusive witch demons, he still retains the mentality he had when he was a human. Devouring each other and harvesting for evolution, this was originally the evolutionary law of the Undead clan. It was an inherent tradition of the Undead clan that the higher-ranked Undead controlled everything of the middle and lower-ranked Undead. At this point, whether it was Sumu or Nefarian, they were doing better than Argus. Because compared to Argus, they were the true Undead. Time passes. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. During these 10 days, Sumu left from the pitch-black light pillar 3 times. All 3 times he left because his body was about to be unable to withstand the impact and assimilation of the light pillars. After leaving the Pillar of Light, absorbing the incomparably peaceful aura of death and darkness under the shroud of the dark canopy, the layer of nearly shattered skeleton armor on his body was also rapidly healing. When he had fully recovered, Sumu once again entered the light pillar. So 3 times. In the middle of this, Nefarian awoke once more. With its strength, it naturally saw that Sumu was boosting Agnes' strength in this way, and it was quite interested in the soul crystal that was able to purify and cleanse Sumu's death aura and darkness aura. But just interest. The quality of the soul crystal was ultimately too low, and with the ghost dragon's strength and vision, he could no longer look at equipment of this quality. Even the soul crystal purification and cleansing function is minimal and negligible to Ghost Dragon. How could the painstaking purification and cleansing be as refreshing as it would be if it slept directly in a pillar of light? Rather, as time passed, Nefarian's importance to Sumu increased. In his long legendary dragon career and ghost dragon career, Nefarian has never seen such a strange undead like Sumu, and even more so, he has never seen an undead whose strength has increased so quickly and ferociously. 3 times you leave the light pool. For the first time, Sumu held out in the light pillar for 3 days, and his entire body was covered with horrifying cracks, seemingly ready to shatter at any moment. For the second time, Sumu held out in the light pillar for 5 days, and aside from the large cracks that appeared on the skeleton armor, the damage to his internal body wasn't too serious. The third time, and this time, the strange skeleton lord had lasted 10 days in the pillar of light. And this time he left, the wounds on his body were far less horrific than the previous 2 times, not to mention the inside of his body, even the layer of skeleton armor had just cracked. This terrifying rate of evolution shocked Nefarian beyond measure. At this rate, perhaps in another month or two's time, the strength of this skeleton lord's body would be able to fully withstand the onslaught of the raging aura of death and darkness within the Pillar of Light. No need to leave the Pillar of Light to repair your body anymore. This means, at just the Lord rank, this skeleton lord's physical strength will surpass most of the legendary ranks that don't have enough physical strength. More than half the time. Leaving the light pillar for the 3rd time wasn't because Sumu couldn't take it anymore. Rather, it was because Agnes' growth rate had been greatly reduced and had become extremely slow. The soul crystal was only epic quality after all, and could only hold 100,000 points of energy. Enhancing the attributes by way of purifying and refining the soul crystals certainly wouldn't allow Agnes to be harmed. But likewise, the speed of its attributes and experience value enhancement is nowhere near as fast and fierce as Sumu's. Good on. During this period of more than half a month, Sumu had been transferring energy for Agnes without stopping for a moment, causing her level and 4-dimensional attributes to have changed drastically. Level up to 58. The 4-dimensional attributes are nearly doubled. Such an Agnes. According to the calculation formula deduced by Sumu, today's Agnes, her 4-dimensional attributes are already enough to crush the Dread Knight who is only in the middle stage of the epic. That is to say, the time has come for Agnes to challenge the Dread Knight. He Sumu. It will also receive a second Epic Order career template, Dread Knight. Chapter 093 Death Knight vs Dread Knight. Half an hour later. Sumu left the city of the Undead with Agnes and appeared in the canyon that was behind the city of the Undead, the same place where the Death Knights were stationed. Unlike other Undead races, the Death Knight race is more of a military race. Not to mention that all the Death Knights on a continent would automatically pool together to form a Death Knight's order, and from there, the most powerful one would be chosen as the leader of this order. When an order of Death Knights is fully formed, the other Death Knights will take it upon themselves to provide for the leader of the order. That's right. Active provisioning, not passive plundering. A Death Knight order with more than 100 members would be able to give birth to a Dread Knight of the epic rank. After the Dread Knight was born as the leader of the order, the other Death Knights would voluntarily stop evolving and contribute all the experience values gained by the entire order to the Dread Knight. Only after the power of the Dread Knight reaches its peak will the Death Knights in this Knight group continue to grow. This is how the Death Knight clan advances. It was also why Sumu had taken great pains to cultivate Agnes. Just as the highest career template of the Skeleton clan was the Lord rank, the greatest limitation of the Death Knight clan was that the only way for a Death Knight to continue to transfer and become a Dread Knight after crossing over into the Lord rank was by doing so. Take Agnes, for example. Even if her level crossed into level 60, her 4-dimensional attributes far exceeded the requirements for transferring to a Dread Knight, and she had to have a Death Knight's order of her own with more than 100 people, and with the sustenance of these at least 100 Death Knights, she could only advance to Dread Knight. Coupled with the racial characteristics of the Death Knight clan that automatically converges even if a continent is lucky enough to give birth to 2 Death Knights and 2 Dread Knights appear, these 2 knights will eventually meet and start a war. The stronger side, devouring the weaker side, restoring this continent to a state where there was only 1 Death Knights. Likewise, when the number of a Death Knight group exceeded 1,000, the Dread Knight, who was the leader of the group, would advance once again from the epic ranked Dread Knight to the legendary ranked Heaven's Wrath Knight. Only upon reaching the rank of Knight of the Divine Wrath, the leader of the order can have 10 Dread Knights under his command, or he can voluntarily refuse the offerings of the knights under his command, allowing them to grow again. Death Knight. It's such a marvelous race of undead. It seems that the entire meaning of the race's existence was to continuously gather the power of all the Death Knights, and ultimately feed a peak powerhouse that was above all Death Knights. As stated above, the Death Knights are more of a military race. The other undead, including the Skeleton clan, the Ghost clan, the Zombie clan, the Witch Demon clan, and so on, when not waging war, the bosses as lords or kings would do their own thing, and most of their subordinates were bathed in the aura of death, doing nothing, passively receiving nourishment and strengthening from the death breath. And the Knight of Death. When Sumu entered the canyon with Agnes, this was what he saw. Hundreds of skeletal warhorses stayed quietly in a corner of the canyon, as if they were a group of statues carved out of stone, and the skeletal warhorses owned by the Dread Knights were among them. And those Death Knights, being led by the Dread Knights, they are staging martial arts in the clearing inside the canyon. Yes, they are practicing. The 2 Death Knight pairs, using their riding lances and long swords as weapons in their hands, constantly fought as if they were life and death enemies. This kind of maneuver would not end until one of the Death Knights was on the verge of dying in battle. The victorious side would look for other Death Knights to continue the battle, while the defeated side would keep absorbing the death breath to repair the wounds on their body, and wait until they recovered to join in such a battle again. That's right. When a Dread Knight is born in an order of Death Knights, all the Death Knights will voluntarily stop evolving to feed this Dread Knight. But that doesn't mean the Death Knights don't get stronger. They couldn't gain new experience values, but they could continuously hone their Dark Knight skills. Grinding again and again, raising it again and again, a Death Knight whose level is only 50, it is not impossible for all of its skill levels to reach full level. The reason for this, it is this one life and death struggle. The Lord rank, which corresponds to the hero rank of human knights. A heroic knight could never be a match for a Death Knight. It wasn't just because of the crushing attribute values brought about by the Lord template, but also because of this difference in skills. Death Knights did not fear death. From the beginning of their birth to the end of their lives, all of them had passed through such life and death battles. Accumulated over a long period of time, almost every Death Knight had refined their skills into their bones, becoming their body's instinct. Such a Death Knight. Not to mention attribute crushing, even if a Death Knight's 4-dimensional attributes were the same as a heroic knight's or even lower. A Death Knight could easily kill a heroic knight. Sumu arrived. Those Death Knights paid no attention and continued to fight to the death. Only that Dread Knight, who was the leader of the knights, stopped fighting, and his eyes hidden under his face armor looked in Sumu's direction. In terms of strength, at this moment, Sumu was enough to crush the Dread Knight. But there was no need to strike. Moreover, regardless of whether it was a living being or an undead, as long as he attacked a Death Knight, he must be facing the entire Death Knights. Sumu had brought Agnes to challenge, not provoke. When the Dread Knight looked over, Sumu took a step back, making way for Agnes behind her. Ta-da! 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 Mounted on a skeletal warhorse, Agnes drove her horse forward. The thick paws of the skeleton warhorse tapped on the rocks of the canyon, making a crisp footfall sound. Slowly come forward. Upon reaching the center of the canyon, only 100 meters or so away from the Dread Knight, Agnes' steps stopped. Riding on a skeletal warhorse, Agnes held the reins of the skeletal warhorse with one hand and her Black Knight's lance in the other. When the Dread Knight looks over, the Black Knight lance in Agnes' hand was pointed at the Dread Knight. Then, she withdrew the Knight lance, still maintaining the stance of the tip pointing to the sky, and gave a slight salute to the Dread Knight. That's the challenge. It's also a tradition of the Death Knight clan. When the side that was the weaker party made this gesture to the side that was the stronger party, it meant that Agnes was going to challenge this Dread Knight. It's not just a challenge. With this challenge, if Agnes wins, she replaces the Dread Knight as the new leader of the Death Knights and has everything the Death Knights have. If Agnes loses, she will have to join the order and give everything she has. If she refuses to join and still follows Sumu, both Agnes and Sumu would all be hunted by the Death Knights without end. Agnes launched a challenge. The Dread Knight flinched slightly and didn't refuse. No need for it to order. The hundreds of Death Knights who were fighting to the death all stopped and walked to one side of the canyon and arranged themselves neatly, giving up the spacious territory in the center of the canyon. Challenging the chief was never a matter between the challenger and the chief, but a matter for the entire Death Knights. All of these Death Knights are witnesses, supervisors, and enforcers of this challenge. Ta-da! 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 Slight soul fluctuations spread out. Upon accepting Agnes' challenge, the Dread Knight's mount, the tallest skeletal warhorse, also came from the edge of the canyon and appeared beside the Dread Knight. Roll over and get on your horse. A Black Knight's lance also appeared in the Dread Knight's hand. 2 knights. The same full-body black armor, the same Black Knight's lance in hand. Only one was tall, the other petite. One rode a skeletal warhorse, the other rode a skeletal warhorse. One was a Dread Knight of epic rank, the other was a Death Knight of lord rank. No one feels this challenge is unfair. Sumu thought so too. When Agnes made that move and challenged the Dread Knight's chieftainship as a member of the Death Knights, even if it was only the Lord rank, she and the Dread Knight were now on equal footing. She will fight with all her might to defeat the Dread Knight and take away his position as chief. The Dread Knight will fight with all his might to defend the majesty of the chief with his own strength. It won't stay in hand, much less retain strength. In such a challenge, both Agnes and the Dread Knight would give it their all. Win or lose. There's no other possibility. Ta-da! 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 Crisp footsteps sounded again. After giving each other a knightly salute, Agnes flattened the knight lance in her hand and drove the skeletal warhorse under her crotch to start charging. At the same time, the Dread Knight also flattened his knight lance, and the skeletal warhorse under his crotch hissed and launched a charge. Death Knight vs. Dread Knight. The challenge begins. Chapter 090 for the new leader of the Death Knights. 100 meters or so was close enough. For the human knights, this distance of over 100 meters might just be enough for them to launch a charge. Agnes and the Dread Knight are not ordinary after all. The mounts on their hips were also by no means comparable to ordinary warhorses. Crisp and dense footsteps resounded through this canyon. Almost after only 20 meters or so, Agnes's skeleton warhorse and the Dread Knight's skeleton warhorse increased their speed to the peak. Then, man riding. The Dark Knight technique is activated. Charge. The 2 equally black knights, as if they were 2 streaks of black lightning, began their duel on this not-so-wide field in the center of the canyon. The challenge begins. Standing at the edge of the canyon, Sumu was almost staring at the battlefield without taking his eyes off the battlefield, silently calculating Agnes's winning percentage in his mind. After all, after receiving Sumu's cultivation for so long, Agnes' 4-dimensional attributes had already been raised by him to a level that exceeded the Dread Knight by a large margin. Death Knight Man Rider. The high 4-dimensional attribute of Agnes meant that the 4-dimensional attribute of the skeletal warhorse at her crotch exceeded the skeletal warhorse at the crotch of the Dread Knight by a large margin. When the man rides. When the attributes of knights and mounts are stacked together, this gap in attributes becomes even greater. This attribute crushes. And the only chance for Agnes to win. While Sumu was thinking, the 2 black lightning bolts on the battlefield had already converged together. When the distance between the 2 knights was only 4 or 5 meters away, rich death power surged out of Agnes' body and infused into the knight's lance, rendering the already black knight's lance with an ebony light that gulped. Same goes for the Dread Knight. However, the power of death that gushed out from his body was more pure and deeper than that of Agnes. Clank! Shasta! The 2 knights crossed paths. While Agnes' shot fell short, the Dread Knight's shot pierced Agnes solidly, leaving a deep mark on her Black Knight armor. In the first round, Agnes lost. Sumu was not surprised. Full reckoning, it had only been a few months since Agnes had advanced into a Death Knight, and her skills and combat techniques were far from being at their peak. What about the Dread Knight? With a Death Knight corps of hundreds of people, this Dread Knight's growth time was measured in decades or even centuries. Such a long period of time was enough for him to hone all his skills and combat techniques to the peak. Being hit by the Dread Knight's blow with all his strength, but only left a deep mark on the knight armor. This would have shown that Sumu's strategy was correct. The powerful 4-dimensional attribute gave Agnes a stronger attack and defense than the Dread Knight. All she needs is a chance. In the blink of an eye, the 2 black knights began their second round of exchanges after tracing a black arc. This time, Agnes no longer took the initiative to attack. When the 2 knights approached again, when the Dread Knight once again thrust the knight's lance containing the power of death, Agnes ate the shot. Sparingly letting the knight's spear that contained the rich power of death hit herself and pierce her own knight's armor, Agnes took the opportunity of the knight's spear piercing through her own armor, or even piercing through her own body, to grab the Dread Knight's knight's spear. Ever. The first time she encountered Sumu, the scene where that strange skeleton grabbed her knight's lance, swung herself up with strong and unrivaled strength, and directly dragged herself off her horse flashed in Agnes' mind. Nowadays. In this challenge, Agnes replicated that scene. Her strength was far from the point where Sumu had crushed her, and she was unable to do the same as Sumu, dragging the Dread Knight off his horse with a casual tug. But, with a four-dimensional attribute that exceeds that of the Dread Knight by a large margin, and even more so with the four-dimensional attribute that the skeleton warhorse has superimposed on itself, plus the fact that both sides are in a state of high-speed charging. Sparing a stab shot, Agnes firmly grabbed the Dread Knight's knight lance and took this Dread Knight along with her as she fell off the tall skeletal warhorse. Fell off his warhorse. The attribute stacking of the human rider unity disappeared all of a sudden. The attribute gap between Agnes and the Dread Knight narrowed. But, compared to charging into combat and having to face the Dread Knight's pure and unparalleled knight technique, this narrowing of the attribute gap was something that Agnes could accept. After all, a Death Knight who is a human rider is a true Death Knight. The most powerful thing about every Death Knight was also the various Dark Knight techniques they utilized when they went into a charging state. In comparison, after a fall, a Death Knight's strength is drastically reduced. After all, it was a Dread Knight's full strength shot, and after dragging the Dread Knight down with her, Agnes pulled out the knight's lance that had pierced into her body, but the strong power of death had done quite a bit of damage to her. Throwing both her own and the Dread Knight's knight lance aside, the next moment she rolled over, Agnes drew her own knight's sword and killed towards the Dread Knight. Clank! Violent sounds of gold and iron clashing rang out. The Dread Knight blocked the sword. Just because of the power gap between the two sides, after blocking the sword, the Dread Knight's body shook slightly. Agnes' strategy worked. Dragging the Dread Knight off her horse, forcing the Dread Knight to fight her on foot, counteracting the Dread Knight's far superior skills and combat techniques with her own four-dimensional attributes that exceeded hers by a large margin. From this moment on, the battle went white-hot. The Dread Knight's sword skills were extraordinary, no worse than any of the human epic heroes who specialized in swordsmanship. The black sword light was like a raging storm, and while blocking away Agnes' attacks, it still had the time to leave scars on Agnes' knight armor. Just bruises. The Dread Knight took a step back with each short exchange. Under the strong body defense of Agnes, the wounds inflicted by the Dread Knight, though numerous, were mostly minor, and whenever Agnes hit the Dread Knight, she would definitely tear open his knight armor and give him a heavy blow. How similar is this style of fighting? Aside from not having that godly displacement skill, this fighting style of Agnes was almost exactly the same as the previous Sumu. Don't care how strong your skills are. As long as one was strong enough, fast enough, and had a high enough physique, one could crush the enemy with absolute power. Clank! 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 Once. Twice. 3 times. The battle between the two knights lasted from the center of the canyon to the edge of the canyon. By the time the Dread Knight had taken another step back, his body nearly leaning against the canyon's mountain wall, Agnes poured her entire body into the knight's sword in her hand. Chopped down hard. Boom! Broken rocks splashed in all directions. The knight's sword that contained the strength of his entire body not only chopped the mountain wall and raised a large amount of dust, it also cut deeply into the mountain wall. The Dread Knight was unharmed. But his hands were empty. The Dread Knight's knight lance had been tossed aside long ago when he was dragged off his warhorse by Agnes. Now, his knight sword had also disappeared and appeared dozens of meters away. Clang! The piercing sound came as Agnes drew her knight's sword from the mountain wall and sheathed it. That Dread Knight didn't continue to attack either. It's not that you can't. Rather, it's unnecessary. This challenge, he has lost. If they are facing an enemy, even if all weapons are lost and the armor on their body is broken, Dread Knights will fight until the last moment. But that's the challenge. A challenge launched against his position as leader of the Death Knights. Riding battle, being dragged off his war horse. Infantry combat, struck by flying weapons. Because of those 2 points alone, he had lost to Agnes. He did not let go, every attack was pouring out his strength, every attack defending the majesty of the chief. In this situation his weapons were all knocked away. According to the tradition of the Death Knight clan, he has already failed. Ta-da! 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 After sheathing her long sword and giving the Dread Knight a look, Agnes returned to the center of the canyon. She retrieved her knight's lance, rolled onto her horse, and just stood there in the center of the canyon on her skeletal warhorse, as if waiting for something. Subsequently, the Dread Knight, who was the former leader of the order, also picked up his knight's sword knight lance and returned to his skeletal warhorse. From the edge of the canyon, the Dread Knight rode his skeletal warhorse all the way to the center of the canyon, coming up close to Agnes before stopping. Clank! After a neat knightly salute, the Dread Knight rolled off his horse and dropped to one knee towards Agnes. In the meantime, The hundreds of Death Knights in the canyon made the same gesture, mounting their own warhorses, saluting when they came up to Agnes, and finally dismounting and dropping to one knee. This is the etiquette of the Death Knight clan. That is, on behalf of the Death Knights to congratulate Agnes on her successful challenge to become the new leader of the order, and on behalf of the Death Knights to offer their loyalty to Agnes, the new leader. Canyon Center. The fully bruised and battered Agnes was perched high atop a skeletal warhorse, her gaze calmly gazing ahead. In front of her, the former leader of the order, the Dread Knight, knelt on one knee and offered his loyalty. The skeletal warhorse stood still beside him. Behind the Dread Knight, those hundreds of Death Knights were neatly arranged, similarly kneeling on one knee and offering their loyalty. The skeletal warhorses they possessed similarly stood beside them, waiting silently. It's not just a courtesy. It's more of a ritual. This kind of ceremony not only represents that from now on, Agnes is the leader of this Death Knight group, but also represents that Agnes is about to advance to the epic level and become a new Fear Knight. Chapter 095, Epic Advancement. Dread Knight Agnes. At the edge of the canyon, Sumu stared tightly at the scene in the center of the canyon. This was something between the Death Knights, and even though he was Agnes' master, he could not intervene in it. He was curious. After becoming the leader of the Death Knights, in what way will Agnes advance to epic and become the new Dread Knight? Next moment, he saw it. In the center of the canyon, Agnes was still standing still. By the time all the Death Knights returned to their positions, an aura of death unfolded from underneath these Death Knights. No enemies were encountered. Didn't get into a charge. These death auras, however, gradually overlapped and merged together under the mobilization of the foremost Dread Knight. Finally, when the Dread Knight also unfolded his own aura of death and aura of fear, the terrifying power, which was enough to make even legendary heroes shy away, was injected into Agnes' body. The aura emanating from Agnes' body was skyrocketing. She's also leveling up. In contrast, the aura of the Dread Knight who presided over all of this was weakening. It's not just the breath. If Sumu enslaved this Dread Knight as well, he would be able to see from its attribute panel that this Dread Knight's level was constantly decreasing. Downgraded from 63 to 62. And then from 62 down to 61. It ended up dropping from 61 to 60. Dropped directly from an epic rank Dread Knight to a peak Lord rank Death Knight. And it's still falling. The winner has everything. Agnes wins. It wasn't just the position of leader of the Death Knights that she had won, it was the rank of Dread Knight. Only a Death Knight can feed a Dread Knight. Without the sustenance of a sufficient number of Death Knights, a Death Knight, no matter how powerful he was, could only be a Death Knight without being able to transmute into a Dread Knight. When Agnes won and became the new leader of the Death Knights, she became the object of the offerings of these hundreds of Death Knights. The Dread Knight, who was the former leader, lost the offerings of the Death Knights, and the rank fell off. When the former chieftain also swore allegiance to Agnes during the ceremony, everything he originally possessed, including rank, including profession, and even rank and experience beyond his rank, it all shifted to Agnes as well. So, Sumu saw the Dread Knight's breath weaken and also saw Agnes' level rise. When the Dread Knight's level fell to 60 and his rank fell from Dread Knight to Death Knight, the aura of fear on his body disappeared and was replaced by a brand new aura of fear unfolded at Agnes' feet. The moment. At the cost of the former chieftain's level drop, Agnes's level had increased from the original level 58 to the current level 62. The moment. At the cost of the former chieftain's rank drop, Agnes's rank crossed from Lord rank to epic rank, and her profession changed from Death Knight to Dread Knight. Epic progression. A new Dread Knight, Agnes, was born here. Ding! You have obtained the transfer information for Epic Profession Template Dread Knight. When the system's beep sounded in his head, Sumu let out a long breath. The second Epic Career Template arrives. Beyond that, his knightly little sister advanced to Epic. Along with that, he had also gained an incredibly strong Death Knights. As the only existence on the continent that could even harden against the elite Knight Corps from the Empire, the value of the Death Knights could be imagined. Furthermore, this Death Knights were also the hope for Agnes to advance from the epic ranked Dread Knight to the legendary ranked Heaven's Wrath Knight. As long as she could expand the size of the Death Knights from the current hundreds to more than 1,000, Agnes would be able to smoothly advance and become a legendary ranked Heaven's Wrath Knight. Such a Death Knights group, of course Sumu valued it. This was also the reason why, when it was obvious that he could kill the Dread Knights and obtain their profession templates, and when it was obvious that he could slaughter the Death Knights as much as he could and obtain a large amount of free points, Sumu chose to do so. The Argus hold is only one aspect. The preciousness of the Death Knights is the root cause. The world is a big place and there are many heroes. Sumu still had countless opportunities to gain freedom points. But a Death Knight group that can be subdued and can maintain the continued advancement of Agnes may only be the one in front of us. As for that former chief, Sumu was not so psychologically shady as to decapitate him. Every Death Knight of the Death Knights is qualified to challenge the chief. It has nothing to do with loyalty, it is purely a tradition of the Death Knight clan. The former chief naturally had that power. But When he was still a Dread Knight, he was defeated by Agnes when his rank and level exceeded her by a large margin. Now that Agnes's rank, level, and attributes were crushing her, how could he have a chance to retake the position of chief? Again. The former chief has taken the oath of allegiance. In other words, he wouldn't grow a single bit from now until Agnes grew to the peak of the epic rank. It was only when Agnes couldn't get in that the former chief would grow again like the other Death Knights. Even less chance. Compared to killing the former chief. Sumu was more inclined to promote this former chief to be one of the top 10 Dread Knights under the banner of Agnes after she advances to legend. With this former chief's ability, he was bound to give Agnes a huge boost. Within the canyon, the Death Knights continue to train, honing their skills and combat techniques by fighting to the death. As the most powerful Death Knight in the order, that former chief was appointed by Agnes to train and command the entire Death Knights in her absence. The canyon returned to normality. It seems. Aside from the leader changing from a large man to a petite but more powerful female knight, the entire Death Knights had not changed. At this point, Sumu had already left the canyon with Agnes and headed towards the city of the Undead. Advancing from the Lord rank to the Epic rank, Agnes underwent a huge change. In addition to the life value bonus, magic value bonus, and 4-dimensional attribute bonus from the profession template skyrocketing, both Agnes' appearance and her mount had changed significantly. First, Agnes herself. She was still in her Black Knight's armor. But, different from the original pure black, most of the knight armor at this time is still black, but at the edge of the position is more out of some dark gold patterns and patterns, making today's knight armor is full of a kind of low-key luxury. Step up. 4-dimensional attribute enhancement. The quality of Agnes's weapons and equipment also increased. After transforming into an epic ranked Dread Knight, Agnes's Knight Lance, Knight Sword, and the Knight Armor that covered her entire body had all been upgraded by one level as well, and were comparable to epic quality equipment. Secondly, it's just the ride. As Agnes advanced, so did her mount. From a skeletal warhorse that was comparable to the warrior rank, it was directly upgraded by one rank to a skeletal warhorse that was comparable to the lord rank. As the rank rises, so do the 4-dimensional attributes. The bottom line is, now the skeletal warhorse was even taller, providing more attribute stacks for Agnes, and more majestic. Riding on this skeleton warhorse, Agnes' petite body was reflected with a valiant temperament, as if she was a woman rider who was unrivaled across the sands. This made Sumu, who didn't have a mount so far, envious. He reinforced the idea in his mind. Progress to epic as soon as possible. Get your strength up as soon as possible. When he grows strong enough to match the ghost dragon, he must enslave and take that ghost dragon and make it his own exclusive mount. Sumu, who was immersed in his fantasies, didn't realize it. Following behind him, Agnes, who had barely spoken since she was taken in, liked to stare at his back at some point. Follow step by step. Total delay of half a step. And yet it never lags behind. What flashed through the tiny gap between the helmet and the armor as she turned or moved was also not at all the rotting flesh and blood that the player perceived. That's the neck. Also a touch of pallor. Hidden in the knight's armor that covered her entire body, Agnes' complexion certainly didn't have the same vibrancy as a human's. However, the gradually soulful eyes hidden under the faceplate and the pale skin hidden under the armor revealed a few things about who Agnes had once been. This is a maiden knight. At least, in life it was. Chapter 096, Botched Lies, Deceiving the Ghost Dragon. After returning to the city of the Undead, Sumu began to consider his next plan. The Great Witch Demon. Dread Knight. These are the two epic career templates he's gotten so far. Also, the leader of the Ghost Clan, the Wailing Banshee, and the leader of the Suture Monster Clan, the Epic Suture Monster, were each able to provide him with a career template. So, the career template material he needed to advance to epic came together. Just how to obtain these two career templates, however, gave Sumu a headache. The Ghost Clan, like the Death Knight Clan, had migrated from elsewhere and sheltered in this undead city built by Argus. In this city, the Ghost Clan occupied the northwest corner. As for the Stitching Monster, it was an undead race that Argus had transformed with the undead transformation technique. When there was no war, that epic-level Stitch Monster guarded around Argus's mage tower with those hundreds of Stitch Monsters of other ranks under his command, not allowing any undead to come near the tower and disturb Argus. In all fairness, with Sumu and Agnes's current strength, they could easily decimate the Ghost race or the Stitch Monster race. Even if the leaders of these two races were controlled and enslaved, it wouldn't be difficult. But Sumu also had to consider Argus and Nefarian's reactions. Nefarian might have ignored it, Argus did not. Since he created the city of the undead and chose to shelter these undead living in the city, Argus will inevitably not sit back and watch Sumu devour these two races. In particular, the Stitch Monsters were still an undead race that he had personally remodeled. Carnage is basically undesirable. Enslavement then. Argus may or may not react. But Sumu didn't dare to gamble. After all, it was a legendary rank which Demon King, and if he could, before he truly crossed into the epic rank and had enough power to match it, Sumu didn't want to clash with Argus. When Sumu and Agnes walked out of the teleportation formation, it coincided with an attack from the Holy Light Camp. Argus had united with Nefarian to block the Holy Light Camp's attack, as well as blocking the ensuing fury of Fred for Sumu after he slaughtered the priest core, which was ultimately a favor to Sumu. Although Argus didn't stand out specifically to protect Sumu, as the beneficiary, Sumu still had to remember this relationship. One is strength. The second is camaraderie. What's next? Sumu fell into a deep thought. And while Sumu was thinking about it, Agnes just quietly stayed by her side. No words. Just watch. It was only after a long time that Sumu snapped out of his contemplation. He had the breakthrough. Just kind of sorry for Argus. In his previous life, Argus had sheltered the city of the undead from being destroyed by the Empire. This sheltering also allowed Argus to have a host of beautiful names such as Undead Sage and Undead Shelterer. Only in the end, Argus was dead in body and soul. Everything he had was given to Rogales, accomplishing the power of that natural disaster mage. Where's Argus? If it wasn't for the player's curiosity about Rogales, who had compiled that great chronicle of Rogales, I'm afraid that except for individual NPCs, no one would have remembered that a witch king called Argus had once founded the city of the undead, sheltering many undead over a long period of time. Thinking about his plan, Sumu was a bit helpless. Rogales is long dead, his body and bones are nowhere to be found. But what one is going to do next does not seem to be very different from what Rogales did in his previous life. In addition to the fact that the time is so much earlier, perhaps the biggest difference is that Argus, the good old man, among the witches and demons, will continue to live. As mentioned, Argus doesn't look like a witch demon. He is a human mage with the identity of a witch demon, and moreover, a gentleman among witch demons. It is said that a gentleman can be deceived by a square. Measured against human morality, what Sumu is going to do next is to bully Argus, a gentleman but measured against the undead's law of survival. The next thing that Sumu was going to do was something that every high-ranked undead would do and should do. Sure. There's a premise. Wanting to make his plan really implement, Sumu first needs to get Nefarian, the ghost dragon, done. After all, this ghost dragon was the most powerful existence within the city of the undead, and the nominal owner of the city of the undead today. Subsequently, Sumu once again appeared on the altar in the center of the city of the undead with Agnes. Crossing over from the Lord rank to the epic rank, Agnes' strength once again skyrocketed, and her body strength also improved greatly. Although she was still unable to directly enter the light pillar like Sumu and Nefarian and receive the impact and baptism of the death breath and darkness breath, she could already try to contact those death breath and darkness breath in the outermost part of the light pillar. Sumu, on the other hand, directly entered the light pillar. But this time he came, Sumu didn't come here to be baptized. Nefarian opened his eyes. When Sumu appeared with Agnes, the ghost dragon's huge head once again stretched out, curiously looking at Sumu and Agnes. The focus is on Agnes. It was because it realized that in just this less than half a day's time, that Death Knight, who was originally still the same as a mole cricket, had already managed to cross over into the epic rank, becoming a mole cricket that was already relatively strong. Death Knight's progression that fast? Or has the king misremembered how Death Knights advance? Unable to help himself, Nefarian turned to Sumu. Hey, little skeleton, how did you do that? Nefarian still remembered that more than half a month ago, that Death Knight was still weak as an ant. It was with the help of this strange skeleton lord that the Death Knight had gradually grown stronger. Now that the Death Knight has advanced to epic, he still treats the strange skeleton lord as a subordinate. Nefarian instinctively felt that it was this skeleton lord that had helped the Death Knight raise his rank. The ghostly dragon opened its mouth. A huge soul fluctuation companion swept in. Sumu lightly laughed and said, "A worthless talent is just that. If I'm strong enough, I might even be able to help His Excellency Nefarian, but my rank is too low. And I can't help His Excellency Nefarian." It didn't matter if Sumu didn't say so. As he spoke these words, Nefarian thrilled. Phew! Violent gusts of wind came in. Nefarian rushed to Sumu's side at an almost instantaneous speed, and that huge skeleton dragon head was even less than a meter away from Sumu. The soul fire in his eyes flickered violently, and Nefarian's massive soul fluctuations swept over again and again. Talent? Little skeleton, your gift can help others raise their rank? Grow to what extent? Your talent will be able to help this king raise his rank? Nefarian got excited. Talent is not uncommon. The legendary dragon clan that Nefarian belonged to in his lifetime alone was born with several racial talents. Even after becoming a ghost dragon, some of these talents were inherited by it. But individual talent is not the same. Some of them are pitiful, while others are so powerful that they are the envy of the gargoyles. If this strange skeleton really does have this gift of helping others move up in rank, Nefarian got excited. It was already the pinnacle of the legendary rank, and one step further was the legendary holy domain. If it can cross into the holy domain, Why does it need to join hands with Argus? Why does it still need to stay in this dead city with no interest? Why does it still need to work so hard to improve its strength? Sanctuary Ghost Dragon. Enough to sweep across the entire continent. It is that they arrive. And are no longer a threat to Nefarian. One time, Nefarian couldn't help himself. It desperately wanted to know how Sumu helped others raise their ranks, and even more desperately wanted to know what level of strength this little skeleton had reached before it could help it break through. Chapter 097 The Ghost Dragon Who Was Snubbed and Crippled. Ghost Dragon was snubbed. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief. But that's just the beginning. Most of the existences that were able to cross over to the legendary rank were not stupid. Nefarian was just stunned by the things that Sumu had done one after another that were beyond its imagination, plus the fact that there were all kinds of individual talents, and who knew how many kinds of individual talents there were in the world, and it was only in a moment of desperation that he was lulled into a state of shock. Had he calmed down, or simply taken a look at the canyon where the Death Knights were perched, Nefarian would have known that he had been tricked. So, before this ghost dragon calms down, Sumu wants it to completely believe its lies. In the face of this series of questions from Nefarian, Sumu let out a light laugh and said, "Your Excellency Nefarian, it's true that I can help others raise their rank, but the cost of such a raise is high. If His Excellency Nefarian needs it, I will naturally not begrudge it. It's just that. Probably won't be until I cross into the legendary rank that my talent will grow to the point where I can help His Excellency Nefarian ascend the ranks." The previous statement was to prevent Nefarian from grabbing a random undead to test and exposing the fact that Sumu was lying. The latter statement. It's all about setting the stage for what he's going to do next. Is there really such a gift? Nefarian marveled. Regarding Sumu's comment that he had to cross into the legendary rank before he could help himself, Nefarian did understand. If just a small skeleton of the Lord rank could help himself break through the upper limit of the legendary rank, then he would not be a little skeleton, but the goddess of light. Oh no, the god of the dead is alive. The huge soul fires in his eyes pulsed slightly as Nefarian pondered slightly and said, "Try using your talent on this king. As long as what you say is true, this king will definitely help you raise your strength with all his might. The legendary rank may be difficult, but with the help of this king, it's not impossible." Getting here. Sumu breathed a sigh of relief once again. He knew that his plan had worked. As long as he had personally verified the authenticity of this so-called talent of his, this ghost dragon would never again doubt the fact that this talent existed. The breaks that existed in his previous lies are no longer breaks. Putting on a difficult face. After a little bit of thinking, Sumu reluctantly stepped forward and covered one of his hands on Nefarian's gigantic skeleton dragon head. Then, erosion talent activated. Under Sumu's careful control, the unknown energy wrapped with the death breath flowing from the soul crystal slowly passed through his palm and invaded Nefarian's skeletal dragon head. Now, Nefarian was even more shocked. With its strength and control over its own body, it was able to clearly feel that unknown power from the erosion talent. This force is weak, but so mysterious, so powerful. Nefarian even felt that even the purest breath of death that he had carefully refined could not compare in quality to this unknown energy that it had never seen before. Unknown energy coiled around a portion of the bones of its skull. It began to penetrate slowly. As that unknown energy permeated away, Nefarian seemed to lose control of that part of his body as well. But that power was too weak after all, and it only lasted for more than 10 seconds before completely dissipating. The control of the infiltrated part was back in his control, and Nefarian could feel that part of the skeleton really seemed to be harder than it was. This energy. This gift. It's true? Nefarian was completely subdued. Sumu was just a Lord rank skeleton, and although he had shown a battle strength no less than that of an epic level monster before, and was even able to hold on for a long time in the pitch black pillar of light, he was ultimately just a Lord rank skeleton. Where's Nefarian? A ghost dragon at the peak of the legendary rank. With a difference of 2 big orders, Sumu was able to enhance its bone strength with that unknown energy, and if Sumu crosses into the legendary rank, it might really be able to help it break through the upper limit of the legendary rank. It even suspected that the reason why Sumu had the strength of an epic rank at the Lord rank, and even had a physical strength that surpassed most of the legendary ranks, was because of this talent. Nefarian believed it. For a moment, its soul fire flickered crazily, and the 2 eye sockets staring at Sumu seemed to have 2 scorching gazes condensing on Sumu's body. Sumu was not surprised by this result. Daring to deceive a ghost dragon that stood at the peak of the continent, he naturally had a few certainties. The direct source of this certainty is the kind of unknown energy produced by the erosion talent. The purity and mysteriousness of the unknown energy was the only thing Sumu had ever seen in his life. Even when he was a legendary sword saint in his previous life, he had never seen a power with a higher purity than the unknown energy. Sumu believed that Nefarian was the same. The fact that a kind of pure power that even Nefarian had trouble accessing appeared in a mere Lord-level skeleton was enough to shock the ghost dragon. Combined with the fact that that part of the ghost dragon's skeleton had indeed been enhanced a bit, there was no way that Nefarian wouldn't believe his lies. Actually, enhancing the skeleton of the ghost dragon is the scent of death. It was the death breath that the soul crystal had absorbed from the pillar of light and then purified and cleansed. Just under the wrapping of the unknown energy formed by the He erosion talent, it was just difficult for even a ghost dragon at Nefarian's level to see through it. The pure death breath naturally enhanced the strength of the ghost dragon's bones. It was as if it was bathed in that pillar of pitch black light. Just how much did consuming most of the death breath from the soul crystal strengthen that part of the ghost dragon's skeleton? About thousands? It was just the right level for a ghost dragon to perceive. A countless number of lies interspersed with one of the most absurd. But when Nefarian believed from the bottom of his heart that the unknown energy that he had never seen and could not analyze was Sumu's so-called talent, even if everything Sumu said was a lie, it also determined that it was true. That's all. Nefarian was crippled by Sumo's snub. Being able to fool a ghost dragon was an ability in itself. But when the difference in strength between Sumu and the ghost dragon was too great, all these lies that he had told might not have failed to bring him a certain amount of harm. After believing in Sumu's talent, and also believing that Sumu would really be able to help himself break through after crossing over to the legendary rank, the ghost dragon's greed rose. Almost from the moment it believed the lie, the ghost dragon saw Sumu as all it had. With such a talent that could be described as heaven-defying, the ghost dragon would only feel at ease if he brought Sumu by his side. Even when Sumu advanced to legend, he would be able to help himself break through the upper limit of the legend rank if he then helped him cross over to above legend. Did that mean that this skeleton would be able to continue to help himself break through? In this moment, Nefarian's greed was great. It not only wants to help Sumu break through the epic rank and break through the legendary rank, but also wants to dominate Sumu and turn him into his own servant for eternity. To only help himself break through. Sumu didn't realize this, but wouldn't care either. Because the premise of this lie was that Sumu's rank broke through to the legendary rank in order to help the ghost dragon. With the growth of Su Shepherd, it's just the Lord rank that hangs on to the epic. If he really crosses into the legendary rank, I am afraid that this ghost dragon is no longer his opponent. At that time, the one with a greedy heart would no longer be the ghost dragon, but Sumu, who had always coveted the ghost dragon and wanted to turn it into his own exclusive mount. A ghost dragon. A skeleton. Each side has its own agenda. But after thinking so much in their minds, Nefarian and Sumu also coincidentally hid their little thoughts. The dragons might remained on his body. The Nefarian's soul fluctuation, however, was countless times kinder at this moment. Little skeleton. Oh no, what should this king call you, the strongest of the skeleton clan? Or rather, what should this king do to allow you to cross over into the legendary rank? Your Excellency Nefarian can just call me Sumu. Soft soul fluctuations came, and Sumu also smiled gently and said, Your Excellency also saw, although I came from the skeleton clan. But because of my talent, the advancement requirements are rather strange. How to cross over to the legendary rank, I don't know yet. But crossing into the epic rank, I need a favor from His Excellency Nefarian. Chapter 098, Capture the City? A gentleman can be deceived by a party. After discussing with Nefarian, Sumu left with Agnes. Half an hour later, they appeared in the northwestern corner of the city of the Undead, the place where the Ghost Clan was entrenched. The Ghost Clan was not large in number in the city of the Undead, but it was not small either. In that previous battle, the Wailing Banshee, who was the leader, drove the ghosts under her command to besiege the legendary Sword Saint, losing thousands of ghosts of various ranks. Even so, the number of ghosts left in the city of the dead exceeded as many as 5,000. Sumu and Agnes arrive. Various different apparitions also emerged from various places such as the Great Underground, the ruins, and the tops of buildings, observing the two high-ranking undead that were not supposed to be here. A lord, an epic. The appearance of these two high-level undead in the place where the Ghost Clan was entrenched was not an invasion, but it was not friendly either. They wouldn't make a move until the Wailing Banshee ordered an attack, but the necessary surveillance couldn't be missing. Ignoring the ghosts that had appeared from all sorts of strange places, Sumu straightly led Agnes towards the center of this land where the ghosts were entrenched. By the time they neared the location where the Wailing Banshee was, for Lord rank spirits of pain appeared. They were like guards, floating on both sides of Sumu and Agnes, silently escorting these two uninvited guests towards where the Wailing Banshee was. Soon, when they entered a mansion that was still well preserved, that epic rank ghost leader Wailing Banshee also appeared in front of Sumu and Agnes. I wonder what the two of you have come to tell me. The Wailing Banshee floated in mid-air only a meter or so from the ground, an exquisite long dress manifesting on her illusory body that had already fully recovered, as if this wasn't a ghost, but a noble lady. I wouldn't dare to instruct. There's just something I'd like to discuss with His Excellency the Wailing Banshee. No loss of speed, Sumu said as he approached the Wailing Banshee. What? Daring? Do you want to go to war with the Ghost Clan? The Wailing Banshee's sentence had not yet finished before she burst into a rage. Because in the next moment, Sumu's figure suddenly disappeared from sight, but the wailing banshee clearly felt a wave of extreme icy cold surging from behind her, seemingly about to freeze it. Sumu struck out. When he saw the wailing banshee, he didn't talk nonsense and directly appeared behind the wailing banshee with a phase shift. A massive drain of magic power. A dozen or so frost barriers in a row completely wrapped the entire mansion in them, and Sumu's hands even gushed out endless cold air, enveloping the wailing banshee in it. War? It is indeed open for war. With Nefarian as his backing, Sumu's mind was free of worries. He could choose whether to decapitate the wailing banshee and gain her career information and freedom points or just enslave her exactly as he wanted. Comparing the two, Sumu naturally favored the latter. Boom! Endless ice arrows exploded from the broken ice. The wailing banshee, which had been pierced by countless ice arrows without any defense, immediately took a large amount of frost damage. Its lifelike ghostly body also became much more illusory at this moment. Ah! Screaming miserably, the wailing banshee instantly released a despair wail. Accompanied by a wail filled with pain and despair, sound waves filled with negative energy spread out, continuously reverberating and reflecting in the mansion, bringing Sumu and Agnes into the attack range. Wail of despair. Wailing banshee's signature skill. It was a soul cry filled with pain and despair, not only able to evoke the deepest pain and despair in the heart of the enemy, but also able to stunt the soul of the enemy, slowing down their speed and causing them to reveal their flaws. The wailing banshee didn't know why these two strange undead were intruding into her territory and attacking her. However, as the leader of the Ghost Clan and an epic rank monster boss, any existence that dared to attack them would be greeted with their undying return fire. Desperate Wail, which was not only a wide range control skill and damage skill, but also a signal. When this wail filled with pain and despair sounded, the thousands of ghosts that were still wandering outside the mansion went crazy. They gathered outside the mansion at the fastest speed possible and frantically attacked the layers of frost barrier laid down by Sumu, not caring in the slightest that the frost power contained in the frost barrier would harm their ghost bodies. This was even more true of the 4 Lord-level spirits of pain that had followed Sumu and Agnes into the mansion. He began to return fire at the first moment Sumu struck. Frost Blast. Frost Nova. Strongly enduring the discomfort coming from his soul, Sumu recklessly unleashed one frost skill after another. Pieces of ice exploded. A cluster of ice arrows saved up. Under the blessing of Sumu's spiritual attribute that was already no less than a spellcaster's, these ice skills he unleashed inflicted a large amount of damage on these ghosts that were immune to physical attacks. Sure, Agnes wasn't idle either. She didn't mount her horse, but unfurled her death aura and fear aura, and the power of death originating from within her body spread even further into her Knight's sword, as the newly appointed Dread Knight decimated the ghosts with the attribute damage attached to her Dark Knight technique. A Black Knight King. A Dread Knight. Both of them were above the wailing banshee. When Sumu and Agnes teamed up, in just a few breaths of time, those 4 spirits of pain were killed, their ghostly bodies burning and turning into a shower of grey powder that spilled onto the earth. Immediately after, when Sumu exploded several frost blasts in a row around the wailing banshee's side, the leader of the Ghost Clan also followed in the footsteps of the spirit of pain. Till death do us part. It didn't even understand why Sumu and Agnes were striking out at them. What's more, they didn't understand why these 2 strange undead that had just arrived in the city of the undead not long ago dared to violate the rules set by Argus. You killed the spirit of pain. You have gained 30,000 experience points. You killed the wailing banshee. You have gained 310,000 experience points. The fight is over. The thousands of ghosts outside the mansion were still tirelessly attacking the frost barrier, but until now, they had only managed to break the first layer of the frost barrier, and there were still several more layers of the frost barrier before they could enter the mansion. Ignoring those low to medium level ghosts, Sumu walked straight to the ashes left behind by the wailing banshee and stabbed a hand into the pile of ashes. Erosion, talent activated. You have absorbed the essence from the ashes, and your body has become stronger. Your spiritual attributes have increased by 1,000 points. You have obtained the transfer information for Epic Profession template Wailing Banshee. The 3rd career template arrives. There was a surge of joy in his heart. After taking a glance at those low and medium level ghosts that were still attacking the frost barrier, Sumu directly accelerated with Agnes and rushed out from the thousands of ghosts' army, leaving this ghost's territory. As for the ghost, after chasing them out of their territory, they gradually fell behind and eventually returned to it. The chief is dead. The enemy is more powerful than imaginable. Their next most important thing was to compete for the position of the new lord. Not every undead race was like the Death Knights. Once they had identified an enemy, they would hunt them down and kill them without leaving any stone unturned. Most of the undead races, even if you kill their leader, as long as you leave the place where they are entrenched, the chase will quickly disappear. Unless one enters their territory again. Sprinting all the way. When they got back to the altar, Nefarian was already waiting for them. Finished? Done. Sumu nodded and said, the wailing banshee has already been resolved, so we need Lord Nefarian's help next. No problem. Nefarian opened his dragon's mouth full of sharp teeth as if he was smiling. It's just a mere suture monster, the king will shield you from the wrath of Argus. My king has also been feeling that Argus is too pedantic, not at all like a witch king. If we didn't have to use the power of Argus. All in all, that epic sewing monster is just fine, but you can't make a move on the other sewing monsters. If you kill all the Stitch monsters, Argus will really go crazy. The anger of a witch king was something that even the ghost dragon Nefarian was unwilling to face. Even if this witch king has always been known for his pedantry and weakness. Sumu nodded slightly. Aside from the profession templates and free points represented by the epic suture monsters, the rest of those suture monsters weren't worth much to him. It wasn't like the suture monsters were generally full of lords like the Death Knights, which represented a lot of free points. Taking a deep breath, Sumu softly said, His Excellency Nefarian begins. Subsequently, Nefarian unfolded his wings and his massive figure disappeared into the altar with a gust of wind. It didn't take long for its figure to rejoin the altar. But, accompanied by that, the epic sewing monster that was more than 5 meters tall was thrown on top of the altar by it. Chapter 099 4 Professions Fusion, Epic Advancement. As the only boss that Argus had personally transformed to cross over into the epic rank, this Stitch monster's strength and physical growth length nearly reached the limit of the epic rank. Even today as Sumu wants to kill it will take a short time. But, and ghost dragons. After being grabbed by the ghostly dragon from around Argus's mage tower and thrown on the altar, the sewing monster was a bit puzzled. As Argus's close guard, this suture monster could be said to know Nefarian the most besides Argus, and it knew very well that Nefarian wouldn't devour a high-ranking undead with full intelligence, and it wasn't clear why Nefarian had captured himself. Just next moment, before the suture monster could raise its guard, a huge pressure descended in the air, suppressing the suture monster's body as if it were a substance. Dragonwick, one of the legendary dragon's own racial talents. It is also one of the most powerful talents against stragglers. When the ghost dragon unleashed its dragon might without reservation and suppressed it on the sewing monster, which was more than 5 meters tall, was pressed down without any resistance and affixed to the altar. Its huge, hideous, and still continuously flowing bloodhead was right in the direction where Sumu was. No hesitation. After Nefarian released his dragon might to suppress the Stitch monster, Sumu also struck the next moment. Death cuts. The skeletal stranger's blade chopped out. The pitch-black slashes connected, hitting the same spot of the Stitch monster's head without missing a beat. The Stitch monster has a lot of strength and a high body mass. But when this superb damage that was 20 times that of Sumu's normal attack exploded out on the head of this epic suture monster that was enough to rival an ordinary legendary hero, it exploded out. You killed the Stitch monster. You gain 180,000 experience points. With Nefarian at his side, Sumu didn't dare to use his erosion talent to absorb the essence of the suture monster's massive body, lest Nefarian see that something was wrong. He simply closes in on the corpse of the Stitch monster and removes its career template. You have obtained the transfer information for Epic Profession Template Stitch Monster. The 4th career template arrives. The materials for fusing epic professions had all arrived, but at this moment, Sumu didn't feel the slightest bit relieved. Instead, he was even more nervous. Because he knows that the next step was the key to whether or not he could successfully advance to epic and then soar to the heavens with the energy in the pitch-black light pillar. Nefarian, what are you doing? A low, raspy, yet vaguely angry voice came from the mage tower. Next moment, Argus, still shrouded in his robed hood, appeared on the altar. The dragon might unleashed unreservedly by a ghost dragon could ripple for dozens of miles. Even if Nefarian had focused all of his dragon might on the epic Stitch monster, it would still be enough to startle Argus. Not to mention, as an undead race transformed by Argus himself, there was a natural connection between this epic Stitch monster and Argus. Even if the connection wasn't as strong as it was between the original zombie clan and Rogales, it was at least strong enough for Argus to know the life and death of the suture monster from a distance. Appearing at the altar, Argus glanced at the sewing monster that had been turned into a corpse, and his gaze lingered for a moment on each of Nefarian and Sumu. Then, he activated the scouting runes that had long ago been placed in all directions of the city of the undead, and took in the entire situation within the area shrouded by the dark canopy in his mind. Dread Knight drop ranks. The Wailing Banshee was killed. Even the only epic Stitch monster he had transformed was now lying on this altar he had built. Even the most pedantic and uninformed. At this time, Argus' heart was also filled with anger. Mindfulness. Countless runes inscribed in all corners of the city of the undead were illuminated, and a huge rune array covering the entire city of the undead was activated and grasped in Argus' hands. It was then that Argus's rage-filled voice followed, "I need an explanation." The Witch King. As the ghost dragon said, even with its strength it wouldn't dare or take a witch demon king lightly. Perhaps in a head-to-head fight, Argus is nowhere near as good as Nefarian. But when a witch demon king is prepared, even Nefarian and other existences that stand at the peak of the continent would not dare to fight against it easily. Because it means that this witch demon king already has a certainty of victory. This is the city of the dead. It was the city of death that Argus had entrenched and built for countless years. No one knew how many undercurrents Argus had laid down in this city of the undead during these countless years. If it is not to shelter the undead in the city, if it is not that some of the bottom cards are released against Argus's heart, I am afraid that when the Holy Light Camp came to attack, it only needs to sacrifice a few % of the undead ocean. Argus will be able to wipe out the Holy Light Camp. Yes. Even that peak legendary Holy Light Mage, Argus had the certainty of destroying him. It's just against Argus's heart. But honest people have their moments of anger. When seeing the Death Knights change their master, seeing the Wailing Banshee being obliterated, seeing the Stitching Monster being blown up, and seeing Nefarian standing against himself along with that skeleton lord that had just recently arrived. Argus was really angry. He didn't want to make an enemy of Nefarian, nor did he want to obliterate a skeleton lord that had managed to evolve to the lord rank, nor did he want the undead city, which he had created over a long period of time and aspired to shelter the undead in it, to be destroyed. I need an explanation. Argus was furious, and even Nefarian was a bit abashed. The soul fire in his eyes flickered slightly, and Nefarian sophistically said like a small child in the middle of a lie, Argus, we have no intention of destroying the city of the undead. Sumu, it's this strange skeleton who evolved in such a way that not only did he need a boost in his own power, but also information related to the Wailing Banshee and the Stitch Monster. Argus, I thought you prided yourself on not interfering with the evolution of the undead races? The alpha challenge of the Death Knights, the mutual devouring evolution of the Skeleton Clan, the negative energy crushing and drawing of the Ghost Clan. You allow this type of killing and evolution among the undead to exist, why can't you allow the instinctive evolution of a strange skeleton? You see, the Death Knights still have their leader. The Ghost Clan will soon have a new leader, the advanced Wailing Banshee and the Suture Monster. Argus, if you can create the first epic Suture Monster, you can create the second epic Suture Monster. Aside from the fact that it will take some time to reaccumulate, the city of the undead will not only have no losses, but it will also have one more skeleton who has unprecedentedly broken through to the epic rank. Isn't the growth and diversity of the city of the undead always your quest? As for this king is just a small deal with Sumu, helping him with a trivial little favor. Argus stalled slightly. With his wisdom, he was naturally able to hear that Nefarian was being sophomoric. But one of the things that wasn't wrong was that he wouldn't interfere with the evolution of the undead. Every kind of undead has its own way of evolution, if he even wants to interfere with this instinct. He is not the patron of the city of the undead, but a tyrant who regards the undead and the entire city of the undead as his own property, and interferes with and influences these undead's instincts and evolution for his own pleasure. Can't help it. Argus looked at Sumu once again. When he first met Sumu, Argus saw the shadows of many undead races in the body of this strange undead. Skeletons, zombies, and death knights. The shadows of many undead races converge on the body of a single undead, making Sumu a strange undead that Argus has never seen before. If he hadn't kept his heart, Argus would have wanted to dismantle the skeleton lord and study its strange construction. That is to say, Nefarian's words should be true. Killing wailing banshees and stitching monsters is indeed how this skeleton lord evolves. With his heart still full of anger, Argus was torn. No war between the undead races, this was the rule he had set. Not interfering with the evolution of the undead without massively devouring the middle and lower ranked undead was also the rule Argus had set for himself. Standing on evolution, the most fundamental instinct of every undead spirit. It seems that except for killing the stitching monster that they created, Nefarian and Sumu did not do anything wrong. Seeing this scene, Sumu and Nefarian looked at each other stealthily and snickered. This was Argus, a human mage with the status of a witch king, but essentially full of pedantry and strange insistence. It is said that a gentleman can be deceived by a square. It was because of this understanding that Sumu dared to formulate such a plan. Or rather, the only way he would dare to make such a plan was to face such an Argus. No matter how good his reasons were, how reasonable his needs were, the city of the dead was ultimately created by Argus, and those many undead were sheltered by Argus. Yet a slightly more normal witch king. Don't talk about sophistry, he would be blown away by it in the first place. As it stands today, his plan worked. Although there was still anger in Argus's heart, that huge rune formation that he had activated had gradually dimmed. Next, what Argus needs is enlightenment. Let him take his time with the results. The best choice to enlighten Argus was naturally Nefarian. As for Sumu, as the source of all this, he'd better get out of Argus' sight for a while. Giving Nefarian a look, telling it to continue to enlighten Argus according to the plan they had discussed before, Sumu, however, eased his footsteps and walked towards the pitch-black light pillar. The 4 career templates have been put together. The next step was when it was time to fuse them and allow himself to completely cross over into the epic ranks. There is no place in the entire city of the undead That is more suitable for Sumu to advance, as well as to raise his level and strength after advancing, than in the pitch-black light pillars. Chapter 100 Death Monarch, Yuyen descends. Nefarian enlightened Argus, and was also responsible for preventing Argus from being unable to think for a moment and striking out at Sumu. After things came to an end, Agnes practiced at the edge of the pitch-black pillar of light, trying little by little to fortify herself with the aura of death and darkness contained in the pillar of light. Sumu, on the other hand, went straight into the center of the light pillar. This was originally Nefarian territory. It was only after seeing the potential that Sumu displayed that Nefarian reluctantly agreed to help Sumu and let Sumu borrow this territory for a while. To be valued and long dominated by Nefarian, this place is naturally extraordinary. As the source of the dark canopy of the entire city of the undead, the aura of death and darkness in the center of the light pillar was undoubtedly the most dense and violent. Even with Sumu's current physical strength, it would be difficult for him to hold on for more than 10 days here. At the same time, this death and darkness that was so thick that it was near the limit of the continent, and also raging to the extreme, also became the best cover. Under the interference of this force, even Argus and Ghost Dragon had difficulty in realizing what was happening in it. Walk to the center of the pillar of light. Allowing that furious to the extreme aura of death and darkness to wash over his body, Sumu ignored the large amount of information that kept refreshing out below the attribute panel and began this time's career fusion. The Great Witch Demon, Stitching Monster, Wailing Banshee, Dread Knight. These were the 4 epic profession templates that Sumu had collected. And the number of freedom points he has today is 68. With Sumu's current rank, a lord could provide him with 1 free point, and an epic could provide him with 10 free points, and it took several months of accumulation to allow the saving of these 68 free points. 10 free points invested. The 4 career templates floating in front of his eyes lit up slightly. With the experience of the first few occupation fusions, Sumu didn't save free points, but directly invested 10 free points as a whole into the occupation fusion for the second, third, and fourth time. Then, after a total of 40 free points have been invested, the 4 epic profession templates fused, and a dazzling ball of light also appeared in Sumu's field of vision. But, this time, this epic career template dedicated to him didn't take shape in the first place. Quite the opposite. When the 4 professions merged into a dazzling mass of light, that should have only existed in Sumu's field of vision actually began to absorb the surrounding death breath and darkness breath. Like an ox drinking, like a whale swallowing. The amount of death breath and darkness engulfed by the dazzling light was so great that even the pitch-black pillars of light that supported the entire dark canopy seemed to have dimmed by 1 point. Time passes. Fully half an hour's time has passed, when this massive light devoured the death breath and darkness contained in the body of Kansai Sumu after. The devouring is over. A brand new epic profession template also finally appeared in Sumu's field of vision. Template, Death Monarch. Rank, Epic Occupation Template. Bonus, Life plus 500,000, Magic plus 250,000, Strength 5,000, Agility 3,500, Physique 4,500, Spirit 3,000. Skills, TBD. New careers. Death Monarch. Looking at this epic profession that he had just fused out that was exclusively his own, Sumu's heart trembled slightly. Life bonus, 10-fold surge. Magic bonus, a 25-fold surge. Even the 4-dimensional attribute bonus was 8-9 times that of the Lord Profession template Black Knight King. From basic rank to legendary rank. The higher you go, the greater the gap between the ranks. Several consecutive occupation fusions had undoubtedly made Sumu the biggest beneficiary of this law of progression. At this point, Sumu could say without any hesitation that this epic profession template he possessed had already surpassed the profession templates possessed by the vast majority of legendary monsters. Only peak existences like legendary gargoyles and ghost dragons could compare to Sumu in terms of career templates and attribute bonuses. If it advances again, crossing over from epic to legendary, the entire continent, even all the continents in the entire game world, no longer had a single monster that could compare to Sumu in terms of career templates and attribute bonuses. The strongest boss ever. This was Sumu's goal. And the appearance of this epic profession template that rivaled or even surpassed the legendary had already laid the foundation for him to achieve the strongest boss ever. Phew. Unable to help himself, he exhaled a breath and suppressed his excitement as Sumu began to check the skills he had acquired this time. 1. Dark Sacrifice. 2. Flesh and Blood Puppets. 3. Wail of Despair. 4. Aura of Fear. 5. Death Withering. 6. Dark Armor. 7. Claws of the Void. 8. Mark of Death. 8 skills, choose 2. After reading the skill descriptions of these 8 skills, Sumu excluded the 4 skills Dark Sacrifice, Flesh Puppet, Despairing Wail, and Claws of Void in the first instance. These 4 skills, corresponding to the 4 directions of recovery, control, summoning and attack, were ruled out for the simple reason that they weren't valuable enough compared to the others. Of the remaining 4 skills, Fear Aura was the first to be selected by Sumu. Although he hadn't been able to use the death aura, but stemming from his knowledge of aura skills in his previous life, Sumu instinctively selected this fear aura, which was from the same source as the death aura. There are 3 skills left. After careful deliberation, from the 3 skills, Death Withering, Dark Armor and Death Mark, Sumu selected the Death Mark skill. This skill. It's a secondary skill. Fear aura was mentioned earlier. Its function is to evoke fear within the aura range of the enemy's heart, and greatly reduce their physical resistance, and Death Aura can be used in conjunction with the Wonderful. And Death Mark. Mark of Death, active skill, auxiliary skill. Consumes magic value to leave a mark in the target's body that is condensed from darkness. The mark is extremely difficult to detect and will gradually affect the target, transforming the opponent towards the dark camp. After planting the death mark, the owner of the mark can communicate with the target and observe the world from the target's perspective. As a support skill, Death Mark had neither the power of a wide-range damage skill such as Death Wither nor the powerful defense brought by Dark Armor. But in the end, Sumu chose it. Death Mark could be said to be a combination of corruption, communication and observation. With this skill, Sumu could even extend his tentacles from the world of the undead to the world of the living. Then there's... He instinctively felt that the final form of the Death Mark skill was by no means as simple as what he had seen so far. Perhaps, in the future, this would be one of his most powerful and commonly used skills. Skill selection complete. The system's beep also sounded in real time. After Sumu confirmed the transfer, a heat current 10 times more massive than the last time surged out of the void and injected itself into Sumu's body. In a pillar of pitch black light. The aura emanating from Sumu's body gradually grew in strength, and that violent death aura and darkness aura that was originally crazily impacting the skeleton armor seemed to have become gentler at this moment as well. It still continued to strengthen Sumu's body, but no longer caused damage to his body. It's as if, at this point, he had become the master of death and darkness, rather than being a believer in it. Breath, gradually stronger. The aura, day by day, is becoming more and more terrifying. Even the full-body heavy armor formed by the layer of skeletal armor on the surface of his body changed dramatically at this moment. With the influx of death and darkness, a layer of complicated magic patterns gradually climbed onto the surface of the full-body heavy armor, and eventually faded away, and this set of originally thick full-body heavy armor gradually became exquisite. Sure. Not like Agnes. After Agnes advanced, her knight armor became graceful and luxurious, full of nobility. After Sumu's skeleton armor evolved, it looked like it was able to devour other people's sight while being full of might. Also, the helmet that originally protected Sumu's entire head, leaving only his eyes behind, also changed at this moment, revealing the small half of Sumu's face. It was a very durable face. Stoic, handsome. On this face, apart from the skin without a trace of blood color, the most attractive thing was the pair of eyes. At first glance, that pair of eyes didn't seem much different from a normal human's eyes. But it was only after a closer look that one would realize the fine, ghostly blue flames burning in the pupils of these eyes. This is the face of Sumu in his previous life. If one ignored the aura of death and darkness emanating from his body, anyone who saw such a Sumu would feel that this was a heavily armored warrior amongst humans and would not treat him as an undead. Sure, the undead are the undead. Sumu would not change from an undead to a living being just because of a single transfer. This change is only because as the rank rises, his original body that was only a skeleton is gradually replenished. Even if he came from a skeleton, as an undead, Sumu wanted to have a complete body, not a rotting and mutilated body wrapped in skeletal armor. This advancement. He got his wish. Advancement complete. The original Black Knight King became the present-day Death Monarch. While his strength had once again skyrocketed, Sumu had no intention of leaving this pitch-black light pillar and going forward to face Argus and Nefarian. Transitioning, it's just the beginning. After the Death Monarch exclusive occupation template was integrated into his body, the next thing Sumu needed to do was to raise his level. So, it was only then that he could truly transform the massive potential from the terrifying bonuses attached to the epic profession of Death Monarch into his own strength. Looking at an entire continent. Other than setting off an undead natural disaster, destroying the human world devastatingly, and gaining experience value in huge numbers, what other place would be more suitable for Sumu to raise his strength than the center of this pitch-black pillar of light? No. This is the best place. So, Sumu sank his heart and mindfully sensed everything within the pitch-black light pillar, and also mindfully used the death aura and darkness aura within the light pillar to quench every part of his body. With each quenching, his 4-dimensional attributes would increase once. Every time he leveled up, his strength would even skyrocket by leaps and bounds. With the help of that thick and furious aura of death and the concealment of darkness, both Argus and Nefarian did not realize that a Death Monarch who had just crossed into the epic rank but was already able to match them. Already born in the midst of this pillar of pitch-black light. Chapter 101 The Third Giant of the City of the Undead. Without realizing it, another month or so had passed. Sitting in the center of the pitch-black light pillar, Sumu somewhat helplessly looked at the system prompts refreshed on his attribute panel. You have absorbed the pure breath of death. You have absorbed the pure darkness. You absorb. You've gotten even stronger. From the beginning, where a large amount of information was refreshed every now and then, prompting him to enhance his body and increase his four-dimensional attributes, to the present, where a large swath of prompts of absorbing the death breath and darkness breath would only be refreshed after a prompt of information about his body's enhancement. And there is no indication of an increase in attribute points. As with the erosion, talent, absorbing attribute values was the fastest in the beginning, and the further back he went, the less he absorbed until the enemy skeleton was no longer useful to him. So did the Pillar of Dark Light. Today, a month later, even though he was still bathed in the densest scent of death and darkness, his physical strength was hardly elevated. Because the strength of his body had already exceeded the upper limit of what the death breath and darkness breath in the pitch black light pillar could enhance. Now, sitting in this pitch black pillar of light, the nearly endless aura of death and darkness was still continuously washing over his body, but after continuously washing for days, months, or even years, the aura of death and darkness that was originally enough to destroy his armor was also difficult to shake him in the slightest. The effect of the blackened column of light reaches its limit. It also meant that it was time for Sumu to leave this place. He glanced at his current attribute panel. Before his advancement, Sumu, who had already endured the wash of pitch black light pillars for most of the month, had already gained a leap in his four-dimensional attributes. After transferring to the Death Monarch and advancing to the Epic, the attribute bonus brought about by leveling up, coupled with the four-dimensional attribute enhancement that Sumu later gained in this month or so. A full 3 times across. It made his four-dimensional attributes today fully several times what they were before. Name, King of Skeleton Sumu. Race, Undead Skeleton. Template, Epic Occupation Template Death Monarch. Level, 58. Status, Life 920,000, Magic 530,000. Attributes, Strength 46,000, Agility 34,000, Physique 42,000, Spirit 28,000. Talent, Erosion Only Talent. Skills, Death/Boss Skill, Air Shattering/Boss Skill, Phase Shift Boss Skill, Summon Skeleton Boss Skill, Imprison Hands Boss Skill, Aura of Death, Aura of Fear, Death Seal, Undead Transformation Level 2, Ice Skills omitted. Free points, 28 points. The life value that is about to exceed 1 million, as well as the four-dimensional attributes that are all counted in tens of thousands, plus the incomparably magnificent skill bar. At this moment, Sumu didn't even look like an epic rank monster boss. This kind of BT attributes, these BT skills, also allowed Sumu to be at the epic rank, which already had the initial prototype of the strongest boss in history. The pillar of pitch black light could no longer raise Sumu's four-dimensional attributes, meaning that his physical strength nowadays had already caught up with Ghost Dragon, an existence that stood at the pinnacle of the entire continent. The same also means that, unless one killed a monster boss as powerful as the Ghost Dragon, after killing other enemies, the ability of the erosion talent to absorb attribute values was temporarily useless. This was because the essence from those enemies' bodies was already far from enough for Sumu to continue to improve his four-dimensional attributes and physical strength. Also, the four-dimensional attribute explosion brings with it, along with the enhancement of skeleton armament and skeleton armor. The quality of the skeletal stranger's blade has been upgraded from epic quality to legendary quality. And as the breath of death and the breath of darkness were incorporated into his body, the skeleton stranger blade also automatically contained these two types of damage. That is to say, from now on, even if Sumu used the skeleton stranger blade to attack normally, or unleashed pure physical attack skills such as Death Slash, these attacks would also carry the damage of the two attributes of death and darkness. It was as if the skeleton stranger blade had been enchanted. The quality of the skeleton armor was similarly upgraded to legendary quality. But at this time, the skeleton armor has more than just legendary quality armor general physical defense ability. When Sumu advanced, that crawled all over the skeleton armor and finally faded away the magic pattern, so that this pair of heavy armor also has a not bad magic defense ability. It's not as strong as physical defense, but it's quite impressive. Explosive four-dimensional attributes plus deluxe number of skills plus legendary quality skeleton armament and skeleton armor, all of the above added up, together with Sumu's own combat skills. This was the complete strength of Sumu today. Phew. A long exhale. Closing the attribute panel and taking one last look at this place where he had been staying for more than a month, Sumu stood up and walked towards the outside of the light pillar without any hurry. A month or so is not a short period of time. For the Aborigines, they may have found a better job, hunted a powerful monster, or ended a war. For the players, they may have completed the leap from the apprentice rank to the full rank. And to the undead, time is meaningless. This month or so was not enough time for a skeleton bathed in the scent of death to raise a level, not enough time for a spirit of pain who had just ascended to the position of chief to advance to epic, not enough time for Argus to complete an experiment, and not enough time for Nefarian to carry out a slumber. The ghost dragon is not sleeping. When Sumu made a breakthrough and closed-door seclusion in the location that originally belonged to him, this ghost dragon rarely kept its agreement with Sumu and diligently stayed at the altar to protect Sumu. Even if On the second day of Sumu's seclusion, Argus, who was helpless but had nowhere to seize, left the altar and threw his full anger and energy into a new round of research and experimentation. A month or so was only enough time for a ghost dragon to take a nap. It didn't have much of a problem with Sumu shutting down for such a long period of time in one go, instead feeling that this was the norm for the Undead clan. Anyway, even if it slept in the center of the light pillar, the enhancement it could gain in this month or so would be minimal. At the level of ghost dragons, the influence of external forces on their strength enhancement was already minimal, and it was the same with the pitch black light pillars. So, it's the reason it thinks so highly of Sumu. So, it was the reason it placed so much importance on that so-called talent made up by Sumu that could help others raise their rank. This day, Nefarian yawned as usual, giving Agnes and the dark column of light a careless glance as he prepared to resume his snooze. The month that Sumu was in seclusion was also the month that Agnes was in seclusion. Even Nefarian couldn't help but secretly admire the petite figure whose entire body was covered in knight's armor. It's the same as Sumu in the beginning. Obviously unable to withstand the impact of the pitch-black pillar of light, Agnes stepped into the pillar of light again, and would not leave until her entire body nearly collapsed from the violent death and darkness in it. Once she had repaired her body, she would step into it again and continue to endure the impact of the pitch-black light pillars. In the entire city of the Undead, only Sumu and Agnes were able to do it. The body of the Undead had no sense of pain, but what the body gradually collapsed and moved was the soul fire that was the foundation of the Undead. The shaking of the soul fire brought no less pain than the soul being torn apart. It's safe to say, if there was no strong enough will, when the pitch-black light pillars continuously impacted the body of the Undead, when the body gradually collapsed, the soul fire of this Undead would also gradually collapse, and his body would die and his soul would perish. The Sumu at the beginning was enduring such pain and persisted a little bit, and today's Agnes is also enduring such pain and persisting a little bit. With this patience and persistence, even if there was a huge difference in strength between the two, Agnes had earned the respect of the Ghost Dragon. It was even certain that as long as it didn't fall in the middle of the process, with this patience and perseverance, Agnes would surely grow into a strong existence comparable to it. That little skeleton was the first. This little knight is the second. Seems like this little knight is still dominated by that little skeleton. When the little skeleton advances to legend and helps this king break through the upper limit of the legend rank, this king will take this one little skeleton and one little knight all as servants. At that time, let's see if the group of old undead from Dragon Island still dares to chase after this king. Mentally dreaming, Nefarian once again glanced absently at the pillar of pitch-black light and prepared for sleep. It suddenly saw the originally stable column of light fluctuate. Immediately after, a blurry figure gradually became clearer and stepped out from within the pitch-black pillar of light. The little skeleton is out. That was Nefarian's first reaction. How did the little skeleton become so strong? This was Nefarian's second reaction. Soulfire jumped continuously in the huge eye sockets as Nefarian stared intently at the not-so-tall figure slowly stepping out of the pitch-black pillar of light, from blur to clarity. A strong aura emanated from this figure. Although it was just a hint, it made Nefarian feel a threat. Nefarian was shocked. Who is it? The Ghost Dragon, a monster boss at the peak of the legendary rank. An existence that stood at the pinnacle of the entire continent. Other than a group of old men on Dragon Island, a holy weapon inscribed with countless forbidden spells like the Book of Light, and a legendary boss with countless cards like Argus, what else in the entire continent could threaten it? Nowadays, on a small skeleton that had not long stepped into the epic rank, Nefarian felt this threat. It's not just Nefarian. When Sumu stepped out of the pitch-black pillar of light and the wisp of aura leaked out from his body, Argus, who had originally returned to the Mage Tower, reappeared. Standing beside Nefarian, gazing at Sumu who has completely stepped out of the pitch-black light pillar. Argus was shaken. If Nefarian only felt a hint of threat, meaning that today's Sumu already had the strength to fight with him, what Argus felt was a thick crisis. Take out the city of the Undead, the base camp that he has been operating for countless years, Argus has a feeling that if he faces Sumu in other places, even if he plays all his cards, I am afraid that he may not be able to defeat this skeleton. Even within this city of the Undead, it had become unknown whether one could still kill this skeleton that had crossed into the epic rank. A little over a month. One of his trials is still unfinished. This little skeleton, which was not placed in his eyes at first, had quietly grown up and become a powerful enough existence to rival or even surpass him. Argus had mixed emotions. The anger in his heart quietly disappeared. Ever since then, it was no longer his and Nefarian's domain in this city of the dead. A powerful undead, no weaker than them, has grown up. Chapter 102 Second Inheritance Note. Lord Argus. Lord Nefarian. Good day. Stepping out of the pitch-black light pillar, Sumu greeted Argus and Nefarian, who had arrived. He had a clearer perception of his strength today. Facing Nefarian, he already had a fighting chance. It was unlikely that he would be able to defeat it, but the outcome of the battle would definitely be that this ghost dragon would be bruised and battered, while he himself would leave unharmed after depleting his magic and stamina values. Facing Argus. If it was outside the city of the undead, Sumu had absolute certainty that he would be able to kill him, and even within this city of the undead, facing the Argus with countless undercards, Sumu could maintain his undefeated status. That's how strong he is today. It was also because of this strength that today's Sumu was able to calmly face Argus and Nefarian and talk to them as equals. Equal dialogue has always been based on equal strength. Before this, Nefarian did protect Sumu, but at that time it was based on the premise that Nefarian wanted Sumu's talent to help him break through the ranks. It was a utilization, and even more so a coveting. Now, if it still believed Sumu's lies, the only thing it could do was to ally with Sumu. The same goes for Argus. When Sumu was still at the Lord rank, Argus was so enraged because Sumu had challenged the rules he had set that he didn't hesitate to prepare to strike at him. And now, even if the city of the undead was established by Argus, and Sumu did the same thing again, all he would have to face would be a confrontation by Argus to maintain the rules he had set, not a punishment. Your Excellency Sumu. Congratulations on your advancement to Epic. So it's true that Your Excellency needs information on wailing banshees and stitch monsters to evolve. In that case, it's good to write off what happened before. With somewhat mixed feelings, Argus found himself a way to say that he would not pursue what had happened before, and also expressed his respect for the new giant. Nefarian wasn't that bothered. Appearing in front of Sumu, this ghost dragon asked somewhat eagerly, "Sumu, you've already advanced to Epic. What are the conditions for breaking through to Legend? When can you help this king strengthen it again?" Sumu already had enough strength, and Nefarian's plan to take him as a servant was naturally bankrupt. But, as long as they weren't in a hostile relationship, there was still hope for Nefarian to receive Sumu's help and break through the upper limit of the legendary rank. As you can see, Sumu spread his hands and said, "I've already used my talent to enhance my strength, so I'm afraid I won't be able to cast it again in a short period of time. As for the conditions for breaking through the legendary, they are about the same as the epic rank." Nefarian had some regrets. Sumu was unwilling to use his talent to enhance for it. It could be a pushback, or it could really be like what he said, that the talent after the advancement had already been used to enhance his own strength, and he couldn't use it again in a short period of time. Nefarian preferred the latter. Because this was the only reason that could explain why, after only breaking through the epic rank, Sumu's strength had skyrocketed to such a terrifying level. Nefarian was a little saddened, but not annoyed. Their agreement was supposed to be that Sumu would help it only after it crossed into the legendary rank, and the epic rank's talent consumption was not included in this. Besides, today's Sumu was no longer something it could force at will. Hearing Sumu's words, Nefarian was only sorry, but Argus was shocked. He already knew that Sumu's advancement required information about other races of undead, and while Sumu was in seclusion, Nefarian had used this very excuse to bully this honest man. Today, it seems that this is really the way to advance in Sumu. To advance to epic, you need information about other epic undead, then to advance to legendary you need information about other legendary undead? To know the entire city of the undead could be just himself and Nefarian, the two legend-ranked undead. Ghost dragons are undead fae and cannot be a race. That is to say, he, the Witch Demon King, is probably the target that Sumu needs to kill next time he advances? Plus, Argus already knew why Nefarian was defending Sumu. He and Nefarian are just partners. When there are enemies coming, Nefarian helps him to defend the city of the undead against them. If Nefarian's enemies come, it is his duty to help Nefarian. Nowadays, a second helper showed up. If Nefarian really, in order to let Sumu help him break through the rank, turned to help Sumu to seek the so-called relevant information on this Witch Demon King of his, then he will not be cold. With the undercard he had laid out in the city of the dead, suppressing one of Nefarian or Sumu was something Argus was sure of. If they joined forces, Argus had foreseen his downfall. At this time, Argus' heart was extremely sad. He was just a mage who liked to do research, and only turned into a great witch demon in order to have more time and energy to devote to his research, and step by step over a long period of time, he crossed over into the ranks of the Witch Demon King. He created the city of the undead to shelter the undead and to restrain them from setting foot in the human world. The city of the undead was located in the middle of the mountains, yet people from the Holy Light Camp came from thousands of miles away to attack it. It was hard to drive away the people from the Holy Light Camp. Sumu, the Calamity, appeared again. This time, not only was the city of the undead that he had worked so hard to create in danger, even he himself might become a hunting target for Sumu and Nefarian. Argus' heart was beyond bleak. He just wants to do his research in peace. Why put him through all this? But a message from the Witch King? Desperately flipping through his arguably huge memories, Argus was silent for some time before he suddenly asked, "Dare I ask Your Excellency Sumu, is it just the information on the legendary undead that you need? Or do you need to personally kill them?" Sumu's answer would be directly related to Argus' safety. If it was the former, Argus still had room to maneuver. If it was the latter, Argus would have to be mentally prepared for them to join forces against him. Good on. Sumu's reply made him breathe a sigh of relief. If you can't personally kill legendary undead, information should be fine. Pretending to be uncertain, Sumu said curiously, Your Excellency Argus. You have information on this? Let me think. The lifted hark was put down. Argus desperately recalled and finally found the information he needed in his ponderous memory bank. If I remember correctly, when I was alive I had been given 2 notes. One notebook contains the complete legacy of the Ghost Clan, and one notebook contains the complete legacy of the Sorcerer and Demon Clan. The notes that recorded the complete heritage of the Ghost Clan have been lost. On the contrary, the notebook that recorded the complete inheritance of the Witch Demon Clan seems to still be there. Allow me to think. Where did I put it when I first completed the transfer? While recalling the information in his mind, Argus flipped through his memories from decades or even centuries ago. He didn't find out. After he said these 2 notes and described the appearance of these 2 notes that contained the inheritance of the undead, Sumu's pupils, which were flickering with a fine ghostly blue flame, violently plummeted. The notes that Argus was talking about were the very same witch demon notes that he had gotten from Rogales' hands. And, listening to Argus, there is a second book of such notes, containing the lost heritage. Chapter 103 Shocking Secret. The Book of the Dead. Is this the note of which His Excellency Argus speaks? Forcing back the shock in his heart, Sumu took out the black notebook he had obtained from Rogales. That's it. Seeing this notebook again, Argus acted even more shocked than Sumu. I remember that hundreds of years ago, when I completed the transfer, I had already hidden this notebook in an extremely remote ancient tomb. How? Sumu understood. Before Rogales, it was Argus who first obtained this notebook containing the complete witch demon inheritance. Only for some reason, after completing the transfer, Argus didn't bring this notebook with him, but instead placed it in the ancient tomb that Sumu entered when he came to the city of the undead. Later, Rogales discovered that ancient tomb through the descriptions in the ancient book, and also discovered the witch demon notebook that Argus had hidden there, and eventually this witch demon notebook fell back into Sumu's hands. The sorcerer's notebook, which Argus had stored in an ancient tomb. The teleportation array in the ancient tomb should have been built by Argus as well. However, there is one thing that Sumu cannot understand is, where did Argus get this witch demon notebook, and after getting it, why did he store it in that ancient tomb? Looking at the black notebook, Argus took it in his hands after consulting Sumu and carefully flipped through it. Then, he said, It's this note. It's just weird. Inexplicably muttering twice, Argus only smiled awkwardly and said, Speaking of which, the witch demon notes weren't found by me either. It was a hidden organization that found 2 notes containing the aura of the undead and hired me to help them study them. Then something happened and I was converted to a witch demon. When I turned into a witch demon, I had already gained some insight into the study of the witch demon's notebook. In addition to containing the complete witch demon's inheritance, there is also an extremely hidden mysterious power hidden in this notebook. Fear of that mysterious power is why I hid it in an ancient tomb on the other side of the continent. It's just that I didn't expect that after hundreds of years had passed, this witch demon notebook had appeared in the hands of His Excellency Sumu. And that mysterious power hidden in it has also disappeared without a trace. Relating some of the nuggets about the witch demon's notes, Argus was in a significantly better mood. Not only because of seeing this witch demon notebook here, but also because, if Sumu got the witch demon notebook, there is a high probability that he has already gotten the relevant information of the witch demon king. The drama. He feared that Nefarian and Sumu would team up against him should not be staged. As for the accident in Argus' mouth, Sumu did not ask much. Just think about it, a mage who was addicted to all sorts of experiments and research, worrying every day that he didn't have enough time and energy, was so ecstatic when he encountered an opportunity to smoothly transfer to a witch demon. Basically, the plot of this episode is, a mysterious organization got 2 notes containing the aura of the undead, and found Argus, who was already famous in the beginning, to help them study them. After parsing out the inheritance contained in the witch demon notes, Argus was moved, and not only transformed himself into a witch demon, but also ran away with the 2 notes, and disappeared into the human world from then on. Perhaps, for Argus, it was definitely one of the few black histories he had left, and naturally he didn't have the face to talk about it. That means, did His Excellency Argus sense the danger hidden in that notebook and hid it in the tomb? Sumu thoughtfully inquired another question. That's right. Argus nodded and continued, although I don't know how Your Excellency Sumu eliminated that power in it. But at that time, that power hidden in the witch demon notes was really dangerous. Even after transforming into a witch demon, sometimes I couldn't help but want to keep looking through that notebook to learn the secret techniques recorded in it. In the end, it took me a great deal of time and effort to hide it on the other side of the continent just in case I couldn't stand the temptation fascination. The witch's notes are made of a very special material that I've never seen before. In the case that it can't be destroyed, originally discarding it would have been the best solution. But Your Excellency, Sumu also knows how tempting confusing that mysterious power is to a mage who is passionate about research. In the end, I chose to hide it and wait until my own power and rank are sufficient before parsing it. Seemingly ringing with the state he was in during that time, Argus was a little fearful and a little thankful. Later, as my power and rank gradually rose, the temptation fascination of that mysterious power for me gradually diminished. By the time I advanced to the legendary rank, I no longer had the idea of studying that notebook and instead wanted to stay far away from it. Slowly, over time, I forgot about it. Little by little. Recounting his past with the witch's notes, Argus let out a long breath. After listening to the whole process, Sumu was also a bit scared. Thankfully, he's cautious enough. Thankfully, he had the erosion talent and used it to erode the witch demon note before opening it, getting rid of all the marks and mystical energies in it. Otherwise, I am afraid that he will be the same as the Rogales of his previous life, and he will become a puppet of some unknown existence. Silently digesting the information he had received, Sumu once again inquired, then, Mr. Argus, what is the name of that mysterious organization that commissioned you to study these two notes? Didn't that organization look for you after you turned into a witch demon? Of course I searched for it. Argus laughed bitterly. Just a small portion of what I was able to access showed the power of that organization. However, couldn't stand the temptation confusion, and after transforming into a witch demon, I fled the human world and hid off the beaten path for decades. In the beginning, I was able to detect that organization hunting me, and when decades and centuries passed and that organization faded into obscurity, I appeared as Argus and slowly built the city of the undead to continue my own research. The name of that organization seems to be called the Dark Order. Argus didn't hide it and continued to pontificate. To him, this was already an extremely distant past. Hundreds of years had passed, and he had already become a legendary ranked witch demon king, while that mysterious organization had perhaps long since disappeared into history. Nothing unspeakable. The Dark Order? It seems like it was never heard of in a previous life either. After thinking back for a moment, Sumu silently nodded. Enough is known about the first note, also known as the Witch's Notebook. The second book is next. Dare I ask His Excellency Argus where the other note, the Ghost Note, is? After asking this question, Sumu stared closely at Argus. 2 legacy notes. He was more interested in getting the whereabouts of the Ghost Note than the Witch's Note. After all, the witch demon notes had already fallen into his hands, and even if there were any secrets hidden within them, he had enough time to dig them out. And the transfer information of the witch demon king had long since reached him, and the whereabouts of the Spectre's note was a matter of whether he could obtain the second legendary profession template, the Spectre Queen, in the shortest possible time, or the Spirit of Annihilation. Even the information of the witch demon note, which had a great deal to do with himself, had been told, so Argus naturally had no need to hide the information of the ghost note. Memories. Argus said, it was when I had just become a great witch demon, and once, in order to escape the pursuit of the Dark Order, I mistakenly entered a ghost ancient forest. In order to seek refuge, I offered the Spectre's notebook to a Spectre leader within the Spectre ancient forest at that time. But later on, the Empire massively purged the undead, and that ghost ancient forest was also affected. The ghost leader was decapitated, and that ghost notebook should have become a trophy of the Empire as well. After saying the last information he knew, Argus hesitated, but still persuaded, Sir Sumu, although I don't know in what way you removed the mysterious power within the notes. But it's better to have less access to such notes. When I was preparing to escape with the 2 notes, I had overheard 2 senior members of the Dark Order mentioning that there were a total of 4 such inheritance notes, namely the Witch Demon Notebook, the Ghost Notebook, the Skeleton Notebook, and the Death Notebook, which corresponded to the 4 oldest and most orthodox undead races, namely the Witch Demon, the Ghost, the Skeleton, and the Death Knight, respectively. No one knows where these 4 notes came from or how many years they've been around. It seems that these 4 inheritance notes contain a shocking secret. But as long as they are involved with the inheritance notes, none of them seem to have a good ending. Chapter 104 Want to attack the Empire? Sumu didn't ignore Argus' well-intentioned persuasion. After all, according to the trajectory of the previous life, even if Argus, the king of witch demons who has been free from the control of the witch demon notes for hundreds of years, his ultimate fate was still devoured by Rogales, becoming a stepping stone to his fame in the game world. Although confident in the erosion talent, maintaining a necessary level of vigilance was still needed. Throwing the witch demon notes that Argus had returned back into his storage space, Sumu fell into deep thought. Passing down notes, or looking for them. In the absence of any other legendary undead clues, the remaining 3 notes that contained the complete undead inheritance were undoubtedly Sumu's best choice. The Skeleton Note and the Death Note are things that even Argus has never seen. Ghost notes. Yet it is highly likely that it fell into the hands of the Empire and became part of its collection. Pity. In the previous life, players had dug too shallowly into this plot, not to mention the Dark Order. Even the 4 notes containing the complete undead inheritance had never been mentioned by players. Or As players, they might dig deep into the plots and clues hidden amongst the natives aka NPCs and not miss any clues that might become quests. But the monster. If you encounter a monster, don't you just cut it? Who in their spare time would risk being besieged by monsters to learn about their past and dig up their history? Doesn't it smell good to have that time to learn more about the NPC's past, dig into the NPC's storyline, and do a few more quests for great rewards? So, when regenerated from a player in the real world into a monster in the game world, a large portion of the information acquired by Sumu in his previous life was not applicable. Also, after becoming a monster, it was only then that Sumu realized that these groups of monsters that were not tolerated by living beings also had an unknown past and the same magnificent history. Empire. Empire again. Thinking about this, Sumu couldn't help but feel that he was really following Rogales' old path. He himself beheaded Rogales, inherited the witch demon notes, came to the city of the dead in his place, and will later replace him to attack the Empire. Any way you look at it, it has a taste of destiny in it. Sure, Sumu himself knew that it was just kind of a coincidence. The so-called all kinds of coincidences, but it is just that he has been walking along the old path of Rogales in his previous life. If at this time Sumu gave up searching for ghost notes, and turned his goal to search for those legendary ghosts that might survive in places that are off the beaten path, their next trajectory would be very different. Predestination never existed. There is also never a god of fate in the game world who can control the destiny of all beings. Only. Snapping his head up, Sumu looked at Nefarian with a burning gaze and asked with a compelling tone, "Lord Nefarian, would you like to attack the Empire?" As soon as the word is spoken, Argus was shocked. Nefarian was also startled. Empire. The full name is Caesar's Empire, the absolute hegemon of this continent. The Caesar Empire boasted as many as a dozen legendary heroes known to Argus alone. Combined with the 3 sacred artifacts of Jinguo and an even greater number of epic heroes and heroic professionals, it made the Caesar Empire's high-end combat power above any other country on the continent. With such strength, the Caesar Empire also never fear the challenge of any enemy. What about them? Argus, the legendary rank of the king of the witch demon, obsessed with all kinds of experiments and research, may not be afraid of any enemy coming within this city of the dead, but leaving the city of the dead. The battle power of this witch demon king will fall sharply. Nefarian, a ghost dragon at the peak of the legendary rank, could be said to have reached the peak of the continent in terms of his own battle power, but it wasn't enough to stand hard against the bombardment of a piece of equipment of the quality of a sacred weapon. Besides, Nefarian itself was in a wanted state, and once it showed up in the human world, the first thing to greet it might not be a legendary hero from the human world, but a legendary dragon from Dragon Island. Otherwise, this proud and tyrannical ghost dragon is not so much as hiding in the city of the dead, and Argus has become an interdependent partner. Sumu, despite being an epic, had the battle power to defeat the vast majority of legendary ranks, and could also be viewed as a legendary rank monster boss. The 3 legendary rank monster bosses were very strong. But that doesn't mean they're good enough to challenge the Caesar Empire. Nothing else. The holy light forbidden spells inscribed on the last 10 pages of the Book of Radiance alone blasted down one after another. Argus and Nefarian shriveled in unison at the thought of that terrible scene. Don't forget, there's still the threat of Dragon Island out there. Nefarian was silent, looking left and right. Its pride wouldn't allow it to admit that it had wimped out. But going with Sumu to attack the Caesar Empire, it is even more difficult to accept. This is clearly picking a lantern into the toilet. Looking for death. It hasn't lived long enough. Didn't want to take the risk of following Sumu. On the contrary, it was Argus who, after a slight silence, informed Sumu about the might of the Empire and their concerns without missing a beat. The 3 great sacred weapons of the town. A threat from Dragon Island? Understanding these 2 pieces of information, Sumu pondered slightly. The legendary heroes were far from being a match for the legendary monster bosses, and the 3 major sacred weapons of Caesar's Empire as well as the Dragon Island where the legendary dragons were located were the biggest threats to them. Is that so? As he spoke, one of Sumu's hands covered Nefarian's body. Under Nefarian's somewhat surprised mood swings, a layer of death aura from Sumu enveloped Nefarian in it. Next moment, Sumu and Nefarian's figures all disappeared from the altar. Only a few short seconds later, a large and a small figure appeared on the altar again without warning. They are in the same general place as they were. Sumu, how did you do that? That's your displacement skill? As soon as he returned to the altar, Nefarian couldn't sit still, and his huge skeletal dragon head probed in front of Sumu's body, a series of soul fluctuations spreading out, throwing out a single question. What Sumu did was simple. It was just a matter of activating 2 phase shifts, taking Nefarian across dozens of kilometers from the altar, and bringing it back to the altar while Nefarian was still in a daze. Yes. As Sumu crossed into the epic rank, he was already able to easily mobilize the death breath and darkness out of his body. As long as he wraps a target with his own death breath and darkness breath, when he waits to activate the phase shift, that target will follow Sumu. With Sumu's strength nowadays, not to mention wrapping up a single Nefarian, even if you add in Agnes and the entire Death Knights, it would be a breeze. The 28,000 points of spiritual attributes allowed Sumu to span up to 280,000 meters, or a full 280 kilometers, in a single phase shift. This distance. Let alone a forbidden spell. Even if 10 forbidden spells bombarded down. At the same time, it would be enough for them to leave the range of the forbidden spell bombardment waves in an instant. Nefarian is surprised. Argus was just utterly shocked. Even he, in this city of the undead, hadn't realized how Sumu and Nefarian had disappeared and appeared. Other than a slight to nearly negligible magic power fluctuation, he didn't even have the slightest feeling of spatial fluctuation or space being torn apart. He even suspected that. Even if he opened the rune arrays within the city of the undead himself, Sumu could easily enter and exit, coming and going as he pleased. It also means that it was highly likely that he didn't need to join forces with Nefarian. The strange skeleton that had just advanced to Epic not long ago was enough to decimate him alone. For a moment, Argus was a little forlorn. This situation of being caught up by a later Comer at an unimaginable speed gave the Witch Demon King, who had existed for hundreds of years, the feeling that he was already old. Demonstrates the ability to phase shift. After thoroughly subduing Argus and Nefarian, Sumu smiled once again and said, "Your Excellency Argus, I'm sure it's not the first time that the Empire has come to attack the city of the undead. Don't you want to completely solve this hidden danger? If the Empire ceases to exist, I'm afraid no one will ever bother the city of the dead again, and Sir Argus can devote all his energy and time to his research. Lord Nefarian, it is not in the nature of a noble ghost dragon to be bound within a mere city of the dead. Want to fly free in the outside sky? Want to destroy everything you want to destroy with impunity? Want to avenge the last one? Compulsion? Indeed. But having demonstrated an ability sufficient to guarantee their safety, this compulsion is extremely effective." Argus doesn't know for the moment. When his own words were said, but looking at the ghostly blue soul fire that kept jumping in Nefarian's huge eye sockets, Sumu knew that this ghost dragon had moved. Chapter 105, Once a Forge Master, an Alchemy Patriarch. Sorry. His Excellency Sumu. Unlike Nefarian's excitement, after some hesitation, Argus said softly, "I'm just a mage who only wants to devote my limited time and energy to unlimited research and experimentation, and I don't want to get involved in a war. And of course, if your excellencies are unfavorable in battle, your excellencies are always welcome to rejoin the city of the undead. I hope His Excellency Sumu will understand." After these words were said, seeing that Sumu and Nefarian had no intention of making a move against him, Argus sighed in relief and prepared to return to his mage tower, replacing his complicated feelings with research and experimentation. "Honorable Argus, wait." Sumu opened his mouth, and the slim body of Argus, who had just turned around, stiffened slightly. Without any negative emotions, Sumu softly said, "Your Excellency Argus is unwilling to join it. Naturally, no one is forcing him. The city of the undead was created by His Excellency Argus, and it naturally belongs to His Excellency Argus. It was, it is, and it will be. However, if His Excellency Nefarian and I do return in disgrace, there is still a need for His Excellency Argus to continue to shelter us. That's natural." Argus' stiffened body eased, and a touch of relief was brought to his tone. "Throw in the towel. It is one's attitude that one does not want to join the war, yet one is still willing to provide shelter for the undead. Without forcing himself to join the war, the city of the undead would still be his own, and Sumu and Nefarian wouldn't be cynical because of this." This was Sumu's attitude. In this way, Sumu expressed his goodwill towards himself. Even when he advanced to Epic, he had no intention of uniting with Nefarian to take over the city of the dead. Even when he was unwilling to join the war himself, he was not disgruntled or cynical about himself. One will not and cannot stop them from invading the human world. Likewise, he also doesn't twist his will, but honors his choices. It seems that this strange skeleton was not as vicious as he thought it would be. The wariness in his heart slowly dropped, and a smile quietly surfaced on Argus' dry face hidden in his hood. Taking the liberty of asking, "What was Monsignor Argus' birth name?" "Atlas Esther." When Sumu's voice came again, Argus gently spat out a name that had long been buried in history. Then, his body flashed with a dark light and disappeared into the altar. This time, Argus is with a relaxed mood into the research and experiments, not with the general. Just want to fill his mood with experiments and research, so that he does not have the mind to think about other. Atlas Esther. Repeating the name in his mind, Sumu on the altar similarly revealed a smile. He made the right choice. Argus's very nature dictated that he could never set foot in the world of humans, much less join this war. Sheltering the undead while not interfering with Sumu and Nefarian's decisions was already the limit of what this good old man among the Witch Demon Kings could already do. Even if Sumu united with Nefarian to force Argus, it wouldn't allow him to join, but would instead cause the still friendly relationship between the three to turn hostile from then on. Taking out the city of the undead, his biggest card, Argus, who had been focusing on his research after turning into a witch demon, was not a very strong fighter in the group of witch demon kings. Even if he joined, the boost he brought to Sumu was relatively limited. Instead of forcing Argus, they should respect his choice. That way, even if his and Nefarian's invasion failed, the city of the dead would still be a place of refuge for them. Atlas Esther. That's a name that's by no means unknown. Even though it had been covered up by history for hundreds of years, during those 10 years of gaming in his previous life, Sumu had still heard of this name. It was an auction. After crossing over into the legendary rank, Sumu had the honor of participating in an auction between top players. In that auction, Sumu had seen what a truly rich person was, and was also fortunate enough to see the approximate attributes of that auction's final finale equipment atop of the line legendary armor. The attributes of that legendary armor, which was only half a step away from being a saint weapon as well, were still secondary. Sumu vaguely remembered the name of the equipment forger appearing in the system description of that piece of legendary armor. If he remembered correctly, the name of the forge master who forged that piece of legendary armor was none other than Atlas Esther. Argus. It was a legendary order witch king. But when he was a human hundreds of years ago, he was at the same time a forge master named Atlas Esther. More so, he was an alchemy master who had once had great fame in the human world. For Sumu, the two identities of master forger and alchemy master are much more important than the identity of the witch demon king that Argus possesses. At least, the epic quality soul crystal he was carrying seemed to be able to raise its quality to legendary quality through Argus. Argus withdrew. The identity he finally revealed also allowed Sumu to dig up an unprecedented treasure. Nefarian, however, will not quit. When Argus left from the altar, Nefarian completely gave up his reserve, circling around Sumu continuously, layer upon layer of soul fluctuations spreading out, frantically throwing out a series of questions. Nefarian at this time. Not at all like the proud and tyrannical ghost dragon, but rather like a wolfie who has been locked up in the house for a long time and desperately wants his master to take himself out for a walk. Not to blame Nefarian. Legendary dragons themselves are a race that yearns for freedom and recklessness. Even with the constraints of Dragon Island, rumors of legendary dragons appearing in the game world and alarming the human world would often appear. After turning from a legendary dragon into a ghost dragon, Nefarian's character became even more tyrannical and reckless. Such a ghost dragon, but because of the pursuit of the Dragon Island, it has been suffocated in the city of the undead, this birthplace, for decades, or even hundreds of years. In terms of Nefarian's nature, it is already good that he has not been suffocated mad. Nowadays, Sumu appeared. Phase shift, a displacement divine skill, even allowed them to ignore the bombardment of forbidden spells, and even the pursuit of Dragon Island. Even if 10 peak legendary dragons attacked, wouldn't they run if they couldn't beat them? One phase shift is a full 280 kilometers. A few more times, even if all the legendary gargoyles in Dragon Island were to come out, it would be impossible to catch up with them or find them. In this case, Nefarian, who has been suffocated madly, naturally wants to rush out of the city of the undead and go to the human world to kill the four directions, to relieve himself of the pain that he has suffocated for dozens of hundreds of years, as well as to take revenge for the last time. But Sumu was in no hurry. After pacifying Nefarian, they began to discuss the specifics of this attack on Caesar's empire. For example, who is the main focus? For example, the composition of the undead army. Then there's, during the attack on Caesar's empire, Sumu's mount problem. And so on. Nefarian is unwilling to compromise, but Sumu, who has captured its weakness, always has a time to make it compromise. 10 days later. All the preparations are done. After this long time of baptism in the pitch-black light pillar, no matter if it was the level or the four-dimensional attributes, there was a great growth, and initially had a few of Sumu's demeanor. It's safe to say, putting aside Sumu, a foreigner, Agnes was probably one of the few undead amongst the undead who could fight across the ranks at the epic rank and defeat a weaker legend rank. Sure. This refers to the situation in a one-on-one fight. If he brought along the Death Knights, and then unfolded, converged, and fused all of the Death Knights' death auras together, the Dread Knights would have had the ability to cross the ranks and challenge each other. Otherwise, Sumu didn't have to think so highly of the Death Knights. This time when he attacked the Caesar Empire, Sumu's primary goal was naturally the Ghost Note that had most likely already become a trophy of the Caesar Empire, to obtain the second legendary profession template. The secondary goal is to harvest experience on a large scale as a way to level up. The Death Monarch Epic Rank Career Template was already comparable to the top Legendary Career Template. Even if he couldn't advance to Legendary, the level increase in the Epic rank alone could drastically increase Sumu's combat power. The current Sumu was not a match for the Ghost Dragon, and only had the power to fight. If he raises his level by another 10 levels. No, as long as he raises it by another 6 or 7 levels, the strength that surges again is enough for him to defeat an existence like a Ghost Dragon. By that time, enslaving the Ghost Dragon and turning him into your own exclusive mount is no longer a dream. Sumu, whose own strength stood at the peak of the continent, didn't have to pay attention to the dangers that might appear, crushing the entire continent with his overwhelming strength, collecting all the resources he needed, and pushing his strength to the peak again. Fantasy? No. That's just the plan. Because at this time, Sumu already had enough strength to carry out these plans step by step, bringing the plans that originally existed in fantasy to reality and realizing his peak leap. Chapter 106: The Figure That Rode a Dragon. After making all the preparations, Sumu left the city of the undead. With the many pieces of information obtained from Argus, at this time, Sumu not only knew the specific route from the city of the undead to Caesar's empire, but even the approximate locations of the many large cities and imperial capitals within Caesar's empire had been made clear. For this attack on the empire, the number of undead Sumu brought with him was not large. Aside from Sumu himself, the Death Monarch, and Nefarian, the ghostly dragon, the only thing he had taken from the city of the undead was Agnes and the Death Knights under her command. The city of the undead was not close to the Caesar empire. Even the distance to the border of the Caesar empire was thousands of kilometers. Such a distant distance, the city of the dead is out of the mountains, plus the character of Argus. So that, no matter who seems to be in the eyes of anyone, the city of the dead is not a threat to the Caesar empire. When Fred came at the beginning, he did not hesitate to come for thousands of miles to crusade against the city of the undead. This kind of behavior is purely fed up in Sumu's opinion. Nothing to do. Likewise. Also because of this not-so-close distance, Sumu gave up bringing along the other undead within the city of the undead. Apart from the Death Knights, the most powerful combatants in the entire undead city were the Ghost Clan, the Suture Monster Clan, as well as the millions of other low and medium-level undead. It goes without saying that low and medium-level undead move too slowly. Simply bringing this million undead legions from the city of the undead to the borders of the Caesar Empire would take more than 10 days. Moreover, its combat power might not be that high. The Stitch Monster Clan's combat power was high, but its movement speed was inferior to that of a normal undead. Finally, the Ghost Clan, which moved fast enough, had difficulty forming an effective fighting force until an epic rank Wailing Banshee appeared to unify the entire Ghost Clan. The end result is that this time, he left the city of the undead and attacked the Caesar Empire, which has the reputation of being the hegemon of the continent. Sumu only brought a Ghost Dragon, a Dread Knight, and hundreds of Death Knights under the Dread Knight's command. Ow. Accompanied by violent soul fluctuations that spread out like a raging storm, a massive figure that was huge but with a half-decayed body crossed from high in the sky. Leaving the city of the undead, Nefarian completely let himself go. Flying high in the air with reckless abandon, howling, and occasionally flying low, he spewed a mouthful of ghostly dragon spit containing extreme death, darkness, and frost into the earth, polluting a large range of forests or meadows, turning them into a land full of deathly silence and death. Without the city of the dead. At the same time, no longer afraid of the possible crusade of the Dragon Island, Nefarian, who has been holding back for dozens of hundreds of years, is like a wild horse out of control, wantonly reveling. Being unencumbered Nefarian is cool. Sumu was not happy about it. Because at this point he wasn't running with the Death Knights on the earth, but standing on Nefarian's back. Yes. You read it right. When he left the city of the undead, Sumu went ahead and realized his dream and stood on the back of this ghost dragon of Nefarian, taking this ghost dragon. That was stronger than himself as a mount. Under normal circumstances, Nefarian would naturally not allow Sumu to use it as a mount. Not to mention that Sumu's strength is not as good as Nefarian, with this ghost dragon's pride and tyranny. Even if Sumu's strength has exceeded Nefarian, it will not allow itself to be subjugated to Sumu, let alone become his mount. But if hard doesn't work, Sumu can come with soft. Attacking the Caesar Empire and finding the ghost notes while harvesting experience was just Sumu's goal. Leaving the city of the undead to run amok while avenging the last time was Nefarian's goal. While Nefarian still had to watch out for the forbidden bombardment of Caesar's empire and the possible arrival of Dragon Island's crusade. Sumu then began to fool. Oh no, to Nefarian to lay out the facts and reason. 1. Nefarian could fly, the Death Knights all had mounts, and Sumu was the only one with the slowest speed. Without Nefarian's help, it might be a long time before they could cross into the Caesar empire. 2. Whether it's the forbidden spell bombardment from Caesar's empire or the crusade from Dragon Island, it's decided that when danger strikes, Sumu will have to wrap Nefarian with his own breath at the first opportunity so he can unleash the phase shift and take the ghost dragon to escape the danger. 3. The ghost dragon is more powerful than the Sumo, so this is not becoming a mount. Rather, it's a powerful ghost dragon helping a partner who is even weaker than it. 4. When Sumu advanced to legend, he would help the ghost dragon break through the upper limit of the legend rank, and before that, they needed to familiarize themselves properly. In this way, when Sumu advanced, the chances of helping the ghost dragon break through would be greater. The ghost dragon said there was no problem flying with Sumu, it could use its dragon claws to grab Sumu and fly. Sumu said, this posture I am not used to. Moreover, when encountering danger, flying in this posture, my breath can't wrap you the fastest, and the result is likely to be I ran away, and you are finished. The ghost dragon said, it was impossible to be a mount, and it would never be a mount in this life. Being ridden on its head by a humble skeleton, it wouldn't have the face to live if word got out. Sumu said, "Of course it's not a mount. No one was qualified to stand on a ghost dragon's head and trample it underfoot. It was only that, for the sake of the next plan to go more smoothly, His Excellency the mighty ghost dragon allowed his partner to stand on his strong back." Ghost dragon said? Sumu stated. That's all. Following the first time he tricked Ghost Dragon into sheltering him by helping him break through the rank, and the second time he tricked Ghost Dragon into leaving the city by avenging an arrow, Sumu fooled Ghost Dragon into crippling him for the third time. The result is, by the time we leave the city of the dead, Agnes ran wildly across the land with the Death Knights under her command, while Nefarian took to the air and spread his wings. At this time, Sumu had stood on its back. The first time he rode a dragon, and still appeared on the back of a ghost dragon in this standing manner, the taste was naturally not very pleasant. Especially when Nefarian made all sorts of extremely thrilling maneuvers high in the air, there were countless times when Sumu was almost thrown off Nefarian's back. Nefarian didn't have the self-consciousness of a mount and naturally didn't care about Sumu's feelings. In its view, allowing Sumu to step on its back was already a favor from Lord Dragon King. Sumu had to figure it out on his own. He stabilized himself by stomping hard with both feet, crushing 2 pieces of rotting blood and flesh next to the Nefarian's spinal great dragon, sinking his legs into them, and riding on top of the Nefarian's spinal great dragon. Nefarian grumbled at the position, but didn't object. This proud and tyrannical ghost dragon was unaware that Sumu's series of behaviors was just a small application of psychology in the real world. At this point, Sumu, who was far less powerful than Nefarian, had stepped on its back and rode on its spinal great dragon. Wait until Sumu is stronger and Nefarian is used to this state. Sumu would be able to get one step closer. From standing on his back, to riding the great dragon of the spine, to his neck, and finally to the top of his head. Step by step, Nefarian gets used to the process. At the end of the day, perhaps without even needing to enslave it, Sumu had already succeeded in topping the ghost dragon's head and domesticating this powerful ghost dragon into his own exclusive mount. 2 days later, toward evening, with the full force of the Death Knight's Mercedes, they crossed a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers, stepping from the city of the undead amidst the mountains into the territory of the Caesar Empire and closing in on a border city. Perhaps because of its proximity to the city of the undead, this city called Fortress City was not too large, but there were quite a few professionals stationed in it. The 10-meter-high thick walls could effectively defend against attacks from the undead sea or other monster swarms. Up to tens of thousands of professionals stationed here could also ensure that even if a sea of undead or other swarms of monsters arrived, they would be enough to hold out until the Empire sources. Proximity to the border means that fighting is frequent. Even if the targets of these battles were just down-and-out bandits, small groups of undead in the wilderness, or growing beasts in the mountains and forests, etc., they attracted a lot of adventurers. The regular army stationed in the fortress city naturally didn't bother to take action against these petty existences, and the target of their defense had always been the city of the undead amidst the mountains, as well as the wave of beasts that might have formed in the endless wasteland. These small fights were then left to the adventurers. Nature. With a large number of combat quests and quest rewards from the Caesar's Empire side, this fortress city then attracted a lot of players to come. Since the opening of the game, this fortress city had attracted more than 10,000 players. And players who had the financial resources to travel from other cities to this fortress city located on the border of the empire were all at least level 20 or above and possessed a formal profession. This rank, this order. It wasn't called the top among the players, but it was basically the elite among the players. Toward evening, it's getting dark. Teams of players returning from hunting were lining up to enter the city, either to pay their quests and receive their rewards, or to sell their goods in exchange for other resources. It was also at this time, a black dot appeared on the distant horizon. All of the players who were within the boundaries of the fortress city also all heard the system beeps ringing in their heads. Chapter 107, Fear Comes. The beginning of the natural disaster. Ding. Epic drama quest opens. Mission name, Fortress City Defense Battle. Quest description, from the land of buried bones to the city of the undead, King of Skeletons Sumu has undergone a metamorphosis and advanced to epic. This time, he has appeared at the border of the empire with an even more powerful enemy, and as a member of Fortress City, the only thing you can do is to take up the weapons in your hands and defend the territory of the empire. Quest requirements, kill or repel King of Skeletons Sumu, destroy or expel the incoming Death Knights. Mission reward, the battlefield contribution system has begun, and all players participating in this Fortress City defense battle will receive the corresponding contribution points based on their behavior. If the mission is successful, all players participating in this mission can redeem the corresponding equipment, props, experience values, and attribute points with their contribution degrees. This quest is an epic plot quest, and the highest quality of equipment and props is epic quality. 3 times in a row. A crisp system beep sounded in the minds of all the players. Upon reading the relevant descriptions of this time's quest, all the players were shocked and enraged. The undead boss that had appeared once a few months ago and destroyed the rule duchy on the other end of the continent had reappeared. Not only did he appear at the border of the empire, but he also advanced from his original lord rank to the epic rank. This head of the novice village boss, that most players thought had fallen off the face of the earth, surprisingly appeared in this way, once again in the player's line of sight. After the surprise, came the anger. The Battle of the City Watch a few months ago was just a heroic plot quest that cost the players a lot of money and led to the destruction of a duchy. This time, the Battle of the Keep is instead an epic plot quest. To know. Even after several months of growth, most of the players' levels were still stuck in the range of 12 to 20 levels, and their occupational ranks were also stuck at the apprentice or formal ranks, equivalent to base and advanced ranks in monsters. In the entire fortress city, the only people who could break into level 30 and cross into the realm of elite professions were the presidents of a few game guilds, or the main combat players in them. In this case, how does a player go up against an epic boss? It's safe to say, when the system beep sounded, the strength of the players in Fortress City was already doomed, and this Fortress City defense battle was not much different from the once giant Rock City defense battle. Players just hit the ground running, acting as war correspondents, taking pictures, and recording video. The real power against the King of Skeletons is still the Aborigines. After the first experience, the players have also recognized that this kind of war can never be as simple as a game CG. In the game CG, even if the monster boss is not decapitated by the NPC, and even if the NPC is in turn decapitated by the monster boss, it will not affect the players watching the game CG. And here? As long as the NPCs of Fortress City can't hold back the re-attacking King of Skeletons, all the living beings in the Fortress City, whether they are natives or players, will all end up being annihilated. It doesn't matter to the players when they are still low level. They can't lose much anyway, except for the 1-hour resurrection cooldown. But when the player's level gets progressively higher, it can be costly to die again. Die once and lose 1 level. Even the equipment on your body has the potential to fall off. How difficult is it for players in the second world to level up? Dying once was equivalent to 10 days or even a month or 2 of a player's time wasted for nothing. In this case, it was only when their side was nowhere near strong enough to withstand the Skeleton King's attack again that these players became enraged. Garbage game, ruined my youth. This dog game, can you really play it? Plotting sacrifices to the heavens, the power of the law is limitless. All sorts of spit spewed out of the players' mouths, constantly cursing the game company and the dog planner. But, with all the cursing and swearing, the players still have to act. Last time they didn't care, they didn't matter, this time they don't care, let this guard battle fail. Their loss can be big. Regardless of the role, if they do a little more, the chances of winning the Fortress City defense battle is a little greater. As a fortress city located on the border of the Caesar Empire, Fortress City's alert area was even larger than Sumu had imagined. Riding on Nefarian's back, a full 10 kilometers away from the Fortress City, he received a system beep. Correspondingly, players should also have received a beep for the quest to open. With Nefarian's strength and speed, spanning these more than 10 kilometers was originally just a few zaps of time, but in order to wait for Agnes and the Death Knights, Nefarian only reluctantly agreed to lower his speed after Sumu's bitter persuasion. Ground. Agnes led hundreds of Death Knights to gallop wildly. The Death Knights with all Black Knight armor, Black Knight guns, and Black Knight swords were like a black wave constantly approaching the Fortress City. High in the air, Nefarian's constant meandering flight matched the speed of the Death Knights on the earth. Even though he was hundreds of meters in the air, the strong deathly aura and the terrifying dragons might still spread out, affecting everything on the earth. Inside the Fortress City, as soon as Sumu and Nefarian crossed into the alert range, the NPC casters on the city walls had already discovered these intruders through the detection runes placed on the alert line, and reported at the first opportunity. Soon, when Sumu and the others were still 7 or 8 kilometers away from the Fortress City, the professionals within the entire city were already in position, and the epic heroes and heroic professionals who were guarding the city also appeared on the city walls. An ordinary city naturally didn't need an epic hero to guard it. However, as a border fortress, it is still the city of the undead that is particularly defended. If it were not for the high level of the Caesar Empire knowing that Argus would not leave the city of the undead on his own initiative, the one who guarded the place would not be an epic hero, but a legendary hero. Appearing on the walls of the city, the epic hero, who was obviously a caster, took over the scouting rune at the first opportunity and released the appropriate skill to visualize the image captured by the scouting rune in front of his body. Between the ripples of the water, a water mirror appeared out of thin air. The image of Nefarian soaring high in the air and the image of the Death Knight speeding across the earth appeared simultaneously in the eyes of the epic hero and the many heroic professionals around him. Just a glance, the epic hero's expression changed drastically. He did not recognize Nefarian, but a rotting dragon that appeared in the undead camp and exuded its body and its huge aura of death and darkness were all at least epic rank bone dragons. Nothing else. A bone dragon alone was far beyond the power of the Fortress City to fight against. Besides, not just a bone dragon. The epic hero didn't recognize the Nefarian ghost dragon, but he did recognize the Death Knights that sped across the land. A Death Knights that numbered in the hundreds must have a leader who was an epic ranked Dread Knight. Even without that bone dragon soaring high in the sky, a single Dread Knight with hundreds of Death Knights can easily turn the entire fortress city into a dead city. Into a new city of the undead. Send a signal to the Empire. Spitting out these words with a grimace, the epic heroic mage gripped the staff in his hand, prepare to die. Deadly battle. It meant that in this epic hero's perception, this defense battle was doomed to failure. They sent signals to the Empire and fought to the death again, in order to also not wait for the arrival of the Empire's reinforcements because the fortress city's strength simply couldn't hold out for the arrival of the reinforcements, but rather, they were prepared to stall for time with the lives of the city's professionals and residents, allowing the Empire to have a fuller time to prepare for the incoming undead. Yes. In giving this order, this epic hero, who was the supreme controller of the fortress city, took the entire living beings of the fortress city, including the professionals stationed here, including the residents living in the city, including the adventurers and players active in the fortress city, and also including himself as a sacrifice to hold back these undead. As a sacrifice, used to stall these undead and give the Empire more time to react. Perhaps, some would say the epic hero is cold-blooded. But every heroic professional standing on the walls knew that this was the right order. When the undead had appeared and entered the alert range, the end of the fortress city was sealed. No one could escape with a full army of Death Knights chasing them, and even less could outrun an epic rank bone dragon. Doomed to die. Why not fight to the death in this moment to buy more time for the Empire? At least, with them dead, the Empire had more time to prepare and would be able to hold off the undead. Their families and friends, who were inside the Empire, could also survive without any problems. As soon as the epic heroic mage gave the order, one of the heroic mages beside him turned on a transmission talisman, transmitting everything that the fortress city was facing, as well as the decision that the epic hero had made, to the imperial capital. This time, a heroic professional with a longbow in his hand suddenly pointed at the image displayed in the water mirror and exclaimed, This is it. Bone Dragon Knights? It was only after that heroic professional's reminder that the epic heroic mage noticed the tiny black dot on the back of the bone dragon. Compared to the huge body of the bone dragon, the tiny black dot was naturally easy to ignore. It was precisely because he was horrified by the fact that the bone dragon was coming that the epic heroic mage subconsciously ignored that tiny black dot. Only now, reminded by that heroic professional, did the epic heroic mage control the water mirror to zoom in on the image coming from the scouting rune. Then, a figure whose entire body was shrouded amongst deep, full-body heavy armor, sitting across the back of a bone dragon, surfaced in front of them. Bone Dragon Rider? Or an even more terrifying presence? For a moment, the faces of the epic heroic mages who were already determined to fight to the death were filled with despair. Whether it was the bone dragons or the Death Knights, it was no longer something that the forces within the fortress city could withstand. Nowadays, not only did the bone dragons and Death Knights join forces, a terrifying undead that can even harness a bone dragon is harnessing a dragon at this moment. Chapter 108 Ding. You have joined the undead camp. 10 kilometers went by in the blink of an eye. When he was still far away from the fortress city, Sumu was still able to barely persuade Nefarian to maintain the same speed as the Death Knights. By the time he neared the fortress city and had been able to make out the many faces on its walls, the fully excited Nefarian was already having trouble controlling himself. Crazy acceleration. At this time, Nefarian, who had been holding his breath for dozens and dozens of years, made a dive from hundreds of meters in the air, his figure dramatically lowering as he rushed towards the walls of the fortress city. It seemed as if it wanted to use its massive body to directly crash the city. Sure, Nefarian is not that stupid. Even if it had been able to do that, to crash through the walls of a city purely with its own body, it would not have done so. Is a falling ghost dragon pretty? Wouldn't that be a joke to Sumu? This sharp dive at its highest speed was nothing more than playfulness, and by the way, it was just trying to kill the group of heroes on the walls who seemed to be the strongest in the city. Darkness shimmered in Nefarian's mouth as the death spit was prepared. At this time, Sumu was in a hurry. Another important reason for him to attack the Empire was to kill epic heroes and legendary heroes as a way to gain the increasingly insufficient amount of free points. As Sumu advanced again, the difficulty of acquiring free points for him increased once again. To gain one free point, he needed to kill several lord monsters or hero professionals, or maybe kill an epic monster or an epic hero. The number of epic heroes and heroic professionals on the walls was small, but it was ultimately a gain. He didn't want this gain of his to disappear because of one of Nefarian's playfulness. And so, when Nefarian swooped down to just a few dozen meters from the city wall, and the death spit from his mouth was about to be completed, Sumu leapt up from Nefarian's back first and crashed down towards the city wall. Body in mid-air. The Wings of Freedom spear sack had appeared on Sumu's back. Subsequently, An explosive short spear appeared in Sumu's hand, urged by his power that was now up to over 46,000 points, and instantly crossed this last few dozen meters of distance, blasting into the crowd on the city wall. Sumu's increased strength caused the power of the explosive short spear to increase by a considerable amount as well. Although as early as when the ghost dragon came to attack, the heroes on the city wall had prepared all kinds of defense measures, and even more so, they blasted heavy attacks towards the direction where the ghost dragon was coming from. But the explosive short spear exploded. Aside from the epic hero mage whose shield resisted the power of the short spear bursting open, the remaining dozen or so hero professionals were all torn apart in the explosions and flames that spread out. Boom! There was a loud bang. Accompanied by large swathes of masonry shattering and denting on the city wall, Sumu, who had crashed onto the wall, slowly got up from his half-kneeling state on one leg. This time, the ghostly dragon flew by. That huge body left a shadow on the city wall. The tattered and sharp dragon wings even tore apart the two arrow towers behind the wall. Nefarian took to the air and climbed high into the sky, once again making a dive into the air above the city. Without Sumu to stop him, at this moment, Nefarian began to unleash his tyranny to the fullest. Between the swings of the dragon's claws, a building within the fortress city was destroyed and collapsed between the flaps of the dragon's wings, the gusts of wind that rolled up blew countless living beings up and down. When the death spit that contained the triple power of death breath, darkness breath, and frost breath erupted from Nefarian's mouth, everything within a vast area was covered in a layer of black cold ice. Wow! The ice shattered. A figure stood up quietly. Only. The one who stood up was no longer a living being within the fortress city, but an undead sinking in the spit of death. On the city walls, Sumu wasn't idle either. When an explosive short spear blasted out, killing all the heroic professionists around the epic heroic mage and getting a few points of freedom points credited to his account, Sumu's figure also appeared in front of the only surviving epic heroic mage. A cold light flashed. The sharp blade of the skeletal stranger easily unfurled the shield on the mage and slashed through the body of the epic hero mage. When the system prompt for killing the epic hero rang out, Sumu retrieved the skeleton stranger sword and walked towards the city. Why? A weak, with a hint of disbelief voice came, and Sumu's footsteps slightly lurched. Subsequently, he said, there is no why. It's just the living and the undead. Yeah. It's just the living and the undead. There's no such thing as why. After receiving Sumu's answer, that epic heroic mage looked like he was relieved, and a stiff smile spread across his face that already had a faint thread of blood emerging. Next moment, lines of blood erupted. The body of this strongest townsman and supreme controller of Fortress City quietly separated into two pieces. With the epic heroes and heroic professionals dead, there would be no more resistance in the city. Tens of thousands of professionals? The highest is just the tutor rank. 10,000 players? Not even a pro. The game world is not the other games Sumu played in his previous life, with the argument of forced blood deduction. In this real game world, not to break the defense is not to break the defense. How many people come is the same. The Death Knights have arrived. Split into 4 parts at Agnes's command, they attack through each of the 4 gates of the fortress city, breaking through the gates. The aura of death unfolds. Even without Agnes's integration and stacking, the death aura automatically unfolded by a Lord-level Death Knight alone, which contained the power of death, would corrode an ordinary person or an apprentice professional in a very short period of time. Even formal professionals and advanced professionals are difficult to withstand the corrosion of this power of death for a long time. Don't forget. Death Aura was merely a skill that Death Knights came with. Besides Death Aura, every Death Knight had Dark Knight techniques and combat skills and that easily decapitated a heroic professional. Nefarian is destroying, with impunity. The Death Knight was reaping, and in turn, all of the experience value from the harvest was gathered into Agnes' body, promoting the further growth of this dread knight. Sumu couldn't be idle either. Tens of thousands of professionals, more than 10,000 players, plus the hundreds of thousands of residents in the city, it was an equally huge amount of experience value. There's no rush. After entering inside the city from the city wall, Sumu put away the skeleton stranger sword. He reached out slightly. Thousands of magic power points were consumed, and a huge rune formation appeared in the open space inside the fortress city. Then, a dense aura of death emanated from the rune spell formation, and a dry, ghastly white skeleton arm broke through the earth as a ghastly white skeleton crawled out from the middle of the earth. Summoning skeletons. With the advancement to Epic, this boss skill released by Sumu summoned tens of thousands of skeletons of various ranks in one go. After appearing within the fortress city, Sumu's mind moved, and these tens of thousands of skeletons spread out and began to harvest the lives within the city, turning them into experience value to supply Sumu. This is not the end. After summoning the skeleton legion, Sumu made his way forward towards the center of the city. When he was about to reach the center of the city, a group of figures appeared in front of him. It was a battle group made up of professionals within the city, and there were still a large number of residents in the center of the city, where the Death Knights and the Skeleton Legion had yet to spread out, and it could barely be called a clean land. The professionals that didn't appear on the city walls were naturally the lowest level professionals. At this point, facing Sumu, a mysterious existence whose entire body is shrouded in pitch-black battle armor, but whose body exudes an extremely strong aura of death and darkness. This low-level professional warrior team of less than 10 people gripped their swords, gritted their teeth, and summoned up the courage to charge towards the side. A few dozen meters away. It might be just a single leap for Sumu, but for these low-level professionals, it would still take a bit of time to make the leap. Sumu did not draw his sword. No skills were released either. When these professionals were only more than 10 meters away from himself, the rich aura of death and darkness emanated from his body, as if it was a black mist, and as if it was rolling thick smoke, enveloping these professionals in it. Next moment, their swords are rusting, their armor is dulling, their flesh and blood are rotting. In almost just 1 or 2 breaths of time, the group of professionals fell to the ground. By the time they got back up, they had become them. Throwing away their own flesh and blood and picking up their swords, this squad of professionals, who had been transformed into skeletons, instinctively rushed toward the front, looking for the living and harvesting the living. The original. The erosion talent can still be used like this. Looking at the skeleton squad that had gradually drifted away, Sumu was somewhat dazed. Just now, when he encountered this squad of professionals, Sumu had a sudden idea to incorporate the unknown energy formed by the erosion talent into the death and darkness aura he possessed, spreading it out. The result was the scene before. At this point, he no longer needed to touch the target's head to release his erosion ability. This not only meant that from now on, he could remotely erode an enemy's body or corpse, it also meant that he could erode a large number of targets at once. Moving on. Following the feeling in his heart, Sumu continuously integrated the unknown energy into the death breath and darkness breath, controlling the blended energy to spread out and form a large gray-black mist. Or magic breath? Rolls of demonic chi rose up, spreading towards the surroundings continuously like smoke. Just walking on the main road of the city, towards the center of the city, Sumu's attribute panel was refreshed with a large number of information prompts. Around him, in that one building, a large number of residents and low-level professionals who hadn't joined the war were eroded and transformed by the demonic aura that spread out. Flesh and blood stripping. Skeletal recovery. A piece of residents and low-level professionals were transformed from living spirits to undead by Sumu in this way. Ding! You have comprehended a new skill, skeleton revival. As the crisp system beep sounded in his head again, Sumu cried and laughed a little. Perhaps it was the number of undead he had transformed in this way that had broken 1,000? That's what caused the system to determine that he had comprehended the skill? Anyway, an extra skill is always a good thing. Even though the effects of this skill overlapped nearly completely with the new application of the erosion talent he had just developed. All the way forward. By the time they finally reached the center of the city, the undead that had been transformed by Sumu in this way had already exceeded 10,000. Rolling demonic aura enveloped the area. It reflected Sumu as if he was a demon god that had crawled out of hell. With this rolling demonic chi that had spread out to 1,000 meters away, Sumu appeared in the center square of Fortress City. He saw a group of players. Then, a new idea popped into his head. When he was still at the Lord rank, he had once attempted to erode a player. It was only because of his lack of strength at the time that he did not complete that erosion. Nowadays, advancing from the Lord rank to the Epic rank, his strength had not only skyrocketed tenfold? Perhaps. Could he retry to erode the largest alien on the scale of these game worlds, the player? The mind moves at will. When this thought surfaced from Sumu's mind, the rolling demonic chi that enveloped him also seemed to have a life, gathering up and covering towards the players in the city center square. Chapter 109, I, Sumu. Leader of the Undead Camp. In the game world, once a city defense battle or regional battlefield such as the current one was opened, it was impossible to use a teleportation array. This, in the worldview of the Aborigines, it was because once a war was started, the convergence of a large number of professionals or even high-level professionals would interfere with the spatial fluctuations, and opening a teleportation array at this time would basically result in being transported into the spatial turbulence and being killed in seconds. In the player's worldview, it's all about the limitations of the system gods. Not only the teleportation array, when this kind of plot quest was opened, in addition to certain extremely precious and high-grade props, teleportation spells, teleportation scrolls, and other means of crossing over long distances were also unavailable through and through. It was supposed to be common knowledge among players that the plot quests were open and that they couldn't use the teleportation arrays. But, when the town guards in the fortress city were killed in seconds, and the professionals stationed here were defenseless against the incoming undead, and more undead were born in the city and spread out, players were instinctively converging towards the city center plaza. Sumu arrived and was shrouded in a rolling demonic aura, like a demonic god crawling out of hell, and this horrifying scene naturally attracted the attention of the players in the first place. There aren't a lot of players here. Rank and file are also just usual. After seeing Sumu leap into the city from the Bone Dragon, as well as the scene of killing the epic hero mage in seconds, not every player has the courage to face Sumu. One might ask, it's just a game, what's there to be afraid of? But let's not forget the authenticity of this game. Sumu, who appeared in this state, not to mention the rolling demonic aura that filled up to 1,000 meters away, but only the extremely terrifying aura emanating from Sumu's body. It was already weighing these players down. Under these circumstances, how could they muster up the courage to fight Sumu? So, when Sumu controlled that rolling magic gas to gather together, forming a smoke tentacle hand-like shape spreading over toward these players, the most useful reaction these players made was perhaps to open the camera. The demonic aura spreads. In the state of these players not resisting, that one smoke tentacle hand smoothly extended to one player and began to invade their bodies. As the unknown energy formed by the Yi erosion, talent plus the blending of death breath and darkness breath, this smoke-like demonic aura was a combination of all three at the same time. When the demonic chi invaded, those players' bodies behaved in a way that was generally the same as when Sumu first eroded the players. The player's body becomes dried out, slowly losing life. On the player's status bar, there was also an additional negative buff. It's an erosion of the body. When the bodies of this group of players all became shriveled and dead, as if they were a bunch of dry corpses, the demonic aura with unknown energy characteristics also began to spread towards the players' minds, that is, the players' souls. Same as the first time. This time, Sumu's erosion of the players' souls still encountered an obstacle. That power that he hadn't parsed out was still protecting the players' souls. Only, today's Sumu was more than 10 times more powerful than the Sumu of the past. Even under the protection of that force, the demonic aura was still slowly but steadily eroding the souls of the players. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. In the process, those players still didn't die. But the fear in their hearts gradually disappeared, and instead they rushed to be curious about their current state. One of the boldest players had more than just filmed this entire process, and even had the presence of mind to study his current physical state. Time passes. When the time of this erosion reached 15 minutes, Sumu finally broke through the layer of protective film outside the player's soul and really touched the player's soul. Without protection, how weak was the player's soul to Sumu? Almost instantly, that demonic energy that invaded the player's body then eroded the player's entire soul. It was different from what Sumu had imagined. After eroding the souls of the players, he did not gain complete control as he had done with the skeletons and Agnes, allowing them to worship himself as the Supreme Lord, and even deciding whether they would live or die with a single thought. Even Sumu could clearly see the puzzlement and fear on the faces of these players, who not only retained their sanity intact, but also had the leisure to whisper and discuss what this king of skeletons of his own was doing. He gained seems to be some sort of permission? Just as Sumu was also puzzled, the system's beep once again sounded in his mind. Rule error. Recalculations in progress. Calculations complete. Ding. You have gained access to the opening of the Undead camp. As the founder of the Undead camp, you are the sole leader of the Undead camp. You can invite adventurers aka players to join the Undead camp on your own, or you can expel a certain adventurer from the Undead camp. You have opened the skill transfer system. You can transfer a certain skill you possess to the adventurer. You have turned on the quest editing system, and you can pay certain prices to drive the descendants to do certain things for you. You invited 32 Adventists to join the Undead camp. Template error. Data in calculation. Calculation complete. Relevant career templates are missing. Failure of Advent to join the Undead camp. You have turned on the career template editing system. When you have fully remodeled a relevant career template that matches the Adventist's transfer, you may make relevant edits to that career template to grant it to the Adventist. Along with the system beep that sounded in his head, a series of information also refreshed from Sumu's attribute panel. At the same time, a lot of information related to these systems and modules also automatically surfaced from his mind. Sumu was shocked. Ecstatic. He never expected that after he completely eroded a player with his erosion talent, what he gained was not the player's complete control, but the opening of the Undead camp. The camp of the Undead. It was a camp that had never existed in a previous life. Undead, in the definition of the game world, are monsters. Not to mention the second world. Even in the countless games before this, there has never been a monster camp that players can join. Sure, there are villain camps in the game. For example, Sumu learned about the Dark Order from Argus Mouth. If the Dark Order still exists and a player has gained the favor of one of the higher-ups in the Order or has met certain conditions, they can join the Dark Order. At this point, the Dark Order can be counted as one camp. But in essence, it was still humans who made up the Dark Order, and they were still part of the human camp or even the camp of the living. And the Undead camp? Not just a monster camp, but a monster camp that belonged exclusively to Sumu. He is the only one who allows it. Players can only join. As for the skill teaching system and quest editing system that came right after, this was not difficult to understand. The game's slew of high-level NPCs, as long as they were able to issue quests and grant rewards to players, basically came with these two system modules. In comparison, the occupation template editing system was more important to Sumu. Players have been able to join the Undead camp. All that was needed was Sumu's permission. It doesn't even require him to do another erosion of the player's soul. In the course of some maneuvering just now, those 32 players who had been completely infested by him had actually joined the Undead camp. It was only that he didn't have a suitable career template for these players to transfer to that caused the players to fail in joining. Skeletons, wraiths, ghosts, and death knights. These 4 major undead races are the oldest and most orthodox undead races of the Undead clan, and almost all of the other undead in the game world, which have a great variety, are expanded on the basis of these 4 undead. Bone dragons, for example, are essentially a type of skeleton. It was only because the legendary gargoyles were too powerful, and even after death and sinking, the skeleton gargoyles that were transformed were far above the entire skeleton clan. That's why it was categorized separately and called a bone dragon. Other undead, too. Sumu had the career templates of many undead races, and among them, the career templates of the skeleton clan had the most variety and were the most perfect. Since these career templates don't allow players to transfer, it also means that the career templates for the 3 major systems of which, Ghost and Death Knight, don't allow players to transfer either. Then, create. Remodeling. Unable to help himself, Sumu looked at his auxiliary skill that had barely reached level 2 undead transformation.